Chapter in The Return of Warrior King. In a spacious office, a middle-aged officer reader net with 3 stars a treasured lie in a chair. He extinguished the cigarette in his diminished tray and fixed hostilities and the officer standing upright opposite him. The officer stooped to and robust, his sweet-colored skin contrasting sharply with the chiseled handsomeness of his angular features. Fengwu, this mission is arduous as you wouldn't refuse, would you? Feng narrowly inquired, his tone slightly measured. Fengwu maintained a stoic expression, his back straight hatchet hand read in response. General, do you even have the right to refuse? Hearing this, Feng Narrow's previously solemn demeanor shifted into a sardonic smile. Don't give me just whatever you want. At the general's words, Fengwu chuckled, a hint of reverence gleaming in his eyes. He picked up the half-used pack of special cigarettes in front of the general, lighted one for himself, and casually tucked the pack into his pocket. After taking a deep drag, Fengwu asked, "We choose." Feng Narrow sighed and replied, "Do you think you want take this? You're the Major General rank at merely 26, and the only instructor of Blood Wolf Special Forces. If the mission weren't so critical, the higher-ups would say we allow you return to society." At this point, Feng Narrow paused momentarily before furrowing his brow. "Fengwu, you should understand your former identity upon your return to society. You will no longer be the countless decorated god of war but instead become the trappist and seeking." Fengwu shrugged off the gravity of his situation with a curious smile. "It matters that I am but an abandoned child, since elementary school. I've been a target of ridicule and scorn, abandoned to poverty. The humiliation from neighbors and classmates tested and inspired me to strive harder to twisted my psyche further. I mastered street fight and gone dexter at protection fees, so reverting to such a persona's pretty familiar tone. However, at this, a shadow flickered in Fengwu's eye as she continued. This has led me to commit an irredeemable mistake that found met this day. In his youth, lead as tribal ruffians, has committed to the influence of alcohol, committing acts against these principles. A month after he was imprisoned, someone came to take him away, and he eventually rose to become one of the most outstanding warrior arsenal of China. Regardless, the incident soft had tear weight heavily on his conscience couldn't even recall the face of the girl whose fate had ruined. With a puff, Fengwu exhaled as mocking and smiled at the general. "Thus, Luo, I sincerely appreciate this opportunity you've afforded me, allowing this rock to attain where I am today, otherwise, it's still brought in danger." Told dress a high-ranking general as Luo and acto full density fate only Fengwu could, and had a dear net they tried. Luo, named Luo Tianfei, hailed from the prestigious Lu family of Huhu City, and he served as the supreme commander of the Blood Wolf Special Forces, renowned as the foremost elite in the nation. Upon hearing this, Feng Narrow's expression sobered, and added, "Actually, it was the Muho Heidai released from prison and brought to the military." Oh Fengwu furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion crossing his features. For the past 8 years, he had assumed it was Luo as discerning giant that say that him to become a future god of war was the resume news behind that. Luo Tianfei continued, "Fengwu, if you always been curious about our true heritage, you profess to be an abandoned child, yet an abandoned child lacks the means to place immunity in Blood Wolf Special Forces." At this, Fengwu was broad depending concern with the retrolisomial news so how he did at home, perhaps connected to his origins. Noticing Fengwu's puzzled expression, Luo Tianfei noted, "I will conduct that extensive investigation style your lineage remains a mystery. Perhaps you were indeed a fortunate abandoned child, thus, I cannot assist you with that, but I can help with that guilt that burdens you." Fengwu's eye as brightened at these words. Luo Tianfei continued, "Federally harmed was from High City Hernamis Qingqinghan, she fell victim to drugging, leading to an encounter between fated beacons. If I'm not mistaken, you must have also been drugged in that situation." Qingqinghan, Fengwu murmured, "No under her state to so pure back then no wonder me of control faltered, yet, it's regrettable, I called into Vancy her face. She is and Sigma admired Bill, but no she's a pitiful woman, having endured much distress over the years. Presently, she's her Vessi senior executive in her family's business and has a daughter by her side." Luo Tianfei. Fengwu felt topping off guilt upon hearing of Qingqinghan's suffering, but upon learning she had a daughter, he was somewhat reassured and remarked, "It seems she is married now. I hope her life is fulfilling." Luo Tianfei shook. She gave birth to Agile the year after in her life, which led to her being nearly cast out by her family. In truth, she has been unable to hold her head high or have destroyed her future. What Fengwu suddenly stood, his voice rising significantly. He could hardly fathom the extent of harm he had inflicted upon that girl. One couldn't imagine the immense pain a girl would endure after being raped, facing the mockery of being pregnant out of wedlock. Gradually, Fengwu's expression grew grave as she declared, "From this day forth, my life is dedicated to her and her daughter." Luo Tianfei sighed, "You must act swiftly. Qingqinghan's in still in trouble. If I delay, you will live with regret for the rest of your days." Bam! With a resounding crash, the solid wooden table suffered a sudden blow, creating a gaping hole. 2 days later, at 7 in the evening, a luxurious hotel in Haiwa City was adorned with lavish banquetable straw tights granelle. Outside the hotel stood an opulent Hummer, smoke swirling within its driver, front passenger, and remaining rear seat comfort. All four shared a similar tan complexion and extraordinarily strong physiques, and Fengwu sat on the back, discarding a cigarette. Really everything you know about the King family, Fengwu commanded, his countenance somber, his gaze devoid of emotion. Theme 9 the front passenger seat dutifully replied, Instructor, the King family is not he few familiar enterprise in Haiwa City, while not prestigious, they do possess some strength. The current of King family's Qin Guangnan today marks his 70th birthday. Hein tends those this occasion to marry off his granddaughter, Qin Qinghan, Toma named Zhanggu, Zhang is Fabrice chairman of a large corporation. His will eclipsing that of the King family, but he is also notorious playboy with a terrible reputation. Theman beside Fengwu added, Instructor, it is said that Qin Qinghan has suffered greatly over the earth. The entire King family heard lie acknowledged Ren as consistently oppressed her. Upon hearing this, Fengwu's expression grew fearsome, and hesitated coldly, from this day forward, none shall torment me woman. With that, Fengwu pushed the pen. The Duran stepped out. Instructor, allow us to accompany you shall and do our support, the driver urged. The driver was named Yonglu, the front passenger was Lu Peng, and the man for rear was Lin Chang, all three very lights of Blood Wolf Special Forces, holding the rank of colonel, despite a theory of, they wielded considerable power, capable of mobilizing local troops. Such was the might of Blood Wolf Special Forces. Anyone of them could bear regard this formidable warrior, and yet they held Fengwu not most reverence, idolizing him as a divine figure. The trio had arrived in Haiwa City to assist Fengwu and provide the necessary support. Fengwu closed the car door and said, Nani adile your identity as must remain concealed, if needed, it will reach out to you. With that, he walked toward the hotel entrance. Inside the hotel, the celebratory atmosphere was vibrant, with Qin Guangnan clad in art suit, his face beaming with delight as guests rise at toasts in his honor. Yet in the far corner of the bank he fell at the most inconspicuous table, occupied before individuals 3.5, to be precise. Among them was a 6 or 7-year-old girl, whose delicate features and sparkling bright eyes exuded an enchanting charm, accentuated by her twin ponytails. Next to Thejio a tabret-taking woman in her 20s, with long flowing hair and casual attire thought could not conceal her alluring beauty. Every movement she made radiated grace, evoking an instinctual urge to embrace and cherish her. The woman cast affectionate glances toward the little girl, eyes filled with the complexity of warmth and an undercurrent of profound sorrow.
Chapter 2. The relentless pursuit of marriage. Beside her, a man and a woman in their 40s wore expressions of profound distress. Qinghan, heed your mother's words. I cannot bear to part with Jingxi, but if you entrust her to a good family, you can marry the heir of the Zhang group without worry. Your life will be somewhat better, Yang Yu implored, her voice laden with concern as she gazed at Qin Qinghan. Yang Yu, the wife of Qin Guangnan's second son, Qin Ji, had endured countless grievances and humiliations for the sake of Qin Qinghan. Her daughter had been violated, and in the wake of that atrocity, she had given birth to the child of the rapist amidst a torrent of scorn and ridicule. Thus, not only did Yang Yu loathe that rapist, but she had also come to resent the granddaughter who should never have existed. There were moments when she felt an overwhelming urge to abandon the child. Qin Qinghan fed a piece of green vegetable to the little girl, then looked up and said, Mother, I accept my unfortunate fate, but if it means separating from Jingxi, I would rather wander the streets. Seeing Qin Qinghan's unwavering defiance, Qin Ji let out a sigh. Qinghan, while Jingxi is well-behaved and sensible, she is after all, the daughter of a rapist. You cannot raise her forever. At these words, Qin Qinghan's expression shifted dramatically. She furrowed her brow and retorted, Father, how can you say such a thing? I know Jingxi's biological father is a villain, and I don't even know his appearance or name. But Jingxi is my daughter. I brought her into this world. She has a bad father. Do you want her to have a heartless mother as well? As she spoke, tears of anguish fell once more, for no one could comprehend the injustices she had suffered over the years. Violated by another, she received no sympathy from friends and no understanding from family, only endless humiliation and abuse. She was acutely aware that her entire life had been shattered by that man. In her despair, she contemplated ending her life, but Jingxi's birth rekindled hope within her. Thus, she bore all the shame, determined to raise her daughter, despite her hatred for the rapist who had ruined her life. The little girl's lips pursed into a thin line. Though young, she was remarkably perceptive and sensed that everyone, except her mother, looked upon her with disdain. She pulled out a tissue and offered it to Qin Qinghan, her voice choked with emotion. Mama, I'm making you sad again. It's all Jingxi's fault. Please don't send me away. I promise I will be obedient. Upon hearing the child's words, Qin Qinghan's tears flowed freely, and she embraced Jingxi tightly, choked with emotion. Never, never will I abandon you, my dear Jingxi. Everyone quiet down, please. Next, Elder Qin will announce some joyous news. Just then, A middle-aged man rose from the main table. This man was Qin Guangnan's eldest son, Qin Fei, who had a son named Qin Shou. At this moment, Qin Shou cast a mocking glance at Qin Shinghan's family. Despite her fallen status, Qin Shinghan was undoubtedly one of the most beautiful women in Haihua City. Were she not his cousin, Qin Shou would have longed to pursue her himself. The hotel fell silent as Qin Guangnan slowly stood, adorned in traditional attire, and smiled. Today marks my significant birthday, and I thank you all for gracing us with your presence. On this occasion, I, Qin, wish to announce a marriage arrangement for my granddaughter, Qin Qinghan. He then turned to a frail-looking man in his 30s sitting at a nearby table. Young Master Zhang, I must express my gratitude that you do not disdain my granddaughter's unfortunate circumstances. Henceforth, I entrust her to you. Zhang Gu quickly stood and replied with a smile, Elder Qin, you flatter me. To unite with the Qin family is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. But, his gaze shifted towards Qin Qinghan in the corner, and for a brief moment, he was captivated by her beauty. He had long admired her, and today, under Elder Qin's auspices, his dream of winning her affection seemed within reach. However, upon noticing Jingxi beside Qin Qinghan, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, and he said, Elder Qin, my father has stated that while our family can accept Qinghan as past, this child cannot be brought into the Zhang family. As Zhang Jiyi's words hung in the air, a wave of anger surged within Qin Qinghan. She had opposed this marriage from the start, recognizing that her grandfather was coercing her into marrying Zhang Gu. Understanding her own misfortune, she thought that as long as he treated Jingxi as his own, she could endure anything. But if he could not accept Jingxi, then she would rather face the streets than agree to this union. Qin Guangnan smiled at Zhang Gu. Rest assured, I have promised your father that the child will not accompany Qinghan into the Zhang family. I will arrange a foster family for her. Thank you, Elder Qin, Zhang Gu replied eagerly, his eyes shimmering with unspoken anticipation. Though Qin Qinghan had been a victim of drug assault, her reputation had spread far and wide, and the thought of marrying such a woman ignited a fervor within him. Once Qin Guangnan finished speaking, Qin Qinghan's expression darkened with fury. She rose and addressed her grandfather, Grandfather, I cannot be the architect of my own fate. I have but one condition. If Jingxi is taken from me, I shall leave the Qin family. Impudent, Qin Guangnan slammed his palm on the table, glaring at Qin Qinghan. Have you not brought enough shame upon the Qin family? You, a fallen flower, ought to feel fortunate that young Master Zhang does not mind your past and that the Zhang group is willing to tolerate you. With that, he turned to his grandson, Qin Shou. Go, take that little wildling from her side and send her to a foster family. At these words, Qin Shou licked his lips and replied, Leave it to me, grandfather. As Qin Shou strode towards them, Qin Qinghan's face blanched with fear, and she hurriedly clutched Jingxi, who instinctively burrowed into her embrace. Grandfather is doing this for your own good. Hand her over to me, Qin Shou insisted, reaching out to grasp Jingxi's arm and pulling her roughly away. Let go of my daughter, let go. Qin Qinghan cried, frantically striking at Qin Shou's arm, but her delicate strength was no match for his towering frame. Refusing to drink the wine of respect will lead to punishment. Release her. Qin Shou barked, his face twisted with anger as he yanked Jingxi away. The force of his pull sent the small child tumbling 2 meters away. Qin Qinghan collided into her mother, Yang Yu, and when she tried to rush towards Jingxi, Yang Yu held her back firmly, urgently saying, Qinghan, this is for your own good. Don't let this child burden you for a lifetime. Did you hurt yourself? Just as Qin Shou prepared to lift Jingxi away, he turned to see a robust and strikingly handsome man crouching on the ground. The sudden appearance of Yi Fengwu brought an eerie silence to the hotel. Even Qin Qinghan stared at the stranger who was helping her daughter, her face pale with concern. Tears streamed down Jingxi's cheeks, yet she stifled her cries, looking at Yi Fengwu and shaking her head. I'm not hurt. What is your name? Yi Fengwu inquired gently, attempting to soften his tone, for this little girl was undeniably adorable and heart-wrenching. My name is Qin Jingxi, she replied obediently. Yi Fengwu smiled and continued, Where are your parents? Jingxi shook her head, saying, I have no father. That is my mother. She pointed to the Qin Qinghan, who was firmly held by Yang Yu. Then she added, They all say my father is a bad man, but my mother says he is a hero. Who do you believe? Yi Fengwu pressed on. I believe my mother, Jingxi answered without hesitation. A smile slowly crept across Yi Fengwu's lips. A kind mother would never cast a shadow upon her child, even if she despised the man in question. Why Yi Fengwu found himself fond of this little girl, yet he could not be entirely certain she was his and Qin Qinghan's daughter. Suddenly, Qin Shou laughed mockingly. Hero? What a joke. Your father is a rapist, yet he is referred to as a hero. The mention of rapist sent a chill through Yi Fengwu, transforming his previously gentle demeanor into one of icy rage, his gaze now fierce and predatory, akin to that of a ravenous wolf. This instantaneous shift in expression caused Qin Shou to shudder involuntarily, instinctively retreating a step. Why Yi Fengwu then slowly addressed Jingxi. Is your mother named Qin Qinghan? At this, Jingxi bit her lip and nodded, saying, Uncle, do you know my mother? Indeed, A flicker of warmth and profound guilt crossed Yi Fengwu's cold gaze, but it swiftly morphed into a chilling resolve. Chapter 3. Are you playing matchmaker? The moment Yi Fengwu rose, the entire hotel fell into an eerie silence, for his gaze was terrifying beyond measure. It was not only cold and chilling, but also bore a hint of blood red, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf on the brink of madness. Qin Shou, though pale with fear, relied on the presence of a dozen security guards beside him, and thus he shouted at Yi Fengwu, "Where did this ruffian come from, looking all shabby? Do you think someone like you could attend my grandfather's birthday celebration?" Indeed, Yi Fengwu was dressed quite ordinarily, clad in a set of desert camouflage lacking any insignia, and his worn-out military boots made him resemble a laborer from a construction site. "You dare to lay hands on them?" The voice that emerged from Yi Fengwu's throat was deep and menacing, akin to that of a ferocious beast, revealing the murderous intent that simmered within him. As a soldier of exceptional prowess, he had faced life and death countless times during missions, and the number of lives he had taken could easily form an elite battalion. Yet, he had never struggled so fiercely to contain his bloodlust. Damn it, what's wrong with using force? You, a mere ruffian, dare to meddle in the affairs of the Qin family? Get lost before I lose my temper, or I'll make sure you leave on a stretcher. Qin Shou scoffed derisively, then reached towards the girl beside Yi Fengwu, Jingxi. A sharp crack echoed as Yi Fengwu's powerful hand grasped Qin Shou's arm like a vice, the sound of bones creaking audible in the tense atmosphere. "How dare you?" Qin Shou seethed with rage, but before he could finish, he was met with a fierce gale. Bang! A resounding slap landed on Qin Shou's cheek, the force reverberating throughout the spacious hotel. With just one blow, the hefty figure of Qin Shou, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 180 pounds, fell face first to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, the sound of his nasal bones shattering clear to all. Qin Shou did not even have the chance to scream before he succumbed to unconsciousness. This shocking display of violence left everyone in the hotel dumbfounded. The surrounding security guards were momentarily paralyzed, unable to comprehend the speed and brutality with which Yi Fengwu had acted. Qin Qinghan, with her inherently gentle disposition, was rendered speechless at such a display of ferocity. Although she did not know Yi Fengwu, it was evident that his fury stemmed from Qin Shou's attempt to seize Jingxi from her, leading her to ponder the motives behind his actions. "Son." Upon witnessing his son in such a wretched state, Qin Fei's countenance darkened, and he barked at the security guards, "What are you waiting for? Go waste this scoundrel." Qin Guangnan, upon seeing his only grandson in peril, felt a sharp pang in his heart and spoke in a grave tone, "Do not hesitate. I shall handle the consequences." At this, the surrounding guests gasped in astonishment. The old patriarch of the Qin family had always doted on his grandson, and witnessing him so brutally assaulted had likely incited his wrath. The tone of his voice indicated that he had no intention of allowing this intruder to leave alive. The faces of the security guards lit up with excitement. Having followed the Qin family for years, they were no strangers to roughhousing, and they were all battle-hardened. Thus, they anticipated that this insolent young man would not survive the encounter. "Brothers, attack! Beat him to a pulp!" the leading security guard shouted, brandishing a rubber baton as he charged towards Yi Fengwu's head. With a gaze as frigid as ice, Yi Fengwu remained unfazed. As the baton descended upon him, he finally moved. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike was as swift as lightning, every punch and kick executed with the ferocity of a lion hunting its prey. As the strongest soldier, Yi Fengwu found the supposedly trained guards moving in slow motion before him. Before the guards could even complete half of their strikes, Yi Fengwu had unleashed 5 fists and 6 kicks. Cries of pain filled the air as the guards scattered like ragdolls, each sent flying several meters, crashing into and overturning 6 or 7 dining tables. Each guard sustained only a single blow, yet that blow rendered them incapable of rising again. In an instant, the hotel plunged back into a chilling silence, with everyone regarding Yi Fengwu as if he were a monster. His violence was beyond comprehension. After incapacitating the trained security guards, Yi Fengwu remained composed, turning to face Qin Guangnan and Qin Fei, his voice low and threatening. "Old man, do you wish to kill me?" The term, "old man," ignited an immediate fury in Qin Guangnan, but he understood the sheer brutality of the man before him. He was no ordinary thug. With his grandson's life hanging in the balance, continuing this confrontation could very well lead to a loss of face for him. Qin Guangnan then spoke in a grave tone, "Today is my birthday, and also the day of your engagement. Therefore, you will be engaged, whether you like it or not." Qin Qinghan, defiant, responded, "Grandfather, I have said it before. I have resigned myself to my fate. These past 8 years have been like living in hell. The only thing that has kept me going is Jingxi. If you force me to abandon her, I would rather wander the streets." Hearing her words, a sense of guilt surged within Yi Fengwu. Perhaps he did not love Qin Qinghan, but he felt deeply remorseful towards her. This remorse compelled him to care for her and seek to make amends. "You have no say in this," Qin Guangnan retorted coldly. Zhang Gu added, "Old Master Qin, my father will never agree to let a rapist's daughter enter the Zhang family." Clearly, While Zhang Gu was infatuated with Qin Shi Han, he had no intention of raising the daughter of a criminal. Upon witnessing this, Qin Guangnan's expression darkened further, and he pointed at Qin Shi Han, declaring, "Fine. If you choose to disregard a bright future, then go find yourself a rapist to marry. Are you attempting to play matchmaker for us?" Yi Fengwu interjected abruptly. At his words, everyone fell into stunned silence, and Qin Shi Han's face twisted with utter revulsion. Chapter 4. The engagement ring. Upon hearing Yi Fengwu's words, Qin Guangnan's brow furrowed immediately. Qin Fei leaned closer to his ear and remarked, "Dad, since Qin Shi Han refuses to drink the toast, let her live with a rapist. After all, that rapist won't last long. Eventually, she'll come crying back to Master Zhang." At these words, Qin Guangnan's expression shifted, and a sinister smile crept onto his face as he addressed Yi Fengwu. "If you fancy this wilting flower, then she is yours." His tone was akin to that of someone relinquishing a slave, utterly disregarding Qin Shi Han as a person, let alone his own granddaughter. The moment the words left his lips, Qin Shi Han's face drained of color. She understood that she could neither refuse nor resist. However, her parents were unable to accept the thought of their daughter being ruined by a rapist, let alone marrying one. "Dad, how can you treat Qin Han this way? She has contributed significantly to the Qin family. She is your granddaughter." Yang Yu shouted at Qin Guangnan. Qin Ji held Yang Yu down forcefully, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Let it be. Perhaps this is Qin Han's fate." Smack! A sharp slap echoed as it connected with Qin Ji's face, and Yang Yu scolded, "Qin Ji, you useless man. You can't even protect your own daughter." Qin Ji endured his wife's assault in silence, knowing he was powerless. His position within the Qin family left him incapable of safeguarding his daughter. Yi Fengwu gazed at the helplessness and despair in Qin Shi Han's eyes, feeling a pang of heartache. He could only murmur an apology to himself, for it was only through such means that he could protect her and her child. Then, Yi Fengwu remarked, "It seems you, old man, have orchestrated quite the affair. Since this is an engagement, there must be a ring, no?" With that, he produced an exquisite box from his pocket and slowly approached Qin Shi Han. As Yi Fengwu drew nearer, Qin Shi Han instinctively tightened her embrace around her child, her eyes brimming with wariness and disdain. Yi Fengwu endeavored to soften his gaze and smile, first addressing Jing Si. "Jing Si, may I be your father?" Jing Si looked up at Yi Fengwu, fear evident in her eyes, for she had just witnessed an exceedingly violent display from him. She shook her head and replied, "Mom won't agree." Yi Fengwu feigned a bitter expression and gently said, "If I were to be your father, no one could ever separate you two." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope crossed the little girl's eyes, yet she still did not nod, instead looking up at Qin Shi Han. Despite her wariness, disdain, and even fear, Qin Shi Han's unusual gaze remained fixed on Yi Fengwu. She sensed the genuine tenderness he held for Jing Si. This was a sincerity that could not be feigned, as she too was a mother and could perceive such heartfelt affection. However, she was acutely aware that rapists are often sadists, and she had witnessed his brutality firsthand. She could hardly fathom what her future might hold, trapped in a hellish existence. Yi Fengwu studied Qin Shi Han closely, captivated by her stunning visage, and found himself feeling a perverse sense of relief regarding the mistakes he had made in the past. "I had no idea you were so beautiful," Yi Fengwu suddenly said. At his words, Qin Shi Han bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with a fierce struggle. Unbeknownst to her, her current state was exceedingly alluring, causing even Yi Fengwu, a man of iron resolve, to momentarily lose his composure. "I'm sorry." Yi Fengwu finally uttered the 3 words he had longed to say for 8 years. Qin Shi Han was momentarily taken aback. She could not fathom the origin of this apology. Yi Fengwu opened the box and said to Qin Shi Han, "Marry me, and I shall ensure you and your daughter are protected." This proposal, romantic in the eyes of ordinary folk, took on a different tone when uttered by a rapist. Qin Shi Han, like any woman, had once dreamed of a beautiful love story. Yet, she had never experienced even a simple romance, let alone held a man's hand. Her life had been utterly shattered by a rapist. How she wished those words had come from a respectable man. Yet she knew she could not refuse. Her trembling hand instinctively reached out. Such a romantic proposal had become a farce within the hotel, with everyone mocking the scene. A rapist actually has a ring. It must have been stolen, Qin Fei scoffed derisively. It could very well be some cheap trinket, Zhang Gu added, his tone dripping with scorn and jealousy, lamenting that he should have been the one to place a ring on Qin Shi Han's finger. Suddenly, Zhang Gu retrieved a beautifully crafted box from his suit pocket and opened it. Under the light, a diamond ring of at least 10 carats sparkled brilliantly. In an instant, gasps echoed throughout the hotel. A 10-carat diamond was worth at least several million. Who would have thought Zhang Gu would expend such wealth for Qin Shi Han? "Qin Han, if you agree to put the child up for adoption, this ring can adorn your finger," Zhang Gu declared, his eyes brimming with arrogant delight. Women are often powerless against the allure of wealth and jewels, and thus, before a diamond worth over 10 million, even a proud woman like Qin Shi Han might feel compelled to commit any shameful act. This was Zhang Ji's experience, having toyed with numerous women. He understood that even the most haughty would succumb to the power of money. However, a moment later, Zhang Ji's expression soured, for upon revealing the $10 million diamond, he noticed that Qin Shi Han did not even spare him a glance. At that moment, Yi Fengwu slipped the ring onto Qin Shi Han's ring finger, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It fits perfectly." That is, a middle-aged man in a suit suddenly spotted the ring on Qin Shi Han's hand. In an instant, his expression turned one of profound shock, for the ring was adorned with a gemstone the size of a thumb, a sea blue gem that radiated brilliance even from several meters away. More onlookers were drawn to the ring, captivated by its dazzling blue hue, with many women displaying expressions of envy. In that moment, Zhang Ji's 10-carat diamond seemed to pale in comparison, as all eyes shifted toward the larger, more striking blue gemstone. The earlier suited man spoke gravely, "If I am not mistaken, that gem is likely a blue sea gem, one of the 3 rarest treasures in the world, with only 2 existing, each worth over $100 million. Upon hearing this, not only did the crowd gasp in disbelief, but even Qin Guangnan and his sons, along with Zhang Gu, widened their eyes in astonishment. Had this statement come from anyone else, they might have dismissed it as jest, but the speaker was a renowned jeweler from Haihua City, an exceptional appraiser. If the ring were genuine, it could buy 2 or 3 of the Qin family's properties. In that moment, Zhang Ji's previously proud gesture of lifting the diamond ring became increasingly embarrassing. He had been outdone by a rapist. Yet soon, Qin Guangnan dismissed the notion. Such a treasure should not be found in the possession of a rapist. Believing it to be authentic would be sheer folly. Moreover, this extraordinary gem rested upon the finger of a woman scorned. Throughout, Qin Shi Han had not once glanced at the ring on her hand. Even if it were worth over $100 million, it held no significance for her. She would never accept anything from him. After donning the ring, Qin Shi Han tightened her embrace around Jing Si once more. Yet everyone around held their breath, genuinely concerned that the gemstone might be scratched or damaged, given Qin Shi Han's casual handling of her child. Seeing that Qin Shi Han had accepted the ring, Yi Fengwu sighed in relief, then chuckled, "Wife, I'm hungry. Let us go home so I can savor your cooking." The term, wife, ignited a wave of repulsion within Qin Shi Han, yet she could not control his words. From his tone, it seemed he had just been released from prison and lacked a place to stay. Was she truly to bring a rapist home to live with her? "Mom, Uncle is hungry. Shall we go home?" Jingxi suddenly chimed in. At this, Qin Shi Han finally resigned herself with a nod and expressionless walked toward the hotel exit, followed closely by Qin Ji and Yang Yu. Chapter 5. Truly a windfall. Yi Fengwu did not hasten to depart. Instead, he leisurely approached the unconscious Qin Shou, raising his gaze towards Qin Guangnan with a smile that hinted at something sinister. "Old fellow, I, Yi Fengwu, must extend my gratitude once more for facilitating such a splendid affair. Today is your birthday, yet I arrive empty-handed, which is indeed a source of shame. Therefore, allow me to leave you with a profound impression." The words of Yi Fengwu carried an eerie undertone, leaving Qin Guangnan perplexed regarding his intentions. Without warning, Yi Fengwu lifted his foot and ruthlessly stomped down on Qin Shou's lower leg. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed in the ears of all present, followed immediately by a scream from Qin Shou that resembled the wail of a slaughtered pig. The force of this blow rendered Qin Shou's lower leg a grotesque mess of flesh and blood, with the bone nearly obliterated. Even the most skilled physician would only have one course of action: amputation. "Stop! You insolent brat!" Qin Guangnan exclaimed, his complexion paling. "My son." Qin Fei trembled with anguish. Bang! Yi Fengwu delivered another kick to Qin Shou, sending his hefty frame soaring like a sack, crashing onto the 5-tiered cake resting on the dining table. This single act irrevocably marred Qin Guangnan's birthday celebration. After accomplishing this, Yi Fengwu left with a spring in his step, pursuing his wife and daughter. Though he was a victorious warrior, his roguish demeanor and the decisiveness with which he acted were far more ruthless than even the most notorious figures in the underground world. Given how the Qin family had treated his wife and daughter, it was time for them to experience the purgatory that Qin Shi Han had endured over the years. Once Yi Fengwu's family departed, Qin Fei rushed to Qin Shou's side, who had once again succumbed to unconsciousness. The mangled lower leg was tethered by only a sliver of skin. "Call for an ambulance," Qin Fei bellowed in desperation. A member of the Qin family swiftly produced a phone and began dialing. What had originally been a grand celebration for the Qin family was now utterly ruined by a rapist, prompting the guests to leave one after another. In the end, only around 20 members of the Qin family remained in the hotel, with Qin Guangnan's face dark with fury. "Father, I will ensure he spends the rest of his life behind bars," Qin Fei declared, his expression vicious as he looked at Qin Guangnan. Qin Guangnan could scarcely bear to witness his grandson's plight, his expression grim as he responded, "Prison is too lenient a fate. I intend for him to suffer beyond compare. Since he chose to marry a withered flower, I shall make him watch as others desecrate his woman." My grandson's condition is a reflection of Qin Shi Han's failings. If Qin Shi Han were to hear Qin Guangnan's words, one could only imagine her reaction. Qin Shou was her grandson, and she herself was his granddaughter. Within the Qin family, Qin Shou wielded power like a spoiled heir, while she felt like a mere beast, a slave to their financial needs. Qin Guangnan refrained from alerting the authorities, unwilling to grant Yi Fengwu any advantages. He intended to employ his own means to ensure that Yi Fengwu would find life unbearable. The significant project for the Qin group tomorrow. Let Qin Xinghan handle the negotiations. An ominous glint flickered in Qin Guangnan's murky eyes. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei expressed confusion. Father, are you referring to the deal with Fengwu Real Estate Group? While Qin Xinghan possesses some skills, even I wouldn't have much confidence in securing a deal with such a powerful conglomerate. Qin Guangnan snorted. Fengwu Real Estate is formidable, with influential underground connections that cannot be dismissed. They certainly disdain the Qin family. However, the project manager in the suburbs is Jin Bao. Do you think Qin Xinghan will return unscathed after her encounter with him? At the mention of Jin Bao, Qin Fei instinctively stiffened, a hint of trepidation evident in his demeanor. Yet, he soon broke into a sly grin. Jin Bao is a notorious lecher. He will not let a woman of Qin Xinghan's beauty escape his clutches. It seems she is destined to fall prey to his vile desires. Jin Bao was not only the project manager for Fengwu Real Estate, but also held a significant position within the underground world. A veritable madman with a long list of heinous deeds, having violated countless women. After leaving the hotel, Yi Fengwu entered Qin Xinghan's car, a low-spec Chevrolet. For a high-ranking executive of the Qin group, this modest vehicle seemed rather meager. As they drove, Yi Fengwu occupied the passenger seat, while Qin Xinghan struggled to concentrate on her driving, sitting beside the very rapist she despised most. Fortunately, the journey was brief, and within 20 minutes, the Chevrolet arrived at a rather unremarkable residential complex. The complex lacked an elevator, and the Qin family resided on the 6th floor. Thankfully, the stairwell was relatively clean. Upon entering Qin Xinghan's home, Yi Fengwu discovered that it was merely a modest two-bedroom apartment of around 60 square meters. The living room was even smaller than the bedrooms, and the narrow kitchen and single bathroom were hardly spacious. The furnishings were mostly worn and outdated, yet the environment was impeccably tidied. Yi Fengwu frowned and remarked, I heard you are considered a high-ranking executive at the Qin group, earning at least a 6-figure salary each month. Is this residence not a bit lacking? Qin Xinghan maintained a cautious distance from Yi Fengwu, and upon hearing his comment, she pursed her lips but refrained from answering. Instead, she addressed her daughter. Mommy is going to prepare dinner. When it's ready, I'll call for you, all right? Jingxi glanced up at Yi Fengwu, her young mind seemingly grasping her mother's intent, and obediently retreated to the room shared with her mother. As for Yi Fengwu, he could certainly detect Qin Xinghan's wariness. She did not wish for him to be alone with Jingxi. Meanwhile, Yang Yu, harboring no fondness for the violent rapist, felt her anger surge as she retorted, Qin Xinghan is toiling like a beast at the Qin group, yet receives a mere ordinary salary. Thus, you cannot expect to take advantage of her. Upon hearing Yang Yu's taunt directed at Yi Fengwu, Qin Ji's expression changed dramatically. He shot her a warning glance, softly imploring, stop speaking recklessly. Do you wish to endanger us? It was evident that Qin Ji felt some fear of Yi Fengwu, especially given that he was a recently released rapist. After listening to Yang Yu's words, Yi Fengwu's expression turned sour. Observing his demeanor, Qin Xinghan's heart tightened, instinctively fearing that he might despise her for her lack of wealth. She dreaded that this idle criminal would harm her and her daughter over financial matters. I'm sorry. I should have come to find you sooner, Yi Fengwu suddenly said with a look of regret. Qin Xinghan found Yi Fengwu perplexing. Outwardly violent and cold-blooded, he nonetheless revealed an unusual tenderness towards her and Jingxi. What manner of torment did he intend to inflict upon her? You should rest in the living room for a while. I'll prepare dinner, Qin Xinghan sighed internally, resigned to take things one step at a time. Do you need any help? Yi Fengwu called out to her. However, Qin Xinghan clearly did not wish to engage in further conversation with him and promptly entered the kitchen, shutting the door firmly behind her. As Yi Fengwu watched her graceful figure vanish into the kitchen, he couldn't shake a feeling of disappointment. Not only is she beautiful and has an exquisite figure, but she is also so gentle. What a treasure! Yi Fengwu couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Though somewhat perverse, this was the truth of Yi Fengwu's feelings. Despite wearing somewhat loose casual attire, Qin Xinghan's alluring curves were unmistakably accentuated, leaving an indelible impression on Yi Fengwu. Pervert, Yang Yu remarked, unable to contain herself upon seeing Yi Fengwu's silly grin. Qin Ji's expression darkened, hurriedly pulling Yang Yu back towards their own room. Chapter 6. Love at first sight. The night breeze swirled around as Yi Fengwu curled his lips in disdain, retrieving a pack of exclusive cigarettes, unknown to ordinary people, from his pocket. After lighting one up, he settled onto the narrow sofa in the living room. That old fool won't let this go easily, will he? Well, I hope your games won't be too trivial. As he exhaled a smoke ring, his resolute gaze glimmered with a chilling hint of murderous intent. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the sound of chopping vegetables resonated from the kitchen, and the rhythmic thud of the knife against the cutting board felt unusually warm to Yi Fengwu's ears. Ever since the death of his adoptive mother when he was 14, followed by the disappearance of her daughter, the sister who had bullied him throughout his childhood, He had not felt the warmth of home for many years. Thus, from this day forth, wherever Qin Shi Han and her mother were, that would be his home. Whoever dared to harm a single strand of their hair would face his wrath. Just as Fengwu's vow lingered in the air, a sudden cry from the kitchen startled him. In an instant, he sprang up like a frightened rabbit and rushed to the kitchen door, flinging it open violently to find Qin Shi Han clutching her left pinky finger. Beside the half-chopped vegetables, a drop of crimson blood was unmistakably visible. A flicker of concern crossed Fengwu's eyes. He felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate that knife. Qin Shi Han's knife skills were quite adept, yet today, her worries had distracted her, causing her to injure her finger. She had not anticipated that Fengwu would burst in so suddenly. "Let me see," he said, stepping into the already cramped kitchen. With no room to retreat, Qin Shi Han had no choice but to allow him to grasp her hand. "Don't touch me," Qin Shi Han warned, her expression wary, attempting to withdraw her hand, only to witness Fengwu suddenly place her injured finger in his mouth, sucking on it. This unexpected act caused her cheeks to flush crimson, quickly followed by feelings of disgust and anger. "What are you doing?" Smack! In a reflexive reaction, she slapped Fengwu across the face, the sound resonating sharply in the small kitchen. Fengwu could have evaded her strike, yet he chose not to. He owed her that much. Throughout it all, he never released her finger, the taste surprisingly pleasant, although he knew that sucking on an injured finger wouldn't accomplish much. What irked Fengwu was the realization that in idol dramas, whenever the female lead hurt herself, the male lead would perform such a gesture, and she would always be touched. Yet, why did it feel utterly ineffective with Qin Shi Han? Reluctantly releasing her finger, he noticed her leaning against the wall, her previous anger now replaced by a hint of fear. The slap had been purely instinctual, and she sensed that he might retaliate. To her surprise, Fengwu not only remained calm but grinned cheekily. "Don't worry about it. I deserve this." With that, he picked up the knife again and added, "You tell me how to cut, and I will do the chopping. You just focus on cooking." Watching the tenderness in Fengwu's eyes as he prepared to cut the vegetables left Qin Shi Han in a tangled mess of thoughts. What exactly did he intend to do to her? Observing her leaning against the wall, clearly at a loss, Fengwu sighed, "Wifey, hurry up and cook. I haven't eaten all day." At his words, Qin Shi Han felt even more lost, unsure of how to guard against him. With an expressionless face, she replied, "Just cut them into pieces." After speaking, she picked up 2 potatoes, preparing to wash and peel them. I'll do it. Your hand shouldn't get wet. It will affect the healing," Fengwu insisted, snatching the potatoes from her hands, resembling a new son-in-law anxious to please his mother-in-law, fearing he might be scorned for not contributing enough. In that moment, Qin Shi Han found herself at a loss once more, questioning whether Fengwu truly was a rapist. Half an hour later, the family of 5 sat around the table, the atmosphere thick with tension rather than joy. Fengwu, ravenous, took a bite of the meal and widened his eyes, giving Qin Shi Han a thumbs up. "Wifey, your cooking is incredible. It's truly a blessing for me, Fengwu, to marry you." With that, he devoured his food voraciously. Fengwu's compliments were sincere. He had dined at few restaurants, and it was rare for him to find a meal worthy of such praise. Meanwhile, Qin Shi Han, hearing his accolades, felt no joy. She picked up her chopsticks and gently offered a bite of vegetables to Jingxi, saying softly, "Jingxi, it's time to eat." Qin Shi Han hadn't eaten a single bite during today's banquet, yet her bowl remained untouched. Yang Yu and Qin Ji were also consumed by their meals, their hearts clearly rejecting this unexpected son-in-law. Just then, Qin Shi Han's phone rang. The caller ID read, "Uncle," causing her brow to furrow, yet she still answered. "Uncle, is there something you need?" Despite their strained relationship, Qin Shi Han maintained a soft tone. Soon, Qin Fei's voice came through the phone, and her expression turned increasingly troubled. Fengwu observed her changing demeanor, his brows furrowing slightly. Yang Yu inquired, "Qin Han, what does Qin Fei want?" After hanging up, Qin Shi Han replied, her face etched with concern, "He wants me to go to the Fengwu engineering department for negotiations and signing tomorrow." At her words, Yang Yu and Qin Ji's faces darkened instantly. The former angrily exclaimed, "What a schemer Qin Fei is, and Qin Guangnan too. He is trying to push you into a dead end." Anyone with sense knows that the head of the Fengwu engineering department is Jin Bao, a tyrant and a lecherous madman. Countless women have suffered at his hands. Qin Guangnan is clearly pushing you into a fire pit. You cannot go. Qin Ji's expression was equally grim. He turned to Qin Shi Han, stating, "Your mother is right. You mustn't go." Yet, Qin Shi Han bitterly responded, "If I don't go, Grandpa will dismiss me from the Qin group. Without a job, how can I support you both in Jingxi?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yu and Qin Ji's expressions turned awkward. For years, the couple had lived idly, relying entirely on Qin Han for their financial support. If she lost her job, they would truly have to fend for themselves. Although Qin Han was exceptionally capable, once dismissed from the Qin family, it was unlikely that any company would dare to hire her. "Don't worry. I'm just going for negotiations. I might not even encounter Jin Bao," Qin Shi Han reassured them. At that moment, Fengwu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "Don't go. I'll find a way to handle the money situation." Yang Yu and Qin Ji both cast disdainful glances at Yi Fengwu, as if to say, where would a recently released rapist find money? Even Qin Han merely shook her head in disbelief. After the family had finished their first dinner amidst the gloom, Yi Fengwu washed the dishes before Qin Han could. The events at Qin Guangnan's birthday banquet had left the family, excluding Yi Fengwu, utterly exhausted, so Qin Ji and Yang Yu retired early for the night. Qin Han, clutching her clothes, entered the cramped bathroom, and soon the sound of running water echoed from behind the closed door. Yi Fengwu gazed at the bathroom door, gritting his teeth. How does she manage in such a tiny shower? I truly want to see. Smack, alone, Yi Fengwu could only sit on the sofa, smoking. Though he had a strong craving, he would never indulge while on a mission. 20 minutes later, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a damp-haired Qin Han emerging in loose sleepwear. While it concealed her slender waist, it failed to hide her alluring curves. The beauty emerging from the bath was particularly enticing, and Qin Han stood out even more. Initially, Yi Fengwu had regarded caring for Qin Han and her mother as a duty born from guilt, yet upon truly seeing Qin Han, all notions of duty and remorse faded into insignificance. It seemed he had unwittingly touched upon the clutch of love at first sight. Chapter 7. Sheep entering the tiger's den. How could Qin Han fail to perceive the fervent gaze with which Yi Fengwu regarded her? This awareness heightened her vigilance, prompting her to clutch her clothes and hastily flee to the bedroom. Bang! The door was firmly shut behind her, yet Yi Fengwu did not hear the sound of the lock clicking. Could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Fengwu extinguished his cigarette and strode directly to the door of Qin Han's bedroom. Click! Upon pushing the door open, his eyes fell upon Qin Han and her daughter, who lay on the bed. At that moment, Jingxi was already fast asleep beside Qin Han. Meanwhile, Qin Han curled herself tightly within the blankets, resembling a frightened little bird, her vigilant eyes glistening with tears. Wife, where shall I sleep? Yi Fengwu inquired softly, as if afraid to disturb Jingxi's slumber. Qin Han understood that all his tenderness was mere pretense. He would inevitably extend his brutal claws towards her. Yet soon, Yi Fengwu spotted the place where he was meant to sleep. The narrow floor was evidently covered with a layer of bedding. How considerate of his wife. Consequently, Yi Fengwu lay down upon it, finding it quite comfortable, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air. However, when he raised his eyes to look at Qin Han, he found her still regarding him with a watchful gaze, her pale hands clutching the blanket tightly against her chest. With a bitter tone, Yi Fengwu remarked, "If you feel uncomfortable and unable to sleep, I can make do on the sofa in the living room for the night." Very well. Yi Fengwu had thought that his self-sacrifice would evoke some sympathy in Qin Han, but her cold and indifferent response plunged his spirits into despair. With a glum expression, he gathered the bedding and exited the bedroom, cursing himself for pretending to be so serious. Yi Fengwu had a habit of staying up late and rising early. Thus, the following morning, while the family remained lost in slumber, he went downstairs to stretch his limbs and bought a few breakfast items. Of course, this diligence still failed to elicit even a smile from Qin Han. Dressed in a sky-blue professional outfit, she appeared elegant and refined, even without makeup. She declined breakfast, instructing Qin Ji and his wife, "Mom and Dad, please take Jingxi to school. I will pick her up in the afternoon." After saying this, Qin Han hurriedly left. Today, she was headed to Fengwu Engineering to discuss a project. If successful, she might earn a commission, as Fengwu Real Estate was among the top companies in all of Haihua City. "I'll accompany you," Yi Fengwu called out. However, the only response he received was her graceful silhouette fading from view. That moment, Yang Yu remarked, "If you truly wish to live in this household, then you should find a respectable job, so as not to burden Qin Han alone." After speaking, Yang Yu and Qin Ji went off to escort Jingxi to school. Yi Fengwu pouted, muttering, "It is indeed time to find work." However, the job he referred to was not about seeking employment, but rather the secret mission he had upon returning to the city. Thus, Yi Fengwu took out his phone and dialed a number, saying, "Lin Chong. What is the address of Luohuang Group?" Haihua City is an autonomous city in China, teeming with numerous business tycoons, and Qin Han's purpose for visiting was Fengwu Engineering, located in the development zone of Haihua City. It was said that a high-end villa complex would be constructed there within 2 years, covering an area of several thousand acres. Countless companies were vying to collaborate with Fengwu Engineering, as the profit margins were substantial. The project department of Fengwu Engineering was established in a line of large, makeshift 2-story houses on an open plot of land. When Qin Han parked her low-spec Chevrolet downstairs, it immediately attracted disdainful glances from many passers-by, including both workers and tattooed young men. Such a low-end vehicle elicited scorn from the young men, as all the companies that came to negotiate partnerships typically arrived in luxury cars. However, when Qin Han, clad in her professional attire, emerged from the driver's seat, all eyes widened in astonishment. Several individuals even whistled in such a chaotic construction site. It was rare to spot any woman, let alone a breathtaking beauty like Qin Han. "Beautiful lady, what brings you here?" Several young men approached, their eyes roving over her curvaceous figure, laughter dancing in their gaze. Though Qin Xinghan had long grown accustomed to the attention, she felt a pang of anxiety upon realizing she was on Jin Bao's turf. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and replied, "Hello, I am Qin Xinghan from the Qin Group. I would like to speak with your supervisor about a project." Upon hearing that such a stunning beauty had come to discuss a project, the expressions of the young men transformed into delight, one of them grinning, "Follow me." He then led Qin Xinghan toward the two-story makeshift building. In no time, the young man brought her to the door of an office. "Brother Bao, someone is here to discuss a project," he called out at the office entrance. "Get lost, what project? Don't disturb me while I'm resting," came a coarse voice from within. The young man chuckled and continued, "Brother Bao, you won't be disappointed." With that, he boldly pushed the door open, allowing Qin Xinghan to enter first. Damn it! Jin Bao was reclining in his office chair, dozing off. When the door swung open unexpectedly, he was about to unleash a string of curses. However, upon catching sight of Qin Xinghan's exquisite form and enchanting face, the burly man with a buzz cut was instantly taken aback, his words dying on his lips. At that moment, Jin Bao was as if jolted awake, his eyes ablaze with excitement. He had never encountered such a beauty before. Yet soon, his astonishment morphed into lecherous intent, and he hastily smiled at Qin Xinghan. "So you're here to discuss a project. Please, take a seat, take a seat." As he spoke, he retrieved a bottle of liquor and 2 tall glasses, filling them both to the brim. Qin Xinghan's brow furrowed immediately. The office not only exuded an unpleasant odor, but also boasted a bar and a sizable bed. Thus, she felt a compelling urge to retreat. That moment, Jin Bao waved dismissively at the young man, then turned his gaze to Qin Xinghan, smiling. "Which company do you represent, beautiful?" The young man instantly grasped the implication and, with a sly grin, exited, closing the door tightly behind him. Seeing the door shut, Qin Xinghan's confidence dwindled further. Taking a deep breath, she stated, "Hello, Mr. Jane. I'm Qin Xinghan from the Qin Group. I am here to discuss a potential collaboration with Fengwu Engineering, and I hope you will consider giving us this opportunity." Jin Bao's eyes glimmered with amusement as he regarded Qin Xinghan's alluring figure and stunning visage. "Ah, so you are from the Qin Group. I've heard that Qin Guangnan has a granddaughter of unparalleled beauty who was raped at the age of 16. That must be you, right?" At his words, Qin Xinghan's face visibly paled. This was a stain she could never erase from her life. Every mention of it sent her heart into turmoil. Consequently, she replied, her tone somewhat stiff, "Mr. Jane, the Qin Group is willing to minimize profit margins to the lowest possible level. If we can collaborate with Fengwu Engineering, what conditions do you have?" Jin Bao maintained his lewd smile as he retorted, "Manager Qin, you must be well aware that this project at Fengwu Engineering is substantial, with numerous companies offering conditions similar to yours. In fact, many companies are willing to forego profits just to partner with Fengwu Real Estate. So why should I grant this opportunity to the Qin Group?" After saying this, Jin Bao settled into his office chair, then pulled another chair closer, gesturing for her to sit. Gazing at the chair adjacent to Jin Bao, Qin Xinghan's brows knitted tightly. She was not naive enough to misunderstand his intentions. She longed to turn and leave, but with her mortgage looming, if this deal fell through, her grandfather might seize the chance to dismiss her, leaving her unable to support her family. Hence, with a heavy heart, she approached, shifting the chair slightly to maintain a meter's distance from Jin Bao before sitting down. Jan Bao's lecherous gaze remained fixated on Qin Xinghan's alluring figure, yet her conservative professional attire thwarted his attempts to take advantage. Noticing her wariness, Jin Bao's expression gradually soured, and he pushed a glass filled with red wine toward her, grunting, "Manager Qin, I'll be frank with you. The decision of with whom to collaborate on this project lies solely with me, Jin Bao. Therefore, if your Qin Group wishes to seize this lucrative opportunity, then drink this glass of wine and lie on that bed. Afterward, you will receive a handsome commission, and you will also have my special attention." As he spoke, Jin Bao reached out a fat hand toward Qin Xinghan's thigh. Chapter 8. Which hand upon witnessing the scene, Qin Xinghan's already gloomy countenance instantly transformed into one of fury. As she beheld that loathsome hand reaching toward her, she abruptly rose, seizing her wine glass to douse Jin Bao's face with its contents. Not only had she failed to gain any advantage, but she was now left with the humiliation of having wine splattered across her face. Enraged and humiliated, Jin Bao erupted, shouting, "Damn it! You chose to disregard my hospitality and now you'll face the consequences. What pretense of nobility is this? Aren't you just a worn-out shoe, violated by others?" Qin Xinghan, her chest heaving with anger, retorted, "Mr. Jin, I came here to discuss a project. It appears we shall not have the opportunity to collaborate." With that, she turned and strode toward the exit. "Thinking of leaving? Once you've entered this door, you'll find yourself on that bed," Jin Bao sneered, his hefty frame lunging toward Qin Xinghan. Terrified, her complexion drained of color, she regretted her decision to come in a desperate bid. She shoved a chair toward Jin Bao, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground. Seizing the moment, Qin Xinghan hurried toward the door, but as she took her first step, Jin Bao grasped her high-heeled shoe. "You filthy woman, you can't escape." In a one that Jin Bao has set his sights on has ever eluded my grasp. Jin Bao, sprawled on the floor, clutched her shoe tightly while raising his right hand in an attempt to seize her calf. In response, Qin Shinghan lifted her right foot and forcefully stomped down on Jin Bao's hand, the sharp heel instantly inflicting a deep gash, causing blood to spill forth. Ah, damn it. Jin Bao recoiled, his hand retreating in pain, releasing his grip on her shoe. Seeing her chance, Qin Shinghan dashed for the door. Bang. Just as she reached for the handle, the door was violently thrust open, and 5 or 6 menacing young men surged in, slamming the door shut and locking it behind them. Damn it, strip her and tie her to the bed, Jin Bao bellowed. Qin Shinghan's heart sank, retreating into the corner with her arms crossed, feeling utterly defeated. At Jin Bao's command, the young men leered and lunged toward Qin Shinghan. Ah, she screamed, despair washing over her as she closed her eyes in resignation. Bang! Suddenly, a tremendous sound echoed in everyone's ears, followed by the sight of a door flying open, slamming into one of the assailants just as he was about to pounce on Qin Shinghan, knocking him to the ground. The abrupt turn of events stunned the remaining youths, and even Jin Bao glared angrily toward the entrance. From outside, a man clad in camouflage, towering at least 6 feet tall and possessing a robust physique, strolled in. His icy demeanor was reminiscent of a ravenous wolf, instilling a chill in the hearts of the young men as they met his gaze. Qin Shinghan, teetering on the brink of despair and even contemplating death, felt a flicker of hope upon realizing that no one had touched her. She opened her eyes to see the imposing figure at the door. It's him, she thought, a wave of gratitude washing over her as tears filled her eyes, gazing in astonishment at the tall silhouette. The newcomer was Fengwu, acutely aware of the treachery that lurked in the hearts of men, and he could not possibly allow Qin Shinghan to navigate the treacherous waters of the Fengwu project department alone. You dare lay a hand on my woman? You truly have no concept of mortality. His voice, cold and laden with menace, resonated through the room. Furious, Jin Bao shouted to the young men, damn it, if you dare ruin my plans, take him out. Bury him anywhere on the site. For Jin Bao, a man with a history of violent deeds, the thought of murder bore no weight on his conscience. At his command, the youths, their eyes ablaze with rage, charged at Fengwu. Bang! In a swift motion, Fengwu executed a side kick, his heavy military boot colliding with one young man's abdomen, sending him crashing into the wall 3 meters away, leaving a sizable dent in the flimsy wooden panel. Then, stepping forward, Fengwu delivered a powerful punch to the second assailant's chest. The sound of the impact was a low, muffled thud, causing the young man to fly backward, collapsing against the wall, unconscious. Fengwu's strikes were unyielding, each one targeted and lethal. He showed no mercy, treating each attack as if he were battling a fierce beast. In mere seconds, the 5 young men, accustomed to brawling, were all incapacitated, each falling without a shred of consciousness after a single blow. This was not Qin Shinghan's first encounter with Fengwu's brutal methods and extraordinary prowess, yet it was Jin Bao's first experience with someone so formidable. However, as a small-time figure in the underground world, Jin Bao quickly masked his fear, attempting to maintain composure. Brother, impressive skills. If you join forces with me, you'll never have to worry about money or women again. What do you say? Which hand? Fengwu slowly approached Jin Bao, his tone a chilling whisper. What? Jin Bao furrowed his brow, seemingly unable to comprehend Fengwu's inquiry. Which hand touched my wife? Fengwu repeated, his voice growing ever more foreboding. Jin Bao's expression shifted to one of dread, his voice low, brother. Just as the word brother left his lips, Fengwu was upon him, moving with an incomprehensible speed. Before Jin Bao could react, Fengwu's large hand gripped the back of his head. Bang! The sound of impact resonated as Jin Bao's ample face collided with the sturdy mahogany table, blood instantly staining the surface, deepening its already rich hue. Fengwu grasped Jin Bao by the neck and effortlessly lifted him off the ground, despite Jin Bao's considerable weight. Still unwilling to speak? Then I'll render your limbs useless, Fengwu declared, his gaze icy. Gulp. Big brother, I didn't even touch my sister-in-law's him. I beg you, spare me. Jin Bao's earlier bravado evaporated, replaced by a desperate plea. Having navigated the underground world for over 20 years, he had never encountered someone so terrifying. A single hand could lift him effortlessly, leaving him utterly powerless against Fengwu's wrath. Which hand? Fengwu pressed, unwavering. Jin Bao felt as though death were imminent. He genuinely had not laid a finger on her. Did merely touching her shoe count? His hand had nearly been crushed by Qin Shinghan's heel. Yet, he understood that if he did not provide an answer, Fengwu might indeed render him crippled. Reluctantly, he extended his left hand, bitterly admitting, this one? Crack. Fengwu seized Jin Bao's left hand and twisted it ruthlessly. A blood-curdling scream erupted as Jin Bao's arm contorted grotesquely. The sound was akin to a pig being slaughtered, causing Qin Shinghan to turn away in horror. Crack. Another anguished cry followed as Fengwu twisted Jin Bao's right arm into an equally horrific shape. Bang! Fengwu cast Jin Bao aside, his arms now resembling limp noodles, writhing in agony on the floor. Yet Yi Fengwu showed no signs of restraint. He raised his foot, aiming to crush Jin Bao's left leg. Stop. He truly did not touch me. He merely frightened me. Qin Qinghan interjected earnestly. Jin Bao had not laid a hand on her, nor had the young men. She wished to prevent Yi Fengwu from continuing to torment Jin Bao, recognizing that Fenghao engineering wielded considerable influence and that Jin Bao was merely a pawn in their game. Though she despised Yi Fengwu for his past, she did not want him to confront the entire Fenghao engineering on her behalf. Crack! Another anguished scream filled the air as Yi Fengwu's foot descended mercilessly, shattering Jin Bao's calf. Witnessing this, Qin Qinghan's complexion paled further. She cried out, "Enough! He really did not touch me. Neither did those men." Silence! Yi Fengwu roared, turning sharply to glare at Qin Qinghan, his tone frigid, his eyes ablaze with fury. Qin Qinghan, already timid, was struck with fear at Yi Fengwu's thunderous command, her face draining of color as she screamed in terror. Chapter 9. The Eastern Dragon Overlord. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Fengwu finally recognized that his emotions had spiraled out of control. He was exceedingly anxious about Qin Qinghan and of course, he was also filled with indignation, angered that Qin Qinghan, fully aware of the peril this endeavor posed to him, still chose to recklessly place herself in harm's way. However, he soon regretted his earlier outburst directed at her. At this moment, he could not afford to leave any negative impression on Qin Qinghan. Thus, Yi Fengwu twitched the corner of his mouth, forcing a somewhat rigid smile, and remarked, "Well, I'm merely helping you vent." As he spoke, Yi Fengwu crushed another of Jin Bao's calves beneath his foot. He had already instructed Lin Chang to gather information about Jin Bao, learning that this individual had committed numerous heinous acts, even violating many women. Yi Fengwu could hardly bear to contemplate what might have transpired had he arrived even a moment later. Qin Qinghan would have been victimized, a fate he could never forgive himself for if it had come to pass. Jin Bao was now in such agony that he had lost consciousness, yet Yi Fengwu showed no signs of fatigue. He was willing to expend a significant amount of his energy to torment such a man. Consequently, he poured an entire bottle of red wine over Jin Bao's head. Arg! Jin Bao awakened once more in torment, unable to move as he lay on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain and muttering, You truly are ruthless. Do you even know who I am?" Bang! Yi Fengwu swung the empty wine bottle directly against Jin Bao's head. Amid Jin Bao's agonized shrieks, Yi Fengwu plunged the jagged end of the broken bottle into his shoulder. This scene was exceedingly violent, causing Qin Qinghan to avert her gaze entirely. She had anticipated that Yi Fengwu might exhibit brutality, but she had never envisioned him being so ferocious. His methods of torment were enough to send shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, Yi Fengwu pulled up a chair and seated himself, addressing Jin Bao, "You are not worthy of my acquaintance. However, I should be familiar with your boss." Jin Bao spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, never having imagined that he would be subjected to such inhumane torture. This man was utterly unhinged. Yet, upon hearing Yi Fengwu claim to know his boss, Jin Bao erupted into laughter. "Such arrogance. How could our boss possibly know someone like you? I concede defeat today, but my boss will surely avenge me. Just wait to be torn to shreds, and your woman will." Before Jin Bao could finish his sentence, Yi Fengwu stomped down on his mangled hand, the sound of shattering bones sending a jolt through the air. Qin Qinghan's face turned pale as she stated, "We should leave immediately. We cannot afford to provoke Fenghao Real Estate." Though Qin Qinghan had never encountered the elusive boss of Fenghao Real Estate, she had heard tales from her grandfather. The underworld of Haihua City was divided between two titans, the Eastern Dragon Overlord and the Western Tiger of Black Wind, who dominated all gray forces within the city. The Qin family was considered a prominent clan in Haihua, yet even they dared not contend with either the Eastern Dragon or the Western Tiger. The boss of Fenghao Real Estate was none other than Jiang Hao, known as the Eastern Dragon Overlord, a ruthless figure who had risen to prominence within a mere 8 years, rumored to have countless lives on his hands. Yi Fengwu remained seated, lighting a cigarette as he remarked, "Weren't we here to discuss a project? If it falls through, wouldn't your grandfather take the opportunity to dismiss you?" At his words, a bitter taste filled Qin Qinghan's heart. If her life were at stake, what use was there in pursuing a project? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, the sound of screeching brakes echoed from outside, followed by the incessant opening and closing of car doors. At that moment, Qin Qinghan's countenance drained of color. Jin Bao cackled maniacally in agony, "Ha ha, just wait to die, kid." Instantly, a throng of menacing figures surged through the doorway, each brandishing steel pipes. This sight startled Qin Qinghan, causing her to instinctively draw closer to Yi Fengwu. Yet, Yi Fengwu remained as composed as ever, pulling up a chair and saying, "Come, sit down, and we shall await the signing of the project." Yi Fengwu's words left Qin Qinghan at a loss. If not for her impeccable upbringing, she would have wanted to berate him. Even now, he was fixated on the project. However, she knew they were both facing death, and she could only steel herself and follow his lead. Thus, Qin Qinghan reluctantly took a seat, though her entire body trembled uncontrollably. "Dare to cause a ruckus in my Fenghao engineering department. You had better provide me with a reason to allow you to leave alive. At that moment, a path opened in the crowd, and a robust figure strode in. This man appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s, clad in a black trench coat, a menacing scar extending from his left eye down to his cheek, transforming his once handsome face into a visage of terror. With a mere glance, Qin Shinghan's face paled once more. Though she had never encountered Jiang Hao, she had heard descriptions of him, and that distinctive scar could belong to no one else but the Eastern Dragon Overlord, a figure capable of wielding absolute power in Haihua City's underworld. In that moment, Qin Shinghan realized that both she and Yi Fengwu were doomed, as Jiang Hao could easily eliminate them. Even the Qin family would not dare to call the authorities. Thus, she turned to Yi Fengwu and said, "I'm sorry. I have brought you into this mess." Though she loathed Yi Fengwu for being a rapist, it did not mean she was devoid of compassion. After all, he had come to rescue her. Why Yi Fengwu turned to Qin Shinghan, his expression rigid, and said, "Wife, if we survive today, shall we obtain a marriage certificate tomorrow? I cannot shake the feeling of unease until we do." As he spoke, Yi Fengwu boldly grasped Qin Shinghan's hand, which felt ice-cold to him. She was indeed terrified. Qin Shinghan initially intended to pull away, yet Yi Fengwu's grip was too strong, rendering her unable to escape. She wished to refuse him, but upon seeing his exaggeratedly pitiful gaze, her heart softened. Perhaps they would not see another day. Eventually, she nodded, "Very well." Seeing Qin Shinghan acquiesce, Yi Fengwu broke into a wide grin. However, this smile did not last long, as his expression gradually turned icy, and he looked toward Jiang Hao, saying, "My wife is here to discuss a project, yet your men dared to lay hands on her. Is that a sufficient reason?" Upon hearing Yi Fengwu's words, Qin Shinghan's face reflected bitterness. What kind of justification was that? Jiang Hao and Jin Bao were clearly in cahoots. He had no genuine need for a reason. "Brother Hao, please help me take care of this bastard," Jin Bao pleaded, his face contorted in desperation as he gazed up at Jiang Hao. In that moment, Jiang Hao's menacing demeanor remained peculiarly unchanged, his gaze fixated on Yi Fengwu, his robust frame subtly trembling. "Brother Hao, you must stand up for your brother," Jin Bao continued to plead. Though Jiang Hao remained still, his reputation as the Eastern Dragon Overlord and the ominous aura surrounding him made Qin Shinghan too fearful to look him in the eye. She felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. At last, Jiang Hao spoke. "Wake them all up." His voice was hoarse and deep at his command. The group behind him hesitated for a moment, but they soon moved forward to rouse the youth Yi Fengwu had previously knocked unconscious. As the 6 young men regained consciousness, they erupted into cries of anguish, each nursing several broken ribs. "Brother Hao, Brother Hao." The 6, despite the pain coursing through their bodies, greeted Jiang Hao. His expression was chillingly cold as he seized a steel pipe from one of his subordinates and swung it mercilessly at one young man's thigh. The force of the blow was immense, without an ounce of restraint. Bang arg! The sound of screams and shattering bones echoed in everyone's ears. The strike caught not only the young man but everyone present completely off guard, including Qin Shinghan, who gasped in shock, covering her mouth. After breaking one man's leg, Jiang Hao did not pause. He swung the steel pipe once more, this time targeting another young man's thigh. Crack! Once again, the youth let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground, his leg bending grotesquely. Brother Hao, what have we done wrong?" The remaining 4 youths were utterly stunned, unable to move as they anxiously inquired about their transgressions. However, those familiar with Jiang Hao understood that he always had his reasons for his actions. Chapter 10. Wu Gu. Thus, while the dozens of subordinates behind Jiang Hao were astonished, not a single one dared to utter a word. Bang, bang, bang. Without a word, Jiang Hao relentlessly struck down with his stick. The golden leopard, already paralyzed with fear, was equally bewildered. He could not fathom what he had done wrong. How could the ever-loyal Hao Gu suddenly turn against a brother? At that moment, Jiang Hao crouched before the golden leopard, his voice cold as ice. "This time, I shall make you aware of your mistakes." He then pointed towards Yi Fengwu and Qin Shinghan, reiterating, "He is my brother. She is my sister-in-law." As the words fell, the golden leopard's eyes widened in shock, subsequently clouded by despair and bitterness. He never imagined he would extend his claws towards the very woman Hao Gu referred to as sister-in-law. In that instant, he finally realized that the one who would not leave alive today was him. The few youths with broken legs trembled in terror, having dared to lay hands on Hao Ji's brother and sister-in-law, akin to boasting of their longevity before the Grim Reaper. Behind Jiang Hao, his eager subordinates gaped in disbelief, finally understanding why Hao Gu was acting so unusually today. However, what shocked them the most was the revelation that someone in Haihua City could be referred to as Hao Ji's brother. Who on earth could that be? Most taken aback was Qin Shinghan. When the Eastern Dragon Overlord referred to her as his sister-in-law, her mind went blank, overwhelmed by the revelation. Could it be that Yi Fengwu was not only a rapist but also involved with an underground organization? What sins had she committed to agree to marry a fugitive? Though the golden leopard knew his fate was sealed, he still wept and pleaded with Yi Fengwu and Qin Shinghan. "Brother, sister-in-law, your younger brother is blind. but I swear I never laid a finger on sister-in-law. Please, I beg you, spare my worthless life. Qin Xinghan, being a woman of gentle disposition, found it hard to suppress her compassion even for the wicked, especially when they showed remorse. Thus, her expression grew increasingly conflicted. She wished to intercede but lacked the courage to speak. Jiang Hao turned to Yi Fengwu and said, "Wu Gu, please say something." Yi Fengwu exhaled a puff of smoke, extinguishing the cigarette, but with a stoic demeanor before responding indifferently, "It shouldn't be too troublesome for you, right?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately understood. He rose and commanded, "Prepare 7 burlap sacks, dispose of them properly." As soon as he spoke, the faces of the golden leopard and the other 6 youths turned ashen. "Hao Gu, please." One of the subordinates began to plead, only to be dragged away by 2 others. The remaining individuals, including the golden leopard, were similarly dragged out like dead dogs. The golden leopard ceased to plead for mercy, for he understood Jiang Hao. The Eastern Dragon Overlord had ascended to his current position through ruthless methods beyond ordinary comprehension. Pleading for mercy would only deepen his suffering. Yi Fengwu sensed Qin Xinghan trembling, her palms growing increasingly cold. He knew she was terrified. After all, she was a gentle soul who had never witnessed such brutality. Therefore, Yi Fengwu endeavored to soften his tone, smiling at Qin Xinghan. "It's all right. They often do this. Moreover, good deeds bring good rewards, and evil deeds bring evil consequences. The likes of the golden leopard have only met their just deserts." However, Yi Fengwu's attempt at reassurance only caused Qin Xinghan's tightly wound nerves to snap. She covered her mouth with one hand, nearly bursting into tears, as scalding tears streamed between her fingers. Of course, Qin Xinghan's tears were not born from sympathy for the golden leopard and his companions. Rather, it was the overwhelming aura of the Eastern Dragon Overlord that frightened her. After all, she was merely an ordinary person. She had never encountered murder. 7 lives hung in the balance, and a single word from him had sealed their fates. Yi Fengwu, sensing her distress, redirected his fury towards Jiang Hao, scolding, "Could you not have dragged them out and then killed them? Must you do it here?" Jiang Hao's face turned awkward at the rebuke, yet he managed to smile towards Qin Xinghan, saying, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I will be more careful next time." Next time. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan's tears flowed even more freely. Rumor had it that this man had countless lives on his conscience, but now it seemed he bore the weight of 1,000. After all, she had known this man, who had forcibly intruded into her life, for less than a day. She knew nothing of his past, nor his character. The only certainty was that he was far more terrifying than the Eastern Dragon Overlord. Seeing Qin Xinghan cry even harder, Yi Fengwu shot Jiang Hao a fierce glare, growling, "Get lost." Hee. Rather than being angered by the reprimand, Jiang Hao only grinned wider, like a wayward subordinate caught in mischief. This scene left the dozens of subordinates behind Jiang Hao utterly stunned. They had never witnessed the formidable Hao Gu in such a subservient manner. Was this truly the Eastern Dragon Overlord who reigned over the underworld of Haihua City? Gradually, they began to understand one thing. The person who commanded such respect from Hao Gu must be extraordinarily remarkable. Jiang Hao felt no discomfort in lowering himself before his subordinates. On the contrary, he deemed it entirely appropriate, for in all of Huaxia, there was but one person who could make him set aside his pride, this man before him. Meanwhile, Yi Fengwu's expression gradually darkened as he turned his gaze towards Jiang Hao, speaking softly yet with an undercurrent of gravity. "Xiao Hao, you've grown wings now, daring to use anyone. How much of the principles we established back then do you still uphold?" Upon hearing the somber tone laced with disappointment, Jiang Hao's heart tightened, and he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He was not one to indulge in explanations. He understood Yi Fengwu's temperament well. When one was wrong, one was wrong. Explanations could only diminish his own worth in Yi Fengwu's eyes. Thus, Jiang Hao chose silence, lifting his right leg to rest upon the table. Just as everyone was puzzled by his intentions, he suddenly swung the steel pipe in his hand without hesitation, striking his own thigh with full force. The shock on the faces of all his subordinates was palpable, as even Qin Xinghan gasped in disbelief. The infamous Eastern Dragon Overlord was willing to harm himself due to a single remark from Yi Fengwu. What had their relationship been? Bang! With a dull thud, the steel pipe struck down, and in an instant, Jiang Hao's expression shifted. The blow had not landed upon his thigh, but rather on a muscular arm. Everyone clearly saw the steel pipe bend at a 45-degree angle, a testament to the tremendous force behind Jiang Hao's strike. Yet, what astonished them most was that such a blow, capable of shattering stone, left not a single mark on that sturdy arm. "Brother Wu." Jiang Hao's face was filled with guilt, his voice trembling as he uttered the words. Yi Fengwu snatched the steel pipe from Jiang Hao's grasp and, with a slight effort, straightened it once more. This display further instilled a sense of terror regarding Yi Fengwu's strength among Jiang Hao's subordinates. Yi Fengwu looked at Jiang Hao and spoke with utmost seriousness. "This time, I will bear the brunt for you. Next time, I will take matters into my own hands." Yi Fengwu's message was clear. Should Jiang Hao continue to harbor subordinates like the Golden Leopard, he would personally break Jiang Hao's legs. This was a principle Yi Fengwu had established 8 years ago. Zhang Hao grinned like a child, declaring, "Brother Wu, that will never happen again." After saying this, he embraced Yi Fengwu, who patted him on the back, encapsulating the brotherly bond that had endured 8 years of separation. Once they parted, Zhang Hao politely smiled at Qin Qinghan, saying, "Sister-in-law, my name is Zhang Hao. You can call me Xiao Hao from now on. Today's events were a failure on my part, causing you distress. Therefore, this car shall serve as my apology to you." With that, Zhang Hao produced an electronic key from his pocket and handed it to Qin Qinghan. She caught a glimpse of the Ferrari emblem on the key but did not reach out to take it. Even now, she remained in a state of shock. Chapter 11. The Azure Dragon of Huaxia. Similarly, she harbored a profound sense of apprehension and disdain towards Zhang Hao, the sovereign of the underworld, and how could she possibly accept his gift? Observing Qin Qinghan's reluctance to accept his offering, Zhang Hao cast a troubled glance at Yi Fengwu. Aware that Qin Qinghan would not acquiesce, Yi Fengwu remarked, "You have already made the gesture. My wife will certainly not accept it, as she is here to discuss the project." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately understood and withdrew the car keys. He then beckoned one of his underlings, instructing, "Bring all the contracts related to this project for my sister-in-law to peruse at her leisure." "Understood, Brother Hao." One of the subordinates hurriedly exited. However, Qin Qinghan shook her head and, with downcast eyes, stated, "No need, I do not wish to sign." Yi Fengwu recognized that Qin Qinghan was unwilling to owe him anything, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that it was he who owed her. Thus, Yi Fengwu discreetly signaled Zhang Hao with his eyes. Zhang Hao promptly feigned a look of distress, saying, "Sister-in-law, if you do not sign, Brother Wu will undoubtedly hold me accountable later. The next time you see me, I might be in a wheelchair." After saying this, Zhang Hao similarly winked at the dozens of subordinates behind him. Instantly, they grasped the situation and began to implore Qin Qinghan with heartfelt pleas. "Sister-in-law, please sign. Have pity on our brother Hao. Indeed, sister-in-law, if you do not sign, Brother Wu will not forgive him." As dozens of subordinates clamored to persuade Qin Qinghan, her emotions became a tumultuous blend. Originally, she had come to solicit the signing of the Feng Hao project, yet now, she found herself being urged to sign by Feng Hao. All of this was due to Yi Fengwu, the rapist she both loathed and feared. Ultimately, Qin Qinghan, with her soft-hearted nature, nodded in acquiescence. Soon, the contracts were brought forth, but Qin Qinghan was not a greedy individual. She selected only one project suitable for the Qin group, which, upon completion, would yield a substantial profit. Thereafter, Zhang Hao personally led Qin Qinghan and Yi Fengwu to the construction site, allowing her to inspect all aspects of the project. Qin Qinghan was exceedingly serious and meticulous in her work. Thus, in her quest to take notes, she neglected to eat lunch, leaving Zhang Hao without an opportunity to treat her as an apology, and instead, he and a throng of subordinates trailed behind her, famished. As Zhang Hao and Yi Fengwu walked behind, the former whispered, "Brother Wu, why have I searched every prison in Haihua City and its vicinity, yet cannot find you?" In response, Yi Fengwu glanced at Qin Qinghan's silhouette and said, "I will tell you about this later." Yi Fengwu had only spent a month in detention before being secretly transferred to a special forces unit, and to this day, he remained ignorant of who had orchestrated his release or their motives. Noticing this, Zhang Hao inferred that Yi Fengwu wished to keep Qin Qinghan in the dark, so he inquired again, "Is sister-in-law the girl who was drugged years ago?" Yi Fengwu nodded. "Over these 8 years, you should have uncovered some details, yes?" Zhang Hao affirmed, "It was Chen Shang, the son of Heifeng. You crippled him back then, which led him to scheme this entire plot. And at that time, sister-in-law was the jewel of the Qin family. We lacked the strength to confront them, so Chen Shang had her friends lure her out for a night of singing, where he secretly slipped drugs into her drink. Chen Shang not only bribed her friends, but also one of our subordinates." Yi Fengwu's expression darkened ominously as he coldly remarked, "Indeed. It seems the black wind of Shihu must be eliminated from Haihua City." Years ago, Yi Fengwu had been drinking and singing with a group of ruffians when one of his subordinates had introduced him to a friend. Thus, Yi Fengwu had drunkenly wandered into another room, which was empty. The subordinate had instructed him to wait briefly and then departed. After consuming half a bottle of drink, Yi Fengwu felt something was off, and at that moment, he caught sight of a girl huddled in a dim corner. The effects of the drug altered his state, yet the girl did not resist. Through the faint light, he could only see the tears streaming down her face. When the girl eventually left, disheveled, a group of uniformed officers burst through the door. In retrospect, he realized he had indeed been set up. Chen Shang, that reckless fool. Observing Yi Fengwu's grim demeanor, Zhang Hao said, "The subordinate who betrayed us has already been fed to the dogs. As for Chen Shang and sister-in-law's friends, I have yet to take action." Yi Fengwu nodded, grumbling, "There is no rush. Now that I have returned, no rules will bind me." At this, Zhang Hao was initially taken aback, but soon felt a surge of fervor. The madman of yore had finally returned. Over the past 8 years, Yi Fengwu had gradually transformed into a king of soldiers, and now he stood as a military god, a 26-year-old major general. Without the constraints of the military, Yi Fengwu would no longer need to adhere to any limitations, and thus, he would rise from Haihua City, for to accomplish that secret mission, lacking influence would place him at a significant disadvantage. At this very moment, within a sprawling villa in the capital of Huaxia, a spacious room adorned with antique wooden furniture housed an elderly man with graying hair yet a robust physique. Though advanced in age, the clarity of his ebony gaze remained undiminished, exuding an air of authority without anger. It was evident that he had once been a soldier. Before him stood a man in his 40s, clad in a black zhongshan suit, his posture upright and his visage handsome. These two figures were indeed prominent within Huaxia. Despite nearing 80, the elder still served as a senior officer within the Huaxia military. He was none other than Yi Jingang, the Azure Dragon Marshal of the 5 Tiger Gates of Huaxia. The middle-aged man, Yi Feng, was the only son of Yi Jingang and a candidate for the position of Azure Dragon Marshal. Across all of Huaxia, there existed 5 major military districts, each led by the 5 marshals. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Qilin, safeguarding the vast expanse of Huaxia. Father, he has been expelled from the military. Should we not inform them? Yi Feng respectfully inquired. Yi Jingang shook his head, replying, he belongs to the Blood Wolf Special Forces, an organization outside the 5 military establishments. Moreover, at his level, unless ordered by the higher-ups, who could expel him? Hearing this, Yi Feng's handsome face exhibited a flicker of surprise before he articulated, do you mean to say he is on a mission? Yi Jingang nodded and sighed. They are willing to have Huaxia's most outstanding soldier return to the city covertly. It seems this task must be related to that organization. Upon hearing the mention of that organization, concern flickered in Yi Feng's eyes as he remarked, they have gone too far. Even he cannot possibly contend with that organization. Yi Jingang sighed again, we cannot intervene, but we can offer him some assistance. Additionally, that girl from the Luo family is in Haihua City, correct? Yi Feng nodded. She is now the chairperson of a company, with assets exceeding 100 billion. At this, Yi Jinggang's eyes glimmered with regret as he lamented, alas, it is a pity. I have heard that the Luo girl possesses beauty that could rival the fall of fish and the moon, earning her the title of Huaxia's first beauty. Originally, she was destined to become my granddaughter-in-law. Yi Feng also wore a bitter expression and then said, Father, at this point, do you regret abandoning him from the Yi family? Upon hearing this, Yi Jingang furrowed his brow, his tone grave as he responded, Feng'er, marrying that woman into the Yi family was a grave mistake. Were it not for my remaining influence, the Yi family would have already been ousted from the 5 Tiger Gates. Furthermore, that woman left on her own accord, abandoning a 1-month-old son with you. This undoubtedly incited that organization to target our Yi family, hence sending him away was also for his own good. After all, that organization would never allow the son of a saint to live among mortals. Yi Feng felt a bitterness in his heart, his eyes filled with sorrow. He had vowed to protect her out of love, willing to forsake everything for her. Yet, he had disappointed her, failing to safeguard her, and even being unable to acknowledge their son. Yi Jingang perceived the anguish in his son's heart and sighed, Feng'er, grant him some time. Perhaps he will achieve what none of us could at that point. We can rightfully welcome him back. Yi Feng's expression grew more pained as he said, by then, I fear he may not wish to acknowledge us. In response, Yi Jinggang's brow furrowed. 26 years prior, when the boy was scarcely a month old, he had callously abandoned him. All of this was the consequence of a love that should never have existed, and the infant bore the weight of their sins. Yi Feng continued, he is the god of war in the army, the pride of Huaxia, yet Luo Tianfei once mentioned that his temperament is unpredictable and unruly. Without the constraints of the military, who knows what reckless actions he may undertake in the city? I can only hope he does not provoke those godlike beings. Chapter 12. The unbearable touch of a hidden scales. Originally, Jiang Hao had planned to host a welcoming banquet in the evening, intending to express his apologies to Qin Qinghan. However, Qin Qinghan declined, citing the need to pick up her daughter from school as her reason. Thus, Yi Fengwu and Jiang Hao arranged to meet for the banquet the following evening, as Yi Fengwu sought to delve deeper into the secrets of Haihua City. Relying solely on the assistance of Lin Chong and his companions was insufficient for a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Before embarking on that mission, it was imperative to erase the Qin family and the Western Tiger Blackwind from Haihua City, as a means of compensating Qin Qinghan for the debts owed over the past 8 years. The modest Chevrolet cruised through the expansive urban landscape, and Yi Fengwu could distinctly hear the aging engine's weary sounds. Given that Qin Qinghan remained in a state of shock, Yi Fengwu took it upon himself to assume the role of driver. He remarked, you truly ought to accept Xiao Hao's Ferrari. That lad's car is worth at least 5 million. Qin Qinghan's complexion remained pale as she gazed out the window, her thoughts lost in a haze. The events of the day felt as though they had transpired in a nightmarish haze, having witnessed the tragic demise of 7 individuals with her own eyes. Upon hearing Yi Fengwu's words, she responded with a faint, thank you for today. Her simple expression of gratitude elicited a broad smile from Yi Fengwu, though it quickly morphed into a serious demeanor as he added, if your gratitude stems from my rescuing you, I hope to never hear those words again. At this, Qin Qinghan turned her gaze toward him, pondering whether he wished he had not been placed in the position to save her. Fengwu reiterated solemnly, "Never allow yourself to fall into such peril again. If you suffer even the slightest harm, I shall be unable to bear it." Qin was taken aback, her delicate features reflecting surprise, her beautiful eyes gazing at Fengwu with an unusual intensity. She could sense his genuine concern for her, leaving her to wonder. For what reason? If he were not a rapist or a fugitive, perhaps, based solely on his actions and his recent words, she might actually develop a fondness for him. "Promise me, will you?" Fengwu suddenly grasped the hand that rested on Qin thigh. Coincidentally, she had just lifted her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, resulting in Fengwu's hand inadvertently resting upon her thigh. Despite the barrier of her long pants, he could still feel the softness and elasticity beneath. Qin was taken aback by Fengwu's sudden advance. Instinctively, she swatted at his hand. However, the slap landed on her own thigh instead, causing her to wince in pain at why Fengwu's reflexes and speed were beyond Qin's capabilities, and he withdrew his hand just as her palm descended. Observing this, Fengwu nearly chuckled, maintaining a firm grip on the steering wheel as he said apologetically, "My bad. My BADIT was a reflex. If you try again, I promise I won't dodge this time." With that, Fengwu shamelessly placed his hand back on her thigh. Tears welled in Qin's eyes, perhaps from pain or perhaps from a sense of injustice. Yet, she refrained from retaliating, allowing his hand to remain on her leg. "Do as you wish." "I concede," she murmured, turning her face back to the window. Today, she had encountered the formidable Dong Long, who ruled half of Haihua City, only to discover that this terrifying figure was one of Fengwu's subordinates. Being in his grasp, what else could she hope for? She could only wish that he would not harm her family after tormenting her. Had Fengwu been privy to Qin's thoughts, he might have driven the Chevrolet into a ditch. He was determined to win her over with sincerity, to make her understand that he was a man of integrity. Thus, after merely squeezing her thigh gently, he withdrew his hand, reasoning that the earlier gesture was merely a natural reaction. "Are you not curious about my relationship with Jiang Hao?" Fengwu inquired suddenly. Qin replied indifferently, not interested. At her response, Fengwu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been prepared to boast extensively, for was it not said that many young women are drawn to flamboyant, domineering men? Qin was truly an anomaly. As for Jiang Hao, he had been Fengwu's friend since childhood. The two had dropped out of school after middle school to return home and engage in brawls and extortion. Even now, Fengwu clenched his teeth at the memories, realizing how severely influenced he had been by the gangster films of yore, despite their undeniable allure. By the age of 18, Fengwu had made a name for himself in Haihua City's underground world, garnering both allies and enemies alike. He had saved Jiang Hao's life on more than one occasion, which had led to Jiang Hao's unwavering admiration for him, even to the point of blind obedience. However, Jiang Hao's life took a tragic turn when he was framed by the son of the Western Tiger Black Wind, landing him behind bars on charges of rape. As they continued their journey, Qin frequently glanced at the time, her expression growing increasingly anxious. With school letting out at 5:30 and the clock now reading 5:25, it appeared unlikely they would arrive on time. "Could you drive faster?" she urged Fengwu for the third time. With a grimace, Fengwu gestured toward the long line of cars ahead, saying, "Darling, there's traffic." Qin bit her lip, her eyes betraying an unspoken urgency. Observing her distress, Fengwu found it perplexing. What was the rush? "It's not a problem. Jingxi is quite clever. I'm sure she'll find a safe place to wait for us," he reassured her. Yet, Qin's anxiety did not wane. Even her grip on the hem of her clothing had turned pale. This only deepened Fengwu's confusion. What could possibly be troubling her? Did Jingxi encounter some sort of trouble? With that thought, he pressed the horn vigorously, urging the cars ahead to move. In a mere kilometer stretch, it took Fengwu 15 minutes to finally pull up to the elementary school entrance Qin had indicated. By this time, numerous parents had already collected their children. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Qin flung the door open and hurried toward the school gate. Fengwu quickly followed in her wake. From a distance, he could see a crowd gathered at the entrance, comprised of 8 or 9-year-old students and several parents. Even at a distance of several dozen meters, he could hear the derisive laughter echoing from within the throng. "Jingxi, little bastard, your father's a rapist, and your mother's a filthy woman." "Jingxi, little bastard, your father's a rapist, and your mother's a filthy woman." In an instant, Fengwu's expression darkened to an ominous degree as he strode toward the group. Among the crowd, Jingxi stood with a backpack slung over her shoulders, her school uniform smeared with various stains. Her delicate, porcelain-like face was marred with a stubborn expression of injustice. Tears shimmered in her eyes, yet she held back her sobs. One could only wonder how often she endured such humiliation. At least a dozen unruly children mocked and ridiculed Jingxi, while their parents stood by, observing with amused expressions, utterly oblivious to the moral degradation their children were perpetuating. A small boy turned to his mother, exclaiming, "Mom, that's Jingxi. Her father was raped, and she doesn't even know who her father is." Though the boy's mother was merely 30, Her skin had already begun to yellow, relying on layers of foundation to mask the signs of age. The disdainful look she cast toward Jingxi was palpable, and with a patronizing tone, she advised her son, "Don't play with children like her at school. They're so dirty." Jingxi. Just then, Qin Qinghan rushed over, and upon seeing her daughter's woeful expression and disheveled uniform, her heart ached. She fought back tears as she enveloped Jingxi in her arms, guiding her away from the taunting crowd. She could no longer bear to hear any more of their insults. Dressed in professional attire, Qin Qinghan's figure was strikingly showcased, accentuating her breathtaking beauty, which left many of the male parents wide-eyed in astonishment, while envy stirred within the hearts of several mothers. Chapter 13. The violence at the school gate. However, at that moment, a sense of balance washed over me. The heavily made-up woman disdainfully remarked, "What good is beauty if it's just been tarnished?" Indeed, a stunning beauty, yet alas, she has fallen prey to a rapist, lamented a lecherous-looking man as he gazed at Qin Qinghan's exquisite figure. Qin Qinghan had long grown accustomed to the humiliation and mockery from such individuals. At this moment, all she desired was to swiftly depart with her daughter from this place. Fengwu approached with heavy strides, his countenance dark and foreboding. It was only now that he grasped why Qin Qinghan was so fixated on the time while in the car, why she was so anxious to arrive punctually. She had evidently anticipated such an occurrence, and it was not hard to imagine the extent of derision and scorn that Qin Qinghan and her daughter had endured over the past 8 years. Fengwu obstructed Qin Qinghan, who was eager to return to the car. Seeing this, tears glistened in her eyes as she pleaded, "Please, let us go, I beg you." Fengwu remained unmoved, his voice low and resolute. "If we leave like this, my heart will not find peace." As he spoke, he wiped away the spittle on Jingxi's face, his firm visage marred by guilt and fury. In that instant, Qin Qinghan felt a stirring within her. His concern for Jingxi seemed to surpass that for anyone else, herself included. What drove him? As Fengwu maneuvered past Qin Qinghan, her expression shifted. Given his violent temperament, she feared he might act impulsively. Indeed, Fengwu approached those who had just humiliated and mocked Qin Qinghan and her daughter. The perpetrators wore expressions of confusion, unsure of who this tall, handsome man was. Fengwu advanced like a wolf stalking its prey, and soon those who had just insulted Jingxi huddled closer to their parents in fright. Even the onlookers furrowed their brows at Fengwu. Once he halted, he fixed his gaze on one of the boys who had insulted Jingxi and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "You spat on my daughter and called her mother a filthy woman, is that correct?" The boy, struck by Fengwu's ferocious glare, was rendered speechless with fear, unable to respond. "Ah, mommy, that I'm scared." The boy, overwhelmed, burst into tears, and the other children who had mocked Jingxi trembled and wept as well. Witnessing this, the boy's mother grew furious, pointing at Fengwu and shouting, "Who do you think you are? What my child says is none of your business. If you frighten my son, I won't let you off easily." Fengwu's eyes narrowed, his voice icy. "Is it not your responsibility to teach your child not to harm others with their words at such a young age?" The boy's mother haughtily retorted, "What business is it of yours? Moreover, my child speaks the truth. Who doesn't know that Qin Qinghan is a filthy woman ruined by a rapist?" Slap! Before she could finish her sentence, a resounding slap echoed as Fengwu struck her with tremendous force, sending her sprawling over 3 meters away. Howling in pain, she hit the ground with a cry reminiscent of a wounded beast, her jaw dislocated and several teeth knocked out. Fengwu did not typically strike women. He had simply lost control today. In that moment, the woman's face drained of color, utterly unprepared for the reality that someone would dare to strike her in broad daylight. She wanted to scream or call for help, but with her jaw dislocated, only muffled whimpers escaped her lips. The boy, terrified, collapsed to the ground in tears, soaking his pants, and even those nearby who had mocked Jingxi found themselves in a similar predicament. The onlookers, who had initially intended to chastise Fengwu, now recoiled in fear, burying their faces to avoid attracting the ire of this violent man. Fengwu surveyed the faces around him and declared, "If you do not discipline your children, others will do so in the future. I will not strike you. But those who have just insulted my daughter and wife must all apologize and admit their wrongdoing." In the distance, Qin Qinghan stood frozen in shock, utterly unprepared for Fengwu's defense of her and Jingxi. His anger and affection for Jingxi felt so genuine. What is happening? At that moment, a portly middle-aged man approached, frowning. Upon seeing the woman on the ground searching for her teeth, his expression darkened further, and he glared at Fengwu. "Is this your doing at the entrance?" The middle-aged man questioned Fengwu. The lecherous man rushed over to the newcomer, exclaiming, "This man claims to be Qin Jingxi's father. He not only struck the mother but demands we apologize to Qin Qinghan and her daughter." The newcomer was Lu Fu, a greasy, corrupt-looking middle-aged man. Lu Fu's eyes shifted to Qin Qinghan and her daughter, and a hint of lechery and smugness flickered in his gaze, a sight that did not escape Fengwu's notice. Lu Fu then turned to Fengwu, his expression stern. "This is outrageous. Prepare to spend some time in jail?" Fengwu replied coldly, As an educator, do you not care to inquire about the cause of this situation? Your child has harmed mine with malicious insults. Is this the lesson you intend to impart? Lu Fu furrowed his brow, perplexed. You are Qin Jingxi's father, are you not? I've heard her father is a rapist. What my child said is simply the truth. Should I teach them to lie instead? Rather than feeling shame for the humiliation inflicted, Lu Fu continued to emphasize that Jingxi was the daughter of a rapist, revealing his moral depravity. What Yi Fengwu was unaware of was that until now, no one knew of Qin Qinghan's past. That was why she had sent Jingxi here. However, Lu Fu had heard the rumors regarding Qin Qinghan, and upon her arrival, he had been captivated by her beauty. He sought an excuse to get closer to her, yet she offered no opportunity, fueling his resentment. Now, with this man claiming to be Qin Qinghan's husband causing a scene, Lu Fu saw a chance to have him imprisoned. In doing so, he believed Qin Qinghan would inevitably seek his assistance, and at that time, he could demand whatever he wished from her. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu's gaze turned frigid as he retorted. The truth is that a rapist has defiled a vulnerable woman, yet you continue to make her life more miserable. How do you differ from the monster that destroyed her life? His words caused many to lower their heads. Indeed, Qin Qinghan had suffered enough, and yet they continued to inflict harm. Such behavior was no different from that of beasts in the distance. Qin Qinghan felt a stirring within her. Despite being a rapist and a violent man, he could utter words that resonated deeply. Lu Fu scoffed. As an educator, I must take responsibility for the whole. Offering refuge to one is already a favor. As for Qin Jingxi, rather than show gratitude, she dares me to send her to jail. As he spoke, Lu Fu reached for his phone. However, just as he dialed a number, a powerful hand seized his wrist. Crack! Lu Fu cried out in pain as his phone screen shattered, astonished by the strength of this man, fear taking root in his heart. Call the police? If it's jail either way, I might as well make a profit from this loss, Yi Fengwu remarked with a twisted smile. Slap! Another resounding strike echoed as Yi Fengwu delivered a firm blow to Lu Fu's corpulent face, sending his hefty frame flying over 5 meters. His face crashed into the ground, and the crowd could distinctly hear the sound of Lu Fu's nose and teeth shattering. His wails were excruciatingly pitiful. Not only had he lost several teeth, but blood also streamed from his ears, indicating a ruptured eardrum. Chapter 14. The heartache of Qin Qinghan. The violent scene utterly terrified all the surrounding parents and students. Yi Fengwu's actions were excessively brutal, and they had never encountered such a person before. It's your turn now, Yi Fengwu addressed the parents and students, his tone chillingly cold. Daddy, I'm scared. I'm scared. Woo-woo, woo-woo. I want to go home. In an instant, the young students who had humiliated Jingxi began to wail uncontrollably, with 2 of them trembling in sheer terror. At this moment, their innocent hearts finally realized that the boy they often bullied, who never dared to retort, had a father who resembled a demon. We must apologize. We must apologize. One parent hurriedly dragged their child towards Qin Qinghan. Seeing this, the others dared not hesitate, all pulling their children towards her. Jingxi's mother. I'm sorry, I failed to discipline my child properly. Please forgive us, and do not let your husband strike us. A parent, nearly in tears, repeatedly bowed and apologized to Qin Qinghan and her daughter. One after another, 5 or 6 parents pleaded for forgiveness, fearing that Qin Qinghan's wrath might incite her husband to act violently again. Qin Qinghan felt a tumult of emotions. She had never imagined that these individuals would one day apologize to her. This was all due to Yi Fengwu, a man who had forcibly intruded into her life. Being soft-hearted, Qin Qinghan maintained a stoic expression as she said, "You may leave now. I hope you truly educate your children well in the future." Yes, we will certainly discipline them properly. After speaking, the parents left in a fluster. Jingxi's mother, I truly apologize, our child. At that moment, the lewd-looking parent who had previously complained to Lu Fu approached Qin Qinghan. However, he had barely begun to speak when a large hand seized the back of his collar. I said, hit 2, profit 3. A voice laced with chilling amusement emerged from behind him. The lewd man trembled violently, nearly wetting himself, for hadn't he just claimed that hitting 1 resulted in 2 gains? Why was it now 3? Woo-woo. The lewd man's son, witnessing this, instantly sat down in fear. Though the lewd man was despicable, his child was still young, and so Qin Qinghan felt a twinge of compassion. She advised, let it go. It will leave a shadow on the child. The lewd man, taken aback by Qin Qinghan's plea for mercy, grimaced, be big brother. Yes, my son is young and, doesn't he understand? If you hit me, it will leave a shadow on my son. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu coldly snorted. A shadow, you say? Did you ever consider what kind of shadow your son would cast upon my daughter when he humiliated her? His words left both the lewd man and Qin Qinghan speechless. Jingxi was only 7 years old, yet she endured ridicule and humiliation daily. Yi Fengwu could scarcely fathom the immense psychological burden Jingxi bore. The true instigator of all this was not the ones who mocked the mother and daughter, but rather, himself. Yi Fengwu then looked down at the small boy sitting on the ground, and calmly remarked, little brat, Do you know why your father is being beaten? Because you did something wrong. Your father has failed to fulfill his duty as a parent. He has not guided you onto the path of goodness. As soon as he finished speaking, Fengwu delivered a sharp slap to the lewd man's face. His jaw dislocated, and half of his teeth fell out. Qin Han covered Jing Xi's eyes, turning her own face away. Let us go, before the police arrive. We need to leave quickly. Fengwu gently patted Qin Han's back, speaking with a calm demeanor. Surprisingly, the little boy, upon hearing Fengwu's words, ceased his crying, as if he realized that his father's beating stemmed from his own wrongdoing. After Fengwu drove away with Qin Han and her daughter, Lu Fu finally got up and began to call the police. Hello, I am the principal of Chengnan Primary School. Someone is assaulting people at our school. What? Speak clearly. What is your position? Principal. What kind of principal? Principal. What kind of principal? Damn it, I've lost all my teeth. I can't speak clearly. Hurry up and come to catch the assailant. How dare you curse? In the car, Fengwu drove the Chevrolet with a grim expression, while Qin Han and Jing Xi embraced in the back seat. Through the rearview mirror, Fengwu noticed the bitter tears in Qin Han's eyes. To his astonishment, young Jing Xi raised her hand to wipe away her mother's tears. Mommy, don't cry. I am not wronged, Jing Xi said in her tender voice. Those words caused Qin Han to crumble instantly. She covered her mouth with her hands, trying to stifle her sobs, yet the scalding tears continued to flow. For 8 long years, Qin Han had lived under the mockery and humiliation of others, but what pained her most was that her daughter endured the same fate. Why? Fengwu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his guilt deepening. He silently vowed that from this day forth, anyone who dared to insult his woman or daughter, even with a single word, would meet a fate worse than death. Why send the child to such a school? Thinking of the grievances Jing Xi faces daily, I wish I could blow that school to bits, Fengwu said through gritted teeth, his tone laced with a hint of reproach directed at Qin Han. Hearing Fengwu express such violent thoughts about the school, Qin Han immediately frowned, and even Jing Xi looked at him with apprehension. Then, Qin Han spoke disapprovingly. Could you refrain from saying such things in front of Jing Xi? This was the first time Qin Han had exhibited such firmness in front of Fengwu. Realizing he had overstepped, Fengwu quickly fell silent. At that moment, Qin Han looked down at Jing Xi and said, Jing Xi, we won't be attending that school anymore. Mommy will arrange for you to transfer to Haihua Primary School, where no one knows us. Upon hearing this, Jing Xi pursed her lips and replied, but the tuition there is quite expensive. We can't afford its alright, Mommy, I'm no longer afraid of them. In the driver's seat, hearing how mature Jing Xi was at such a young age filled Fengwu with profound sorrow. Mommy made a big deal today. We won't lack for money in the future, Qin Han said gently. Upon hearing this, Jing Xi's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, really? Qin Han forced a smile and nodded, but her eyes were still tinged with worry. It dawned on Fengwu that Qin Han had not sought a better school for Jing Xi due to financial constraints. When the family of 3 returned to their modest 60-square-meter home, Fengwu discovered that Qin Ji and Yang Yu were not present. He then inquired, where are your parents? It's almost mealtime. Are they out buying groceries? Qin Han shook her head and replied, they must have gone to play mahjong. They want to be home for dinner. Upon hearing this, Fengwu furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. You are the only one working to support the family. How can they still indulge in gambling? Fengwu's concern for Qin Han blinded him to the fact that his words might discomfort her, especially since they were her parents. However, being of good temperament, Qin Han replied, they're neighbors. They want to lose much money. Yet, she did not disclose to Fengwu that her parents consistently lost whenever they gambled, taking thousands from her each month, which added to her already mounting pressures of repaying the mortgage and providing for her entire family. This was also why she had long desired Jing Xi to attend Haihua Primary School but had been unable to fulfill that wish, as it was a prestigious private institution with annual tuition exceeding 100,000. Since returning home, the worry in Qin Han's eyes had not waned. Suddenly, she turned to Fengwu and said, her tone complex, you beat someone today. They will certainly report it soon. The police might come knocking. Fengwu, seated on the sofa, lit a cigarette and chuckled. It's a bit troublesome, but it's of no concern. Right now, I have more pressing matters to attend to. As he spoke, his expression grew serious. Seeing this, Qin Han felt a tightening in her chest, but then Fengwu, with a pained expression, said, what are we having for dinner? I am starving. I haven't eaten since lunch. Chapter 15. The grinding of the donkey. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Han felt a tightening in her heart. However, immediately after, Fengwu, with a pained expression, remarked, what are we having for dinner today? I'm nearly starving. I didn't eat anything at noon. At his words, Qin Han breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a deep sense of guilt. Today, she had been so absorbed in her work that she had completely forgotten that both Fengwu and Jiang Hao had not even had lunch. I'm sorry, I'll go prepare dinner right away, she said hurriedly as she dashed into the kitchen. Shortly after, the sound of chopping vegetables could be heard. At that moment, Jingxi suddenly approached Yi Fengwu. Despite her tender age, she could distinctly sense the kindness emanating from this uncle, who was also impressively skilled. Thus, with a hint of admiration in her eyes, she inquired, "Uncle, are you still sleeping on the sofa tonight?" Noticing Jingxi's approach, Yi Fengwu extinguished his half-finished cigarette and forced a bittersweet smile, saying, "That depends on whether your mother is merciful." The little girl bit her lip thoughtfully and replied obediently, "I can plead your case to my mom, but don't get your hopes up too high." The fact that Jingxi was willing to speak on his behalf warmed Yi Fengwu's heart, and he gently kissed her cheek. Just as he intended to lift her onto his lap, she giggled and darted away. "Uncle smells so bad. I need to go do my homework," she announced as she scampered into the bedroom. Yi Fengwu raised his arm to take a sniff, grimacing as he realized he had not bathed in 2 days and had not changed his clothes either. In the grand hall of the Qin family villa, Qin Guangnan was leisurely seated on the sofa, sipping tea. At that moment, Qin Fei burst in, incredulously exclaiming, "Dad, Qin Qinghan actually secured the project with Fengwu Engineering." Taken aback, Qin Guangnan furrowed his brows and asked, "Are you certain?" Given Qin Guangnan's understanding of Fengwu real estate, he knew that those entrenched in the underworld were notoriously hard to deal with. Although the Qin family held some clout in Haihua City, Fengwu real estate likely would not regard them favorably. Qin Fei scoffed, "Chances are, Qin Qinghan exchanged her body for this deal. After all, with her looks, that Jin Bao wouldn't let her off easily." Qin Guangnan nodded in agreement, saying, "Humph, who would have thought that Qinghan's faded beauty still has some use? Since the project is secured, you will take over all responsibilities from her tomorrow." At this, Qin Fei smirked slyly and replied, "So, Dad, you mean to dismiss Qin Qinghan outright? In that case, once she's backed into a corner, she'll have no choice but to beg you to marry her off to Zhanggu. However, having secured the Fengwu Engineering project, what reason do we have to marginalize her?" Qin Guangnan retorted, "My Qin family will not accept a rapist as a son-in-law. Thus, she must either become engaged to Zhanggu or return home to live with a criminal." Hearing this, Qin Fei gave a sinister thumbs up to Qin Guangnan. The following morning, Yi Fengwu spent another night on the narrow sofa, stirred awake by the faint sound of footsteps. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Qin Qinghan standing before him in white pajamas. Seeing that Yi Fengwu had awakened, Qin Qinghan expressed her apologies, "I'm sorry for waking you." She maintained a certain wariness and distance from him, which made Yi Fengwu uncomfortable, as her attitude towards him felt akin to that of a foe. Nevertheless, he smiled and replied, "It's fine. I don't have a habit of oversleeping." As he spoke, Yi Fengwu glanced back at the narrow sofa beneath him, realizing that the thought of lounging in bed had vanished. Suddenly, Qin Qinghan extended a few bills towards him, her tone imbued with complexity. "Take this 500 yuan to buy some clothes. Once I receive my commission, I'll give you more." Although Qin Qinghan knew Yi Fengwu had friends like Zhang Hao, she was aware that he had just been released from prison and was likely penniless, even his camouflage outfit having gone unwashed for 2 days. Yi Fengwu almost protested that he had money, but instead accepted the 500 yuan with a grin and said, "Thank you, my dear wife." This was the first time she had given him money, and he resolved to save it. After the family had breakfast, Qin Qinghan instructed her parents to keep an eye on the children before preparing to leave. Today would be busy, with many plans to organize. "Wife, come back early. You promised me we would get our marriage certificate today," Yi Fengwu called after her. At the threshold. Upon hearing Yi Fengwu's words, Qin Qinghan stumbled slightly, almost tripping over the doorframe. Today, she had dressed up intentionally, not only enhancing her eyebrows but also applying a touch of lip balm, making her already stunning face even more alluring. Her grandfather and uncle had always marginalized her, yet with Yi Fengwu's assistance, she had successfully secured the Fengwu Engineering project yesterday. Surely, their attitude towards her would change somewhat. Half an hour later, Qin Qinghan arrived at the Qin Group's office building. As she approached the reception desk, she was intercepted by Qin Fei. Seeing this, Qin Qinghan handed the signed contract to Qin Fei, stating, "Uncle, this is the contract between the Qin Group and Fengwu Engineering. I need to organize a meeting and would prefer to lead several executives into the Fengwu Engineering project department today." In response, Qin Fei accepted the contract with an indifferent tone, saying, "Now that the contract is signed, you have 2 choices. 1. Expel that rapist from your home and become engaged to young Master Zhang. 2. Take your belongings and return home to live with the rapist." Bang! At that moment, a security guard tossed a box filled with belongings onto the floor. Seeing this, Qin Qinghan could hardly comprehend. Qin Fei was clearly attempting to discard her. She had risked her life to secure the contract, and yet he was ready to force her out of the company. "Uncle, how could you?" Even Qin Qinghan's usually calm demeanor was overwhelmed with rage at the Qin family's actions. Qin Fei coldly replied, "Qin Qinghan, as long as my Qin family can ally with the Zhang family, we will soar to greater heights, and you can comfortably enjoy the life of a wealthy matron. I advise you not to let this golden opportunity slip away." At his words, Qin Qinghan's eyes brimmed with scorn. Despite her significant contribution to the company's profits, they still refused to relent. From the beginning to the end, They had treated her as nothing more than a tool for their own gain. Although Yi Fengwu was a rapist and a despicable figure from the underworld, he at least cared for Jing Si. However, if she were to marry Zhang Gu, she would have to abandon Jing Si. Thus, in her heart, there was only the second option. Qin Fei continued, Qing Han, your grandfather is doing this for your own good. Giving up Jing Si is far better than living with a rapist. Qing Han let out a self-deprecating chuckle, then picked up the box from the floor and turned to leave the Qin Group's office building. Qing Han was a wise woman. She understood that continuing to press the issue would not change the outcome, and she might even be forcibly removed by the security guards. Hence, departing decisively was the best choice. Her resoluteness caused Qin Fei's brows to furrow. He spoke with a venomous tone. My son was crippled because of you. If I don't destroy your entire family, how can I swallow this anger? Chapter 16. An invitation for Yi Fengwu did not take the 500 yuan given by Qin Han to purchase clothing. Instead, he sought out the three colonels, Lin Chong, Yang Lu, and Lu Peng. The trio certainly knew how to indulge themselves, residing together in a luxurious 5-star hotel. Upon entering their presidential suite, Yi Fengwu was instantly overcome with envy as he beheld the lavish furnishings that adorned the room and the enormous plush bed that could comfortably accommodate 6 people, prompting memories of the narrow sofa he had been curled up on for the past 2 days. Lighting a cigarette for himself, Yi Fengwu settled onto the soft sofa, his expression stern as he remarked, you all certainly know how to enjoy life. At that moment, Lin Chong, Yang Lu, and Lu Peng stood at attention before him, with Lin Chong chuckling, instructor, you could join us too. Yi Fengwu shot Lin Chong a disdainful look and retorted, as if I would ever want to squeeze onto a bed with you lot when I'm used to sleeping on a soft bed with a beautiful wife. Upon hearing this, the 3 men gazed at him with envy. Although they were unfamiliar with Qin Han, they had seen her in person. She was breathtakingly beautiful, almost unreal. It is often said that after 3 years of military service, even a pig might appear exquisite, but these 3 were undeniably single men, and the thought of embracing a stunning beauty like Qin Han daily was beyond their wildest dreams. Noticing the envy in their eyes, a smug smile crept onto Yi Fengwu's lips, although the bitterness in his heart was a sentiment only he could comprehend. Go buy me 2 casual outfits, and lend me 100,000 yuan for emergencies, he declared, flicking the ash from his cigarette as he addressed the trio. In response, the 3 exchanged glances, each seemingly hesitant to act. Observing their reluctance, Yi Fengwu furrowed his brow and snapped, what are you all standing around for? Lin Chong, wearing a pained expression, replied, instructor, we have money for the clothes, but I truly don't have 100,000 to lend. Lu Peng, avoiding eye contact, added, neither do I. Yang Lu shrank back slightly and said, instructor among us, your salary is the highest, and everyone knows you're not short on funds. 100,000. You could pull out 1 billion if needed. Frustrated by their refusal to lend him money, Yi Fengwu's expression darkened. If it weren't for the fact that my salary card was taken from me, would I even need to borrow from you? Upon hearing this, Lin Chong and the others exchanged peculiar looks. Lin Chong chuckled and said, instructor, why not just make a call? A few billion would be transferred to your account in no time. Get lost. Yi Fengwu scolded, his face grim, causing the 3 to shrink back. However, they were puzzled as to why someone with a fortune of billions would resort to stealing the instructor's mere hundreds of thousands from his salary card. The individual in question was someone Yi Fengwu was most reluctant to mention. Even though he often borrowed money from these 3, he had never dared to call her, because that woman was a siren. At that moment, Yi Fengwu suddenly inquired, what about the funding? Has it not been approved yet? The mention of funding made the trio's faces even more forlorn. They had specifically chosen a 5-star hotel because substantial funding was expected from above. However, they had arrived in Haihua City a month earlier than Yi Fengwu and had yet to see a single cent. The cost of the presidential suite was several thousand a day, and if this continued, they would soon have to squeeze into a small inn. Lin Chong grimaced, instructor, you need to personally go to the old commander for the funding approval, so please hurry. Yi Fengwu's expression grew increasingly severe as he huffed, that old fool, withholding funds for such an important mission. I'll make a trip to the capital when I find the time. Yang Lu quickly added, instructor, I forgot to inform you, the old commander has already arrived in Haihua City and is staying at the Chun family villa. At this, Yi Fengwu was taken aback, saying, that old man actually came in person. It seems this mission is quite significant. The old man Yi Fengwu referred to was the highest commander of the Blood Wolf Special Forces. Although nearing 80, he remained a formidable sword of Huaxia. Lin Chong continued, the old commander has asked you to visit the Qin family villa today. He has important matters to discuss with you. Yi Fengwu nodded and then suddenly asked, how is the investigation on the Luo Huang Group coming along? Lin Chong replied, the Luo Huang Group is among the top economic powers in Haihua City and ranks within the top 500 in all of Huaxia. Their projects span energy, real estate, apparel, advertising, and even entertainment. Yang Lu added, the chairwoman of the Luo Huang Group is a woman named Luo Yihuang, a very young lady with assets of at least several billion, if not more, and her background is quite substantial. Yi Fengwu's expression remained impassive as he remarked, indeed, her background is significant. She is the niece of old Luo. Old Commander Luo's niece. Upon hearing this, the three men's eyes widened in astonishment. The old Luo, that Yi Fengwu referred to, was the captain of the Blood Wolf Special Forces, and within that unit, Luo Tianfei was the only one ranked above Yi Fengwu under the old commander. Furthermore, it was rumored that Luo Tianfei's family was based in the capital, but very few knew the specifics. Why Yi Fengwu's expression grew serious as he instructed, continue to monitor Luo Yihuang and ensure her safety. I will meet with the old commander today to receive the next mission. Lin Chong and the others nodded earnestly, with Lin Chong stating, in the past month, Luo Yihuang has faced 3 assassination attempts, and her bodyguards suffered 3 dead and 5 injured. If not for our covert assistance, she would not have survived the second attack. Yi Fengwu's brow furrowed. What is the capability of those who attacked her? Can you discern which organization they belong to? In response, Lin Chong and the others shook their heads. Lu Peng frowned. Instructor, these individuals are formidable. They seem to belong to a world-class assassination organization, and they leave no clues behind. They recalled an incident where they had captured 2 assassins, but before they could begin interrogating them, the assassins had bitten down on a hidden toxin lodged in their teeth. Lin Chong suddenly produced his phone and handed it to Yi Fengwu, his expression serious. Instructor, they all have the same tattoo. You're well versed in such matters, perhaps you can discern something? Yi Fengwu took the phone and observed a clear image on the screen, depicting a large arm adorned with a tattoo of a dark purple scythe, wreathed in black flames, resembling the weapon of death itself. In an instant, Yi Fengwu's brow knitted tightly as he uttered, so it is them? Upon hearing this, Lin Chong and the others exchanged solemn glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation. To them, the instructor's power was akin to that of a god. He had nurtured countless elite soldiers. They had not seen such a serious expression on the instructor's face in a long time. Yi Fengwu tucked the phone into his pocket and instructed, request any necessary weapons from above. The danger level of this mission far exceeds your expectations. The trio's faces paled further in shock. Yi Fengwu offered no further explanation, as he had faced that organization on several occasions but knew very little about them. Perhaps the old commander could provide more information. After leaving the hotel, Yi Fengwu went to the mall to purchase clothes, while Lin Chong and the others were dispatched to protect their mission target, the yet-to-be-met Luo Yihuang. Even Yi Fengwu could not fathom why that organization had set its sights on her. Though he could not borrow the 100,000 yuan from Lin Chong and the others, he managed to scrape together over 1,000, enough to buy a few outfits. An hour later, as Yi Fengwu returned to his apartment complex with 2 new outfits in hand, he was greeted by the sight of 2 police cars parked at the entrance. Well, trouble has finally arrived, Yi Fengwu muttered, unhurriedly pulling out his phone to dial a number. Just then, 5 or 6 uniformed officers emerged from the police vehicles and approached him menacingly. As the officers surrounded him, Yi Fengwu calmly spoke into the phone, Old Chin, I'm afraid I won't be able to join you for tea today. I have some visitors. Don't move, hands on your head, shouted a young officer, while 2 others rushed forward to seize Yi Fengwu's hands, attempting to force them behind his back. However, despite their best efforts, they could not budge his robust arms. Realizing this, the officers were both astonished by Yi Fengwu's strength and infuriated. One of them huffed, behave yourself. You are suspected of murder. Come with us to the police station. Yi Fengwu replied nonchalantly, murder? That seems excessive. I merely gave 3 individuals a slap. I assure you, I did not strike them again. Chapter 17. Captured. Upon hearing the words, the expressions of the several officers turned peculiar. They had witnessed firsthand the grim condition of Lu Fu and the other 2 parents. Nearly half of their teeth had fallen out, and their jaws were not only dislocated but also suffered significant fractures. One officer snorted, we are well aware of the force behind a slap. The victims claim you struck them with an iron rod, which aligns with their injuries. Yi Fengwu coldly replied, so, they reported me for attempted murder? The officer standing before Yi Fengwu barked sternly, the evidence is irrefutable. I advise you to cooperate with us. However, as he observed the 2 officers struggling, their faces flushed yet unable to restrain Yi Fengwu's hands behind his back, his anger began to simmer. He placed his hand menacingly on the weapon at his waist. This is your first warning. Comply with our law enforcement. Yi Fengwu, noticing the officer's hand resting on his weapon, felt his expression grow increasingly frigid. He understood the officer's authority. After 3 warnings, pepper spray and electric batons would soon follow, regardless of whether one was old, weak, or disabled. This was his confidence. Thus, Yi Fengwu coldly remarked, I advise against such actions. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, and an unsettling chill went down the spines of the officers, a faint sense of danger creeping in. Seeing this, the officer could no longer adhere to procedural decorum, swiftly drawing his firearm and aiming it at Yi Fengwu, shouting, do not move. If you dare resist, I have the right to shoot. Upon witnessing the officer draw his gun, the coldness in Yi Fengwu's gaze intensified. Stop! A sharp voice rang out from behind the armed officer, followed by the sound of a car door opening. A strikingly attractive female officer in uniform stepped out. Yi Fengwu turned to look and was momentarily captivated. The officer had a sharp bob haircut, stood at an impressive height of 5 feet 7 inches, and possessed long, well-proportioned legs. Any man would be hard-pressed to remain indifferent upon noticing her blouse strained against her curves. The female officer's physique could be described as pleasantly plump without crossing into excess, her slim waist contrasting sharply with her exaggerated proportions. Those who did not engage in regular exercise could only dream of such a figure. Moreover, her face was exceptionally beautiful, radiating a natural charm devoid of any cosmetic enhancement. The appearance of the female officer caused the armed officer to retract slightly, seemingly hesitant to provoke someone with such a fiery temperament and figure. Approaching Fengwu, the female officer frowned and stated, "We are from the Haifa City Criminal Police Unit. I am Captain Nan. You are suspected of murder. Please cooperate with our investigation." At her words, Fengwu finally softened the icy demeanor in his eyes, responding nonchalantly, "Since I am only suspected, is there truly a need for such restraint?" As he spoke, he glanced at the two officers, their faces reddened with embarrassment. Nan regarded the two officers and declared, "That will not be necessary. Simply handcuff him." Upon hearing this, the officers exhaled in relief and promptly produced handcuffs for Fengwu, who made no effort to resist. Yet, he did ask, "May I inform my wife that lunch will not be possible, and to prepare dinner for me instead?" At this, Nan's brows knitted together as she replied, "Regardless of whether it's murder or not, you will face several years of imprisonment. Dinner is the least of your concerns." As she spoke, the officers began to escort Fengwu toward the police vehicle. At that moment, a low-end Chevrolet suddenly pulled up, and a flustered Qin Han hurriedly exited the car. Upon seeing her, Nan's stunning visage turned somewhat troubled. Qin Han glanced at the handcuffs on Fengwu's wrists and instantly grasped the situation. She approached Nan and implored, "Nan, could you speak on his behalf?" Nan appeared conflicted, sighing, "Qin Han, the fact remains that he assaulted someone. The three victims have come to the station to accuse him of premeditated murder." Upon hearing this, Qin Han's expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "How could it be murder? He simply lost control and struck someone. At most, it would be a case of bodily harm." Nan furrowed her brow and reassured her, "Don't worry, I will investigate thoroughly. Come with me, I have some questions to ask you." With that, Nan led Qin Han away, seemingly to discuss something privately. Seeing this, Fengwu was taken aback and turned to the two officers with a grin, saying, "Did you see that? My wife knows your superior." The officers' expressions became noticeably uneasy. One of them grunted, "That doesn't change anything. Our superior is known for her integrity and would never compromise her principles for personal relationships." Unbeknownst to Fengwu, Nan and Qin Han were high school classmates, with Nan being the only one who had never taken advantage of Qin Han, often assisting her instead. After pulling Qin Han aside, Nan cast a wary glance back at Fengwu before asking, "Qin Han, when did you get married?" "I had no idea." With a bitter expression, Qin Han replied, "It's a long story. It was all arranged by my grandfather." Hearing this, Nan's expression darkened, and she scoffed, "What a family. They clearly do not regard you as a person. Do you know anything about this man? What did he do before?" Qin Han's face darkened further. She had no knowledge of Fengwu and, in fact, dared not to know him. However, she was aware that he had helped her in recent days. Thus, she shook her head and said, "I heard. He is a recently released rapist that if possible, could you help me look into his background?" "Rapist?" Nan's voice rose an octave then, exasperated. She admonished Qin Han, "Are you out of your mind? You are about to ruin your life with a rapist. How could you even consider marrying one?" Qin Han replied with a self-deprecating smile, "Since I was 16, my life has been beyond my control. At least, he has treated Jingxi well." Nan's frown deepened. Her lips pressed tightly together as she said, "I will help you investigate him. If he truly is a rapist, you should leave him as soon as possible. Moreover, the three individuals he assaulted are severely injured. Even if he is not charged with murder, he could face 5 or 6 years in prison." Upon hearing this, a look of turmoil crossed Qin Han's face as she grasped Nan's hand, pleading, I know you have always been against favoritism, but that I still ask you to speak on his behalf. After all, he acted out of concern for Jingxi." Subsequently, Qin Han recounted the incident of Jingxi being bullied at school and detailed Lu Fu's previous threats against her. She even suspected that Lu Fu had maliciously spread rumors about her throughout the school. "What a scoundrel! That guy should have been beaten to death. That would have served a good purpose." Nan seethed through clenched teeth. After a long moment, Nan shook her head and stared into Qin Han's eyes, saying, "Qin Han, I know you that I understand that you dislike this man. Your greatest aversion has always been rapists. Even if he treats you well now, it is merely because he is attracted to your beauty. Once he has successfully deceived you into bed, will he continue to treat you the same?" With that, Nan turned and strode toward the police vehicle. The officers were taking Fengwu toward the car, and he glanced back at Qin Han, calling out, "Wife, I will be back before dinner. Make sure to prepare something delicious for me." Seeing the unperturbed expression on Fengwu's face, Qin Han felt a tumult of emotions. She disliked Fengwu solely because he was a rapist, Yet he had acted violently for Jing Xi's sake, and she did not wish for him to be imprisoned. In the interrogation room of the police station, Yi Fengwu's hands were shackled to the table, facing two empty chairs. In the office, Chen Nan handed Yi Fengwu's identification to a male officer, instructing, investigate all his records thoroughly, including his ancestry and even the location of his ancestors' graves. Upon hearing this, the male officer shrank back, wondering what had riled up this fiery female officer to such an extent. Chapter 18. I have connections. After the male officer tapped away at the computer keyboard, all the information regarding Yi Fengwu appeared on the screen. However, the officer's expression was peculiar as he pointed at the monitor and said to Officer Chen Nan, Officer Chen, something seems off. Take a look. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan glanced down, and her brows furrowed in an instant. The screen displayed only a few brief lines. The date of imprisonment for the crime of rape, followed by the release date, which was merely a few days ago. Yet, all other information was completely blank, causing Chen Nan's expression to darken progressively. What is going on? Has the system been compromised? How could identity records be so scant? Is he someone who just appeared out of thin air? Chen Nan shot a glare at the male officer. The officer, equally baffled, replied, Officer Chen, there are only two possibilities. Either he is an undocumented individual, or our precinct lacks the necessary clearance to access his records. At this, Chen Nan scoffed. Lacking clearance for a rapist? You must be overestimating this guy. Forget it. There is no need for a search. Chen Nan certainly did not consider Yi Fengwu's information to be top secret. Thus, she regarded him as an undocumented individual. Meanwhile, Yi Fengwu remained seated alone in the interrogation room when suddenly, the door was flung open violently, and a strikingly attractive female officer strode in. I have clarified the circumstances. You certainly do not constitute a murder case, but intentional assault is indeed a fact. Consequently, you face at least 5 to 6 years of imprisonment, Chen Nan stated coldly as she sat across from Yi Fengwu. Despite not knowing much about Yi Fengwu, Chen Nan was aware he was a rapist, and his proximity to Qin Xinghan could only suggest he harbored ulterior motives towards her beauty. Such a person would inevitably torment Qin Xinghan sooner or later. Upon hearing Chen Nan's words, Yi Fengwu maintained a placid demeanor and replied, You decide, but please release me soon. My wife is waiting for me to have dinner. This remark infuriated Chen Nan, who retorted with a cold snort, Are you out of your mind? You won't be going home. Then, fixing her gaze upon Yi Fengwu, she said seriously, I have a few questions for you. Answer honestly. As a recently released rapist, what is your intention in approaching Xinghan? What is your true purpose? Yi Fengwu replied indifferently, Officer, this is unrelated to the case, is it not? What do you mean by officer? My surname is Chen, she snapped. Yi Fengwu glanced at her chest and said, I still prefer to call you officer. Seeing Yi Fengwu's gaze, Chen Nan was incensed. Her teeth clenched as she slammed her hand on the table and stood up, saying, How dare you flirt with me? Let me remind you, you will answer my questions. Don't think for a second that I don't know your intentions. Your interest in Xinghan is solely based on her beauty. I advise you to abandon this foolish idea, or I will ensure you rot in prison. Yi Fengwu smirked and said, Officer, I'm in jail for fighting, not for loving my wife. Enough with the slick talk. You face charges for the intentional assault of 3 individuals. You won't be getting out in less than 5 or 6 years. Chen Nan shot back angrily. Feigning bitterness, Yi Fengwu replied, That's not possible. My wife and I agreed to get our marriage certificate today. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan's expression shifted slightly, only to be followed by a smirk as she said, So you haven't gotten the certificate yet? Perfect. You needn't worry about that now. With that, she turned to leave the interrogation room. That may not be feasible, Yi Fengwu interjected. What did you say? Chen Nan turned to face him. Yi Fengwu sighed. Someone doesn't want me in jail. I have connections. At this, Chen Nan scoffed. In my hands, no connection will matter. Prepare yourself for imprisonment. Although Qin Xinghan had persistently pleaded with Chen Nan to advocate for Yi Fengwu, Chen Nan had her own plans. Qin Xinghan was her closest friend. 8 years ago, Qin Xinghan had been raped, and since that day, Chen Nan had silently vowed to become a righteous officer. Today, with Qin Xinghan entangled with another rapist, how could she stand idly by as her friend walked into peril? Thus, Chen Nan handled Yi Fengwu's case with impartiality, neither favoring nor shielding him. Just then, another officer entered and said to Chen Nan, Officer Chen, someone has vouched for him. The chief has ordered his release. Instantly, Chen Nan's expression changed. This guy truly had connections. Yet, she gritted her teeth and said, Not even the king himself can protect him. Who is this person providing the guarantee? Your father, the male officer casually remarked. What did you say? Chen Nan's eyes widened, her beautiful face alight with fury. The male officer shrank back, quickly explaining, Officer Chen, it was genuinely your father who called. Chen Nan's expression darkened. This officer knew better than to jest about her father, who was the highest-ranking chief in the Haiqing Municipal Bureau. However, she was astonished and confused, as her father was known for his integrity. Why would he vouch for a rapist? In disbelief, Chen Nan dialed her father's number directly. Nanner, what wind has blown your call to me? came a hearty voice from the other end, warm yet authoritative. Chun Nan got straight to the point. I'm currently handling a case of intentional assault and heard you were the guarantor? On the other end, her father chuckled. If that man's name is Yi Fengwu, then that is correct. Release him. Someone is waiting to treat him to tea. At this, Chun Nan's anger flared, and she pressed. You are known for your unwavering integrity. How can you suddenly engage in favoritism? Do you even know this person? He is a recently released rapist and is now attempting to harass my dear friend. I cannot let him go. As soon as she finished, her father's tone turned grave. Nanner, don't be foolish. If I say to release him, then release him. He has connections. Chun Nan bit her lip, retorting, I refuse to let him go. Who is behind him that even you must intervene? Your grandfather. Is that sufficient? Her father sighed, at his words. Chun Nan's eyes widened in disbelief, and after a long pause, she stammered, my grandfather, that old coot. How could he? Nanner, your grandfather is right here. Do you want me to let him hear how you refer to him behind his back? Her father's voice took on a teasing tone. Fine, I'll release him. Chun Nan conceded, her demeanor deflated as she hastily ended the call. After hanging up, Chun Nan's emotions oscillated, and her gaze towards Yi Fengwu was filled with complexity and confusion. This scoundrel, even her grandfather was aiding him. Could he truly be a rapist? She couldn't help but recall the male officer's words. This man was either undocumented or his identity was a closely guarded secret. As Chun Nan regarded Yi Fengwu, he looked back at her with a playful glint in his eyes. The iron-faced officer, it seems you must now act according to the tides of human sentiment, Yi Fengwu quipped with a smirk. Hearing this, Chun Nan's teeth ground together in frustration as she declared, You wait. I will uncover the truth behind you sooner or later. She then glared at the officer who had entered and shouted, Release him at once. Seeing the fury directed at him, the officer dared not hesitate and hurried to unlock Yi Fengwu's handcuffs. However, just as the officer produced the key, Yi Fengwu had already risen, holding the unlocked cuffs in his hand. No need. I'm quite busy. Farewell, Yi Fengwu said, placing the handcuffs on the table before brushing past the astonished and enraged Chun Nan, who had not even seen how he had managed to free himself. What a scoundrel, Chun Nan muttered vehemently, then pulled out her phone to dial a number. At that moment, Qin Xinghan sat alone at the edge of her bed, her stunning face streaked with tears, mixed with a hint of turmoil. The small child, Jing Si, nestled in her mother's embrace, had not attended school that day because her mother had promised her a transfer to a better school where no one would bully her. Yet, the worry etched on her mother's face conveyed that this desire might not come to fruition. Today, Qin Xinghan had lost her job, and the promise made to Jing Si could not be fulfilled. She was now faced with the looming threat of being unable to repay her mortgage. Moreover, the man she had been cautious of now faced imprisonment. Although she remained wary of him, he had been helping her over the past few days, leaving Qin Xinghan with mixed feelings. In a vague sense, she began to cultivate an odd feeling. Without Yi Fengwu, she felt an unsettling lack of security. She could not comprehend when she had begun to rely on him. Chapter 19. Chun's Washan. At that moment, the phone rang, and the caller was Chun Nan. Qin Xinghan hurriedly pressed the answer button. Chun Nan, how is he? Chun Nan replied, that scoundrel is fine. Upon hearing that Yi Fengwu was unharmed, Qin Xinghan unexpectedly let out a sigh of relief and quickly said, Thank you, Chun Nan. You've helped me once again. Chun Nan retorted, Don't thank me. I would rather see him behind bars. That scoundrel has connections. Xinghan, tell me honestly, who does he know? Upon learning that Yi Fengwu had connections, Qin Xinghan was slightly taken aback but still replied, Actually, I've only known him for 2 or 3 days, but he has a good relationship with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao? Which Zhang Hao? Is it the one from Fenghao Real Estate? Chun Nan's voice grew somewhat urgent. Yes, that's him, Qin Xinghan confirmed. After a brief silence on the other end, Chun Nan's voice returned, tinged with concern. No wonder this guy has always acted so recklessly. It turns out he knows Zhang Hao. Xinghan, you should be aware of who Zhang Hao is. On the surface, he is a real estate tycoon, but behind the scenes, he is a colossal figure in the underworld of Haihua City. You must find a way to drive him out. With a ruffian like Yi Fengwu suddenly approaching you and your mother, he must have some sordid plans. Once he grows tired of you, his true colors will be revealed. Is your life not already miserable enough? Chun Nan's words deepened Qin Xinghan's inner turmoil. She harbored the same thoughts as Chun Nan, yet, driving him away seemed beyond her capabilities. Just the thought of him being acquainted with someone like Zhang Hao filled her with trepidation. She was merely an ordinary person, and if he were to lash out in anger, would he endanger her family? This was Qin Xinghan's foremost concern. After a long pause, she finally replied, I understand. Thank you, Chun Nan. Chun Nan said, You must call me if anything happens. If he dares to harm you, I will not let him off lightly. At the police station's entrance, Yi Fengwu had just stepped out when he ran into Lu Fu. Lu Fu, sporting a neck brace and missing most of his teeth, instinctively took a step back upon seeing Yi Fengwu. Yi Fengwu cast a dismissive glance at Lu Fu, not considering him worthy of attention. If he did not repent, he would be met with eternal darkness. Yi Fengwu swaggered away from the police station, Lu Fu ground his teeth in resentment. Moments ago, he had learned that someone had vouched for Yi Fengwu, thwarting his plans to imprison him and intimidate Qin Han. Luck has favored that scoundrel. Does he think this is the end? Just wait, Lu Fu muttered as he pulled out his phone to make a call. Brother Gao, help me out. Yi Fengwu did not return home but proceeded directly to the Qin family villa. The villa was situated in Haihua City's high-ranking residential district, an expansive area covering thousands of acres. Armed soldiers maintained round-the-clock vigilance at the entrance, and entry required a phone call from the host. Just as Yi Fengwu found this troublesome, a soldier clad in camouflage suddenly approached him. The soldier, standing at 6 feet tall with a robust build, had muscular arms beneath rolled-up sleeves. Though his face was unremarkable, it featured sharp angles, particularly his piercing gaze, reminiscent of a hawk. With a commanding voice, the soldier addressed Yi Fengwu. Hello, I am Li Hu. Are you Yi Fengwu? Yi Fengwu nodded, casting a casual glance at Li Hu. Though it was merely a fleeting look, it felt as if he had seen through Li Hu entirely. Li Hu's fists were large and broad, with worn knuckles that indicated extensive combat experience. Judging by his physique and the pronounced muscles on his temples, this man was undoubtedly formidable, a warrior of exceptional caliber. Who felt a bit unsettled under Yi Fengwu's indifferent gaze. His instincts told him that this individual was not to be underestimated. After a moment, Li Hu remarked, the old chief mentioned you are a recently released convict, but I sense a soldier's spirit emanating from you. Yi Fengwu chuckled in surprise. What else have you discerned? Li Hu, gazing into Yi Fengwu's composed eyes, felt a distinct inferiority. As a warrior, he was accustomed to being intimidating, yet this man made him profoundly uncomfortable. After a prolonged silence, Li Hu finally said, I find it perplexing that the old chief would meet with a convict. Follow me. With that, Li Hu strode toward the entrance of the villa area, clearly unimpressed with Yi Fengwu, whom he regarded as a mere street thug. Yi Fengwu had no intention of clarifying his identity, as only a select few were privy to that knowledge. Thus, he followed Li Hu's lead. As they traversed the area, Yi Fengwu caught sight of the most magnificent villa, surrounded by gardens and a swimming pool, significantly larger than the others. Upon entering the compound of the grand villa, Yi Fengwu's gaze flitted across several locations, his lips curling into a subtle smile. The security is indeed tight, yet there are numerous flaws, Yi Fengwu suddenly remarked. At his words, Li Hu turned sharply to face him, his resolute gaze now tinged with annoyance. What did you say? At that moment, they stood on a lawn, and Yi Fengwu smiled, nothing much. As he spoke, he crouched down and crushed a centipede beneath his hand, then added, these creatures can be quite bothersome. In the mountainous regions, a single bite can cause pain for an entire night. Being a sniper is truly arduous work. While this statement seemed innocuous to others, Li Hu's eyes widened in alarm. Meanwhile, the previously inconspicuous lawn quivered slightly. After rising, Yi Fengwu's gaze swept over the entire villa before he remarked with a faint smile, such a large villa. That old fellow truly knows how to indulge himself. However, at such a height, it must be quite warm up there. One must wear sunglasses to aim properly. Having said that, Yi Fengwu suddenly turned to glance at a dense tree behind him, curiously smirking at the thick foliage. This seemingly peculiar action and statement left Li Hu utterly astonished, his previously imposing demeanor now in disarray. Yi Fengwu clapped Li Hu on the shoulder, grinning, well done. But if you want to be absolutely certain, you need to be more stringent. With that, Yi Fengwu strode through the villa's grand entrance, leaving Li Hu, still in a daze, behind. Tiger, who is this person? I feel a chill down my spine in his presence. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the grass beneath Li Hu, still in a stupor, replied, he is a convict, but he was able to discern your hiding places at a glance. This person is formidable. Indeed, a sniper known as Armadillo was concealed beneath the grass, his skills in concealment having reached an extraordinary level. Li, who could confidently assert that if he had not known the man's location beforehand, he would have sensed nothing at all. The two snipers hidden atop the villa and within the dense foliage were equally stealthy. Yet this man had seemingly known their positions the moment he stepped into the villa's vicinity. Was he truly just a convict? Inside the villa's grand hall, an elderly man adorned in a white tang suit, with graying hair yet still brimming with vitality, sat upon a large sandalwood bench. The man, around 80 years old, maintained an upright posture. He was none other than Chen Zuoshan, the highest commander of the Blood Wolf Special Forces, a man of general's rank. At that moment, Chen Zuoshan was meticulously arranging the tea set before him, pouring tea into 2 purple clay cups without raising his head, stating, indeed, you can never find peace wherever you go. Chapter 20. The Grim Reaper Guild. Yi Fengwu, with an expression of indifference, sat opposite Chen Zuoshan. He lifted his teacup and drained its contents in one swift motion, exclaiming with a smile, excellent tea, please refill my cup. Chen Zuoshan promptly poured more tea for Yi Fengwu before raising his own cup to savor its flavor. As he set down his teacup, the lines on his withered face gradually deepened, and he remarked, you must have sensed something, haven't you? Ye Fengwu nodded slightly and placed the phone he had acquired from Lin Chong before Chen Zuoshan, stating, "This is the only piece of information Lin Chong managed to gather. You must have anticipated this, right?" Upon seeing the image of the scythe tattoo, Chen Zuoshan's brow furrowed, and he replied, "Indeed, it is them. After decades, the Grim Reaper Guild has once again set its sights on our China." Ye Fengwu inquired, "What do you know about the Grim Reaper Guild?" Chen Zuoshan shook his head, sighing, "Not much more than you. I can only tell you that if they so desire, they can dismantle the economy of any small to medium nation, even topple its leaders, within a matter of days." Hearing this, Ye Fengwu felt a surge of astonishment. Chen Zuoshan continued, "They have stood the test of time for centuries, their influence sprawling across the globe. Even the upper echelons of various nations have been infiltrated by them. It is no exaggeration to say that both you and I could potentially be their pawns." This revelation sent a deeper shock through Ye Fengwu, who asked, "Why has the Grim Reaper Guild targeted a single woman?" Chen Zuoshan shook his head, his brow furrowing. The Grim Reaper Guild is an enigma, their plans inscrutable to anyone. Once their schemes are set in motion, they are relentless. The assassins dispatched this month are the lowest tier. Should they fail, more formidable killers will inevitably follow. Thus, Lin Chong and the others may not withstand for long. You should take up the position of bodyguard at the Luo Huang group without delay. Upon hearing this, Ye Fengwu's expression turned peculiar as he muttered, "Isn't it sufficient to protect her in secret?" Chen Zuoshan retorted sharply, "That girl from the Luo family must not come to harm. Otherwise, I would have no face to present to the Luo clan. Moreover, she is a descendant of Hua Min, and if anything were to happen to her, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of our China." Ye Fengwu was somewhat familiar with Hua Min, the guardian gate of the entire China, protected by the 5 tiger gates. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Qilin, safeguarding the nation for a century. He exclaimed, "So she is a descendant of Hua Min. No wonder you would go to such lengths to vilify me as a rapist." Upon hearing the hint of grievance in Ye Fengwu's tone, Chen Zuoshan chuckled and chided, "You rascal! Isn't this what you've always desired? Let me tell you, if anything were to happen to that girl from the Luo family, you might as well prepare to be branded a rapist for life." The old man was clearly issuing a veiled threat to Ye Fengwu. Ye Fengwu scoffed, "If it is indeed the Grim Reaper Guild, this could be quite troublesome." Chen Zuoshan's expression grew solemn. "You should indeed consider it so. Hence, the higher-ups have dispatched a few individuals to assist you." At this, Ye Fengwu expressed his discontent, saying, "I prefer to act alone." Chen Zuoshan retorted, "Obey the orders. After all, the Grim Reaper Guild has surpassed our capabilities to cope. Only certain individuals can confront them head-on." "Certain individuals?" Ye Fengwu inquired, puzzled. Chen Zuoshan's expression turned increasingly grave as he gazed at Ye Fengwu, stating, "You possess potential, which is why I am imparting all I know to you. Your body has been developed to the limits of human capability. In terms of muscular strength and reaction speed, no one in this world can rival you, however." At this point, Chen Zuoshan's demeanor became notably more serious as he added, "There are always greater beings beyond our understanding, and this world is far more complex than you can fathom." Ye Fengwu listened intently, sensing that Chen Zuoshan was imparting some crucial insight. Indeed, all his skills were honed under Chen Zuoshan's guidance, which was the reason he had become the most formidable soldier in the camp. This nearly 80-year-old elder was said to have been extraordinarily powerful in his youth, and even now, Ye Fengwu held little confidence in his ability to best Chen Zuoshan. Nevertheless, Ye Fengwu smiled and said, "I am still young, and besides, you often remind me that one must learn throughout life. Moreover, I, Ye Fengwu, have yet to encounter a true adversary." His words exuded both arrogance and the solitude of a master. Chen Zuoshan sighed with a wry smile and shook his head, lamenting, "It is not easy to convey such truths. Your true growth will only commence once you leave the military." Ye Fengwu silently took note of Chen Zuoshan's words, but soon recalled something and asked, "What about the funding for this mission?" "Funding? What funding?" Chen Zuoshan replied with a look of confusion. Ye Fengwu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gritted his teeth, saying, "Are you suggesting that we bear all the expenses ourselves?" Chen Zuoshan replied nonchalantly, "I do not have any funding. That girl from the Luo family is worth billions, so it is only fitting that she covers the costs for this mission." Ye Fengwu retorted sharply, "But Luo Yihuang should be aware of our identities." Chen Zuoshan shook his head, stating, "The Luo girl is estranged from her family. She does not know that the Blood Wolf Special Forces have been sent to protect her, nor is she aware of your existence. Therefore, you will need to figure out the funding on your own." With that, Chen Zuoshan adopted an unyielding demeanor. "You're quite ruthless," Ye Fengwu grumbled through clenched teeth. Just as Ye Fengwu was feeling disgruntled, a cheerful voice suddenly rang out from behind him, followed by a strikingly alluring figure that zipped past him and sat down next to Chen Zuoshan. Chen Zuoshan's eyes softened with affection, and he feigned displeasure, saying, "You little rascal, if you truly missed me, you wouldn't call me an old man." The newcomer was Chan Nan, the exceptionally fiery female police officer, who was still clad in her form-fitting uniform, her weapon still holstered at her waist. Chan Nan wrapped her arms around one of Chen Zuoshan's, playfully saying, Who told you to let a bad guy go? Speaking of that guy, huh? Only then did Qian Nan notice the presence of another person seated across from them. However, upon realizing who it was, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. You scoundrel, what are you doing in my home? Qian Nan exclaimed, standing up and pointing an accusatory finger at Fengwu. Fengwu tilted his head back and took a sip of tea before casually replying, I already told you, someone invited me for tea. To his surprise, Fengwu discovered that this police officer was actually Chen Zuoshan's granddaughter. Chen Zuoshan seemed to have anticipated this, chuckling, this saves me the trouble of introductions. Qian Nan, however, wore a frosty expression and retorted, what do you mean saves you trouble? You'd better explain why this rapist is in our home and why you would vouch for him. Upon hearing this, Chen Zuoshan feigned a sigh of exasperation, saying, non-heir, back then you were still naive. Grandpa owes him a favor and this time, I am merely repaying that debt. Qian Nan furrowed her brow and replied, you owed him a favor when I was still naive. Are you losing your mind? He looks only a few years older than me. Cough, cough. Chen Zuoshan awkwardly cleared his throat a few times before adopting a serious expression, saying, I had originally intended to betroth you to him. Pfft. As soon as he finished speaking, Fengwu choked on his tea, spraying it all over Chen Nan. In an instant, she leaped up, pointing at Fengwu and yelling, are you out of your mind? Fengwu, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, Old Chun, I believe you are indeed losing your grip on reality. My wife, Qin Han, is gentle and virtuous. In terms of both figure and beauty, she surpasses your granddaughter. Well, I must concede that your granddaughter is indeed more stunning in terms of physique. Chen Zuoshan's expression darkened at this, and he retorted, how could my granddaughter possibly be unworthy of you? Fengwu replied, regardless, I still prefer the gentle and virtuous type like my wife. Hearing this, Qian Nan nearly burst into laughter from anger as she glared at Chen Zuoshan and Fengwu, fuming, do you both think I don't exist? I, Qian Nan, would rather die than marry a rapist. Don't you dare think about me as if I'm some frog dreaming of a swan. Chen Zuoshan patted Qian Nan's arm, reassuring her, non-heir. Although Fengwu has made mistakes, he has already faced punishment and has turned over a new leaf. Qian Nan scoffed, it's a wonder if he actually changed. How many from that place ever truly reform? They only return to wreak havoc on society, harming countless innocent lives. Qian Nan's words rang true. In today's world, how many who had spent time in such places could genuinely turn over a new leaf? Once released, they merely return to their malevolent ways. Chapter 21. Let me give him a beating faced with the fiery temper of his granddaughter, Chen Zuoshan, a figure capable of causing a seismic shift across the entire Huaxia with a mere stomp, found himself at a loss. Fengwu remarked, it seems I am not welcome here. I shall take my leave, my wife is waiting for me at home for dinner. With that, Fengwu rose, preparing to depart. The irreconcilable feud between Qian Nan and Fengwu left Chen Zuoshan at his wit's end, as he had originally intended to invite Fengwu for dinner. I shall see you off, Qian Nan said, wiping the tea off her face with a napkin, her beautiful large eyes glinting with a hint of malice. Chen Zuoshan, well aware of his granddaughter's tempestuous nature, recognized that she likely harbored some nefarious intent, yet this girl remained oblivious to Fengwu's temperament. Thus, Chen Zuoshan admonished, Nanner, do not act foolishly. Qian Nan, however, cracked her knuckles with a cold snort, asserting, when a guest is departing, it is only proper to see them off. Otherwise, wouldn't he that tarnish the Chun family's reputation for hospitality? Observing this, Chen Zuoshan turned to Fengwu and spoke in a grave tone. You best know your limits. Fengwu had already reached the doorway, not bothering to look back as he retorted, let us see how your esteemed young lady manages her boundaries. Chen Zuoshan's words were clearly a warning to Fengwu, yet Fengwu was equally returning the sentiment to Chen Zuoshan. Once Fengwu stepped into the villa's courtyard, Qian Nan suddenly blocked his path. A slight smirk danced on Fengwu's lips as he teased, Officer, you wouldn't truly be seeking your own misfortune, would you? Upon hearing Fengwu's threat, a glint of intensity flickered in Qian Nan's eyes. She loosened her muscles, her knuckles cracking ominously. I've heard you possess impressive skills. Let us spar a bit, she stated coolly. Feigning surprise, Fengwu inquired, who told you that? Qian Nan hesitated briefly before grinding her teeth and replying, less chatter. I merely heard it from someone. At that moment, Li Hu stepped forward and asked Qian Nan, Miss, what is going on? Qian Nan huffed, it's none of your business. I am merely teaching this fellow a lesson. Li Hu scrutinized Fengwu with a complex expression before addressing him. Brother Yi, everything is well with the superior, I trust? Li Hu's tone and manner had markedly shifted, now tinged with a hint of admiration. However, Qian Nan interjected impatiently, Li Hu, why are you being so courteous to him? Just stand by and if he gets hurt, fetch a stretcher for him. Li Hu's face soured. Although he had never fought Fengwu, it was evident from the latter's extraordinary investigative abilities and his robust fists that even if Fengwu was not his match, he was certainly no opponent for this young lady. Fengwu remained composed, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I think not. After all, I am a man, and how could I strike a woman? Cheon Nan, however, retorted fiercely, enough of your nonsense. If you lose, you are to leave Qinghan's home immediately and cease bothering her and her mother. At this, Yi Fengwu's expression darkened. This girl was meddling far too much. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with her antics, but now, if he did not teach her a lesson, she would remain blissfully ignorant of the fact that Yi Wangya had eyes everywhere. If you lose, you will address me as Brother Wu from now on, Yi Fengwu countered. Chun Nan's countenance reflected clear indignation, yet bolstered by her confidence, she agreed, fine, let Li Hu be the witness. With that, she strode directly onto the lawn. Let us change locations. We shouldn't trample on anyone, Yi Fengwu suggested, moving to another patch of grass. Chen Nan's expression turned quizzical. She did not grasp the meaning behind his words, though she noted that the grass beneath her feet was indeed soft, prompting her to stomp down a few times out of curiosity. Beside them, Li Hu watched Chen Nan's antics, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, you're in for it, brother. Prepare yourself. Just as Yi Fengwu settled on the new patch of grass, a gust of wind surged towards him as Chen Nan launched a kick. Without needing to turn around, Yi Fengwu sensed the force of her strike. Had it not been for his years of martial training, he would never have managed to evade such a fierce whip kick. However, Yi Fengwu's muscular strength had been honed to its utmost, and with a slight shift of his foot, he effortlessly dodged the attack. Chen Nan's whip kick missed, leaving her beautiful face momentarily stunned, before she clenched her teeth and declared, you were fortunate to evade that. Next time, you shan't be so lucky. With a playful smile, Yi Fengwu replied, Officer, allow me to offer you a friendly piece of advice. The whip kick is not suitable for every opponent. If you face someone with quicker reflexes, it will only expose all your weaknesses. Chen Nan scoffed derisively, I have trained in martial arts since childhood. I do not require your guidance. You merely escaped by chance. If you claim I have flaws, then demonstrate it to me. Clearly, Chen Nan did not believe that Yi Fengwu had dodged her attack due to skill. Having dominated her peers at the police academy, she could not fathom being mocked by a rogue and rapist. Thus, with a flicker of motion, Chen Nan executed another whip kick aimed at Yi Fengwu's face, this time with greater force and speed. Why? Yi Fengwu smirked, you're asking for it. He leaned back slightly, easily avoiding the strike, while Chen Nan, after missing, spun in a full circle. Yet her reflexes were indeed far superior to the average person. As one leg landed, the other was poised to strike again. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Fengwu had already positioned himself behind her. This revelation left Chen Nan's beautiful face frozen in surprise. Smack! A resounding slap echoed as Chen Nan was propelled 2 meters away. At that moment, her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, one hand clutching her rear and the other pointing accusatorily at Yi Fengwu as she shouted, You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Yi Fengwu maintained his playful demeanor, replying, I had warned you earlier. The whip kick is ill-suited for opponents with quicker reflexes. Consider this your first lesson. I will not let you off lightly, Chen Nan fumed, attempting to retaliate against Yi Fengwu once more. After all, she was a girl and had never been struck in such a manner before. Seeing this, Li Hu hurriedly intervened, his expression serious as he stated, Miss, do not continue. You are not his match. Li Hu had been closely observing Yi Fengwu's every move. From his effortless evasion of Chen Nan's 2 attacks to his precise exploitation of her vulnerabilities, it was clear that Yi Fengwu's prowess surpassed even his expectations. Even though Chen Nan's combat skills ranked among the finest within the police force before Yi Fengwu, she appeared no more than a child being toyed with Li whose words struck a blow to Chen Nan's pride. Yet she was acutely aware of Li Hu's formidable strength. He was the soldier king of the Jidong military district, possessing terrifying power, and 10 of her would not stand a chance against him. Thus, while Chen Nan's heart simmered with anger, she also recognized that she was likely no match for this notorious criminal. Therefore, she pointed at Yi Fengwu and commanded, Li Hu, beat him up for me. I will take responsibility for any consequences. Li Hu's face contorted with distress as he replied, that may not be appropriate. What do you mean inappropriate? You are my grandfather's bodyguard. How can you stand idly by while his granddaughter is bullied? Chen Nan, still unable to swallow her indignation from being struck, began to argue fervently to Li who slowly turned to face Yi Fengwu. He had long been itching for a challenge and was eager to test Yi Fengwu's strength. Now, under Chen Nan's encouragement, he had the perfect excuse to formally challenge Yi Fengwu. With a smile, Li Hu said to Yi Fengwu, Brother Yi, shall we have a match? Yi Fengwu did not decline. Instead, he nodded with a smile, very well. In an instant, the mirth in Li Hu's eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce intensity, one that only emerged when facing a formidable adversary. Chapter 22. The name of the Blood Wolf King yet. Night Wind Wu maintained a subtle smile on his face, seemingly unperturbed by the impending contest, which diminished Li Hu's admiration for him. This man either regarded himself with disdain or was merely posturing, lacking any extraordinary skills. Suddenly, Li Hu sprang into action, his heavy military boots sinking into the grass as he propelled himself toward Night Wind Wu like a released arrow, his iron fists slicing through the air, targeting Night Wind Wu's vital facial points. The sheer force and speed he displayed were vastly superior to those of Qian Nan before him. Night Wind Wu nodded appreciatively. Li Hu's speed and strength were nearly at the pinnacle of muscular potential, placing him among the upper echelon of warriors even within the ranks of elite soldiers. Thus, Night Wind Wu too sprang into motion, twisting his waist and unleashing a whip kick. Beside them, Qian Nan's eyes widened in astonishment, for Night Wind Wu was employing the very technique she had just faced, the whip kick. However, his execution was far more ferocious and precise. In response to this whip kick, Li Hu dared not counter directly. Instead, he performed a backward somersault and sprang up like a fish leaping from the water, attempting to replicate the technique Night Wind Wu had just used against Qian Nan. He sought to exploit the opening that might follow the whip kick. However, just as he regained his footing, Night Wind Wu's leg descended upon him from above. Night Wind Wu was no Qian Nan. His muscular prowess had been developed to its utmost limit. Both his speed and strength had reached the zenith of human capability, rendering any flaw in his whip kick non-existent. Thus, following the whip kick, a downward strike followed seamlessly, with not a hint of vulnerability. Realizing the swiftness of Night Wind Wu, Li Hu was taken aback, and with a hasty roll, he narrowly evaded the attack. Before he could rise, the rush of wind returned, catching him off guard, as the consecutive attacks left him with no opportunity to retaliate. Consequently, he rolled again to escape. A muffled thud resonated where he had just stood. Startled, he turned to see the sewer cover behind him shattered into fragments, with Night Wind Wu smiling at him. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out on Li Hu's brow. Had Night Wind Wu continued his onslaught, he would have undoubtedly been unable to evade. Not bad, Night Wind Wu remarked with a grin, seemingly praising Li Hu. Li Hu slowly stood up, his expression rigid and unable to return to normal for quite some time. After a prolonged silence, he earnestly addressed Night Wind Wu. If it were a life-and-death struggle, I might manage a few exchanges. Night Wind Wu responded casually, it wouldn't exceed 2 exchanges. Li Hu's eyes widened, a flicker of despair crossing his resolute gaze. He was a 3-time champion of the Jidong region, yet he found himself bested by a notorious criminal. He did not doubt Night Wind Wu's words. In a life-or-death scenario, he would indeed fall within 2 exchanges. At this very moment, 3 pairs of astonished eyes, concealed atop the villa and amidst the foliage, were fixated on the scene. Qian Nan, beside them, clasped her hands over her mouth in disbelief. As a trained fighter herself, she recognized the brilliance of the duel. Though it lasted less than 2 seconds, it was far beyond the capabilities of any cinematic special effects. What astounded her further was the sewer cover, shattered by Night Wind Wu's kick, crafted from reinforced concrete. Had such a kick landed upon her, survival would have been improbable. In that moment, her gaze towards Night Wind Wu grew increasingly complex, tinged with an undercurrent of anger. How could this seemingly unassuming man, a rapist, possess such formidable skills? As Qian Nan grappled with her conflicting feelings, Night Wind Wu approached her, saying, "Call me brother." Qian Nan was momentarily taken aback, a hint of anger flashing in her large eyes as she retorted, "What are you so proud of? Having skills is nothing remarkable." Night Wind Wu gritted his teeth. "Are you trying to back out?" Qian Nan bit her lip defiantly, stating, Qian Nan, keep my word, brother Wu." Only then did Night Wind Wu chuckle triumphantly, "You are quite obedient, little sister. Farewell. Qian, you scoundrel. I will eventually drive you out of Qinghan's house." Qian Nan stomped her foot in indignation as Night Wind Wu departed. Once Night Wind Wu left, Li Hu approached Chen Zuoshan, still bearing an air of dejection. Chen Zuoshan smiled. "You were not unjustly defeated by him." Li Hu, taken aback, finally voiced his lingering question. "Sir, who exactly is this man?" It was evident that Li Hu did not believe he was merely a rapist. Chen Zuoshan replied, "He may not know you, but you certainly know him. Had I not appointed you as my guard back then, you might have found yourself among those assessed for the Blood Wolf Special Forces." Upon hearing this, Li Hu's robust frame shuddered violently, his previously despondent gaze transforming into one of excitement, tinged with exhilaration. It's him. I am fortunate to have crossed paths with him. Thank you, sir, for revealing this to me." Li Hu's eyes sparkled with an uncontainable thrill. That man. He was a myth within the military, a figure akin to a god of war. Few knew his true name, for he bore a more illustrious title, the Blood Wolf King. Years ago, after rigorous selection, he had qualified to partake in the assessments for the Blood Wolf Special Forces, with the instructor at that time being none other than the Blood Wolf King. Many participants had harbored dreams of witnessing the prowess of the Blood Wolf King, yet he, having become the aide to an esteemed elder, had missed that chance to meet the military legend. This had long been a regret in his heart, but today, not only had he encountered the Blood Wolf King, but he had also had the honor of engaging him in combat. If this man was indeed the Blood Wolf King, then it was only natural for him to be defeated. Upon returning home, Night Wind Wu found it to be 7 in the evening, greeted at the door by Jing Si. "Uncle, you're back." Jing Si greeted with a sweet smile. Night Wind Wu affectionately ruffled Jing Si's hair, replying gently, "Where's your mother?" Jing Si pointed toward Qin Qinghan's room, pursing her lips. Mom is in her room. She is upset today. Uncle, please don't bully her, okay? Night Wind Wu's expression darkened, suddenly noticing a cluttered cardboard box in the corner of the living room, and in that instant, he understood the situation. He then addressed Jingxi. Uncle will never bully your mother. I'm going to check on her, all right? Jingxi nodded, and Night Wind Wu pushed open the door to Qin Xinghan's room. The room was dimly lit, with only the bedside lamp illuminating the space. Qin Xinghan was curled up on the bed, surrounded by a mess of crumpled tissues. Upon seeing Night Wind Wu, she hurriedly wiped her tears from her face, saying, "You're back. I'll go make dinner." As she spoke, Qin Xinghan descended from the bed and headed for the door. However, as Night Wind Wu brushed past her, he firmly grasped her hand. Qin Xinghan resisted slightly, attempting to pull away, but found herself unable to escape his grip, so she relented. Night Wind Wu spoke in a low tone. The Qin family is on a path to self-destruction. Surprised by his words, Qin Xinghan looked at Night Wind Wu, furrowing her brows. Don't concern yourself with this matter. I will find work tomorrow. With that, she withdrew her hand and headed straight into the kitchen. Night Wind Wu had anticipated that the Qin family would cast Qin Xinghan aside, a conclusion he had foreseen. If they did not sever ties completely, how could he justify his own ruthless actions? Thus, he pulled out his phone and directly dialed Jiang Hao. Soon, Jiang Hao's voice came through the line. Brother Wu, the person who came to the project department for the handover today was not sister-in-law. Night Wind Wu scoffed. Of course not, for they have already dismissed Xinghan. What? The Qin family is truly something else, Brother Wu. Just say the word, and I could obliterate the Qin family in 2 days. Jiang Hao replied angrily. Night Wind Wu, however, countered. Your sister-in-law is simple-hearted. If we were to do that, it would tarnish her impression of us even further. Jiang Hao, perplexed, responded, Brother Wu, we can't let sister-in-law endure such indignities. Night Wind Wu chuckled. Do you think I would let the Qin family off the hook? Little Hao, starting tomorrow, assign as many projects from that construction site to the Qin family as possible. If they can handle it, give it to them unconditionally. Chapter 23. Borrowing money. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Hao fell silent for a moment and remarked, Brother Wu, I have invested over $1 billion in that project. If I were to grant the Qin family a few more projects, they might end up mortgaging the entire Qin group. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Fengwu's mouth as he scoffed. That is precisely what I desire them to do. The Qin group has always been upheld solely by my wife. Since they choose to exploit and bully her repeatedly, they do not deserve to possess the Qin group any longer. Jiang Hao chuckled. I understand now. Leave it to me. After a brief hesitation, Yi Fengwu said, Xiao Hao, lend me some money, 100,000. What? Jiang Hao's tone was tinged with surprise. Why? Yi Fengwu's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Do you not have it? Jiang Hao gave a wry smile. Brother Wu, do you know for whom I established Fenghao Real Estate? The entire company bears the name Fenghao, but it is essentially a grand gift for you upon your release. Therefore, I cannot lend you money. You should come tomorrow to take over Fenghao Real Estate. Its total assets exceed 2 billion. Yi Fengwu retorted impatiently. Enough with the nonsense. I only need 100,000 right now. Not to mention that Yi Fengwu had neither the time nor the inclination to manage a company. Even if he did, he would not squander his time on it. Jiang Hao sighed. I can transfer you several million to tide you over. Just send me your account details. Yi Fengwu replied, I don't have a bank account at the moment. It's better to handle it in person. He was unsure of where his salary card had ended up in the world. Although Jiang Hao was puzzled, he responded, well, tomorrow I will welcome you. Yi Fengwu hesitated for a moment and said, let us make it the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll be obtaining the marriage certificate with my wife. The matter of getting the certificate had already been delayed by a day, so Yi Fengwu was determined to persuade Qin Xinghan to go through with it tomorrow. Taking advantage of the time while Qin Xinghan was busy cooking, Yi Fengwu slipped into the narrow bathroom for a quick shower and then donned the outfit he had purchased that day. With broad shoulders and a physique significantly stronger than average, the gray and white hooded sportswear made him appear particularly spirited. Seeing Yi Fengwu finally change out of his camouflage attire, Jingxi smiled sweetly. Uncle, you look so handsome. At that moment, Qin Xinghan emerged from the kitchen holding 2 plates of food. Upon catching sight of the transformed Yi Fengwu, her melancholic gaze momentarily flickered. Yi Fengwu crouched down and gently kissed Jingxi's delicate face, offering a bittersweet smile. Even if uncle looks this handsome, it cannot bring a smile to your mother's face. The previously cheerful expression on Jingxi's face gradually froze, and she pouted. I rarely see my mother smile. Hearing this, Yi Fengwu felt a pang in his heart. How profoundly had the events of the past impacted this unfortunate woman? Without Jingxi, who could say whether she would have endured until now? Little did Yi Fengwu realize that since the calamity befell Qin Xinghan 8 years ago, she had lived under the scorn of those around her and was treated as inferior within the entire Qin family. Not only was she burdened with numerous responsibilities, but she also received no fair compensation for her efforts. She faced mortgage payments and the expenses of an entire family. Over the years, the pressure on her had been so overwhelming that she had almost forgotten her past tribulations. Let us eat, Qin Xinghan said as she placed the dishes on the table and began serving rice for Yi Fengwu and Jingxi. Dinner is served, Yi Fengwu smiled, gently lifting Jingxi and placing her in a chair at the dining table. This scene made Qin Shinghan's expression grow complex. How much better it would be if he were not a rapist, if he approached her with no ulterior motives. How wonderful it would be, Jingxi truly needed a father, someone who could provide her with a sense of security. Why? Yi Fengwu suddenly inquired. Where are your parents? Qin Shinghan replied softly, they are probably out playing mahjong. However, after saying this, a twinge of worry crept into her heart. It was unusual for her parents to be absent for several consecutive days without returning for dinner. Yi Fengwu took the rice that Qin Shinghan served him and was about to dig in when he noticed that she had only dished out 2 bowls, one for herself and one for Jingxi. Curiously, he asked, aren't you eating? Qin Shinghan gently caressed Jingxi's little face and replied, I'm not feeling well. You two go ahead and eat. I will clean up the dishes tomorrow. With that, she walked directly into her room and shut the door behind her. Staring at the closed door, Yi Fengwu, who had been filled with appetite, suddenly lost his desire to eat. He could sense the pressure weighing down on Qin Shinghan, stemming from being cast out by the Qin family and the looming expenses of daily life. However, he had no intention of revealing his plans to deal with the Qin family and provide her with financial support, as he sensed her resistance towards him. Whether the downfall of the Qin family would bring her joy or terror remained an enigma. In the dimly lit room, Qin Shinghan leaned against the headboard, holding the ring that Yi Fengwu had given her. Even under the dim light, the thumb-sized sapphire radiated a brilliant glow. I should return this to him tomorrow, Qin Shinghan murmured. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she held the ring beneath the lamp for a closer inspection and discovered 2 Chinese characters engraved on it. Knight, Sparrow, with a heart shape nestled between the 2 characters. It seemed deliberately crafted. Qin Shinghan furrowed her brow, pondering, his surname is Yi, but what does Sparrow signify? Yet soon after, she shook her head and placed the ring back into its exquisite box, as she intended to return it to him anyway. To leave a favorable impression on Qin Shinghan, Yi Fengwu dutifully washed all the dishes clean. In today's urban life, the pace continues to quicken, and in the pursuit of a better existence, many cannot afford to pause and savor their own lives. Once, humanity labored merely to survive. Now, they toil relentlessly in the quest for a better life. That evening, despite having thoroughly cleaned himself, Yi Fengwu was unable to enter Qin Shinghan's room. Both perplexed and frustrated, he noted that her parents had yet to return home, and given Qin Shinghan's immense financial strain, they still chose to play mahjong all night long. The next morning, Qin Shinghan ventured out in search of employment. Yi Fengwu had initially intended to cultivate a bond with Jingxi at home, but clearly, Qin Shinghan did not trust him. Instead, she took Jingxi to a place reminiscent of a small dining table. Thus, Yi Fengwu was left to seek out Lin Xiang and the others to inquire about the task at hand, specifically regarding Luo Yihuang's situation. In a high-end hospital's VIP ward, a young man lay on the lone hospital bed, his complexion utterly despondent, his eyes filled with intense hatred. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the blanket covering him was somewhat peculiar, for below his knees, there was nothing but emptiness. This young man was Qin Guangnan's grandson, Qin Fei's son, Qin Shou, the one whose legs Yi Fengwu had crushed. Qin Guangnan and Qin Fei sat nearby, their expressions equally grim. The only solace they found was that the big boss of Fengwu Real Estate had called today, expressing a desire to offer the Qin family more projects, should they be able to handle them. Grandfather, Dad, you must avenge me. Kill that Yi Fengwu and make that wretched Qin Shinghan wish she were dead. Qin Shou seethed, his eyes brimming with malice. In this lifetime, he would be confined to living in a wheelchair or with prosthetics. Qin Guangnan adored his only grandson immensely. He felt a deep sense of sorrow for Qin Shou's ruined legs, and his hatred for Yi Fengwu was palpable. Even his granddaughter, Qin Shinghan, had been cast into his blacklist due to this incident. After a prolonged silence, Qin Guangnan finally spoke. Rest assured, my dear Shou, I know who has done this to you. Whether it be that Yi Fengwu or Qin Shinghan, I will ensure they pay dearly. Qin Fei added, your grandfather has already taken action. Qin Shinghan has been expelled from the Qin family and is now seeking employment. Your grandfather has already made arrangements with several companies in Haihua City. Regardless of how outstanding her abilities may be, no company will hire her. Qin Shou's eyes glinted with a sinister light as he gritted his teeth and remarked, when she finds herself cornered, she will be begging my grandfather to marry her off to Zhang Gu. On the surface, Zhang Gu appears refined, but in truth, he is a pervert, and the methods he employs to torment women would make even me shudder. Chapter 24. Where is the time to obtain a certificate? Qin Fei coldly snorted. This is her own doing. Moreover, your grandfather has personally visited Shihu Heifeng. It won't be long before Shihu Heifeng sends someone to bring Yi Fengwu before you. At that time, you can decide how you want him to die. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou, whose face was initially filled with hatred, immediately brightened with excitement. He sneered, I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Qin Fei also smiled sinisterly, then, with a somewhat grave tone, addressed Qin Guangnan, Dad, Fengwu Real Estate is willing to entrust more projects to our Qin family. This situation seems rather unusual, as there has been no cordial relationship between the East Dragon Overlord Jiang Hao and our Qin family. Qin Guangnan, however, chuckled with confidence. Perhaps it's due to Qin Shinghan's merit. Since Fenghao Real Estate is showing us favor, we must certainly accept as many projects as they offer. The profits involved are at least 500 million. Qin Fei frowned. But if we are to take on all the projects, our Qin family might need to invest all our assets, even mortgaging the entire Qin group to raise the necessary capital. Qin Guangnan shook his head at Qin Fei, expressing disappointment. Feier, those who achieve great things must possess not only courage but also a certain audacity. The East Dragon Overlord holds our Qin family in esteem. If we withdraw now, there will be no opportunity for future collaboration. If you are concerned about the risks involved, I can only say that your vision is too narrow. Jiang Hao is a person who can stir up a storm in the entire Haihua city with a mere stamp of his foot. Though he acts decisively and ruthlessly, he would never engage in underhanded tactics. Therefore, regardless of the cost, we must ensure the success of this project. Upon hearing this, the worry in Qin Fei's eyes dissipated, replaced by a smile. I understand now. I will prepare today. Even if it means mortgaging the entire Qin group, I will secure the funds. Qin Guangnan nodded in satisfaction, smiling. That's more like it. Yi Fengwu did not remain obediently at home. Instead, he sought out Lin Chong. He instructed Lin Chong and the others to exercise utmost caution in ensuring the safety of Luo Yihuang, stating that he would take up the position of bodyguard at Luo Huang Group as soon as possible. Seizing the opportunity, he also had a spare key made. However, when he requested the house key from Qin Xinghan, she hesitated slightly but ultimately did not refuse, perhaps out of fear, or perhaps out of embarrassment. When Yi Fengwu returned home, it was already 2 in the afternoon, and the house was eerily quiet. Evidently, Qin Xinghan had not yet returned. Just as Yi Fengwu was about to sit on the sofa to rest for a moment, his gaze sharpened slightly, for he heard a faint sound coming from Qin Xinghan's room. Though the sound was exceedingly subtle, Yi Fengwu had once been the most exceptional scout in the military, and no noise could escape his keen ears. Could it be that Xinghan has returned? A wicked smile flickered in Yi Fengwu's eyes. With Qin Xinghan's parents absent from home and Jingxi having gone to a small dining table, was this not an opportunity for him to grow closer to her? Just as this wicked thought began to take shape, the door to Qin Xinghan's room swung open, revealing Yang Yu stepping out. Ah, Yang Yu exclaimed, clearly taken aback to find Yi Fengwu in the living room. The wicked thoughts in Yi Fengwu's eyes instantly turned to disappointment. However, his expression soon shifted again, for he detected an unusual glint in Yang Yu's eyes, a hint of panic, as if she had been caught in a compromising situation. Even more bizarrely, one of her hands was hidden behind her back. You? Why are you back? You startled me. Yang Yu feigned calmness as she addressed Yi Fengwu, her tone noticeably displeased. Yi Fengwu replied, I was waiting for Xinghan to return so we could obtain our marriage certificate. His intuition told him that something was amiss with Yang Yu, but as he was merely an unwed son-in-law, he felt he had no authority to interfere in the matters between mother and daughter. Nevertheless, he remained puzzled as to why Yang Yu and Qinji had not returned for several days, yet suddenly appeared today, sneaking out from Qin Xinghan's room. Yang Yu's eyes were filled with urgency as she impatiently said, We won't be having dinner at home today, so don't worry about us. After saying this, she grabbed her bag and left. Yi Fengwu, uninterested in delving into what Yang Yu was concealing, patiently awaited Qin Xinghan's return so they could obtain their certificate. At 4 in the afternoon, Qin Xinghan finally returned home. Yi Fengwu was just about to greet her with a smile when he saw the exhaustion and dejection in her eyes. Today, Qin Xinghan had interviewed at 5 companies, but none had offered her a position. At the 3rd company, she had already sensed something was off, for the interviewers had all appreciated her talents and praised her capabilities, yet the outcome was always rejection. At the 5th company, Qin Xinghan stubbornly sought to understand why. She was not a proud person, but she was well aware of her abilities. Even for a small company, she was confident she could achieve significant results in a short time. However, the interviewer had merely told her, You have offended someone. No one in this circle dares to employ you, even though we would love to recruit someone of your caliber. Without needing to speculate, Qin Xinghan understood that the Qin family was sabotaging her from behind, attempting to force her into a corner. Yi Fengwu approached her and asked, How did the interviews go? If they didn't work out, then I can ask Jiang how to find you a good job. Fenghao Real Estate is looking for a CEO. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan felt even more troubled, her fatigue deepening. CEO? Did he expect her to replace Jiang Hao as the head of Fenghao Real Estate? Not only was this unrealistic, but even if it were possible, she absolutely did not wish to have any further association with Fenghao Real Estate. Thank you, but I will look for another opportunity tomorrow. Qin Xinghan politely declined Yi Fengwu despite her inner turmoil. After leaving this remark, she directly entered her room. Yi Fengwu furrowed his brow, faintly hearing the sound of suppressed sobs, which tugged at his heartstrings. It seems that Qin Guangnan, that old scoundrel, is scheming behind the scenes, Yi Fengwu muttered coldly. He then pushed open Qin Xinghan's door and, indeed, saw her lying on the bed in tears, her delicate shoulders trembling. His heart ached for her, and he approached, sitting at the edge of the bed and reaching out to comfort her shoulders. However, as soon as his hand made contact, she recoiled, flipping onto her side like a startled rabbit, wrapping herself tightly in the comforter. Her tear-filled eyes filled with wariness as they fixed on Fengwu. This left Fengwu feeling awkward, and he rubbed his nose, saying, I just wanted to assure you that regarding the financial issues, you need not worry, I will find a way. From now on, I will take care of both you and your mother. It would take some time to dismantle the entire Qin group, so Fengwu could only temporarily comfort Qin Xinghan. Qin Xinghan shook her head, replying, I would like some time alone. Could you please leave? Fengwu's expression grew even more awkward, yet his heart felt warm. His wife was truly gentle, even when asking him to leave. However, he did not move his feet, instead hesitating before saying, well, I realize that now might not be the best time to say this, but you did promise to go with me to get the certificate. Since we're both free today, I have no mood to go with you to get a certificate. Before Fengwu could finish his sentence, Qin Xinghan interrupted him, her stunning face full of grievance. Qin Xinghan's disdain for Fengwu only grew stronger. Did he not realize that the sky above her was about to collapse, and he was still thinking about obtaining a marriage certificate with her? Nevertheless, Fengwu had his own struggles. His time to relax was running short. Once he officially began working at Luo Huang Group, he feared he would not be able to return home frequently. Hence, he took the risk of being disliked by Qin Xinghan to awkwardly urge her to get the certificate with him. With tearful eyes, Qin Xinghan gazed at Fengwu and asked again, Fengwu, I have always wanted to know, why do you approach me? I know nothing about you. Could you please let us mother and daughter go? Chapter 25. Cast out from home. Listening to the tone of Qin Xinghan's plaintive plea, Fengwu's expression darkened immediately. He said earnestly, I have never wished to harm you or your mother. My sole desire has been to care for you both for a lifetime. However, Qin Xinghan shook her head in self-mockery and said, you are aware of my past. At 16, I was raped. For 8 years, everyone around me has mocked me. Even my grandfather and uncle no longer regard me as a member of the Qin family. Yesterday, I lost my job, and now I lack the means to pay the mortgage or support my family. I have nothing to offer you. Please cease your pursuit of me, I beg you. Let me be. As she spoke, her sorrow deepened, her agitation growing, until she finally buried her face in her hands and wept bitterly. Fengwu's countenance darkened further. He scoffed, so, you have always perceived me in this way, though you believe I approached you for some ulterior motive? If there were one, I could honestly say that my only wish is to have the right to care for you and your mother. Qin Xinghan's head snapped up, tears falling onto the blanket. Overwhelmed by pressure, she was completely broken, and her apprehension of Fengwu dissipated. Thus, she coldly replied, your sweet words cannot deceive me. A man like you is not lacking in women. If you seek to ensnare me with honeyed words, I advise you to abandon that endeavor. I am not a naive little girl, nor will I ever fall in love with a rapist. At her words, a pang of bitterness struck Fengwu's heart. It dawned on him that Qin Xinghan had always believed he was pursuing her merely for fleeting pleasure. Ha! The self-mockery in Fengwu's eyes deepened as he forced a grim smile. Do you think I approached you for momentary desire, or to fulfill some sense of accomplishment in pursuing beautiful women? Qin Xinghan responded, isn't that the case? If you were to use force, I would be powerless to resist, but that hypocritical mask you wear disgusts me. Ha ha, Fengwu laughed, but it was an unpleasant sound. The laughter sent chills down Qin Xinghan's spine. Moments ago, she had mustered all her courage to voice her thoughts, but now she felt a surge of fear, terrified that this man might indeed resort to force. Instinctively, she shifted back, retreating to the head of the bed. After a long pause, Fengwu gazed into Qin Xinghan's eyes and said, I do have things I have kept from you, but I believe these secrets will not harm you. When the time is right, I will reveal everything to you without reservation. The only thing Fengwu had concealed from Qin Xinghan was the fact that he was Jing Si's biological father, the rapist who had condemned her to 8 years of hell. Of course, he also held the identity of a military hero. Had Fengwu known that Qin Xinghan despised his underground organization, he might have felt compelled to reveal his identity as the nation's protector. Now, however, Fengwu perceived not only Qin Xinghan's tenderness but also the tenacity within her. Once she discovered he was that rapist, she might feel driven to harm him or, at the very least, cast him out of her life forever, ensuring he could never approach her or her mother again. Qin Xinghan's emotions began to stabilize. She shook her head and said, there is no need, I have no interest in your affairs. I only ask that you leave me be. You make me feel anxious. With that, Qin Xinghan reached into the drawer of her bedside table and withdrew an object. Fengwu turned to see it was a small box, the very engagement ring he had gifted her. Qin Xinghan placed the box on the bed and, with exhaustion in her voice, said, thank you for everything you have done for us these past few days. I am returning this to you. Please leave. Fengwu felt a heavy weight in his heart as he was being cast out. He picked up the small box and opened it casually, revealing a ring adorned with a sapphire the size of his thumb. At first, he glanced at it indifferently, but then his gaze sharpened, a flicker of profound disappointment crossing his face. With a snap, Fengwu closed the box and said gravely, very well, I can leave for a few days. I will give you time to consider. With that, he exited Qin Xinghan's room directly. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Han felt no relief. Rather, she was engulfed by a sense of loss. Bang! When the outer security doors slammed shut, it felt as though she had lost a vital sense of security. Wah! The stifled sobs echoed once more in the room. Outside, by the trash bins, Fengwu's face was dark with disappointment. He squeezed the small box in one hand, applying pressure until it shattered. Crack! The box splintered, and the sapphire within transformed into a pile of dust. However, given that the sapphire was the size of a thumb and harder than diamond, it was impossible for Fengwu to crush it into powder so easily. From the powdered state, it was evident that it was merely ordinary glass. Why did you do this? Was it for money? Fengwu murmured in disappointment. The moment he opened the box in Qin Han's room and saw the ring, he realized it was no longer the one he had given her. The original ring was unique, valued at over $100 million. The one he had crushed, though similar in appearance, was a mere imitation made of glass, costing only a few dozen dollars to produce. It seems that even a woman as pure and kind as you can resort to petty actions for the sake of wealth. The disappointment in Fengwu's eyes deepened. After leaving that remark, he departed the community without a backward glance. He had no intention of reclaiming the ring. If Qin Han was willing to sell her integrity for $100 million, then so be it. In that case, she no longer warranted his lifelong protection. Fengwu could only hope that the $100 million would enable her and her mother to live a better life. No sooner had Fengwu left the community than Yang Yu rushed home in a flurry, bursting through the door with tears in her eyes. Qin Han, you must save your father. After sending Fengwu away, Qin Han felt a pang of loss, compounded by the pressure of being unemployed, which plunged her into despair. Upon hearing Yang Yu's cries, her heart sank. Though she was unaware of the specifics, she realized that disaster was imminent. Disregarding the tear stains on her face, Qin Han dashed out of her bedroom to find Yang Yu sobbing uncontrollably on the sofa. Qin Han, trembling, asked, "Mom, what happened? Where's Dad?" Yang Yu's eyes were filled with guilt and self-recrimination as she recounted, "Qin Han, I'm so sorry. I know the financial pressure you were under, but I couldn't resist the urge to play mahjong with the neighbors for a bit of fun." However, at this point, Yang Yu was clearly too choked up to continue. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Qin Han hurriedly sat beside her and asked, "Mom, what on earth happened? Did something happen to Dad?" Yang Yu wiped her tears and finally explained, "Yesterday, we were having a great time at the mahjong parlor. Your dad won a few $100s, but then a few young men in their 30s arrived, one of whom was named Gao He, and he sat at your father's table. That man looked fierce but had terrible luck, losing over $5,000 to your father in just one night. Eventually, Gao He became displeased and wanted to raise the stakes to $1,000 a hand. Your father, feeling lucky, agreed." Hearing this, Qin Han exclaimed, "Mom, didn't I tell you all not to play for such high stakes? It's just supposed to be entertainment." Yang Yu sobbed, "I advised your father of the same, but for some reason, he insisted on playing. At first, your father was indeed fortunate, winning $50,000 within an hour. He promised that if he won another $50,000, he would stop, allowing us to find a good school for Jing Si so she wouldn't be bullied anymore." Qin Han's expression grew increasingly worried. She understood that the situation was far from simple, and Gao He would not simply lose money without reason. Yang Yu cried even harder, continuing, "Because of your father's greed and Gao He's encouragement, they began betting even larger amounts, and as a result, wah. Qin Han, your father and I have wronged you." Yang Yu suddenly broke down in tears. Qin Han's heart raced with anxiety as she asked urgently, "Mom, did Dad lose? How much did he lose?" Yang Yu finally replied, "Your father lost 100,000. 100,000. Qin Han gasped, her eyes widening in shock. She had never anticipated such a significant loss. Afterward, she attempted to comfort Yang Yu, saying, "Mom, it's all right. Let's consider it a lesson. I will find a way to repay the debt." Though Qin Han spoke lightheartedly, she had no idea where to borrow such a sum. Should she seek help from her grandfather? They would surely refuse. Yang Yu, filled with guilt, said, "Qin Han, I know it's difficult for you, but you must find a way to save your father. Gao He said that if we don't pay him 80,000 by tomorrow, he will chop off one of your father's hands." Upon hearing this, Qin Han's face turned pale with fear. She exclaimed, "Shall we call the police?" Yang Yu quickly shook her head. "We cannot involve the police. That Gao He is clearly not a good person. If we report him, our family will face serious trouble. Qin Han, you must come up with a plan." Chapter 26. An incident occurs. Qin Han nodded slightly, but soon thereafter, a look of confusion crossed her face as she inquired, "Mother, did you not just mention that father lost 100,000? How has it become 80,000? Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's expression visibly shifted to one of embarrassment, and she muttered, "Today, while you were out, I sold your ring." As Qin Han's complexion darkened, Yang Yu continued, "What is this so-called billion-dollar sapphire? It is merely a high-end imitation. I thought it would fetch a good price, but it only sold for 20,000. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Qin Xinghan's face grew even more sullen, her gaze a tumult of emotions. It dawned on her why Yi Fengwu had appeared so distressed upon receiving the ring. He must have known it was no longer the original. Yet, he chose not to confront her directly and left in silence. Realizing this, Qin Xinghan felt a surge of panic, her eyes reddening as she lamented, "Mother, how could you take my belongings? Do you not understand that I just returned the ring to him today? If he discovers it has been swapped, how will he view me?" Yang Yu retorted sharply, "Why return it to him? He has been living off us for free. A mere ring would be a pittance." Qin Xinghan felt an overwhelming shame, bitterly replying, "Mother, you know nothing of the situation. I have already sent him away." Yang Yu paused, slightly taken aback. "It is best that he is gone. He has been taking advantage of us, boasting about a unique sapphire, claiming it to be one of a kind." Humph. Qin Xinghan shook her head in resignation, but her immediate concern was to rescue her father before attempting to reclaim the ring. However, she had very few friends, let alone anyone who could lend her 100,000 at a moment's notice. After a sleepless night filled with turmoil, the next morning, Qin Xinghan, her eyes bloodshot, finally dialed Chen Nan's number. "Xinghan, I'm busy. Is there something you need?" Chen Nan answered after a few rings. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xinghan stammered, "Chen Nan, could you lend me 80,000? 80,000. Chen Nan was momentarily taken aback, then asked, "Have you encountered some trouble?" Qin Xinghan refrained from revealing the truth and instead said, I wish to transfer Jingxi to another school, so I'm in a bit of a rush." Chen Nan responded directly, "I can transfer 50,000 to you immediately. The remaining 30,000 I can send you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan exhaled in relief. "Thank you, Chen Nan, 50,000 will suffice." "All right, I'll transfer it right away. Remember, if you're in trouble, don't hesitate to call me," Chen Nan advised. "Yes, thank you." After hanging up, Qin Xinghan searched for an app on her phone. Her car had cost over 70,000, and having driven it for less than 2 years, she hoped to sell it for 30 or 40,000. Given that Gao He had only granted her a single day, she could not wait for Chen Nan's 30,000 and opted to sell her car instead. However, in her haste, she managed to sell it for only 30,000. With the 80,000 in hand, Qin Xinghan arrived at the address provided by Yang Yu, which led her to a large game room. The establishment was bustling with young patrons, each exuding an air of bravado that made Qin Xinghan instinctively tense. As she entered, the smoky atmosphere hushed at the sight of such a poised and stunning beauty, causing an almost immediate silence to descend. Some patrons even whistled in her direction. "Hey, are you here to play too? Come join our table. I guarantee you'll win." One tattooed young man leered at her. "Beautiful lady, join us, and what you win is yours. If you lose, it's on me." Several others chimed in, extending their invitations. Qin Xinghan's expression remained guarded as she nervously responded, I am looking for Gao He that I wish to negotiate for my father's release." At this, the tattooed young man approached her, his eyes glinting with amusement. "So, you are Qin Xinghan. Indeed, you are a stunning beauty, far surpassing those movie stars." Qin Xinghan bit her lip, feeling the weight of the situation. This is troublesome. The young man waved her over, saying, "Follow me." She trailed behind him into an office. Upon entering, Qin Xinghan immediately spotted Qin Ji, who sat rigidly in a chair, his complexion pale and devoid of color. Seeing Qin Xinghan, Qin Ji wailed, "Xinghan, I am so sorry. It is all my fault for being too greedy. You must save me." In the corner, a man in his 30s, smoking a cigar, sat with a fierce countenance marked by a menacing scar. This was Gao He, the owner of the game room, who conducted illicit card games at night. Upon seeing Qin Xinghan, Gao He was momentarily taken aback, realizing Lu Fu's words had been accurate. Her grace and beauty eclipsed that of any film star. Qin Xinghan's heart ached at the sight of her father, but she steeled herself, placing the bag containing 80,000 in cash on the table. "This is 80,000. Please release my father." Gao He exhaled a puff of smoke, smirking. 80,000 was the amount yesterday. Today, it has a different price? Qin Xinghan felt her anger flare. "How can you do this? I have delivered the money as promised." Leaning back in his chair, Gao He let his eyes roam over Qin Xinghan's figure in a lecherous manner, disdainfully commenting on her modest attire. He then said, "Your father's situation is quite severe. In our line of work, cheating is the gravest offense, and your father has crossed that line. Without 200,000 by 5 this afternoon, I will have someone deliver an arm to you." Qin Xinghan was filled with both rage and fear, while Qin Ji cried out, "Xinghan, I did not cheat. They set me up." Though Qin Xinghan believed her father's words, his current predicament left her powerless, forced to comply with their demands. After a lengthy silence, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Fine. I can only provide you with 200,000 tomorrow, but you must ensure my father's safety." Gao He chuckled, "My dear, today it is 200,000. Tomorrow it may become 400,000. So, you best hurry." Qin Xinghan's fury intensified. "What will it take for you to release my father? We have no grievances against you." Despite her gentle demeanor, Qin Xinghan was astute, recognizing that Gao He had no intention of releasing her father. Gao He extinguished his cigar in an ashtray, grinning as he said, I will offer you a chance. Attend a dinner tomorrow night. As long as you do, your father will return home safely, and his debt to me will be erased. Stunned, Qin Shinghan's eyes widened in realization. This was their true motive, to ensnare her father in a trap to coerce her attendance at a dinner. Yet, she had her principles. She shook her head resolutely. I will repay you, but I will not attend that dinner. Gao He appeared unfazed by her refusal, calmly asserting, in that case, prepare to receive an arm from your father. And do not even think of calling the police, or what you receive will not be an arm, but a corpse. At this, Qin Jia's face blanched in terror, but he grit his teeth and insisted, Qing Han, I will bear the consequences of my actions. You cannot go to that dinner. Upon hearing her father's words, Gao He scowled, and the tattooed young man punched Qin Ji in the face, causing blood to trickle from his lip. Seeing this, Qin Shinghan cried out in desperation, Stop, I will go. Qin Ji spat blood, pleading, Qing Han, you must not go. Gao He laughed. Didn't you survive a brutal assault 8 years ago? Why care so much for your well-being now? With a frigid expression, Qin Shinghan met Gao He's gaze. Tell me the time and place. I will go, but you must keep your promise. Satisfied by her compliance, Gao He grinned, rest assured. As long as you arrive at Fengwu Hotel by 8 tomorrow night, your father will leave here safely. It's a deal, Qin Shinghan replied coldly, turning to her father. You will leave here. With that, she turned on her heel and exited the game room, leaving the 80,000 behind without a backward glance. Chapter 27. The banquet. After Qin Shinghan departed, the tattooed youth approached Gao He and inquired, Brother Gao, I heard a significant figure visited Haihua City. Just how prominent are they? Upon hearing this, Gao He shot a stern glance at the tattooed youth and gravely replied, even the Eastern Dragon Overlord, Brother Hao, addresses him as brother. What does that tell you about his stature? The tattooed youth was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape, before stammering, even Brother Hao calls him brother? He then shrank back, chuckling, Brother Gao, is Qin Shinghan the gift you prepared for that illustrious figure? Gao He reignited a cigar, a proud smile adorning his face as he declared, of course. If it weren't for the purpose of getting closer to Brother Hao, how could I let such a gem slip away? As long as I can catch a glance from Brother Hao, you all shall dine and drink to your heart's content in the future. This time, Lu Fu inadvertently assisted me, so I shall extend him some favors down the line. Gao He had a bit of camaraderie with the principal Lu Fu, who had approached him 2 days prior, lamenting that a student's father had assaulted him. That man was a formidable criminal, and Lu Fu had extolled Qin Shinghan's beauty to the heavens. Initially, Gao He was skeptical that anyone could be as beautiful as described, but upon meeting Qin Shinghan, he realized Lu Fu's praises barely scratched the surface of her true allure. Thus, the originally selfish Gao He devised a new plan. Why not present the extraordinarily beautiful Qin Shinghan, far surpassing any movie star, to Brother Hao? In doing so, he could then secure a place among the Eastern Dragon Overlord circle. Meanwhile, the homeless Yi Fengwu had no choice but to make do in the presidential suite shared by Lin Chong and his companions for a few days. Upon seeing Yi Fengwu, the trio was slightly taken aback. Hadn't the instructor claimed that he was blissfully wrapped in the arms of a beautiful wife every day? Why had he abandoned her to stay with them? As they contemplated questioning him, Yi Fengwu kicked them aside and forcefully claimed the sole large bed for himself. Naturally, Yi Fengwu would not divulge that he had been ousted from his home by his wife. At the same time, Qin Shinghan was tossing and turning at home, unable to find sleep. She had contemplated calling Chen Nan more than once, but was deterred by Gao He's threat that if she alerted the authorities, her father would lose his life. Beside her, Yang Yu, although worried that Qin Shinghan was walking into a den of wolves, was also torn by her loyalty to her husband of several decades, leaving her to weep incessantly. At 7 in the evening, Qin Shinghan finally began her preparations, applying lipstick she hadn't worn in ages and even attempting eyeliner. She donned a pair of fitted trousers, a white shirt, and a khaki trench coat. Though her attire was simple, her grace and beauty were enough to leave any man in awe, particularly given Qin Shinghan's inherently pure and stunning appearance. Gazing into the mirror, she felt a bittersweet despair. At that moment, she realized that the days when she felt the most secure in her life were those few days spent with Yi Fengwu. If only he weren't a formidable criminal. If only he had no ties to underground organizations. I truly wish for him to be Jing Si's father, Qin Shinghan murmured, her heart heavy with disappointment. Yet, life offers no if-onlys. Since 8 years ago, her fate had been sealed for a tragic existence. At last, she departed her home and boarded a taxi bound for Fengwu Hotel. Within the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, Yi Fengwu sat expressionless on the sofa, the ashtray on the coffee table overflowing with cigarette butts. I still cannot believe you could be that kind of woman. Could a mere ring compel you to sell your dignity? Yi Fengwu whispered, having spent a restless night doubting that Qin Shinghan could truly be such a woman. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was Jiang Hao calling. After pressing the answer button, Jiang Hao's voice rang out, Brother Wu, I've arranged a welcome banquet for you at Fengwu Hotel, and I'll introduce you to a few brothers who have fought alongside me. Yi Fengwu replied nonchalantly, understood. Just give me the room number. I'll head over now. When one is downcast, the thought of using alcohol to numb oneself often arises, and Yi Fengwu was no exception. Without hesitation, he agreed to the invitation. Jiang Hao continued, second floor of Fenghao Hotel, Overlord Room. Upon leaving, Yi Fengwu took a taxi directly to Fenghao Hotel. As he arrived at the entrance, he was momentarily taken aback by the luxury of the establishment. The building boasted 15 stories, with the first 5 dedicated to dining. Chinese, Western, and French cuisines were all available, while the upper floors housed guest rooms. It was said that Fenghao Hotel was among the most opulent in Shanghai, a super 5-star venue where those of power and influence often dined. Today, Yi Fengwu had donned a black zhongshan suit, which accentuated his already tall and robust physique, enhancing his imposing presence. However, in this modern age, such attire on a 26-year-old man appeared somewhat antiquated. Nevertheless, with his athletic build and chiseled features, even in an old-fashioned suit, he remained striking. Upon entering the grand revolving door, he was greeted by a mature woman in a professional skirt suit. Though modestly endowed, she had a captivating appearance. The top buttons of her white shirt were undone, revealing a glimpse of enticing allure, while her full figure accentuated the graceful curve of her knee-length skirt. Welcome to Fenghao Hotel. I am the lobby manager, Lin Ling. Do you have a reservation, sir? She asked with a warm smile directed at Yi Fengwu. Standing at 185 meters, clad in his zhongshan suit, Yi Fengwu appeared even taller, complemented by his handsome and resolute visage. Thus, Lin Ling's tone turned notably gentle and welcoming. A man of such looks and stature could easily be envisioned as a desirable partner, even if he lacked wealth. Yi Fengwu responded politely, my name is Yi Fengwu. I believe a reservation isn't necessary, as it seems a room has already been booked. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling smiled warmly, contemplating a playful interaction with this handsome man. She stepped closer, linking her arm through his, brushing against him. Why don't we sit over there for a moment? You can tell me all about yourself, Lin Ling suggested with a flirtatious smile. Yi Fengwu's brow furrowed slightly. He couldn't help but feel the electrifying sensation on his arm. He was not fond of such overtly flirtatious women and wished to retract his arm, but found himself unable to muster the strength to do so. He resigned himself to her antics. Sensing his discomfort, Lin Ling teased, Oh, are you shy, handsome? Afraid I might take advantage of you? Her behavior resembled that of a seductress, causing Yi Fengwu to frown. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ling rarely revealed such a side. She simply found this handsome man particularly appealing. Perhaps with a little charm, she might bid farewell to her single status. Just as Yi Fengwu was about to mention Jiang Hao's name, another youth approached, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Although clad in designer attire, his ensemble appeared mismatched, and the large gold chain around his neck added to his roguish demeanor. Upon seeing Lin Ling with her arm around Yi Fengwu, the youth smirked and quipped, well, if it isn't Sister Ling flirting with a man. How rare. Lin Ling shot him a glare, retorting, Lu Cheng, go away. Put out that cigarette. Didn't Brother Hao ask you to greet the distinguished guest? Lu Cheng chuckled, casting a few sidelong glances at Yi Fengwu before looking outside and stating, that esteemed gentleman should be arriving soon. Lu Cheng was a trusted subordinate of Jiang Hao. Lin Ling's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, I've heard that this esteemed gentleman is someone even Brother Hao addresses as brother. What does he look like? Is he handsome? At that moment, Yi Fengwu felt a wave of annoyance. Lin Ling was completely disregarding him. Lu Cheng replied, I haven't met him, but Brother Hao mentioned that any woman who encounters him feels a sense of security and desires to be in a relationship. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu instinctively straightened his posture, thinking that while Lu Cheng might not be likable, his words were strikingly honest. Lin Ling affected a love-struck expression but soon turned her gaze to Yi Fengwu's face, which was equally striking, with a tall stature and remarkably solid musculature. From him, she indeed felt a hint of safety. Was Lu Cheng not referring to him? Chapter 28. Pole dance. As the notion of pole dancing emerged, Lin Ling's complexion visibly paled. Tentatively, she turned to Lu Cheng and inquired, Chengzi, what is the name of that gentleman? Lu Cheng replied, his surname is Yi. Hao Gu refers to him as Wu Gu. The moment these words left his lips, Lin Ling's body stiffened noticeably, her exquisite face drained of color as she hastily released Yi Fengwu's arm. The man, named Yi Fengwu, bore the surname Yi, and his name concluded with the character for martial. Coupled with Lu Cheng's apt description of the individual, Lin Ling, who was already quite astute, swiftly deduced that Yi Fengwu was indeed the guest Hao Gu was entertaining today. Heavens, what had she done? Not only had she flirted with him, but she had also clung to his arm. Although Lin Ling was well acquainted with Hao Ji's underlings, she still held a deep respect for Hao Gu himself. Today, however, she had dared to tease a man whom even Hao Gu addressed with deference. It was over. She was doomed. Observing her distress, Yi Fengwu playfully smiled at Lin Ling and remarked, would you care to chat for a while? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling nearly burst into tears. Despite her camaraderie with Jiang Hao's subordinates, she was acutely aware of the ruthless nature of Donglong Boang Jiang Hao, and thus, she felt an even greater trepidation towards someone who commanded respect from Jiang Hao himself. Consequently, she lowered her head and nervously stammered, Wu. Wu Gu, I apologize, I did not realize it was you. At the same time, Lu Cheng was equally astonished, his expression shifting dramatically. He understood Lin Ling's ability to read people. Could this individual truly be the Wu Gu Hao Gu spoke of? Realizing this, Lu Cheng hurriedly crushed his cigarette, but in his palm, and bowed his head towards Yi Fengwu, saying, You are indeed Wu Gu? Yi Fengwu nodded and said, If it was Xiao Hao who sent you to fetch me, then it must be correct. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng became even more respectful and addressed Yi Fengwu, Wu Gu. Hao Gu has been waiting for you in the private room for quite some time. Allow me to escort you there. Yi Fengwu nodded, and as he followed Lu Cheng out, he did not forget to smile at Lin Ling, saying, Sister Ling, it seems we shall have to continue our conversation another time. Lin Ling's face was a mixture of bitterness and anxiety, yet Yi Fengwu's warm smile eased her tension somewhat. Watching the tall figure ascend the staircase, Lin Ling murmured to herself, What a truly handsome man. He possesses an aura that instills a profound sense of safety. How wonderful it would be to have him as a boyfriend, or even just to spend a night with him. Just as Yi Fengwu reached the second-floor staircase, he unexpectedly slipped slightly. Although Lin Ling's voice was faint, it was crystal clear to Yi Fengwu's keen ears. Soon, Lu Cheng led Yi Fengwu into a grand and luxurious private room, the door emblazoned with the striking characters, Overlord. Upon entering, Yi Fengwu's gaze was immediately drawn to the enormous marble table, where Jiang Hao sat at the head, surrounded by 8 others. Seeing Yi Fengwu enter, Jiang Hao quickly rose and exclaimed, Wu Gu, why have you arrived only now? As Jiang Hao stood, the other 8 promptly followed suit, calling out to Yi Fengwu as Wu Gu. Among these 8, 3 had previously encountered Yi Fengwu during a project meeting. Yi Fengwu replied in a calm tone, It's hardly late. While speaking, he casually surveyed the opulent room, which spanned over 100 square meters. The massive marble table occupied a third of the space, while the remaining area featured a karaoke section, a bar stocked with fine liquors, and even a pole in the center, suggesting the possibility of a special performance. Jiang Hao chuckled and eagerly ushered Yi Fengwu to the main seat before saying, Wu Gu, allow me to introduce you. This is Hyena, my most capable subordinate. He met you last time. Jiang Hao pointed to a slender yet explosive young man beside him. The youth appeared stern, with a gaze that concealed a hint of ferocity, adding an air of danger to his already serious demeanor. Yi Fengwu nodded. His background as a soldier meant he had lost count of the lives he had taken over the past 8 years, and upon seeing the fierce glint in Hyena's eyes, he could ascertain that beneath the young man's disciplined exterior lay a potentially wild side. He too had likely taken many lives. What truly set Hyena apart was his physique. Although slender, he possessed broad bones, and his fists were calloused from countless encounters. Wu Gu, I look forward to your guidance, Hyena said, quickly standing and raising a 3-tail cup, downing it in one gulp. Jiang Hao continued with a smile, Wu Gu, it has been 8 years since we last met. I wonder if your combat skills have improved. This Hyena has served as a mercenary in the Silver Triangle. He is one of my most esteemed brothers. Perhaps you two could spar sometime. Yi Fengwu shot Jiang Hao a glance, retorting nonchalantly, Do you wish to spar with me? Jiang Hao chuckled sheepishly, retracting his neck slightly. Wu Gu, I was no match for you back then, but times have changed. For the past 8 years, I have diligently practiced combat techniques. While I may not stand a chance against Hyena, professional boxers are hardly a challenge for me now, so you surely cannot inflict the same level of humiliation upon me as before. While Jiang Hao's words were laced with jest, it was evident that he sought an opportunity to gauge Yi Fengwu's current combat prowess. Yi Fengwu rolled his eyes at Jiang Hao, scoffing, If you wish to test your skills, the outcome will undoubtedly be far worse than before. Jiang Hao chuckled, somewhat incredulous. He suspected he might not be Yi Fengwu's equal, yet he believed he would fare better than in their previous encounter. Meanwhile, Hyena's gaze towards Yi Fengwu grew more serious. As a former mercenary, he held little fear of even the most formidable boxers and possessed a sense of pride. He sensed a confidence emanating from Yi Fengwu, a confidence rooted in an unyielding attitude, yet not merely arrogance. Though Hyena respected Yi Fengwu, it did not deter him from wishing to test the strength of someone whom even Hao Gu regarded with utmost respect. Jiang Hao continued with introductions, gesturing to several individuals present. This is Lu Cheng, whom you have already met. This is Feng Gang. This is Zhang Tao. He introduced all 8 individuals to Yi Fengwu, concluding with a grin, They are not only my right-hand men, but also the backbone of the entire Feng Hao real estate. Despite their past of violence, they possess considerable skills in the realm of real estate. The 8 men raised their glasses to Yi Fengwu, downing their drinks in unison, exuding a camaraderie that was palpable. Yi Fengwu followed suit, draining his cup as well. At that moment, several waitstaff began to serve dishes, quickly filling the expansive table with an array of exquisite cuisine. Lin Ling, the hall manager, approached with a glass in hand, making her way to Yi Fengwu and Jiang Hao. She filled her glass to the brim and stated, Wu Gu, I sincerely apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Consider this drink my formal apology. With that, she tilted her head back, downing the contents with equal flair. Yi Fengwu chuckled, No need to dwell on it. I hardly suffered any loss. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Being a perceptive woman, she understood the implication of Yi Fengwu's words. After all, she had been quite familiar with his arm earlier, and it was clear he had not lost out at all to the tea that moment. Lu Cheng chimed in teasingly, Sister Ling, if it's an apology, why not entertain us with a pole dance? Ha ha. Let's see a performance. With Lu Cheng's jest, the others joined in the raucous cheer. Lin Ling shot Lu Cheng a glare, playfully scolding, get lost. I would never dance for you lot. Lu Cheng persisted, then how about a performance for Wu Ge? Just a moment ago, you seemed eager to impress him. Caught off guard by Lu Cheng's revelation, Lin Ling's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, enhancing her already alluring appearance. Jiang Hao, equally surprised by Lin Ling's connection to Wu Ge, chimed in with a laugh, Lin Ling, since everyone is in high spirits, why not put on a show? Faced with Jiang Hao's suggestion, Lin Ling dared not refuse. Glancing at Yi Fengwu and noticing a glimmer of interest in his eyes, she smiled and replied, very well, I shall showcase my skills. With that, Lin Ling sensually leaned against the pole, her voluptuous figure swaying in rhythm with the music. Her movements were enchanting and alluring, yet devoid of any overt lewdness. Dressed in a professional skirt suit, which was hardly conducive for pole dancing, Lin Ling nonetheless executed her routine with fiery passion, performing even the most challenging moves with ease, rivaling professional pole dancers without restraint. The only disappointment for the gentlemen present was that although Lin Ling's movements were expansive, the view beneath her skirt was meticulously obscured at pivotal moments, leaving them yearning for more. Chapter 29. The Common Nature of Humanity. Jiang Hao addressed Yi Fengwu amidst the night breeze. Brother Wu, Lin Ling was once an excellent pole dance instructor. Unfortunately, her venue was destroyed by the West Tiger Black Wind. I observed her remarkable interpersonal skills, which led me to take her in. Yi Fengwu nodded, harboring a considerable admiration for Lin Ling. She was not only intelligent but also possessed commendable dancing grace. Jiang Hao, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, remarked, Brother Wu, although Lin Ling may appear somewhat flirtatious, none of the brothers have laid a hand on her. What do you say? Before Jiang Hao could finish his sentence, Yi Fengwu shot him a glare and retorted, my wife is far more beautiful than she is. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao chuckled, indeed, but indulging in a bit of infidelity is only human nature. Yi Fengwu feigned anger, yet within, he silently acknowledged the truth in those words. As Yi Fengwu admired Lin Ling's fiery pole dance, a group of young men entered the lobby below, led by the scar-faced Gao He. With a cigar dangling from his lips and an air of swagger, Gao He strode confidently to the center of the hall. At that moment, a waiter approached him, frowning as he said, Sir, smoking is not permitted here. He promptly offered an ashtray before Gao He, his face displaying undeniable arrogance. In response, Gao He hastily placed the cigar into the ashtray, showing deference even in the presence of the Fenghao Hotel's staff. Such was the aura of the Eastern Dragon Overlord. The waiter then inquired, do you have a reservation, sir? Gao He replied, Feng Gang is my friend. Let me give him a call. The waiter, recognizing Feng Gang, who was a trusted aide of Brother Hao, relaxed his demeanor somewhat. Gao He dialed Feng Gang's number and stated, Brother Gang, I've arrived at the lobby. All right, I'll head up shortly. After hanging up, Gao He's brow furrowed slightly as he cursed, damn it, why hasn't Qin Shi Han arrived yet? Is she reconsidering? He then turned to one of his subordinates, commanding, if Qin Shi Han hasn't shown up by 8 o'clock, make sure to eliminate Qin Ji. Just as the subordinate nodded in agreement, he caught sight of an extraordinarily stunning figure approaching the hotel entrance. A tall woman, dressed simply yet radiating an indescribable aura of purity. Such a woman seemed almost unreal. It was none other than Qin Shi Han. Gao He, captivated by her beauty, found himself momentarily speechless. Beautiful lady, you finally made it. I thought you didn't care about your father's well-being, Gao He leered. Reaching out to grasp her arm, Qin Shi Han stiffened and stepped back, evading his grasp, and then said, I arrived on time. You should uphold your promise. Gao He chuckled, of course. He then pulled out his phone and dialed, instructing, release Qin Ji and return his phone and all belongings. After hanging up, he turned to Qin Shi Han, I, Gao He, am a man of my word. Your father will be home soon. Qin Shi Han, however, harbored doubts about Gao He's integrity and prepared to call her father. Before she could dial, Qin Ji's call came through. Qin Han, I've left the mahjong parlor. Hurry back, and don't go to that hotel. His voice was urgent and anxious. Qin Shi Han replied calmly, Dad, don't worry about it. She then hung up abruptly, quickly tapping on her phone screen a few times, her discreet actions raising no suspicion from Gao He. Once Qin Shi Han pocketed her phone, Gao He gestured, please, the second floor overlord suite awaits. If that esteemed gentleman takes a liking to you, your future will be secure, far surpassing that of your current criminal husband. Qin Shi Han's expression remained impassive, yet her eyes reflected deep despair as she ascended the staircase, occasionally brushing her left sleeve. Gao He furrowed his brow slightly but dismissed Qin Shi Han's peculiar behavior. Inside the suite, Lin Ling continued her seductive and fiery dance, a sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead, her alluring gaze consistently directed towards Yi Fengwu. At that moment, Fengwu turned to Jiang Hao, saying, "Brother Hao, someone wishes to meet you." Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. "Who is it?" Fengwu replied, "A minor figure named Gao He, who runs a mahjong parlor in Haihua City and has a few subordinates. He has some connections with me and has long desired to work under you." Unamused, Jiang Hao retorted, "Today is for welcoming Brother Wu. We don't need just anyone intruding." Fengwu chuckled. "I didn't intend to let him come either, but he mentioned bringing a stunning beauty he wants to introduce to Brother Wu." Jiang Hao's brow furrowed at this, understanding Yi Fengwu's character. Though both were spirited men, Yi Fengwu was not one to entertain just any woman. Yet, with 8 years having passed and Wu just out of prison, perhaps he might be in need of female company. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded, "Let him come up." Fengwu smiled, "I'll go fetch him." As Fengwu exited the suite, Yi Fengwu listened attentively to the exchange but remained silent. Soon, the door opened, Fengwu stepping in first, followed by the scar-faced Gao He. Although Gao He was accustomed to the underworld, he had never encountered a scene like this. Not only was Brother Hao present, but so were his trusted aides, who were titans in Haihua City. Consequently, Gao He appeared visibly anxious, unable to stand tall. Fengwu introduced, "Brother Wu, Brother Hao, this is Gao He, the owner of a mahjong parlor who wishes to meet you." Both Yi Fengwu and Jiang Hao maintained indifferent expressions, scarcely acknowledging this insignificant figure. Nearby, Lu Qing scoffed, "Gao He, did you come empty-handed? Surely you know our rules. If you arrive without a gift, you must leave something behind." Gao He, his face stiffening, forced a smile as he addressed Jiang Hao and Yi Fengwu, "Brother Hao, how could I dare come empty-handed? I brought along a stunning beauty who wishes to witness Brother Hao's charm." He then turned to the door, calling, "Why not come in and meet Brother Hao?" Fengwu added with a lecherous grin, "This lad speaks the truth. The beauty outside is breathtaking, simply unbelievable." Everyone eagerly turned to the entrance, anticipating the appearance of this astonishing beauty. Jiang Hao exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Fengwu, "Brother Wu, let us see her." Yi Fengwu nodded, both men directing their attention toward the door. In a moment, a tall woman with a pure appearance stepped into view. Her head bowed. She appeared somewhat rigid, yet even so, her captivating beauty rendered the room silent. Lin Ling, who had been dancing, was equally entranced, suddenly feeling inadequate in the presence of this woman. In an instant, the expressions of Yi Fengwu and Jiang Hao darkened ominously. Even the hyenas and Zheng Tao, standing nearby, were taken aback. They had encountered Qin Xinghan during a project at Fenghao Real Estate, a time when she had narrowly escaped the clutches of Jin Bao. Recalling that incident sent chills down their spines, remembering how Brother Hao had ruthlessly dealt with Jin Bao, even sacrificing a leg to atone to Wu. Now, how could Qin Xinghan reappear in such a setting? Chapter 30. The blame does not lie with you. If Qin Xinghan had glanced up, she would have caught sight of Yi Fengwu's icy and fearsome gaze. Goodness, she is simply exquisite, far more beautiful than those movie stars. "Gao He, you've done well," Lu Cheng remarked, gazing at the downcast Qin Xinghan, unable to suppress his astonishment. Aside from the hyena and Zheng Tao, the other 5 could not help but jest, "Beautiful lady, you've truly come to the right place." At that moment, a man named Zhong Long, seated at the edge, suddenly raised his wine glass and extended it toward Qin Xinghan, saying with a smile, "Drink this glass, and you shall be one of us from now on." However, Qin Xinghan did not reach for the glass. Instead, she bit her crimson lips and replied, that I do not drink." Upon hearing this, Zhong Long visibly frowned. Gao He, noticing the shift in atmosphere, coldly interjected, "Qin Xinghan, do not refuse a toast only to end up drinking a penalty. Just look at the caliber of people in this room. Drink up, and then take a seat beside Brother Hao, or else." Before Gao He could finish his sentence, the hyena leapt across the 3-meter-wide marble table and, with a swift kick, shattered the wine glass in Zhong Long's hand. Zhong Long was taken aback, still reeling from the shock of the hyena's outburst, when the hyena swiftly slapped Gao He across the face. The force of the blow sent Gao He flying over 2 meters, crashing violently against the wall, his lips torn asunder. In that moment, Gao He felt no pain from his face. He was utterly stunned by the suddenness of the slap. Had he truly erred in some way? Nearby, Jiang Hao's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, his anger directed at Gao He, Fengwu, and Zhong Long. They were pushing him toward a perilous path, as he sensed the icy murderous intent emanating from Yi Fengwu. After sending Gao He sprawling, the hyena turned and seized Zhong Long by the collar, forcefully slamming him onto the table. "Brother dog, what have I done wrong?" Zhong Long stammered, bewildered, as he lay trembling on the table. The hyena was a figure of immense respect for him, not only the most trusted brother of Brother Hao but also a man known for his volatility. Leaning close to Zhong Long's ear, the hyena murmured darkly, "Your error lies in your lack of discernment." With that, the hyena swiftly grasped a silver knife from the table and, in a flash, drove it into Zhong Long's palm, the blade piercing through the marble and pinning him to the tabletop. Zhong Long's face flushed with pain, yet he dared not utter a single plea for mercy. While he was oblivious to the nature of his transgression, he understood that he had undoubtedly erred. Witnessing this, Feng Gang, Lu Cheng, and the others who had just been teasing Qin Shi Han turned pale with terror. The hyena then slammed Lu Cheng onto the table and plunged another silver knife into his palm. Lu Cheng, too, stifled his cries, for in the realm of Feng Hao real estate, Brother Hao was the eternal leader, and the hyena was his enforcer, embodying his will. Without exception, each individual who had dared to tease Qin Shi Han found their palms pinned to the table, blood oozing forth. At this juncture, Feng Gang slowly approached the hyena and, without protest, placed his own palm on the table. Not a single person dared to question what was transpiring or why they were being punished. The hyena stood before Feng Gang and asked, his voice low, "Is Gao He your friend?" Feng Gang replied stiffly, "We merely have some acquaintances. I cannot call him a friend. But he came here because of you." The coldness in the hyena's voice was palpable. As soon as the words left his lips, the hyena kicked Feng Gang sharply in the shins, the sound of bones snapping echoing throughout the room. Immediately after, he drove the silver knife into Feng Gang's palm, pinning him to the table as well. At this moment, Qin Shi Han had finally raised her face, startled by the sudden upheaval, and her eyes fell upon Yi Fengwu and Jiang Hao seated at the head of the table. A tumult of emotions swirled within her. How could he be here? Was it possible that the person Gao He had brought her to drink with was him? For reasons unknown, Qin Shi Han felt a profound sense of disappointment, especially when she met Yi Fengwu's dark and disheartened gaze, which filled her heart with bitterness. After executing these actions, the hyena seized another silver knife from the table and, without hesitation, plunged it into his own palm. "Brother Wu, Brother Hao, they are my subordinates. I have let you down," he expressed, his face a mask of shame as he looked at Yi Fengwu and Jiang Hao. Suddenly, Jiang Hao sprang up from his chair, a loaded handgun aimed squarely at the hyena, Feng Gang, and the others. "Brother Wu, just say the word, and I will end them now," Jiang Hao declared, his eyes reflecting deep remorse. Yi Fengwu's tone was chillingly cold as he responded, "They are your loyal brothers, and the fault does not lie with them." Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He could not bear to harm his brothers, but if Yi Fengwu had commanded it, he would not have hesitated, for his loyalty and respect for Yi Fengwu far surpassed all else. In a shocking twist, Jiang Hao twisted the gun's barrel toward his own thigh, resolutely preparing to pull the trigger. Just as the hammer was about to fall, a powerful hand descended upon the weapon. In an instant, the gun was wrested from Jiang Hao's grasp, and in under a second, it was disassembled into a scatter of parts, even the 8 bullets from the magazine spilling across the table. Everyone stared in stunned silence, even the hyena, who was astonished. As a mercenary, he prided himself on his proficiency with firearms, yet he could never have disassembled a gun in a heartbeat, let alone extract the bullets. What shocked them most was that Brother Hao would go so far as to consider self-mutilation. What could possibly compel him to do so? Was it truly for the sake of this stunningly unreal woman? What was her true identity? In the next moment, Jiang Hao seized a silver knife and plunged it into his own palm, staring at the crimson flow as he lamented, "Brother Wu, I am sorry, I have let you down." At this point, Gao He was trembling uncontrollably. The suddenness of it all felt surreal, as if he had strayed into the depths of hell. He instinctively glanced at Qin Shi Han's silhouette, a gut feeling warning him not to provoke this woman, nor to retaliate on Lu Fu's behalf. Observing Jiang Hao's bleeding hand, Yi Fengwu frowned and said, "Why must you do this? I have already stated, the fault does not lie with you." Jiang Hao remained silent, enduring the pain in his palm, and then turned to the brothers with knives protruding from their hands, his voice cold as ice. "Do you know who this woman is?" "She is Brother Wu's wife, our sister-in-law. You have displayed remarkable audacity." As the words settled, a pallor washed over the faces of the crowd, for in that moment, they finally grasped the reason behind their punishment. They may not have understood Brother Wu's past, but they could feel the depth of loyalty between him and Jiang Hao, who was willing to sacrifice a limb for his brother's forgiveness. Today, they had dared to mock the sister-in-law, and more infuriatingly, this insignificant Gao He had brought her into their midst. Gao He was now trembling violently, a trickle of urine escaping him as he realized Qin Shi Han's true identity. She was the woman of the man whom even Jiang Hao referred to as brother. This meant that he was indeed the notorious criminal mentioned by Lu Fu, a figure of formidable prowess. "Damn you, Lu Fu, you have led me to my doom." In a frenzy, Lu Cheng, Zhang Tao, Zhong Long, and several others pulled the knives from their palms, their faces now contorted with murderous intent as they advanced toward Gao He. They felt shame, but their fury was far greater. Chapter 31. The companion girl, upon witnessing the scene, Gao He exclaimed in terror, "How Gu, Wu Gu, grant me a chance. I was blind to not recognize my sister-in-law. Please, allow me an opportunity to atone for my mistakes." "You should seek atonement with the King of Hell," Zhong Long bellowed furiously, brandishing a bloodied blade, which he aimed directly at Gao He's eyes. Whoosh! At that moment, 2 piercing sounds filled the air, and Gao He's body was violently hurled against the wall once more. Everyone lowered their heads in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief, for 2 silver blades were embedded in his collarbones, pinning him firmly to the wall. Gao He let out a pained scream, his arms falling helplessly to his sides. The thrower of the daggers was none other than Fengwu. Beside him, the hyena was utterly astonished. He had not witnessed how Fengwu had executed the throws, yet he was even more alarmed by the force and precision of the blades, which he believed he could never replicate. Lu Chang and the others halted their movements, all gazing at Fengwu. It was only then that Fengwu turned his gaze towards Qin Han, his tone gravely somber as he asked, "Why? Why did you come here? Had you considered the consequences of entering this room?" Qin Han lowered her face in bitterness, replying, "I have my reasons, and we are no longer connected." Bang! Just as her words fell, a tremendous thud echoed throughout the room. Fengwu slammed his palm down upon the solid marble table, shattering it into countless pieces. This spectacle left everyone dumbstruck, particularly the hyena, who tensed in fright. Such immense strength, such ferocity. In that moment, the hyena felt a renewed sense of inadequacy, reigniting his desire to spar with Fengwu. Qin Han shrieked in response to Fengwu's sudden fury, retreating several steps in sheer fright. Clatter! A metallic sound rang in everyone's ears as a pair of scissors slipped from Qin Han's sleeve. That moment, realization dawned upon them. Qin Han had undoubtedly been coerced into this situation. Otherwise, why would she conceal a weapon on her person? It seemed she was prepared for a desperate gamble. Upon seeing the scissors, Fengwu felt a pang of sorrow, yet also relief. At least Qin Han had not come willingly. Tears streamed down Qin Han's face due to her fright, and she dared not meet Fengwu's gaze, uncertain of whether he might resort to violence against her. Fengwu spoke again. "If you lack the ability to protect yourself, do not repeatedly place yourself in perilous situations. You are not a foolish woman. Why do you persist in such foolishness?" Qin Han's eyes drooped, the hot tears flowing uncontrollably as she murmured, "I have my reasons." "What reasons? Money? Is $100 million not enough? Have you considered, if the individuals in this room were not me and Xiao Hao, would you be able to return home unscathed?" Fengwu retorted angrily. Upon hearing the mention of $100 million, Qin Han instantly grasped that Fengwu referred to the ring, realizing he was indeed aware that it had been swapped. She then pursed her lips, stating, "I will return the ring to you, and besides, we have no connection any longer." At that moment, Qin Han still did not believe the ring was genuine but rather a high-quality imitation, capable of being reclaimed with just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Fengwu felt an immense sense of disappointment. Indeed, the ring had been swapped. However, his anger towards the events of today overshadowed everything, and in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Nonsense! You drove away my people but cannot sever my feelings. From now on, should you dare to place yourself in danger again, I will certainly teach you a lesson." Upon hearing Fengwu's words, Jiang Hao, the hyena, and Zhong Long exchanged peculiar glances, realizing that Wu Gu had been expelled by his sister-in-law. Suppressing a smirk, Jiang Hao remarked, "Wu Gu, your sister-in-law must have her reasons." He then turned to Gao He, his voice cold and commanding, "Explain how your sister-in-law ended up here, in detail." Gao He, trembling, dared not conceal anything, pleading, "Hao Gu, spare me. It was Lu Fu. He compelled me to target your sister-in-law. He coveted her beauty and wanted me to push her to the brink." Gao He then recounted how he had orchestrated the game that led Qinji to lose money, threatening Qin Han to attend the banquet. After his confession, fearing for his life, Gao He quickly continued to plead, "Wu Gu, Hao Gu, give me a chance to make amends. I shall return and exact 1,000 cuts upon Lu Fu." Yet, Fengwu did not even glance at Gao He, his eyes fixed on Qin Han as he scoffed, "Why didn't you call me when you faced such troubles? I have warned you repeatedly not to place yourself in precarious situations. Do you think my words fell on deaf ears?" Fengwu's voice became increasingly severe towards the end. Qin Han's gaze dropped, nearly unable to meet Fengwu's eyes. Yet her thoughts were tumultuous. She had already cast him out of her home. What right did she have to seek his help? Moreover, she had summoned the courage to do so. For a mere $80,000, you are willing to become a companion girl? Is this how you wish to squander your life? Fengwu's frustration grew, his anger intensifying. Ring worth $100 million was insufficient? Knowing full well that this was a den of danger, she still allowed Gao He to lead her by the nose. Meanwhile, as Fengwu lambasted his wife, Jiang Hao and the hyena stifled their pain, refraining from interjecting. However, when the term companion girl escaped Fengwu's lips, Qin Han's expression turned notably colder. Perhaps she feared Fengwu, as well as each individual in the room. Had those words been uttered by anyone else, she might have remained indifferent. But upon hearing them from Fengwu, her heart ignited with anger. "Shut your mouth!" Qin Han unexpectedly shouted, surprised by her own courage as she glared at Fengwu. In Fengwu's moment of astonishment, Qin Han suddenly picked up the scissors from the ground and hurled them toward his face. Why Fengwu was taken aback. Qin Han had always been gentle and timid, yet here she was, erupting in fury. But almost immediately, Yi Fengwu's expression darkened as he caught the flying scissors and flung them back toward Qin Han's face. Whoosh! The scissors sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, darting towards her like a lethal arrow. Jiang Hao and the hyena gasped in shock, wondering if Wu Gu had truly lost his mind. Yet the speed of the scissors was so rapid that no one could intervene. Whoosh! The tips of the scissors grazed past Qin Han's cheek, and with a dull thud, blood spattered against the wall behind her. Pale-faced, Qin Han slowly turned, and upon glancing behind her, she felt her stomach churn violently. Gagging, she collapsed to the ground, retching as she had scarcely eaten in the past 2 days. All that emerged was bile. The sight of Gao He was ghastly. His collarbones were pinned to the wall by the silver blades, and a pair of scissors pierced through his brow, with only the bloodied handle protruding. Previously, when Jin Bao and his companions were murdered by Jiang Hao's subordinates, Qin Han had not witnessed the event firsthand. Though she felt fear, it did not leave such a profound impact. But today, a living person had been slain by Yi Fengwu with a pair of scissors, a gruesome sight that would undoubtedly leave a lasting scar upon Qin Han's psyche. Observing Qin Han's relentless vomiting, Yi Fengwu realized he had gone too far. He should not have displayed such murderous intent in her presence. Hastily, he approached her, gently patting her back. "Do not touch me." Qin Han gasped in shock, forcefully swatting away Yi Fengwu's hand. Yi Fengwu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, standing there at a loss. Though he was furious with Qin Han's foolishness, he would never harm a hair on her head. Thus he redirected all his anger towards Gao He. Chapter 32. Who do you think you are, siblings? On the side, upon noticing the awkwardness of Yi Fengwu, Jiang Hao quickly put on a smile and said, "Sister-in-law, Gao He deserves all that he gets. Even if Brother Wu doesn't take action, I shall personally dismember him into 8 pieces." Qin Han felt a surge of fear within her. These individuals were desperate criminals, and the malevolence radiating from Yi Fengwu was particularly intense. She was apprehensive about whether they would spare her life. Bang! At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with force, and in rushed a woman wielding guns in both hands. It was none other than Chan Nan. With her alluring figure accentuated by a form-fitting denim outfit, she presented a captivating silhouette that stirred a tumult of emotions in those present. Chun Nan aimed her gun at everyone in the room, commanding, "Don't move. I am a police officer." The instant the door burst open, Jiang Hao and 7 or 8 other individuals furrowed their brows. However, upon realizing that this attractive and striking woman was a police officer, their expressions turned even colder. Yi Fengwu was equally astonished as he looked at Chan Nan, wondering how she had appeared so suddenly. With her gun raised and eyes alert, she felt a wave of relief upon seeing Qin Han unharmed, but her expression changed drastically upon spotting Gao He, grotesquely pinned to the wall. A life had indeed been lost. Initially, she had been at home training when she received a distressing text from Qin Han, prompting her to rush to Fenghao Hotel. However, the situation unfolding before her was far beyond her expectations. While Jiang Hao might not recognize Chen Nan, she had long been discreetly investigating him and knew him well. The moment she laid eyes on Jiang Hao, a chill ran down her spine, for he was the Eastern Dragon Overlord, a formidable figure who commanded half of the underground forces in Haihua City and could rival the likes of the Western Tiger and Black Wind. She realized that escaping this hotel alive was highly unlikely, let alone taking Qin Han with her. Faced with the sudden appearance of the police officer, Jiang Hao and the others maintained their composure, but their eyes were now filled with murderous intent. The hyena slowly reached for his waist, while Zhonglong stealthily approached the door to the private room, closing it and locking it. Witnessing this, Chan Nan's face turned even paler, and she hurriedly pulled Qin Han behind her, threatening Jiang Hao, "I advise you not to act recklessly. Come with me to the police station, and you may still receive leniency." Upon seeing Yi Fengwu beside her, Chan Nan's frown deepened, realizing this scoundrel was indeed in cahoots with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, however, scoffed, "Officer, do you think I, the Eastern Dragon Overlord, am a fool? Once you step through that door, you should have come to terms with reality." As soon as Jiang Hao's words fell, a figure lunged toward Chan Nan like a swift predator. Whoosh! 2 triangular military daggers whistled through the air, aimed directly at Chan Nan's throat. The assailant was none other than the hyena, his aura of menace intensified by the weapons in his grasp. Seeing this, Chan Nan's expression shifted to one of horror as she redirected her gun and pulled the trigger. However, the hyena's speed was too great. Before she could fire, one of the daggers had already knocked the gun from her hand. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Chan Nan's reflexes were far above average. After losing her gun, she swiftly executed a roundhouse kick aimed at the hyena's face. The hyena effortlessly ducked, retaliating with a powerful kick aimed at Chan Nan's chest. Chan Nan hastily raised her arms to defend herself, and with a loud thud, her body slammed against the door behind her. In that instant, despair flooded her heart. She had never anticipated that this seemingly frail individual could possess such formidable skills. Not only that, but he also exuded a palpable aura of menace, one that could only be born from numerous lives taken. With a swift and merciless strike, the hyena aimed both daggers at Chan Nan's throat. In that moment, Qin Han, trembling in fear, unexpectedly found the courage to plead with Yi Fengwu, "Save her." Smack! A soft sound echoed as the sharp blades came to an abrupt halt, mere centimeters from Chan Nan's alabaster skin. The force that stopped the daggers was nothing but 4 fingers. While the hyena stood in disbelief, he was also profoundly shocked. He had always attacked with unwavering ferocity. These blows were nearly full strength, and not only should they have pierced the martial arts officer, but even the wooden door behind her would have succumbed. Yet, such immense force was effortlessly caught by just 4 fingers. It was none other than Yi Fengwu who had intervened. Chan Nan slowly opened her eyes, and upon realizing that her savior was Yi Fengwu, a mix of relief and complexity washed over her. "Wu Gu!" The hyena looked at Yi Fengwu with a stiff expression. Yi Fengwu shook his head at the hyena and then released the daggers. The hyena stepped back, while Jiang Hao frowned and remarked, "Wu Gu, this woman cannot be spared. She will bring us trouble." Yi Fengwu slowly turned, stating, "This person cannot be killed." At his words, confusion spread across Jiang Hao's face, mirrored by the expressions of the hyena and others as they gazed at Yi Fengwu in disbelief. "Why? She is a police officer and will surely escalate the matter," Jiang Hao argued. Why Yi Fengwu shook his head, sighing, "Because she is someone we cannot afford to provoke." At his statement, Jiang Hao, the hyena, and the others were utterly stunned. Chun Nan was the granddaughter of Chen Zuoshan, the founder of the Blood Wolf Special Forces. A single command from him could dismantle Jiang Hao's influence entirely. Though Jiang Hao was perplexed, he understood Yi Fengwu's character. Those who could instill such fear in him were indeed few. If he deemed her untouchable, it likely implied that this woman possessed some significant backing, however. If they did not kill her, the situation would surely become more troublesome. At this moment, Yi Fengwu turned to the pale-faced Chen Nan, adopting a seemingly amiable demeanor, and said, "Little sister, a day apart feels like 3 autumns." The shift in Yi Fengwu's tone left Jiang Hao and the hyena looking at each other in confusion. Even Qin Han, standing nearby, was bewildered. How well did Yi Fengwu know Chen Nan? Chen Nan bit her lip tightly, aware that Yi Fengwu was a recently released violent offender, yet she was not naive. Yi Fengwu's combat abilities surpassed those of a typical soldier, and even her grandfather was willing to act as his protector. As for her grandfather's claims of owing him favors, she hardly believed it, so she suspected that Yi Fengwu's identity was anything but simple. Still, she felt a lingering dread for her own safety and huffed, You all better come with me to surrender. This way, things might not become too complicated." Yi Fengwu feigned innocence, saying, "I can explain. We acted in self-defense. This man kidnapped Qin Han and demanded money from us. When we offered too little, he threatened Qin Han's life with scissors, leaving me no choice but to kill him." Upon hearing this, Chen Nan gritted her teeth and spat, "I'd be a fool to believe you." Yi Fengwu, clearly displeased, adopted an indignant expression and retorted, "I, Yi Fengwu, have never spoken falsely." "If you don't believe me," asked Qin Han. Chen Nan turned to Qin Han, asking, "Qin Han, is that true?" At her inquiry, Qin Han wore a complex expression, uncertain of how to respond. When Chen Nan fixed her gaze on her, Qin Han stiffly nodded. After all, Yi Fengwu had killed Gao He for her sake, and she felt increasingly indebted to him. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Qin Han's affirmation, Chen Nan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then picked up the gun from the floor and turned to Yi Fengwu, her face now stern, stating, "In that case, you all must accompany me to record statements." "Of course," Yi Fengwu replied with a smile. "Wu Gu, I'll go. I was the one who killed him." The hyena stepped forward. In response, Chen Nan huffed, "This is a homicide case. You all must go to the police station. If the circumstances check out, you can return soon." Chen Nan wished to send Jiang Hao to prison, but knew that such a minor matter would not be sufficient to touch him. Yi Fengwu turned to Chen Nan again, smiling, "Little sister, considering our kinship, let just one person go. Someone has to deal with this mess." At this, Chen Nan shot him a glare, stating coldly, "Who do you think we are, siblings?" Yi Fengwu, clearly displeased, retorted, "What? You want to go back on your word? Should I seek your grandfather and Li Hu for a resolution?" Mentioning her grandfather made Chen Nan seethe with anger, pointing at the hyena and commanding, "You, accompany me. The rest must await summons." Having said this, she grabbed Qin Han and attempted to leave. Seeing this, Yi Fengwu hurriedly stood in their way, pulling Qin Han's arm away from Chen Nan's grasp and asserting, "My wife will not be troubling you. I will drive her home." Chapter 33. This is me. Upon hearing these words, Chen Nan furrowed his brows, but considering the gravity of the homicide case he had to handle, he reluctantly nodded, unable to fully attend to Qin Han. However, it was evident in Qin Han's eyes that she was unwilling to let Chen Nan hand her over to Yi Fengwu, yet she bit her red lip, refraining from voicing her thoughts. Yi Fengwu turned to Jiang Hao and said, "Xiao Hao, make sure to cooperate with the officers during the scene investigation and handle what needs to be cleaned up properly." A knowing glimmer appeared in Jiang Hao's eyes. He understood perfectly what Yi Fengwu implied. What needs to be handled referred to that elementary school principal, Lu Fu. Brother Wu remained steadfast in his belief of uprooting issues entirely. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Jiang Hao hurriedly approached Fengwu, handing him a black leather suitcase along with the keys to his Ferrari. Brother Wu, please take my car to send sister-in-law. As Fengwu grasped Qin Han's arm and led her out of the hotel, she forcefully shook off his hand, tears glistening in her eyes. Please let me go. I cannot be with a murderer. I don't even know you or anything about you. Fengwu felt a surge of anger within him. He was infuriated by Qin Han's disregard for her own safety and her failure to confide in him during her troubles. In a fit of rage, he seized both of her hands once more. Qin Han winced in pain and protested, "Let go of me, you're hurting me." Staring intently at Qin Han with a cold expression, Fengwu said, "Do you wish to know me?" "Very well. I am an abandoned child. My adoptive mother found me when I was merely a month old, and my hometown lies in a village near Haihua City. My adoptive mother had a daughter, 2 years my senior. When I was 10, my sister went missing, and by the time I turned 12, my adoptive mother passed away. From that moment on, I was left utterly alone, receiving no compassion from anyone, only mockery and disdain for being a wild child. For a prolonged period, I existed in a world devoid of security. I dropped out of school, engaged in fights, and to satisfy my hunger, I even smashed the glass of a convenience store with a brick. I have a penchant for fine blades and firearms, particularly sniper rifles. I enjoy novels, and I have feelings for you. I am brash, domineering, and proud. Once I set my mind on something, I will see it through, and the woman I desire will undoubtedly be pursued. That is who I am." Fengwu spoke rapidly, scarcely pausing for breath as he recounted his life experiences and interests. Upon hearing this, Qin Han's initially frosty demeanor transformed into one of complexity. Listening to Fengwu's past, she sensed an underlying tragedy in his life. It was easy to imagine how different his life might have been had someone offered him a helping hand, inviting him into their home for a warm meal, allowing him to experience that the world was not entirely devoid of kindness. Nevertheless, what Qin Han despised most was Fengwu's domineering nature. Thus, she retorted, "Do you know what I detest most about you? I loathe your rudeness, your violence. You kill without a second thought, and you terrify me. Do you realize that?" Fengwu replied in a dispassionate tone, "You will grow accustomed to it." With that, he roughly led Qin Han to a sleek silver Ferrari, his actions lacking finesse. Although Qin Han's character was gentle, she was equally stubborn, persistently striking at Fengwu's arm, yet her attempts felt like mere tickling to him. Ultimately, she was unceremoniously shoved into the passenger seat. Fengwu's anger stemmed from the fear he experienced that day. Had he not been present in that private room, the outcome for Qin Han would have been dire. The engine roared to life, and the Ferrari sped onto the road like an arrow released from a bow. The city streets were relatively vacant, allowing Fengwu to accelerate rapidly, reaching 90 miles per hour. Throughout the journey, his expression remained taut, clearly harboring suppressed fury. Qin Han clutched the door handle tightly, feeling a sense of dread as she sensed the storm within Fengwu. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed before Fengwu's eyes, momentarily disorienting him. In the next instant, a luxurious sports car swerved onto the main road from the left, speeding ahead of him with reckless abandon, changing lanes as if to taunt him. The unexpected maneuver forced Fengwu to slam on the brakes, further fueling his anger. "Do you know what I detest the most?" Fengwu shot a glance at Qin Han before focusing on the sports car that had just sped past, continuing, "I loathe those who change lanes without signaling." With a flick of his fingers, he activated his turn signal, his face cold as he remarked, "Is it truly so troublesome? It merely takes a flick of the finger." With that, he pressed down hard on the accelerator, the speedometer soaring to 100 miles per hour. Qin Han gripped the safety handle tightly and anxiously urged, "Please calm down. There's no need to compete with them." Fengwu aimed to overtake, but the luxurious vehicle continued to weave through lanes, seemingly mocking him. He was forced to brake sharply, narrowly avoiding a collision. "Ha!" A glimmer of cold light flickered in Fengwu's eyes as he scoffed, "You want me to remain calm? To those lacking moral integrity?" As he spoke, the speed increased once more, his expression taut as he declared, "These pampered brats know nothing but wealth. Their hearts have become cold and indifferent, disregarding the feelings of others. Even while driving, they cannot rein in their emotions. It is simply their nature." As soon as the words left his lips, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, the speed reaching 120 miles per hour. As the gravitational force lessened, Qin Han felt herself being thrust back into her seat. With a resounding bang, the Ferrari's left headlight scraped against the rear taillight of the luxurious sports car. Though it was merely a slight collision, at such high speed, it sent the sports car into a tailspin. The screeching of tires echoed in their ears as the once pristine vehicle skidded, leaving a thick trail of black smoke on the pavement. The car spun a full 720 degrees, drifting for over 100 meters before crashing violently into a sturdy tree with a deafening crash. Fengwu deftly shifted gears, his demeanor unflustered as he maneuvered the steering wheel, the Ferrari gliding gracefully into a perfect 360-degree turn before speeding off into the distance. At that moment, Qin Han was drenched in cold sweat, witnessing two bloodied young men crawl out of the wrecked sports car, shouting curses in their direction. In that instant, her gaze toward Yi Fengwu was akin to that of a madman, and she gritted her teeth. You are insane. What difference is there between you and them? You two cannot control your emotions. I am merely venting, am I not? Yi Fengwu replied with a calm tone. He protesting against Qin Han's indifference, against her repeated attempts to distance herself from him, and against her foolishness in disregarding her own safety to attend a banquet. When emotions run high, one's true nature often emerges. Perhaps, Yi Fengwu's true nature was that of a madman. 20 minutes later, Yi Fengwu parked the car beneath Qin Han's building. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, she flung open the door. However, just as she was about to exit, he yanked her back into her seat and locked the door securely. Qin Han regarded him warily, asking, "What do you intend to do?" Perhaps due to the release of his pent-up emotions, Yi Fengwu's demeanor had grown steadier. With a serious expression, he said, "I know that your life should not be like this. If it weren't for that heinous criminal, I do not wish to hear this." Before he could finish, Qin Han coldly interrupted him. While some might manage to let go with time, Qin Han was not one of them. She was inherently conservative, likely destined to live her life shrouded in that lingering shadow. Sensing her despondency and the hatred in her eyes, Yi Fengwu felt a pang of guilt. He spoke again. If that person was also a victim, ensnared by others, would you forgive him? Chapter 34. Impulse. Upon hearing the words, a glimmer of scorn flickered in Qin Han's eyes, a scorn that was tinged with profound sorrow. Forgive him? How could I possibly do that? Qin Han spoke desolately, hot tears cascading down her cheeks. She gazed into Yi Fengwu's eyes and continued, "He has not only tarnished my innocence but has also obliterated my life. Can you fathom the despair of a girl who once dreamed of a beautiful future, only to be thrust into an abyss of hopelessness by a vicious predator? When I was but a little girl, I aspired to be an artist, yearning to traverse the globe and immortalize all that I encountered on canvas. Because of him, I find myself unable to infuse any color into my art. I have turned to studying management, merely existing within my family, ensuring that Jingxi can grow up well, and that my parents, whom I have burdened, can enjoy their twilight years in peace." As she spoke her final words, Qin Han was overcome with emotion, sobbing uncontrollably. Perhaps it was the first time in 8 years that she had unburdened her heart. Feeling the weight of her sorrow, Yi Fengwu's heart swelled with guilt, intensifying his resolve to make amends to Qin Han. He even regretted having once entertained thoughts of abandoning her. A mere ring could not negate her worth. Thus, he yearned to offer her a chance, as well as an opportunity for himself. "Allow me to take care of you and your daughter." Yi Fengwu suddenly grasped one of Qin Han's hands, speaking softly. Qin Han attempted to withdraw her hand, but as always, she found it impossible to escape the grip of his rough palm. "Let go of me," she said, tears brimming in her eyes, her voice resolute. Yi Fengwu replied, "I am sincere. Release me, I wish to get out of the car." Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps it was overwhelming agitation, but Qin Han's emotions spiraled out of control as she desperately tried to pull her hand back. At that moment, an unusual glint flickered in Yi Fengwu's gaze, followed by a wild thought surging through his mind. In an impulsive moment, he unfastened his seatbelt and leaned toward Qin Han, capturing her luscious red lips in a fervent kiss. Qin Han was momentarily stunned, her delicate face paling. This was her first kiss. When she felt something intruding excessively upon her lips, her momentary daze was swiftly replaced by fury. In retaliation, she bit down fiercely. "Ah!" Yi Fengwu cried out in pain, instinctively retreating. With a cold expression, Qin Han pressed the unlock button and fled up the stairs. Inside the car, Yi Fengwu licked the crimson droplet of blood that had trickled to his lips, sighing with lingering regret. What an impulsive act. As he turned to glance at the suitcase in the back seat, he suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. The money borrowed from Zhang Hao, intended for Qin Han's emergency use. However, recalling the impulsive act he had just committed, he knew that if he went upstairs now, Qin Han would surely cast him out. Thus, Yi Fengwu dialed Zhang Hao's number directly. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, there was a knock on Qin Han's door. Having just cleaned the dishes, she opened the door, her eyes slightly swollen. To her surprise, she found a young man with a stiff smile standing at the threshold, Zhang Tao, whom she had met the previous night. Zhang Tao, with his left hand bandaged and a black suitcase in his right, hastily exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, good morning. Last night, Brother Wu left in a hurry and forgot to give you this money." Bang! Before Zhang Tao could finish his sentence, Qin Han slammed the door shut. With a hint of wariness in her eyes, she called out, "You should go back. I do not want his money. Sister-in-law, please. If you don't accept this money, I might lose my other hand." Zhang Tao's pitiful voice echoed from outside. Just then, Qin Ji and Yang Yu, her parents, approached. Yang Yu scoffed. "If he has come to give money, why refuse it? Qin Han, you didn't retrieve the 80,000 you gave to Gao He yesterday?" After returning home, Qin Han had not revealed the truth to her parents, but had said that Chun Nan had rescued her and captured Gao He. Thus, they were completely unaware that Zhang Tao was a significant figure in the underground organization of Haihua City. "Sister-in-law, If you don't accept this 500,000, brother Hao will break my leg. Zhang Tao lamented outside. Upon hearing that someone was delivering 500,000, Qin Ji and Yang Yu's expressions brightened, caring little for who brother Hao was. Meanwhile, Qin Xinghan remained silent, wiping the table. Not wanting to let the 500,000 slip away, Yang Yu hurriedly opened the door. Sister-in-law. As the door swung open, Zhang Tao began to call out, but he quickly realized that it was not Qin Xinghan who had opened the door. Seeing Yang Yu at the entrance, Qin Xinghan panicked and rushed forward, saying, "Mom, why did you open the door?" Yang Yu glanced at the black suitcase in Zhang Tao's hand, then turned to Qin Xinghan with annoyance. "He is here to give money. How can you leave him outside?" As she spoke, she reached for the suitcase in Zhang Tao's hand. Qin Xinghan swiftly blocked Yang Yu, saying bitterly, "Mom, this money belongs to Yi Fengwu. We cannot accept it." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu grew more adamant, saying, "That vile predator has such a large sum of money. If it's his, then we should take it. He has feasted and drunk from our family. Does he think a counterfeit ring can absolve him?" Qin Xinghan, anxious, exclaimed, "Mom, you know nothing. He doesn't owe us anything. Rather, I owe him a great deal. We absolutely cannot accept this money." After a night's reflection, Qin Xinghan was still furious about Yi Fengwu's forceful kiss, but that did not negate the good he had done for her. If she accepted his money again, her debt would only grow. At that moment, Qin Ji suddenly said, "Xinghan, accept it. After all, the 80,000 you gave Gao he was borrowed, so this will settle the debt." Outside, Zhang Tao stood holding the suitcase, watching the mother and daughter dispute, too timid to step inside. When he heard that Qin Xinghan had lent Gao he 80,000, his eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Sister-in-law, this suitcase contains Gao he's 80,000. Brother Wu ordered me to bring it along." Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan remained unwilling to accept it. However, Yang Yu stepped forward, snatching the suitcase. "Oh, so it's that money. Then we must accept it, thank you, young man." Zhang Tao grinned shamelessly, saying, "No need for thanks, auntie. Just accept it, please." Without waiting for Qin Xinghan to refuse, Zhang Tao hurriedly fled downstairs. After Zhang Tao departed, Yang Yu and Qin Ji eagerly opened the suitcase, revealing stacks of cash, 50,000 in total. Seeing her parents' delighted expressions, Qin Xinghan felt an overwhelming bitterness. "Dad, Mom, how can you accept such money? You don't even know who Yi Fengwu is. I now owe him even more." Yang Yu, clutching a bundle of cash, smiled contentedly. "I don't care who he is. He has an eye for my daughter. Does he think he can take advantage of us?" Qin Xinghan realized that once the 50,000 was in her parents' hands, it would be impossible to return it. At that moment, Yang Yu pulled out 80,000 and said, "Xinghan, you return 5,000 to Qinnan, and use the remaining 3,000 to redeem that counterfeit ring, so you won't endlessly complain about me selling it." With no other choice, Qin Xinghan resigned herself to her fate, knowing that one day she would repay Yi Fengwu. Then, she said, "Mom, please give me the receipt for the ring." 2 hours later, with 30,000 in hand, Qin Xinghan left her home and soon arrived at a pawn shop named West Tiger Pawn Shop. Renowned in Haihua City, West Tiger Pawn Shop was unlike other small to medium-sized pawn shops. It was spacious and dealt not only in pawning items for commission, but also in the buying and selling of antiques. Upon entering the shop, a woman in a black professional suit approached her. "Miss, are you here to look at antiques or to pawn items?" The female employee asked politely with a smile. Qin Xinghan produced the receipt from her bag and replied courteously, "I am here to redeem a ring that I pawned a few days ago. It has a large sapphire on it." Upon hearing that she was there to redeem an item, the employee's polite smile instantly vanished, replaced by a detached expression that was a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Chapter 35. The store takes advantage of customers. Subsequently, the female staff member cast a disdainful glance at Qin Xinghan and remarked, "Follow me." She led Qin Xinghan to a large glass counter and addressed a middle-aged man inside, saying, "She has come to redeem her belongings. I leave her in your hands." After speaking, the female employee stepped aside to play with her phone. The middle-aged man extended his hand towards Qin Xinghan in a rather indifferent manner, stating, "Please hand over the receipt." Qin Xinghan promptly submitted the receipt into his hand. However, upon glancing at it, the man's previously neutral expression shifted to one of intrigue. He then called out to the female employee, who was still occupied with her phone, managerly, "Could you come here for a moment?" The female employee exhibited visible impatience, but nevertheless entered through a nearby security door. Qin Xinghan felt a sense of confusion, observing the exchange between the middle-aged man and the female employee, who occasionally glanced in her direction. An unsettling intuition told her that this was likely not a good sign. Before long, the female employee emerged from the back, handing the receipt back to Qin Xinghan with an impassive expression, stating, "We do not have the ring you mentioned." At this, Qin Xinghan's brows furrowed in dismay. She took the receipt back and asked again, "But this receipt is indeed from the Shihu pawn shop. Could you please check again?" The female employee's impatience grew more pronounced as she scoffed, "What are you searching for when it doesn't exist? If you continue to pester me, I will call security." At that moment, 2 security guards wielding rubber batons sauntered towards Qin Xinghan. Not one to be naive, she sensed the peculiarities of the situation. Was it possible they did not wish for her to reclaim that high-quality imitation ring? "Miss, please leave," one of the guards said coldly as they positioned themselves before her. Qin Xinghan took 2 steps back, torn between leaving and her unwillingness to yield. Biting her crimson lip, she implored, I am willing to pay a little extra. I just want to retrieve the ring." Seeing her persistence, the female employee coldly retorted, "No means no, regardless of how much you offer. If you don't leave, I will have the security throw you out." The 2 guards lowered their batons, a lewd smirk creeping onto their faces. Such a stunning beauty might warrant a little rough handling. As they advanced toward her, a deep, authoritative voice resonated through the air. "What is going on here?" The group turned to see 4 sharply dressed men emerging from the pawn shop. The man in the lead, though somewhat gaunt, possessed an imposing presence that commanded respect. One could sense his seasoned and profound aura. Upon recognizing him, the female employee and the 2 guards hurriedly exclaimed, "Good day, Chairman Chen." In the face of this man's aura, they became exceedingly cautious, seemingly filled with trepidation. Even Qin Xinghan felt a pang of fear when she met the middle-aged man's gaze. His impatient eyes lingered on Qin Xinghan for a moment, seemingly captivated by her breathtaking beauty and innocent demeanor. He then directed his attention to the female employee with a disapproving grunt. "What is the matter?" The female employee stammered, "Chairman Chen, this woman is here to redeem a ring." At this, the man's brow furrowed in discontent. What nonsense! A mere ring can create such trouble for a customer? The female employee's face turned pale as she replied, "But we have never received her ring. This lady is being unreasonable." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's gaze turned ominous as he looked at Qin Xinghan. At that moment, a man from behind the counter approached him and whispered something into his ear. The man's expression darkened further as he addressed Qin Xinghan. "Miss, you dare to fabricate lies? Do you know who I am? You have the audacity to swindle in my establishment." Upon hearing the name Shihu Haifeng, Qin Xinghan's complexion drained of color. Though she had never encountered him before, she was acutely aware that Shihu Haifeng was a ruthless figure, notorious alongside the infamous Zhang Hao. It was rumored that he had been involved in heinous acts, such as breaking the legs of 1,000 villagers over a piece of land. Unable to suppress her fear, Qin Xinghan instinctively took a few steps back. Yet, beneath her soft exterior lay a stubborn resolve. Lowering her gaze, she asserted, You are clearly taking advantage of your position. You can check the surveillance footage. If it proves I am wrong, I will sincerely apologize." What nonsense! Not only you, but even a police officer would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Throw her out. Chairman Chen's voice rose sharply, his face darkening ominously. Just then, one of the guards lunged toward Qin Xinghan, raising his hand to strike her face without a shred of hesitation. Bang! Suddenly, the glass door of the shop shattered with a thunderous crash, raining shards upon the floor. A sharp gust of wind rushed in, and a piece of glass flew like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the guard's palm. "Ah!" the guard screamed in agony, retracting his hand just before it could connect with Qin Xinghan's face, blood gushing onto the floor. "Chen Yuanzhong, you truly have the audacity to bully a woman. Your principles remain as absent as ever." A deep, frigid voice emanated from beyond the shattered glass door. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qin Xinghan's pale face became complex, yet a sense of security began to emerge within her. She turned to see Fengwu, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, striding toward her, though his handsome visage bore an icy fury. Seeing Fengwu, Chen Yuanzhong's brow furrowed, and a hint of trepidation flickered in his seasoned gaze. "Fengzi, you have indeed been released from prison." Fengwu replied with a chilling smile, "Thanks to you. I wonder if your son Xinshang's leg is healed." His tone carried a blend of mockery and coldness, recalling the incident when he had been drugged and harmed the 16-year-old Qin Xinghan. The orchestrator of that misfortune was none other than Chen Yuanzhong and his debauched son Xinshang, who had previously suffered a broken leg at Fengwu's hands. It seemed Chen Yuanzhong had anticipated that Fengwu had uncovered his role in orchestrating his imprisonment, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Xinghan was the very girl he had exploited back then. At that moment, 2 bodyguards behind Chen Yuanzhong advanced, intent on subduing the audacious youth causing a scene in the pawn shop. However, just as they approached, Chen Yuanzhong raised a hand to stop them, coolly stating, "No need for you to intervene. I have already enlisted the finest orthopedic surgeon." Fengwu smirked slightly, taunting, "That's good. Otherwise, when I see him, I want to have the chance to break both his legs." Listening to Fengwu's taunts and threats, Chen Yuanzhong's eyes flashed with ferocity, yet he quickly suppressed it. "Fengzi, you come here causing a ruckus and injuring my bodyguard merely to show off?" Fengwu walked over to Qin Xinghan's side, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist before stating, "I have come to find my wife, but I happen to witness you, the infamous Shihu Haifeng, bullying my woman." As he spoke, his tone turned chillingly cold, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Qin Xinghan attempted to extricate herself from Fengwu's embrace, yet her body remained tense and unresponsive, leaving her feeling awkwardly held. Chen Yuanzhong, sensing the lethal glare in Fengwu's eyes, felt a weight in his heart. "Fengzi, I believe there's been a misunderstanding regarding my store and your sister-in-law. Upon hearing Chen Yuanzhong lower his tone, the 3 bodyguards, 2 security guards, and the female manager were left flabbergasted. For years, Chairman Chen had dominated Haihua City, never once subduing himself before anyone. Who was this man called Yi Fengzi? Yi Fengwu replied nonchalantly, I believe I heard something about the ring. May I inquire how much she sold it to you? Chen Yuanzhong squinted his eyes, locking gazes with Yi Fengwu for several seconds before turning to the female employee beside him, commanding, fetch the receipt. The female employee, flustered, stammered, Chairman, this is a baseless accusation. How can? Slap. Before she could finish, Chen Yuanzhong delivered a sharp slap across her face, sending her sprawling to the ground, a vivid red handprint blooming on her heavily powdered cheek. Fetch it, Chen Yuanzhong said in a flat tone. The female employee, now thoroughly intimidated, scrambled to the counter. Within minutes, she returned, her face swollen, presenting the receipt to Qin Qinghan. Mississippi. Miss, here is your receipt. I apologize, she trembled, unable to meet Qin Qinghan's gaze, tears streaming down her face. Though such a sycophantic woman did not warrant sympathy, Qin Qinghan still felt a pang of compassion. After glancing at the receipt, she lifted her eyes to Chen Yuanzhong and stated, the ring. That I sold it for 20,000. If redeemed within a month, you only charged 10% commission. As she spoke, Qin Qinghan retrieved 30,000 in cash from her bag, saying, here is 30,000. The excess can cover the repair costs for the door. Please return the ring to me. At this, the female employee did not dare to reach for it, instead trembling as she glanced at Chen Yuanzhong. Yi Fengwu felt warmth in his heart. What a considerate wife, even thinking to settle the aftermath for him. A faint smile crept across Chen Yuanzhong's face as he replied, I sincerely apologize. I do recall the incident regarding the ring. Yesterday, the staff responsible for this transaction absconded. Not only did he steal the ring, but he also made off with a considerable sum of cash from the store. I have sent people to his hometown. Should he be caught, I will ensure he pays dearly. Hearing this, Yi Fengwu's expression turned grim. Qin Qinghan voiced her disbelief. How could it be so coincidental? It's merely a $2,000 imitation ring. Upon hearing her words, Yi Fengwu rolled his eyes at her before turning back to Chen Yuanzhong, remarking coldly, it seems the ring is indeed not in your store. Since you have breached trust with your customer, there should be a penalty, no? Chen Yuanzhong smiled faintly, instructing the female employee, go inside and retrieve 100,000 in cash for this young lady. The 3 bodyguards and the female employee were once again rendered speechless. The formidable Chairman Chen had seemingly been extorted, and it appeared he was willing to comply. However, the female employee dared not hesitate, hurriedly retrieving 100,000 in cash and handing it to Qin Qinghan. Qin Qinghan did not take the money. Instead, she turned to Yi Fengwu, biting her lip, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to come to this. Yi Fengwu smiled gently. The ring was only 20,000. Now you've profited by 100,000. You should be pleased. With that, Yi Fengwu tucked the cash into Qin Qinghan's bag. After they left, Chen Yuanzhong's expression darkened to a chilling degree. One bodyguard, whose hand had been pierced, spoke up, Boss, are we just letting him go? Chen Yuanzhong's eyes narrowed as he fixed a cold gaze on the bodyguard, stating sternly, what else should we do? Let him wreck this store? The bodyguard, feeling disgruntled, replied, Boss, I was injured because he caught me off guard. Slap, a resounding slap struck the bodyguard's face. Chen Yuanzhong intoned in a low voice, Yi Fengzi is not a man to be trifled with. The 3 of you are no match for him. One of the bodyguards, his face serious, remarked, Boss, is that really Knight Fengwu? I've heard that he is an extremely dangerous individual. Chen Yuanzhong nodded gravely, stating coldly, in his youth, he caused me considerable trouble. He has no family or concerns, and in his eyes, there are no rules. So, when faced with such a rabid dog, it is best to keep your distance until his fangs have been removed. Having navigated the underworld for decades, Chen Yuanzhong was astute in assessing situations. He understood that today, with only 3 bodyguards at his side, he could not hope to contend with Yi Fengwu, which was why he had chosen to lower his stance to allow him to leave. In doing so, he not only preserved the pawnshop but also safeguarded himself from danger. Gradually, Chen Yuanzhong's expression turned serious as he remarked, he has shed some of his madness, but his ferocity has intensified, making him all the more formidable. At this, the 3 bodyguards looked astonished. They had never witnessed their boss so solemn before. Just then, a dozen black-clad bodyguards surged into the pawnshop, led by a burly man whose pronounced temples displayed prominent veins. His gaze was sharp, exuding a beastly ferocity. This was Chang Xiong, the foremost enforcer of Shihu Heifeng. Rumor had it that Chang Xiong had dominated underground fighting rings for nearly a decade without defeat before being bought off by Chen Yuanzhong for a handsome sum. Chang Xiong had been by Chen Yuanzhong's side for over a decade, and when Yi Fengwu was merely an unknown thug, he had been taught a lesson by Chang Xiong on multiple occasions. Had Chang Xiong been present earlier, Chen Yuanzhong would never have allowed Yi Fengwu to leave so easily. Brother Chen, was that Knight Fengwu who just left? Chang Xiong approached, his fierce expression devoid of emotion. Chen Yuanfeng nodded, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, 8 years in prison have not humbled him. Rather, it has made things more interesting. Cheng Xiong remarked, Brother Chen, the one you were instructed to deal with by Qin Guangnan is him, right? Chen Yuanzhong nodded affirmatively. Not long ago, Qin Guangnan had personally visited, bearing gifts and requesting that he teach his son-in-law a lesson. At that time, Qin Yuanzhong had already sent people to investigate, which was why he had delayed taking action. Qin Yuanzhong scoffed. To think that Qin Fengwu is on such close terms with Jiang Hao, the Qin family is digging their own grave. Cheng Xiong added. The Qin family is now collaborating with Feng Hao Real Estate, clearly seeking them as a backer. Chen Yunzhong shook his head with a smirk. That old fox Qin Guangnan is courting death. He has yet to realize the kind of madman he has provoked. Jiang Hao has assigned all projects on the outskirts to the Qin family. Such a massive cake. Heh, the Qin group is doomed. Though Cheng Xiong was not well versed in business matters, he understood that Jiang Hao had set a trap for Qin Guangnan, prompting him to ask, Brother Chen, what are your plans? Chen Yuanzhong pulled out a cigar, and a nearby bodyguard hastily lit it for him. He then replied nonchalantly, in the realm of reciprocity, if that night Fengwu dares to wreak havoc in my shop, then I shall preemptively acquire the Qin group. Cheng Xiong finally grasped the situation, but soon his expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something. Brother Chen, Shang Xiao was hospitalized yesterday. Chen Yuanzhong's expression darkened. He just returned from abroad. What trouble has he stirred up now? Cheng Xiong continued, yesterday, he was in a car accident after drinking with friends, colliding with a Ferrari. The car was totaled, but Shang Xiao only sustained minor injuries. Upon hearing that his son was merely lightly injured, Qin Yuanzhong sighed in relief, though his tone remained grave. What of the driver responsible? Cheng Xiong frowned. He fled. I have traced the silver Ferrari back to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, you have quite the audacity. Chen Yuanzhong's expression turned icy in an instant, chillingly stating, inform Shang to lay low for a few days. He must not provoke any trouble, especially with Knight Fengwu. Years ago, he had orchestrated Knight Fengwu's downfall. If his son were to fall into that man's hands, given his temperament, his life would be forfeit. Thus, he needed to bide his time, gradually dismantling Jiang Hao's influence. Once Knight Fengwu was left without allies, he could eliminate him at will. At that moment, a bespectacled middle-aged man emerged from the office of the pawnshop, addressing Chen Yuanzhong, Chairman, that ring has been sent to Luohuang Auction House. It will officially go up for auction in a few days. Chen Yuanzhong nodded, asking, in your estimation, can that ring fetch an exorbitant price? The bespectacled man confidently replied, Chairman, my judgment is rarely mistaken. The ocean blue gemstone on that ring is incredibly rare. Only 2 exist in the world, so it should fetch at least $100 million. At this, Chen Yuanzhong's smile deepened. $100 million would be enough to acquire several companies. Meanwhile, Yi Fengwu drove a black Audi, ferrying Qin Xinghan back to her home, though his expression remained decidedly grim throughout the journey. Chapter 37. Luo Yihuang Qin Xinghan seemed to realize that Yi Fengwu was once again irked with her. Thus, as soon as the vehicle came to a halt, she contemplated making her escape. However, before she could unbuckle her seatbelt, a large hand firmly restrained her. The memory of last night's forceful kiss flooded her mind, and she instinctively felt a surge of wariness, biting her crimson lip as she declared, if you dare to bully me again, I will. I will bite you. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu could hardly suppress a laugh. Although Qin Xinghan appeared gentle, she was indeed capable of taking decisive action against those who dared to infringe upon her. Take Jin Bao, for instance. He had not even touched her hand before she had pierced his palm with her stiletto. The last time, when Gao He had coerced her into being a hostess, she had brought along a pair of scissors, and Yi Fengwu had no doubt that in a critical moment, she would not hesitate to use them. Most infuriating of all was yesterday, when she had actually bitten him. Thus, the nefarious thoughts that had briefly crossed Yi Fengwu's mind were quickly extinguished. He then coldly remarked, how many times must I rescue you before you realize you are acting foolishly? What possessed you to venture into the territory of Shi Hu Hei Feng? Cognizant of her wrongdoing, Qin Xinghan lowered her gaze and murmured, I merely wished to return the ring to you. In response, Yi Fengwu scoffed, a mere ring is not worth your life. Had I not followed you today, do you have any idea what your fate would have been? You would have been ravaged by Chen Yuanzhong's men and disposed of in the river to feed the fish. Today, Yi Fengwu had intended to apologize for yesterday's events, which led him to accompany Qin Xinghan outside, only to discover that she had sold the ring to Chen Yuanzhong's pawnshop. Qin Xinghan was not naive. She sensed that Yi Fengwu's anger stemmed from concern for her. Therefore, she refrained from arguing and instead pulled out the 100,000 yuan from her bag, saying, consider this 100,000 as my compensation to you. Yi Fengwu raised an eyebrow, his expression peculiar as he retorted, 100,000? That ring is worth $100 million. You think a mere 100,000 can dismiss me? Not a chance. For a woman like Qin Xinghan, who was impervious to reason, Yi Fengwu found himself losing his composure, gradually resorting to a more unyielding stance. Clearly agitated by Yi Fengwu's obstinacy, Qin Xinghan replied heatedly, That ring is merely a high-quality imitation worth 20,000. Is it not sufficient for me to offer you 100,000? If you deem that inadequate, I will return the money you gave me yesterday. All I ask is that you cease your incessant pursuit of me. Seeing her agitated, Yi Fengwu's tone softened slightly as he replied, Do you truly believe that a $20,000 imitation could provoke Shi Hu Hei Feng to offend me? Qin Qinghan bit her lip and retorted. But he claimed that his employee stole the ring. Yi Fengwu scoffed derisively. I do not trust a word from that old fox, not even the punctuation. Yi Fengwu speculated that the ring had likely been secured by Qian Yuanzhong, and retrieving it would not be a simple task. Hence, he had decisively taken Qin Qinghan away. Yet, she did not share his perspective. She understood well the nature of Shi Hu Hei Feng. In the entirety of Haihua City, with a mere word from him, none would dare to disrespect him. However, not only had Yi Fengwu struck his bodyguard, but he had also audaciously extorted 100,000 from him, and throughout the ordeal, Shi Hu Hei Feng had shown no signs of anger. On the contrary, he appeared eager for Yi Fengwu to leave swiftly. Thus, Qin Qinghan surmised that merely due to Jiang Hao's connections, it was insufficient to instill such trepidation in Shi Hu Hei Feng. What, she wondered, had Yi Fengwu done in the past? Furthermore, Yi Fengwu looked at Qin Qinghan and continued, Your grandfather has consented to your marriage to me. If you force me away, your grandfather will soon arrange for you to be wed to the Zhang family, and Jing Si will be sent to a foster family from which you will never be able to find her. Is that the outcome you desire? At this, Qin Qinghan's expression faltered, her hands clenching tightly at her clothing. She indeed felt conflicted. Yi Fengwu was correct. Although her grandfather had cast her out of the Qin family, with the family's influence, absent Yi Fengwu, she would likely be forcibly married into the Zhang family. Even Jing Si would be taken away. Reflecting on the things Yi Fengwu had done for her in recent days, she found it difficult to overlook his brutishness, tyranny, and the fact that he was a rapist. What sent shivers down her spine was that he had killed Gao He with a pair of scissors. Qin Qinghan racked her brain to find a redeeming quality in Yi Fengwu, but it seemed an arduous task. The only commendable trait appeared to be his genuine kindness toward Jing Si. After a long moment, Qin Qinghan took a deep breath, biting her lip as she said, I can't allow you to return, but you must agree to a few conditions. At her words, Yi Fengwu felt a surge of joy within, feigning calmness as he said, Let me be clear. I cannot continue sleeping on the sofa. Qin Qinghan hesitated but did not refuse. Instead, she stated, You cannot bully me as you did last time. You will sleep on the floor and if you wish to obtain a marriage certificate with me, then be a good person and sever all ties with Jiang Hao. Her words left Yi Fengwu astonished, yet a wave of delight washed over him. It was evident that Qin Qinghan was offering him a chance, a possibility to care for her and her daughter forever, provided he distanced himself from Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao was a brother to him, one with whom he had faced life and death, and on the battlefield, they could trust each other implicitly. Thus, Yi Fengwu readily nodded, saying, No problem, I have long since ceased doing anything Jiang Hao would. Qin Qinghan was taken aback. She had expected resistance from Yi Fengwu, yet he had so readily acquiesced. As he exited the vehicle, he silently mused. A benevolent lie is an act of kindness in reality. Although Yi Fengwu shared a deep bond with Jiang Hao, he had now become a celebrated military hero. Once the opportune moment arose, revealing his identity to Qin Qinghan, she would surely embrace him wholeheartedly. As Qin Qinghan observed the joy in Yi Fengwu's eyes, her heart was filled with bitterness. Was it truly a blessing or a curse to welcome him back into her home? To leave a favorable impression on Qin Qinghan, Yi Fengwu proposed taking Jing Si in the afternoon to complete her transfer to the best elementary school in Haihua City. The Luo Huang building stood in the most bustling district of Haihua City, the only skyscraper in the city soaring 75 stories high. The top floor housed a spacious and brightly lit office, furnished simply with a few sets of elegant sofas and coffee tables in the lounge area, alongside a desk and chairs set by the window. It was evident that the office's owner favored a tranquil and open space. The most opulent feature of the office was the vast glass wall, which offered a breathtaking panoramic view of the entire city. At that moment, a tall figure stood beside this glass wall, clad in a silver-gray business suit, her raven locks elegantly pinned up, even from behind. One could sense the commanding aura of a queen emanating from her. Knock, knock, knock. At this juncture, a knock echoed through the office door. Come in. The domineering queen remained unmoved, her voice laced with an inherent confidence. With the sound of clicking heels, a graceful figure in a white blouse and a blue skirt briskly approached. The newcomer appeared to be in her mid-20s, possessing an exceptionally beautiful face, with hints of charisma and competence evident in her features. This woman was named Lin Yu, the assistant to Luo Huang, the chairwoman of Luo Huang Group, who also managed much of the company's operations. Stopping behind the formidable queen, Lin Yu promptly stated, Chairwoman Luo, as you anticipated, Qin Qinghan is indeed unable to find work. It is time to extend an olive branch to her. The commanding queen replied coolly, her tone imbued with an inexplicable self-assurance. When she turned to face Lin Yu, an indescribably exquisite visage was revealed, a beauty that defied any attempts at description. Though devoid of makeup, her features were impeccably flawless. Her elongated phoenix-like eyes sparkled with brilliance and confidence, while her naturally rosy lips were equally captivating. If Qin Shinghan's beauty could be described as ethereal and unearthly, this woman could only be characterized by the idiom crafted by divine hands, as if Nuwa herself had favored her in creation. She was Luo Yihuang, the chairwoman of Luo Huang Group, at merely 26 years of age, yet already worth billions, and hailed as the most beautiful woman in China. Lin Yu regarded her with a hint of curiosity, inquiring, "Chairwoman Luo, it is rare to see you take such an interest in someone. Is Qin Shinghan truly that capable?" Luo Yihuang maintained a calm expression as she replied, "She graduated from Beijing Management University, just as I did. I took a year. She accomplished it in 8 months. Lin Yu interjected, "I heard she graduated early to care for her daughter." Luo Yihuang did not refute this, merely stating, if she lacked ability, she wouldn't have graduated early. Chapter 38. The mockery of the mother-in-law Luo Yihuang appeared to be a woman of stern demeanor, embodying a regal presence in every gesture. As she sat in her swivel chair and sipped her tea, she continued, "Qin Shinghan possesses a gentle temperament, yet her acumen in business management is akin to a sharp sword. Do you recall the financial crisis that beset the Qin Group 2 years ago?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. That year, the Qin Group faced a dire liquidity crisis, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. It was the then 22-year-old Qin Shinghan who turned the tide, not only guiding the Qin Group through that tumult but also achieving a remarkable surge in the company's revenue. A year prior, the Qin Group had failed to recognize Qin Shinghan's capabilities, placing the management in the hands of her uncle, which nearly led to the company's acquisition. It was Qin Shinghan once again who, within mere days, averted that crisis. Lin Yu scoffed, "Such a treasure. Yet the Qin Group fails to cherish her. How foolish. What position does Director Luo intend to offer her?" Luo Yihuang replied decisively, "The position of president of the headquarters has remained vacant. Initially, she will serve as your assistant for a time, after which she will assume the role of president." There was an air of undeniable confidence in Luo Yihuang's tone. She had not even entertained the notion that Qin Shinghan might refuse their offer. Surprised, Lin Yu understood that Director Luo never undertook ventures without assurance. If she had set her sights on Qin Shinghan, it was a testament to the latter's undeniable competence. Lin Yu then remarked, "Director Luo, the Qin Group has invested heavily in Fengwu real estate, even mortgaging the entire group." Luo Yihuang's expression remained unperturbed as she stated, "The Qin Group's desperate attempt to curry favor with Fengwu real estate is truly self-destructive." Lin Yu continued, "For the Qin Group, that project with Fengwu real estate resembles a bottomless pit. Without an initial investment of $1.5 billion, they cannot even see a profit. Clearly, Fengwu real estate seems to be orchestrating this." Luo Yihuang nodded. "The Qin family has offended someone. There are those who wish to see them brought to ruin." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Luo Yihuang then inquired, "Have we clarified the details about that individual?" Lin Yu nodded, her tone tinged with peculiarity. "His name is Yi Fengwu. He has no educational background, no relatives, and has been immersed in the underground world since his teenage years. He was imprisoned for violent crimes at 18 and was released less than a month ago. He has a close relationship with Jiang Hao and has been persistently entangled with Qin Shinghan recently." Luo Yihuang acknowledged with a nod. "Anything else?" Lin Yu shook her head. "That is all." Luo Yihuang furrowed her brow. Even an ordinary farmer would not possess such simplistic information. This individual is anomalous. Is someone deliberately fabricating his identity? A violent criminal? He is likely just a fade. While Luo Yihuang maintained a calm demeanor, there was a steadiness in her elongated gaze that suggested strategic contemplation. Lin Yu asked curiously, "Director Luo, what piques your interest in a rapist?" Luo Yihuang, however, shook her head, her expression serious. "This man is not ordinary. His sudden proximity to Qin Shinghan, coupled with his manipulation of Jiang Hao to ensnare the Qin Group, indicates that he is far more than merely a rapist." Lin Yu's eyes once more reflected surprise. "Are you suggesting that Jiang Hao's antagonism towards the Qin family is orchestrated by Yi Fengwu? How could he possess the influence to command Donglong's overlord?" Although the Luo Group did not fear any underground organizations in Haihua City, there were certain factions that warranted caution. Luo Yihuang replied coolly, "It is merely speculation, yet it is likely." Suddenly, Lin Yu had a thought. "Director Luo, regarding the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Jinhai City branch the day after tomorrow, I still advise against your personal attendance." In the past month, Luo Yihuang had survived 3 assassination attempts. Venturing out of Haihua City again could lead to unforeseen dangers. Luo Yihuang, however, calmly stated, "There are those who do not wish for my demise, and certain matters necessitate my direct involvement. Prepare the flight." Despite the 3 assassination attempts resulting in casualties among her bodyguards, Luo Yihuang was aware that someone was aiding her, and she had long since deduced who it was. Lin Yu remarked, "It must be the influence of Director Luo's family." Luo Yihuang neither confirmed nor denied. Having distanced herself from her family at the age of 20, after 6 years of toil, she had built the Luo Huang Group into a leading enterprise in Haihua City, yet to her family, it was merely a trifling endeavor. For 6 years, aside from a handful of close relatives, Luo Yihuang had scarcely communicated with anyone, refusing their assistance. The root of this estrangement lay in a matrimonial alliance from years past. Even in today's world, women remained mere bargaining chips in familial interests, particularly in prominent families like hers. Proud and resolute, Luo Yihuang refused to be a tool of her family. She chose to sever ties, aspiring to demonstrate that a woman could be as formidable as any man. She envisioned a day when her wealth would wield influence over all of Huaxia. She recalled that upon her birth, a betrothal was arranged with the Yi family of human. Had it not been for the disappearance of the Yi family's infant, she might have found herself wed to them. As night fell at 7 o'clock, Yi Fengwu returned home with Qin Xinghan and Jing Si. Despite having several 100,000 in hand, Yang Yu and Qin Ji eschewed their usual mahjong games, opting instead to watch television at home. Today, Yi Fengwu and Qin Xinghan had successfully completed the transfer paperwork for Jing Si, enrolling her in a school renowned for its environment and values. Qin Xinghan's mood appeared notably improved today, her usual melancholy somewhat diminished, though she still refrained from displaying even the slightest smile. As she prepared a meal in the kitchen, Yi Fengwu entered to lend a hand. "Shall I assist you in chopping the vegetables?" he offered cheerfully, standing in the narrow kitchen doorway. While Qin Xinghan was in the midst of washing vegetables, she gently replied, "No. There's no need. Please go watch television. It will be ready soon." Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu felt a surge of delight and dutifully retreated to the living room, marveling at what a gentle and considerate partner she was. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Xinghan preferred that he not assist because the kitchen was too confined. Working side by side could lead to unintended physical intimacy, revealing her lingering discomfort with him. Soon, a table laden with fragrant dishes was set before them. One could not deny that Qin Xinghan's culinary skills were exceptional. Just the aroma of the food was enough to make Yi Fengwu's mouth water. However, as he sat down and prepared to eat, Yang Yu interjected with a disdainful huff. "Let me make one thing clear. If you wish to marry my daughter, you must secure a proper job. Qin Xinghan cannot bear the burden of this entire family alone." At this, Qin Xinghan furrowed her brow, wanting to interject, but Yi Fengwu smiled and replied, "Of course, I will seek employment tomorrow." Yang Yu, however, continued to berate Yi Fengwu. "Where were you when we needed you? Just a few days ago, if it weren't for Chan Nan, my daughter would have been bullied by those ruffians. Moreover, you claim that the ring you gifted Qin Xinghan is worth $100 million. Pa, it's merely a $2,000 imitation. How dare you flaunt it?" Observing Yang Yu's unrestrained criticism, Qin Xinghan grew increasingly anxious, worried that Yi Fengwu might lose his temper. Thus, she urged, "Mom, let's eat." Yang Yu shot Qin Xinghan a glare, retorting, "Am I not stating the truth? Although I don't know where he borrowed that 500,000 from, it is ultimately you who will have to repay it." Qin Xinghan felt a surge of anxiety. Yang Yu had no inkling of the type of person Yi Fengwu truly was. He was someone even Jiang Hao respected immensely, and the notorious Shihu Heifeng feared him. Qin Xinghan cast an apologetic glance at Yi Fengwu, silently imploring him to disregard the comments. Why, Yi Fengwu responded with a smile, "Next time, I will definitely bring the real item for Xinghan." Yang Yu scoffed in disbelief. "The real item? Worth 100 million? You must be joking. If you can truly present the genuine article to Xinghan, I will immediately allow her to marry you." At this declaration, Yi Fengwu's expression turned serious. "It's a promise." Qin Xinghan's heart was conflicted. Did he finally acknowledge that the ring was merely an imitation? Suddenly, Yi Fengwu turned to Qin Xinghan, saying, "However, selling the ring for 2,000 does seem a bit of a loss." Qin Xinghan replied apologetically, "I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? It's just a worthless imitation." Yang Yu shot Qin Xinghan a glare, but just as she was about to speak, Qin Xinghan interrupted urgently, "Mom, please stop. The food will get cold." Qin Xinghan's tone was markedly anxious. Although the ring was indeed a counterfeit, she did not wish for Yi Fengwu to know it was Yang Yu who had taken it from her. Since he had already misunderstood her, what difference would it make once the truth was revealed? What more could she possibly hope for? The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, but at that moment, a news report flashed on the television. A private jet belonging to the Luo Huang Group has suddenly exploded, with casualties currently unknown. Reports suggest that Luo Yihuang, the chairperson of the Luo Huang Group, was scheduled to board this aircraft en route to Jinhai City. We will continue to follow this story. As the footage cut to the airport, thick black smoke billowed from a completely charred aircraft lying on the runway. Yi Fengwu, who had been about to take a bite of his food, instantly changed his expression upon hearing the report, his gaze fixed intently on the television screen. Chapter 39. Lin Chang injured Qin Xinghan could distinctly sense the unusual agitation emanating from Yi Fengwu. She was aware of the Luo Huang Group and the legendary woman, Luo Yihuang, yet she found herself perplexed by Yi Fengwu's intense reaction. At that moment, Yi Fengwu's phone rang unexpectedly, and the caller was Lu Hui. He picked up the device and stepped into the kitchen. After pressing the answer button, Lu Hui's hurried voice resonated. "Instructor, something has happened." A jolt of alarm surged through Yi Fengwu, and he inquired, "Is the target on that plane?" If Luo Yihuang were indeed aboard that aircraft, it would signify the failure of his mission, marking his first defeat in 8 years among countless others. For the proud Yi Fengwu, such a failure was simply unacceptable. Lu Hui replied, "The target is safe, but Xiangzi has been injured, at safe house number 9. Upon hanging up, Yi Fengwu's countenance darkened ominously. Lin Chong, Lu Hui, and Yang Lu were all elite warriors he had meticulously trained. They were not just his soldiers, but also his brothers. The misfortune of any one of them was a burden he could not bear. I need to step out, he stated to Qin Shinghan, donning his outerwear and leaving with an unusually grave expression. Observing this, Qin Shinghan was suddenly struck by an unsettling premonition. Was he about to embark on a nefarious endeavor? Yang Yu, however, muttered, "Look at that serious expression. One might think he is engaged in some honorable pursuit." Qin Shinghan, wearing a bitter smile, replied, "Mother, could you refrain from speaking for once?" At that moment, the television screen transitioned to the news studio. The anchor announced, "The Luo Huang Group has consistently been the most formidable company in Haihua City. It has been reported that the chairwoman, Luo Huang, has faced 3 assassination attempts within a month. Nonetheless, this has not impeded the normal operations of the Luo Huang Group. Today, it has been announced that the auction house under the group is set to conduct a significant auction, featuring a ring known as the Heart of the Blue Sea, which has garnered considerable attention. Experts estimate the value of this ring to be around $100 million. Let us now observe this world-renowned Heart of the Blue Sea up close through the camera." The scene shifted once more, revealing a glass display case containing a ring that sparkled with dazzling brilliance, as numerous individuals snapped photographs. As the camera zoomed in, the ring's contours became crystal clear, even revealing the 2 Chinese characters inscribed upon it. Yang Yu and Qin Ji gazed at the ring on the television, their eyes glimmering with envy. The former murmured, "Qing Han, did you see that? This is the true Heart of the Blue Sea. The one Yi Fengwu gave you, while identical, is merely a replica." Qin Ji furrowed his brow and remarked, "It looks too similar. Could it be the one you sold?" Yang Yu shot him a glare and retorted, "What nonsense! Do you truly believe that Yi Fengwu would gift Qing Han a ring worth $100 million? Not to mention, can he even afford it? And which man would willingly part with such a sum for Qing Han?" Just then, Qin Shinghan's chopsticks clattered to the floor, her exquisite face alight with shock and a tumult of emotions. Yang Yu and Qin Ji turned to her in confusion, only to find her tearful eyes fixated on the ring displayed on the television. Yang Yu exclaimed, "Qing Han, why are you lost in thought? Such good fortune is unlikely to befall us. Come, let us eat." 2 scorching tears cascaded down Qin Shinghan's cheeks. Landing on the table, it dawned on her that the ring he had gifted her was indeed the Heart of the Blue Sea, a singular treasure in the world. She had been under the impression that it was merely a high-quality imitation, and her parents had often mocked her for possessing a replica. Yet he had silently endured all the ridicule, never once uttering a complaint over a ring worth $100 million. In that moment, Qin Shinghan finally grasped that this person had always tolerated her, and no wonder that Shi Hu Haifeng would rather be blackmailed for 100,000 yuan than return that ring. It had always been genuine. "Mother, we have wronged him." Qin Shinghan's voice trembled, brimming with guilt and regret. Yang Yu and Qin Ji's expressions shifted dramatically. Yang Yu retorted sharply, "What nonsense are you spouting? You can't possibly think the ring on television is the one I sold to Shi Hu's pawn shop." Qin Shinghan nodded sadly, her voice cracking. "Do you realize? He never once expressed resentment over the ring being sold. I even considered offering a few thousand yuan as compensation. I felt utterly humiliated." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu and Qin Ji's faces grew grave. The latter asked, "Qing Han, could it be that the ring Yi Fengwu gifted you is truly the one on television?" Yang Yu, however, scoffed, "Impossible. The appraiser clearly told me the ring, while exquisite, was merely an elaborate imitation." At that moment, Jingxi chimed in, "Grandma, the ring on TV is indeed the one Uncle gave to Mom. You can see the 2 characters, one is Feng and the other K. Jingxi has seen it too." Yang Yu's complexion paled instantly. She had left in such haste that she hadn't examined it closely now. With Qing Han's unusual behavior and Jingxi's description, an ominous premonition began to settle within her. After a prolonged silence, Yang Yu finally stammered, "Qing Han, please tell me the truth. What Jingxi said, is it real?" Qin Han nodded through her tears, "Mother, please do not discuss this further. I will apologize to him and find a way to repay him." Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely that the ring had been sent to auction by Shi Hu Haifeng, making the prospect of reclaiming it from him a fanciful dream. Upon realizing this, Yang Yu's tears overflowed, and she lamented, "What have I done? I have handed over a $100 million ring to Shi Hu Haifeng. In Haihua City, who did not know of Shi Hu Haifeng? Who did not tremble at the mention of his name? Even Qin Ji, upon hearing Shi Hu Haifeng's name, displayed an expression of profound dismay and defeat." Suddenly, Yang Yu's tears ceased, and she grasped Qin Shinghan's hand, pleading, "Qing Han, you must help your mother. I was only trying to save your father, which is why I was deceived. Here is an idea. Tomorrow, you and Yi Fengwu should get a marriage certificate. Once you are legally wed, he will not pursue us for this." At this, Qin Shinghan's bitterness deepened. It felt as though she were being sold off. She could only nod in reluctant agreement, burdened by guilt, for she had long misjudged him, while he had borne it all in silence. Qin Xinghan was acutely aware of the domineering and uncouth nature that lay beneath Yi Fengwu's gentle facade, yet he had continued to endure for her sake. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Yi Fengwu finally arrived at the safe house number 9 mentioned by Lu Hui. This secure location was specifically constructed for special operatives on missions, equipped with both weaponry and medical facilities. At that moment, on a high-tech medical bed, lay a pale figure bound in bandages. It was none other than Lin Chong. Beside him, Lu Hui and Yang Lu bore grim expressions, each nursing minor injuries, further darkening Yi Fengwu's mood. He approached Lin Chong, sensing his feeble breaths, and turned to Lu Hui and Yang Lu, demanding, who could have inflicted such injuries on Lin Chong? In response, Lu Hui and Yang Lu exchanged grave glances. Lu Hui replied, Instructor, we have never encountered assassins of that caliber. They were monstrous. Chapter 40. Transhuman. The moment the term monster escaped from the lips of Yi Fengwu, his brows furrowed deeply. Lin Chong, Yang Lu, and Lu Hui were the most exceptional warriors in the military. Even the world's finest boxers could not hope to rival them. Yet now, both Yang Lu and Lu Hui had sustained minor injuries, while Lin Chong's condition was grave, with at least several ribs broken and likely internal injuries as well. The sheer combat prowess required to inflict such harm on Lin Chong was nothing short of terrifying. At that moment, a weak, pained voice emerged from Lin Chong's lips as he struggled to open his eyes. Upon seeing Yi Fengwu, a pallor of guilt washed over his face. Instructor. I'm sorry, we have disappointed you. He attempted to rise, but Yi Fengwu quickly pressed him back down, expressing concern. Rest well. It was my oversight to allow you to act independently. A flicker of trepidation shone in Lin Chong's eyes as he weakly replied, Instructor, it was our carelessness. Just then, Lu Hui interjected, Instructor, we received intelligence that Luo Yihuang intends to board a private plane to Jinhai City. We attempted to intercept her along the way to offer a warning, but she remained resolute, even taking precautions against us. Yang Lu added, that woman is remarkably astute. She sensed our covert protection, yet she remains resistant to our help. Hearing this, Yi Fengwu gritted his teeth. That infuriating woman. What is her current status? Lu Hui replied, we infiltrated the airport before Luo Yihuang boarded, and indeed discovered explosives on the plane. However, we also encountered those two monsters. Lin Chong, with a hint of apprehension in his eyes, weakly remarked, they were a man and a woman. The man was exceptionally robust, and despite our 20+ bullets, we could not harm him. It was as if we were firing at a steel plate. Lu Hui, still shaken, added, the woman was even more bizarre. She was unarmed, yet could tear through the aircraft's exterior with her claws. As they spoke, the expressions of Lin Chong, Lu Hui, and Yang Lu turned despondent. After years of following Yi Fengwu, this was the first time they felt so utterly defeated. At this, Yi Fengwu's eyes narrowed, his expression grave. Noticing this, Lu Hui quickly asked, Instructor, have you ever encountered such opponents? Yi Fengwu inhaled deeply before responding, the individuals you faced have cultivated a form of internal energy known as gongqi. They are referred to as transhumans. Compared to ordinary people, they possess greater longevity and physical attributes. Gongqi, transhumans. The faces of Lin Chong and his companions were filled with shock and confusion. It was the first time they had heard of gongqi. Yi Fengwu continued, the world is far more complex than we perceive. Gongqi emanates from within, enhancing muscular strength multiple times over. If one can skillfully harness gongqi throughout their body, their muscles can become hardened, rendering ordinary blades and bullets nearly ineffective against their defenses. Furthermore, when wielded as a weapon, it can transform into sharp blades. Upon hearing Yi Fengwu's description of gongqi, the expressions of Lin Chong and his companions turned to astonishment. In a wonder the two assassins they encountered today were so fearsome. The man was nearly impervious to blades and guns, while the woman far surpassed them in both strength and speed. Had it not been for the timely arrival of local forces, they might not have survived. After a long pause, Lu Hui curiously inquired, Instructor, how does one cultivate gongqi? Yi Fengwu frowned and replied, gongqi is a latent power within humanity. To cultivate it requires not only daily strength training but also a certain fortuitous opportunity, which may never present itself in a lifetime. Yet, some fortunate souls awaken their gongqi in moments of life and death. Upon hearing this, Lin Chong and his companions felt a mix of envy and despair. As elite warriors, they longed for greater combat prowess, yet they understood that such opportunities might elude them. Noticing the despondency in their eyes, Yi Fengwu spoke sternly. Some mercenary organizations utilize certain drugs to unlock human physical limits, thus awakening the latent power within gongqi. The eyes of the trio brightened, evidently intrigued by the prospect of such drugs. However, this newfound hope was quickly doused, as Yi Fengwu continued with a stern expression, drugs do not guarantee the awakening of gongqi. They carry significant instability, with over 90% of users succumbing to the drug's adverse effects. Even those who succeed may suffer lingering side effects. Are you still interested? At this, the anticipation in Lin Chong and his companions, I swiftly morphed into disappointment. Lu Hui lamented, Instructor, Does this mean we will never have the chance to cultivate gangqi? Yi Fengwu replied coolly, there is another method, though it is equally arduous and comes with no side effects. Under the expectant gazes of Lin Chong and his companions, Yi Fengwu elaborated. By honing your muscular strength to its utmost limits, pushing your body to its maximum capacity, you will begin to sense the existence of gangqi. Moreover, the gangqi cultivated through this method will far exceed that developed through drugs or accidental awakening. Hearing this, Lin Chong and his companions were suddenly infused with excitement and fervor, but soon their expressions turned grim. Achieving such physical prowess seemed a feat only the exceptionally gifted could attain. For those relying on rigorous training, the path would be fraught with hardship, and not every body could withstand such extreme exertion. Yang Lu, with a naive smile, remarked, Instructor, everyone knows your muscular strength far surpasses human limits. Why have you not yet awakened gangqi? Lin Chong and Lu Hui shared similar curiosity as they looked at Yi Fengwu, all too aware of his formidable physical capabilities. They had witnessed him kick a small car several meters away using nothing but his strength. Yi Fengwu shot them a glare, snorting, I have my own plans. Remember this. If you wish to cultivate gangqi, be prepared to endure hardships and sweat 100 times more than the average person. Upon hearing this, Lin Chong and his companions took Yi Fengwu's words to heart with grave seriousness. This led them to a realization. Despite Yi Fengwu's status as the strongest in the military, he could easily forego the grueling training they endured. Yet, he had never ceased his relentless pursuit of physical strength. It became clear that his ultimate goal was gangqi. Yi Fengwu suddenly asked, what are the current plans regarding the target? Lu Hui quickly replied, Luo Yihuang seems to place great importance on the branch office in Jinhai City. We learn she intends to take the high-speed train to Jinhai City tomorrow morning at 8, and has reserved an entire business car. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu cursed, that reckless woman. If you can trace her itinerary, then the Grim Reaper's Guild will undoubtedly be aware of it. Yi Fengwu felt a surge of anger, furious that Luo Yihuang's obstinacy had led to his comrades' injuries. Lu Hui offered, Instructor, I will accompany you. Yi Fengwu shook his head, replying, you all need to recuperate. I can manage this alone. Yang Lu interjected, that woman is wary of us, and given the number of assassins likely lurking along the way, it would be unwise for you to go alone. Yi Fengwu's expression turned serious as he replied calmly, covert protection is no longer feasible. Thus, I must employ another strategy, one that she rightly deserves. At this, Lin Chong and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Yi Fengwu's intentions. Just then, Lu Hui approached with a long, rectangular case measuring over a meter in length and 50 centimeters wide, placing it before Yi Fengwu. Instructor, your weapons have arrived. Upon seeing the case, Yi Fengwu's eyes sparkled with delight, akin to a lover reunited after a long separation. Chapter 41. The assassin in the carriage. With a sharp click, Yi Fengwu swiftly opened the box, revealing the meticulously arranged components of a sniper rifle, complete with a 10-25x scope. While Yi Fengwu had a penchant for cold weapons, he also harbored an appreciation for sniper rifles. This particular firearm, named Wolf God, had accompanied him for a considerable time, custom crafted for him by a military factory. The overall length of the firearm measures 1.32 meters, entirely cloaked in black. It employs armor-piercing ammunition of 10.12 millimeters, boasting an effective range of up to 2,500 meters. However, in the hands of Night Wind, his most remarkable sniping feat is said to have occurred at a staggering distance of 3,500 meters, where he successfully struck the satellite antenna of a terrorist organization with a single shot. The long box is composed of 3 layers. The second layer contains 2 pitch-black pistols and 2 daggers. The pistols boast a significant caliber, accompanied by 2 boxes of 9.1 mm steel core ammunition. Upon lifting the third layer, one discovers a long box, measuring 1 meter in length and 15 centimeters in width, lying flat inside. The night breeze caresses the box gently, as if it were caressing a beloved, and even his gaze exudes profound confidence. This is his favored weapon, a gift bestowed upon him 5 years ago by Chanzuashan. After instructing Lin Chong and the others to rest and recover, Yi Fengwu returned home with his weapons in tow. It was now midnight, and fearing to awaken Qin Xinghan, he stealthily pushed open the bedroom door. Bathed in the faint glow of his phone, he placed the box atop the wardrobe. A soft click resonated as the bedside lamp was turned on. Qin Xinghan, clad in pajamas and reclining against the headboard, regarded Yi Fengwu with a complicated expression, her gaze drifting toward the box on the wardrobe. Yi Fengwu, pocketing his phone, noticed the peacefully sleeping Jing Si beside Qin Xinghan, and whispered, I didn't mean to wake you. A friend invited me for tea and intends to offer me a job. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan furrowed her brow, doubting the veracity of Yi Fengwu's words, sensing that he might be concealing something. She then gently replied, let us sleep. With that, she nestled deeper under the covers. Qin Xinghan yearned to confess about the ring, to apologize for her long-held misconception that it was merely a high-quality imitation. However, it was too late, and she resolved to address it the following day. The bed was spacious enough for 3, and even though Qin Xinghan occupied the center, there was ample room for Yi Fengwu to squeeze in. Thus, he slowly approached the bedside, shed his outerwear, and lay down on the makeshift bedding that Qin Shi Han had meticulously prepared for him. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gradually filling the room with a comforting glow. Qin Shi Han, however, slept restlessly, for this was the first time she shared a room with a man, despite this man being her nominal husband. Her skin was flawless, as tender and pale as an infantess, with a high nose and rosy lips. A closer inspection of her captivating visage revealed her perfection, particularly the delicate flutter of her elongated lashes. The sleeping beauty was enchanting, and as the sole man in the room, Fengwu certainly did not overlook this exquisite sight. Suddenly, Qin Shi Han's slightly quivering lashes fluttered, and her hazy gaze slowly opened. As her vision sharpened, she noticed a mouth approaching her face. Instinctively, she raised her hand and struck this mouth, then shrank back into the covers, her eyes filled with wariness as they locked onto Fengwu by the bedside. Fengwu, embarrassed, covered his mouth, disappointment etched across his face. His attempted kiss had resulted in a slap. Having seen the enchanting Qin Shi Han in her slumber, he could not resist the urge to steal a kiss, only to be thwarted by her awakening. You promised not to bully me, Qin Shi Han said from within her cocoon of blankets, her tone carrying a hint of regret. Fengwu pouted and replied, I just secured a job and need to go on a business trip for a few days. I thought I might catch a sweet moment, alas. Observing Fengwu's forlorn demeanor, Qin Shi Han felt sympathy, yet remained steadfast in her position, softly responding, Give me some time. In response, Fengwu smiled, Then I shall wait for you. With that, he donned his outerwear and picked up a 1-meter-long box from the floor, slinging it over his shoulder. This was the weapon he had discreetly retrieved from the armory that morning, perfectly suited for his upcoming trip to Jinhai City. As Fengwu donned his somewhat tattered camouflage attire and adjusted the box on his shoulder, Qin Shi Han inquired, Are you going on a business trip? He nodded, saying, My new boss is quite the character. He insists I accompany him fishing. Look, he even bought the fishing rods. You should get some more rest. I must leave now. Glancing at her phone, which indicated it was only 6:30 a.m., she nodded and replied, Take care. Fengwu felt a warmth in his heart. Having a gentle and charming wife truly was a blessing. Lo Yihuang's high-speed train was scheduled for 8 o'clock, so Fengwu had already booked a ticket for the same train, arriving at the station by 7:30 a.m. Haihua City was a major hub, bustling with travelers, as long lines passed through security, with all luggage undergoing X-ray checks. Fengwu was well aware that the box he carried would not pass through security, yet he calmly positioned himself at the end of the queue. Moments later, just as he was about to pass through the security gate, a staff member halted him. Pointing at the box on his shoulder, the security personnel said, I'm sorry, sir, but you need to have your belongings screened. Fengwu feigned an apologetic smile and replied, My apologies, I forgot. He then placed the box on the X-ray machine, and at the moment the security personnel turned away, he discreetly affixed a thumb-sized electronic chip to the box. When the box emerged from the other side of the X-ray machine, the staff member monitoring the screen furrowed his brow slightly, yet said nothing. Fengwu calmly retrieved the box, discreetly pocketing the chip. This chip temporarily disabled the X-ray scanner, allowing it to display a false image instead. Given that Fengwu's mission was classified, he had no backup and, regrettably, no funds, leaving him troubled about how to solicit financing from the unfamiliar Lo Yihuang. At 7:50 a.m., Fengwu boarded the high-speed train bound for Jinhai City. His seat was in the 9th car, designated for business class, while Lo Yihuang occupied a seat in the 10th car ahead. In the spacious compartment, only Lo Yihuang, Lin Yu, and 5 alert bodyguards were present. Lo Dong, it will take 3 hours to reach Jinhai City. You should rest, Lin Yu said, seated across from Lo Yihuang, her attractive face marked by a hint of vigilance and anxiety. The explosion of the private plane yesterday was undoubtedly no accident, hence her unease. Lo Yihuang nodded, her flawless visage maintaining a calm demeanor as she replied, Do not worry. Yesterday's incident alerted the local troops. No matter how audacious those assassins are, they cannot strike on a high-speed train. Yet, her heart was tumultuous. Had it not been for the 3 strangers who intercepted her, she might have perished in that explosion. She knew her family was secretly protecting her, but that did not engender gratitude, for her grandfather and father's stubbornness had left her utterly disillusioned. In the 9th car, of the numerous seats, fewer than half were occupied. Fengwu sat by the window in one of the first 5 rows. Due to his worn camouflage attire, the other passengers regarded him as a laborer who had splurged on a business ticket merely to show off. To make matters more vexing, the young woman seated beside him was strikingly beautiful. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, clad in sky-blue jeans and knee-high fabric boots, accentuating her already long and slender legs. A blue trench coat adorned her upper body, her silky black hair cascading nearly to her waist. Though her attire suggested maturity, her face bore an innocent and stunning beauty. However, Fengwu's gaze did not linger on the captivating woman beside him, for his eyes remained exceptionally calm, surveying the actions of everyone in the compartment. Some passengers were engrossed in magazines, others in their phones, seemingly ordinary, yet the underlying hostility emanating from them did not escape Fengwu's keen perception. The only reassuring aspect was that the 2 individuals proficient in qi that Lin Chong had described were not present. The presence of so many assassins certainly indicated that Lo Yihuang commanded significant influence. Suddenly, Yi Fengwu's brow furrowed. Among all the passengers, the girl beside him exhibited an unusual demeanor. Though her appearance was mature, her countenance was sweet and lovely, accompanied by a subtle scent of youthful innocence. Yi Fengwu inwardly cursed, "Damn it, where did this ordinary person come from?" Chapter 42. Yang Shushi was a strikingly beautiful girl, the belle of the school. Each time she ventured out, she adorned herself exquisitely, for beauty imbues a woman with confidence. Thus, no matter where she found herself, she became the center of attention. However, today, a sense of discomfort lingered within her, for the handsome gentleman seated beside her, resembling a laborer, had not even spared her a glance. Yang Shushi was not a vain woman, yet she harbored a proud heart. Suddenly, she turned to the man, Yi Fengwu, and smiled, "Handsome, where are you from?" At her words, Yi Fengwu furrowed his brow. His intention was to avoid drawing attention from those around them, yet this woman chose to engage him at that very moment. Thus, he opted to ignore her, his gaze remaining vigilant to the happenings around. Feeling further disheartened by his indifference, Yang Shushi pouted and muttered, "Sir, even if we are mere strangers, it is rather rude for you to disregard my attempt at conversation, especially when I mean no harm." With that, she leaned back in her seat, displaying a visage of grievance. Noticing her expression, Yi Fengwu finally cast a fleeting glance in her direction. The girl was indeed beautiful, with bright, clear eyes that radiated innocence, a stark contrast to her mature attire. To placate her, he replied nonchalantly, "Haicheng." Upon hearing his response, Yang Shushi appeared momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. "What a coincidence. I study at Haicheng University, and my aunt and cousin also reside in Haicheng." Yi Fengwu, disinterested in further conversation, replied coolly, "Your attire hardly resembles that of a student." In response, Yang Shushi flashed a sweet smile and countered, "Your outfit is not exactly reminiscent of a laborer either." Yi Fengwu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise as Yang Shushi scrutinized him, feigning contemplation while resting her chin on her hand. "Although your clothing is somewhat worn, your skin not particularly fair, and your physique akin to that of a laborer, however." With a mischievous grin, she continued, "You are undeniably handsome and exude a certain charisma, especially with those steady, piercing eyes. Such an imposing presence leads me to suspect you might be a secret agent on a covert mission, haha." What began as playful banter unexpectedly caught the attention of the 20 passengers in the carriage, who subtly turned their gazes toward Yi Fengwu, their expressions tinged with an enigmatic undertone. Yi Fengwu maintained his calm demeanor, though internally he wished to subdue this girl. He then remarked coolly, "If you wish to pursue me, you might as well leave your phone number." As he said this, he leaned slightly closer, brushing against her shoulder. Yang Shushi frowned slightly, instinctively shifting away, her once playful demeanor now stiffening. "Sir, I was merely joking. You cannot possibly think I am interested in you." Yi Fengwu's lips curled into a slight, lewd smile as he unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and extended it toward her, saying, "Beautiful lady, have a sip, and let us continue our conversation." As Yang Shushi observed his unsettling grin and the bottle in his hand, her initial discomfort morphed into wariness. The mineral water, though provided by the trained staff, raised concerns about what he might have added to it. Regret washed over her. She had only sought a pleasant conversation during her mundane journey, yet this seemingly charming man bore a rather unsavory demeanor. Consequently, she shook her head, pursing her lips, I am not thirsty." Unfazed, Yi Fengwu insisted, "But I have already opened it." He attempted to press the bottle into her hands, increasing her irritation. "I'm not thirsty," she retorted, her frustration mounting. This exchange, normally enticing, drew the attention of the other passengers, some of whom chuckled derisively. Noticing her annoyance, Yi Fengwu adopted a serious expression, stating, "Since I have opened it, you cannot refuse to drink." He once again offered the bottle. Yang Shushi, now not only angry but also fearful, contemplated accepting the water yet resolved never to drink it. However, just as her hand reached for the bottle, Yi Fengwu tilted it, spilling a portion of the water onto her trousers. "Ah!" she shrieked, her beautiful face flushed with anger as she glared at him. "How dare you? If you continue this way, I will call the police." Feigning innocence, Yi Fengwu replied, "My apologies, I slipped." Enraged, Yang Shushi stood up and stomped her foot before heading to the restroom to clean up. Once she entered, Yi Fengwu swiftly approached the restroom door, inquiring, "Do you need help?" "Get away from me," came her furious retort from inside. With that, Yi Fengwu slowly turned away, his previously lewd smile hardening into an icy demeanor. The atmosphere in the carriage, once filled with amused onlookers, shifted dramatically as they sensed the sudden chill emanating from Yi Fengwu. As seasoned assassins, the look in Yi Fengwu's eyes conveyed an unmistakable danger. In an instant, all 20 passengers stood up, alert. Whoosh! In that moment, several flying needles shot toward Yi Fengwu with blinding speed, nearly rivaling the velocity of a bullet. Calmly, Yi Fengwu raised his hand, sweeping it before him, effortlessly collecting the needles. With a swift motion, he sent the needles back at an even greater speed, surpassing the initial launch. In mere seconds, several passengers collapsed in their seats, lifeless, the deadly needles having been laced with potent poison. The remaining few, their faces pale with shock, hastily drew hidden firearms, each equipped with silencers. Yet before they could aim at Fengwu, he had already closed in on the two closest assassins. With a swift and silent motion, he struck their temples with his fingers, and in an instant, their bodies froze, their eyes flooding with blood before succumbing entirely. As a warrior of the Chinese military and an elite assassin, Fengwu's training had always emphasized one principle: a single, lethal strike. Thus, he understood the human anatomy intimately, knowing precisely where to deliver fatal blows. His speed was such that the assassins barely had time to react. As the remaining assassins turned their guns toward him, he swiftly seized their weapons from their grasp. In a rapid succession of sounds akin to a machine gun, he dispatched them in under 2 seconds, leaving only himself standing among the fallen. With the silenced guns in hand, the commotion went unnoticed by the trained staff, shielded by the dual doors of the business class. Fengwu arranged the bodies, fastening their seatbelts, rendering them appear as if they were merely sleeping. Finally, he directed his gaze towards the restroom. "What a hassle," he muttered, tucking the guns into one of the assassin's clothing, lamenting how he had to masquerade as a lewd man to save that girl's life. Chapter 43. How much is my life worth? At that moment, the restroom door swung open, and Yang Shushi emerged, pouting. Just as she was about to return to her seat, she nearly collided with Fengwu, who was approaching. Yang Shushi took a step back, leaning against the restroom door, her earlier sweetness and maturity completely vanished. Her beautiful face was now etched with wariness as she glared at Fengwu, declaring, "What do you want?" "I am calling the police." Fengwu, carrying a black box slung over his shoulder, gestured toward the space behind her, saying, "I need to use the restroom." Upon hearing this, Yang Shushi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and swiftly sidestepped past Fengwu. He turned back to her and remarked, "You should go to carriage 10. There are no living souls left in carriage 9. In response, Yang Shushi turned around and stuck out her tongue at him, puffing, "Trying to scare me? Do you think I'm a little girl? Humph." With that, she resumed her walk toward her seat. However, after just 2 steps, her expression shifted to one of confusion, for everyone in the carriage appeared strange. Some reclined with their heads tilted back, while others had their heads drooping down. Yang Shushi shook her head and returned to her seat. Once inside the restroom, Fengwu began to scrutinize his surroundings. His gaze landed on the wash basin, which bore signs of having been tampered with. Although the evidence was minimal, he could still discern it. With a decisive grip on the edge of the wash basin, he forcefully flipped the entire basin over. As expected, "It's here," Fengwu muttered to himself, revealing several glass tubes resembling laboratory equipment, filled with a golden liquid. Furthermore, the tubes were connected to a timer, which read 56 minutes. This explosive concoction was sufficient to obliterate the entire train. Fengwu cautiously extracted the bomb, observing the myriad of wires above it. A slight smirk graced his lips as he deftly severed a red wire with his fingernail. With a soft beep, the timer froze at 54 minutes and 30 seconds. Having successfully disarmed the bomb, Fengwu did not conceal it but instead placed it back into the wash basin with care. As he exited the restroom, he heard Yang Shushi suddenly call out, "Hey, uncle, the atmosphere here is quite eerie." Turning to look, Fengwu noticed Yang Shushi sitting rigidly in her seat, her large, beautiful eyes darting nervously around. He shook his head, contemplating the importance of his mission. This train surely harbored more than one assassin among its carriages. Perhaps, even the 2 individuals knowledgeable in Qi were concealed within this very train. Thus, Fengwu turned and made his way toward carriage 10. Observing Fengwu revert to his earlier detached demeanor, Yang Shushi's expression morphed into one of surprise. When she glanced at the oddly positioned passengers nearby, she couldn't help but shiver. Upon entering carriage 10, the moment Fengwu stepped inside, 5 black-clad bodyguards promptly stood up, surrounding him. Fengwu feigned astonishment, pointing to the vacant seats and exclaiming, "I thought this carriage was empty." Linyu stood up and addressed Fengwu, "I'm sorry, but please go to another carriage. We have reserved this one." In response, Fengwu, with an earnest expression, replied, "Wow, it must be nice to be wealthy. Folks like me, mere laborers, can only scrounge for seats." He put on a pitiful demeanor, as if to imply they looked down on workers like him. "Let him sit," a melodious voice interjected. The speaker was Luo Yihuang, who remained reclined in her seat. Linyu furrowed her brow in concern, saying, "Luo Dong, it would be wise to remain cautious." Luo Yihuang, her eyes half closed, calmly replied, "If he truly is an assassin, keeping him within sight is far better than allowing him to lurk in the shadows." Upon hearing Luo Yihuang's words, Fengwu felt a flicker of surprise. In just 2 sentences, he could discern her composure and wisdom. Linyu nodded, then pointed to the second row of seats beside Fengwu, saying, "You can sit there." Afterward, Linyu exchanged glances with the bodyguards, who understood her unspoken command. 2 of them took seats directly behind Fengwu, clearly intending to monitor him closely. Fengwu grinned, saying, "Thank you. Where are you from, beautiful?" It's rare to find someone as lovely and kind as you in this world. Lin Yu's lovely face gradually revealed signs of impatience as she coolly replied, if you can keep quiet, you may remain seated until we reach our destination. Otherwise, I will have them throw you out. With that, Lin Yu returned to her seat. Suddenly, Yi Fengwu stood up and walked directly toward Luo Yihuang's position. The 3 bodyguards in front were so focused on the entrance to carriage 11 that they failed to notice Yi Fengwu rising again. At that moment, Lin Yu turned around just in time to see the laborer-like man approaching her, then calmly taking a seat beside Luo Yihuang. Seeing this, Lin Yu's expression turned to one of shock as she stood up and angrily confronted Yi Fengwu. What are you doing? Who gave you permission to come over? Do you realize your bodyguards are pathetically inattentive? Yi Fengwu ignored Lin Yu's outburst and addressed the composed Luo Yihuang. This marked Yi Fengwu's first encounter with Luo Yihuang. Rumors had it that she was stunningly beautiful, often referred to as the most beautiful woman in Huaxia. Initially, Yi Fengwu had his doubts, who could possibly surpass Qin Xinghan's beauty. However, upon truly encountering Luo Yihuang, he found himself believing the rumors. Even her profile was breathtaking, her features exquisitely refined to a near-perfect standard. Luo Yihuang slowly opened her eyes, her elongated phoenix-like gaze maintaining an air of calm. She stated nonchalantly, now you know. While Lin Yu's anger flared, her eyes grew increasingly vigilant. How could the 2 bodyguards at the entrance allow him to approach Luo Dong? Consequently, Lin Yu shouted at the 2 bodyguards, who remained seated and unresponsive, hey, what is going on with you two? Yi Fengwu merely remarked, they must be asleep. Although Luo Yihuang's bodyguards were stronger than the average person, their actual capabilities were inferior to any assassin from Carriage 9. Thus, Yi Fengwu possessed numerous methods to incapacitate them effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face turned pale. The 3 bodyguards in the front realized the gravity of the situation and immediately lunged at Yi Fengwu. With a swift motion, Yi Fengwu flicked his hand, sending 3 small objects flying through the air, which struck the knees of the 3 bodyguards almost simultaneously. With a gasp, the 3 men faltered, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, another trio of projectiles soared through the air, accurately hitting the centers of their foreheads, precisely targeting the Baihui point. A severe blow to this point would render anyone instantly unconscious. Witnessing the 3 bodyguards fall unconscious in a single encounter, Lin Yu's complexion paled further. As she finally recognized the tiny projectiles that had incapacitated the 3 bodyguards, she realized they were 6 spent bullet casings. He had subdued the bodyguards she had hired at great expense with mere bullet casings. Looking at the 2 bodyguards seated in the front, who were also incapacitated, Lin Yu finally understood that this laborer-like man was an assassin, an exceptionally skilled one at that. He had effortlessly threatened Luo Dong's life in a flash. Lin Yu's expression hardened, her right fist aiming directly for Yi Fengwu's throat, her strike executed with both speed and precision. Yi Fengwu, slightly taken aback, hadn't he anticipated that this beautiful woman was also a formidable fighter. Judging by her speed and strength, her combat prowess likely rivaled that of the police officer Chen Nan, and she was certainly stronger than the unconscious bodyguards. A faint smile tugged at Yi Fengwu's lips, and he made no attempt to rise. Instead, he simply caught her fist, twisting her arm behind her back. Lin Yu winced in pain, losing her balance. Yi Fengwu forced her down, pressing her face into his lap. The position was undeniably unseemly, especially for a proud woman like Lin Yu, who found it humiliating. Now kneeling on the ground, with her upper body pinned against Yi Fengwu's legs, Lin Yu could only use her mouth to retaliate. Driven by the instinct for survival and the anger of humiliation, she bit down fiercely. Yi Fengwu's expression tightened, his face flushed with discomfort. My life is worth how much? At that moment, Luo Yihuang suddenly spoke, her demeanor as composed as ever, her tone devoid of any tremor. Chapter 44. The clever woman Yi Fengwu was astonished by the woman's composure, and despite the pain in his leg, he managed to smile, saying, Are you negotiating terms with me? Luo Yihuang slightly turned her head, revealing an enchanting beauty that captivated Yi Fengwu, particularly her elongated, phoenix-like eyes, which left him profoundly impressed. You did not kill me immediately. Isn't that a sign that you wish to negotiate? Luo Yihuang replied in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu chuckled. What a clever woman you are, however. Attempting to purchase your life from the buyer is indeed quite costly. Luo Yihuang stated, If you intend to kill me, you should be aware that I can afford to pay 10 times what the buyer offers. Yi Fengwu responded, There are rules in our line of work. Betrayal is a grave taboo among assassins. Luo Yihuang's expression remained unperturbed as she continued, Then, how much is your credibility worth? Yi Fengwu was taken aback by her calm demeanor and laughed again. It seems that your confidence is inextricably tied to wealth. Yet Luo Yihuang replied, My confidence extends beyond mere money. Hearing this, Yi Fengwu raised an eyebrow and glanced down, scoffing, What about the bullet hidden in your lipstick? Trust me, that trinket won't harm me. It will only provoke my ire. Upon sensing the underlying threat in Yi Fengwu's tone, Luo Yihuang furrowed her brow and discreetly tucked away the lipstick. Indeed, there was a bullet concealed within it, and this assassin's alertness was exceptional. He seemed to perceive her every move without direct observation. After stowing the lipstick, Luo Yihuang turned her attention to Lin Yu, who remained clinging to Yi Fengwu's leg. She noticed a faint trace of blood on Lin Yu's camouflaged pants. Thus, Luo Yihuang frowned and said, "Release Lin Yu. Let us continue our discussion." Yi Fengwu scoffed. "This little mad dog is quite the nuisance. Let her sleep for a while." Saying this, he prepared to knock Lin Yu unconscious. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the 9th carriage, followed by a pale-faced young Shushi bursting into the 10th carriage. "Uncle, the people in carriage 9 are all dead?" Young Shushi stammered, her lips trembling as she called out to Yi Fengwu. However, when she spotted a woman half kneeling by his legs, her face turned ashen and then flushed with embarrassment. Yi Fengwu turned to her, saying, "I know. I killed them all. Did I not inform you there were no survivors?" Upon hearing this, young Shushi's eyes widened in shock, her entire body trembling. This handsome uncle is a killer? Only then did she notice the fallen bodyguards, and in that instant, her suspicions crystallized. As an ordinary college student, she had never witnessed such a scene, and fear rendered her legs weak, robbing her of the strength to flee. Yi Fengwu felt a sense of trouble brewing. He then pressed a finger against Lin Yu's neck, and she let out a muffled groan before returning to her seat. What did you do to me?" Lin Yu felt utterly drained, unable to muster even a finger's strength. Yi Fengwu replied indifferently, "Don't worry, you'll be fine in 15 minutes. He then turned his attention to young Shushi, adopting a stern expression and asking, "Do you wish to live?" Upon hearing this, tears streamed down young Shushi's face as she nodded vigorously, her chin bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. "Come sit here and do as I say, and I may spare your life." Yi Fengwu gestured to the seat beside Lin Yu, his expression one of veiled threat. Young Shushi dared not disobey. Trembling, she made her way over and sat beside Lin Yu. Although Luo Yihuang maintained her calm demeanor, she had already resigned herself to fate. Over the years, she had encountered countless assassins, yet she had never encountered one quite so formidable. He had effortlessly seized control of her life. However, she sensed that this individual harbored no intent to kill her. Perhaps he intended to abduct her. Curiously, Luo Yihuang inquired, "I can't quite fathom one thing." At her words, Yi Fengwu smirked with a hint of mischief, replying, "Are you worried about how I will remove you from this train traveling at 300 kilometers per hour?" Luo Yihuang did not deny it, but instead said, "I am curious about your next move." Yi Fengwu's lips curled upwards slightly as he turned to young Shushi, instructing, "Take out your phone and call the police." This caught not only young Shushi off guard, but even the weakened Lin Yu was bewildered, though Luo Yihuang had an inkling of his intentions. "What are you waiting for? Do you wish to forfeit your life?" Yi Fengwu snapped impatiently at young Shushi, who stood frozen. Young Shushi, with a distressed expression, replied, "Uncle, I'll give you my phone. I want to call the police, just don't kill me." Clearly, young Shushi believed Yi Fengwu was testing her. Yi Fengwu shook his head in disbelief, impatience evident. "Stop the chatter. Do as I instruct." Realizing his growing annoyance, young Shushi's face paled further as she trembled, finally retrieving her phone. After dialing the train's emergency number, she looked back at Yi Fengwu, her face contorted with worry. "Uncle, am I supposed to report you?" Yi Fengwu glared at her, snorting, "Do you think I'm foolish? Just say what I tell you." "Oh." Young Shushi nodded, her pitiful expression strikingly endearing. As the call connected, Yi Fengwu instructed, "Tell the train police that a bomb has been found in the restroom of carriage 9. At this, both Luo Yihuang and Lin Yu were skeptical about the existence of a bomb on the train. Young Shushi, fearing defiance, conveyed the message to the police, and moments later, the call ended abruptly. Within seconds, the train's intercom crackled to life. "This is the train's chief security officer. An emergency has been reported. All passengers please return to your seats." Upon hearing the announcement, Yi Fengwu's expression darkened as he cursed, "Fools. Such an announcement would likely alert the other assassins aboard the train." At that moment, young Shushi stole a glance at Yi Fengwu and timidly asked, If the police don't find a bomb, would I be penalized for making a false report?" Yi Fengwu replied with a calm smile, "Don't worry. They will find it." At this, Luo Yihuang furrowed her brows. If there truly was a bomb in the restroom of carriage 9, her fate was sealed. Thus, she became even more convinced that this was a kidnapping plot. Yi Fengwu rose to reposition the 3 fallen bodyguards back into their seats, fastening their seatbelts. In just a few minutes, 5 security officers arrived at the restroom of carriage 9, and upon opening the door, one exclaimed, "There's a bomb." Soon after, another officer emerged holding a liquid bomb. At the sight of the bomb, Luo Yihuang, young Shushi, and Lin Yu finally believed that Yi Fengwu had not been lying. "It seems you placed a bomb merely as a diversion, intending to stop this train." Luo Yihuang finally grasped Yi Fengwu's plan. Yi Fengwu, however, shook his head with a smile. "You are indeed a clever woman. Clever women are often disliked. Yet, the bomb was not set by me." At this revelation, Luo Yihuang's brows knitted once more. Just then, an officer remarked with a perplexed tone, "Strangely, this timed bomb appears to have been tampered with." Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang felt a swirl of emotions. If he didn't place the bomb, then he must have disarmed it. But why would he do such a thing? Could it be there were multiple groups of assassins aboard this train? At that moment, Fengwu turned to Yang Shushi, instructing, "Turn off your phone." Yang Shushi hesitated for a moment, but complied obediently. As soon as Yang Shushi activated airplane mode on her phone, an officer suddenly made a call, frowning as he said, "The person who reported the bomb has turned off their phone. Who disarmed the bomb?" Another officer, looking wary, declared, "The train must be stopped. There may be other bombs on board. We should contact local authorities to send bomb experts to inspect the entire train." At this, several officers nodded in agreement. "Is this not your true intention?" Luo Yihuang asked Fengwu, her tone unwavering. Fengwu's lips curled slightly as he gazed at the three women before him, warning, "Do not act rashly. Should I feel threatened, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures." It was evident that Fengwu was threatening them, as one of the officers was approaching. Chapter 45. Relating to your life. Excuse me, gentlemen and ladies, have you observed any suspicious individuals entering the restroom of carriage number 9? The conductor inquired with a cautious expression. Fengwu pointed towards carriage 11, earnestly stating, "Half an hour ago, I saw a furtive figure emerge from carriage 9 and head in that direction." Upon hearing this, the conductor's demeanor grew even more vigilant. Fengwu, with a trace of worry, added, "Officer, is that bomb real? Are we in danger of dying?" The conductor frowned, replying, "Of course it's real. Please remain quiet. We are devising a plan." Yet, Fengwu grimaced, saying, "Officer, that individual was carrying a bag. Is it possible that there's another bomb?" At this, the conductor's face paled, and he hastily retrieved his radio, urgently stating, "Emergency stop. There may be another bomb on board." No sooner had he spoken than the train's speed began to decrease. Nearby, Yang Shushi muttered with a downturned face, "What a show." Fengwu shot her a fierce glare, causing her to retract her neck and quickly avert her gaze. Luo Yihuang and Lin Yu, too, refrained from making any sudden movements, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. If they alerted the authorities, not only would they face dire consequences, but the conductor would also be implicated. After setting down the radio, the conductor furrowed his brow and looked at Fengwu, then commanded, "Produce your identification cards." Fengwu obediently handed his ID to the conductor. The conductor examined the card, frowning as he inquired, "Fengwu, resident of Haihua City, what is your occupation?" Upon hearing the name Fengwu, both Luo Yihuang and Lin Yu exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of intrigue. With a simple smile, Fengwu replied, "Just doing a bit of odd work. I'm accompanying my wife and two sisters-in-law back home to visit my mother." As he spoke, he casually wrapped an arm around Luo Yihuang's waist, feeling the softness beneath his palm. Luo Yihuang stiffened at the unexpected contact, her eyes blazing with indignation. This was her first encounter with such familiarity, yet she clenched her teeth and bore it for the sake of survival. The conductor cast a brief glance at Luo Yihuang, Lin Yu, and Yang Shushi, internally seething with jealousy, thinking, "This fellow dresses like a laborer, yet his wife and sisters-in-law are stunningly beautiful. What remarkable fortune he has." After returning the ID to Fengwu, the conductor intended to proceed with checking the identification of Luo Yihuang, Lin Yu, and Yang Shushi. However, Fengwu's brow furrowed with concern. Lin Yu was still in a weakened state and could not retrieve her ID without causing trouble. Discreetly, Fengwu glanced towards carriage 9, waiting for something. "There are dead bodies here. Good heavens, they have guns." Just as the conductor was about to check the IDs of Luo Yihuang and the others, a shout erupted from carriage 9. Realizing the urgency, the conductor abandoned his ID checks and rushed towards carriage 9. Fengwu sighed in relief. At that moment, Luo Yihuang fiercely freed herself from his grip, huffing, "Everything is under your control. It seems I can't even choose to die right now." Fengwu chuckled, "You may not be able to die, but you will certainly face some hardships." At his words, Luo Yihuang's brow furrowed once more. Meanwhile, the train came to a gradual halt, and the announcement echoed, "I am the conductor of this train. Due to an emergency situation, all passengers must disembark." With the conductor's announcement, alarms blared throughout the train, and the doors swung open one by one. Fengwu once again wrapped his arm around Luo Yihuang's waist, saying, "Let us go. There may still be a bomb on board." Once again embraced by Fengwu, Luo Yihuang pressed herself tightly against his chest, struggling with a furious expression. "Let go of me. I can walk by myself." Fengwu held firm, his face cold. "If you wish to survive, suppress your arrogance." Thus, he attempted to forcefully escort Luo Yihuang off the train. Luo Yihuang persisted in her struggle, vehemently insisting, "I cannot abandon them." She looked towards the weakened Lin Yu and the unconscious bodyguards. If there were indeed another bomb on the train, they would be in peril. Fengwu frowned, then pulled Lin Yu into his embrace, stating, "I won't carry a man." With that, he strode off the train, and Yang Shushi, not daring to linger, followed closely behind. Within a minute, a throng of passengers rushed down from the train. The train was en route to Jinhai City and had only been traveling for an hour. Aside from a small grove nearby, there were no houses or roads in sight. Upon disembarking, Fengwu scanned the crowd, his gaze suddenly sharpening as he spotted a group of over 10 men in black approaching from a distance. Their eyes were unmistakably fixed on Luo Yihuang in his arms. Turning swiftly, Fengwu noticed a man and woman approaching from the opposite direction. The man was tall and robust, his physique filling out his leather jacket impressively. The woman sported striking purple hair, her alluring figure rivaling that of Chun Nan, and clad in tight leather attire, she incited excitement among the surrounding crowd. In an instant, Fengwu's expression turned grave. He sensed danger emanating from the pair, recognizing them as the ones who had inflicted serious injury on Lin Chong and left Lu Hui and Yang Lu with minor wounds. Luo Yihuang also took note of the encroaching threats and observed the concern in Fengwu's eyes. "It seems I truly am valuable," she remarked with a sardonic tone. Fengwu shot her a disapproving glare, retorting, "Perhaps it's for your body." Afterward, Fengwu entrusted the weakened Lin Yu to Yang Shushi, saying, "I leave her in your care." He then seized Luo Yihuang's hand and dashed towards the grove. It was not that Fengwu feared the assassins. With Luo Yihuang beside him, he was determined to ensure her safety. Seeing Fengwu fleeing with Luo Yihuang, the assassins promptly redirected their weapons and pursued them. Emerging from the grove, they found themselves on a highway just as a truck approached. Fengwu was tempted to eliminate the assassins to avenge Lin Chong, but understanding the formidable nature of the two superhumans, he knew doing so would only place Luo Yihuang in jeopardy. Thus, he pulled Luo Yihuang towards the road, intending to flag down the truck. Seeing this, Luo Yihuang's face drained of color as she exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? We'll be killed." The truck showed no signs of slowing down. Fengwu replied, "We'll jump to the back. We need to shake off those pursuing us." Luo Yihuang retorted incredulously, "How can we jump onto a truck moving at such speed?" Even disregarding the truck's speed exceeding 100 miles per hour, the back was at least 2 meters high. How could a human possibly leap onto a vehicle moving at such velocity? As they spoke, the truck approached them. Suddenly, Fengwu lifted Luo Yihuang into his arms. Her face contorted with fury. She was about to struggle when he crouched down, and in an instant, she felt herself soaring through the air. Fengwu cradled Luo Yihuang, effortlessly leaping over the 2-meter-high truck barrier and landing securely in the truck bead eye. In that moment, Luo Yihuang was left astounded, gazing at Fengwu as if he were a creature of myth. Could he possibly fly? He had just leaped over 2 meters while carrying her. Noticing her astonishment, Fengwu quipped, "What is the matter? Don't want to get down?" Realizing she was being held by a man, Luo Yihuang quickly extricated herself from his embrace, only to wrinkle her nose in disgust. The truck appeared to have been used for transporting livestock, with remnants of uncleaned waste scattered about. Crouched down, Fengwu suddenly commanded, pressing her down. Caught off guard, Luo Yihuang lost her balance and sat down hard, landing squarely on a patch of dried waste, which incensed her, given her usual fastidiousness. However, recognizing her status as a hostage, she knew she could not act on her rage toward him, so she gritted her teeth and endured. Fengwu raised his gaze towards the distance, observing the group of assassins lingering on the highway. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yihuang coolly proposed, "Shall we discuss the terms?" Fengwu glanced at her, scoffing, "Does it involve money?" "It pertains to your life," Luo Yihuang replied nonchalantly. Fengwu feigned surprise and replied, "Do tell." Chapter 46. Yang Shushi's cousin, Luo Yihuang with a calm gaze fixed ahead, Luo Yihuang softly remarked, "Should I miraculously escape, I would place a bounty of 1 billion for your demise. If I perish, the forces behind me will scour every corner of the globe until they have dismembered you." Upon hearing this, Fengwu smirked wickedly and replied, "Does that not imply that my death is inevitable?" Luo Yihuang shifted slightly and leaned against the railing before stating, "Release me, and I shall grant you 1 billion. You could then live incognito for the rest of your life, savoring your existence at your leisure." At her words, Fengwu feigned hesitation. Luo Yihuang's unwavering gaze bore into him, revealing his internal conflict. After a prolonged silence, Fengwu finally nodded, saying, "It seems I am destined to be led by you. It is settled then, I will escort you back to Haihua City." A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Yihuang's eyes as she thought, "This man has acquiesced far too readily." Nevertheless, 1 billion is indeed a tremendous temptation. Shaking her head, she said, "Simply find a safe place for me to disembark. Someone will come to retrieve me." Fengwu shook his head in response, asserting, "That will not do. I am relying on you for my future, thus I must personally ensure your return to Haihua City to guarantee the transfer of the billion." Luo Yihuang met his gaze with serene composure, and Fengwu mirrored her intensity. After a considerable pause, Luo Yihuang finally nodded. Yet, it was merely a temporary concession, for she did not fully trust that he would indeed release her. At that moment, Fengwu suddenly suggested, "Why not call your assistant and instruct her not to report this to the authorities? 1 billion cannot buy my life." At the location where the train had halted, all passengers were ushered by the train conductor to a nearby grove, where several bodyguards were regaining consciousness. Yang Shushi approached Lin Yu and said, "Sister, we should call the police." Lin Yu, having recovered her strength, shook her head, responding, "No, my boss would be in grave danger." But that person has killed an entire carriage of people, Yang Shushi insisted. Lin Yu's gaze shifted to the 20 or so corpses nearby, remarking, those individuals were likely assassins as well. Moments ago, the train conductor had removed all the bodies, each armed with handguns and various concealed weapons, and their identities had been classified as unknown assassins by the authorities. Turning to Yang Shushi, Lin Yu offered, I will give you 1 million. Please pretend you did not witness what just transpired. Lin Yu refrained from calling the police because she was waiting for a call from the assassins, certain that Director Luo would provide her with a signal. Yang Shushi nodded, realizing that reporting the incident would endanger the life of the beautiful sister before her. Thus, she lowered her head and said, all right, but I do not want the money. At that moment, Lin Yu's phone rang, the caller being Luo Yihuang. Lin Yu hurriedly answered, Director Luo, what should I do? Luo Yihuang's voice came through, instructing, return to Haihua City and ensure that the matters I have entrusted to you are taken care of. Do not do anything else, especially do not report to the police. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's beautiful face displayed a complex expression before she asked, will it be effective? Luo Yihuang replied, he values her. It may prove useful. I understand, Lin Yu concluded, hanging up in the rear compartment of a speeding truck. Fengwu listened intently to all of Luo Yihuang's conversations on the phone, yet he was perplexed about what this woman had instructed. He let out a faint scoff. Having a clever woman by one's side can be quite taxing. Luo Yihuang responded calmly, rest assured. As long as I return safely to Haihua City, you will receive the billion. Fengwu regarded Luo Yihuang, his lips twitching in amusement. Intelligent, wealthy, breathtakingly beautiful, and with a powerful background. Truly the goddess of every man's dreams. Does that include you? Luo Yihuang turned to face him, her cold yet alluring phoenix eyes glimmering with pride. Fengwu, however, shook his head with a playful smirk. I do not fancy women with ulterior motives. Perhaps one day I might meet my end in your bed. Luo Yihuang replied coolly, that day will never come. Is that so? Fengwu chuckled wickedly, then calmly seized Luo Yihuang's phone and tossed it onto the roadway. Witnessing this, Luo Yihuang's exquisite countenance instantly darkened, yet she understood that any form of resistance would be futile. Fengwu stated, your phone has already been tracked. In this technologically advanced world, tracking a phone is a relatively simple task. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in Haihua City, Qin Xinghan was still troubled by work. Over the course of the morning, she had made over a dozen calls, yet, as usual, no company was willing to hire her. Disheartened, she busied herself with cleaning her room, nearly rubbing off the paint from her wardrobe. That moment, her phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Qin Xinghan set down the cloth and answered, hello, this is Qin Xinghan. Hello, is this Miss Qin Xinghan? A polite woman's voice came from the other end. It is. May I ask who is calling? Qin Xinghan replied gently. I am Lin Yu, the assistant to the board of directors at Luo Huang Group. Surprised by this revelation, Qin Xinghan inquired, hello, what can I do for you? Lin Yu explained, Miss Qin, our company has assessed your capabilities at Qin Group and is aware that you are currently unemployed. Therefore, on behalf of our board, I would like to formally invite you to interview with us. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan was momentarily stunned. As a former high-ranking executive at Qin Group, she was well aware of the significance of Luo Huang Group, which not only ranked among the top in Haihua City but also held considerable prestige within the entire nation of Huaxia. However, she had never dreamed that Luo Huang Group would extend an invitation for her to interview. Hello. Miss Qin, are you still there? Regaining her composure at the prodding voice, Qin Xinghan quickly responded, I apologize, I was simply taken by surprise. If Miss Qin is interested in our company, we would like to meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning at the top floor of Luo Huang Tower for a face-to-face discussion. How does that sound? Qin Xinghan's heart swelled with joy, and she eagerly agreed, that sounds wonderful, thank you. I will be there punctually. After hanging up, Qin Xinghan remained in a state of disbelief, marveling at the fortune of potentially becoming an employee of Luo Huang Group. Even if it meant starting at the most basic level, she would be thoroughly content. After concluding her call with Qin Xinghan, Lin Yu suddenly noticed Yang Shushi staring at her with wide eyes, filled with astonishment. After a moment, Yang Shushi timidly asked, Sister, did you just call someone named Qin Xinghan? Lin Yu, somewhat puzzled by her inquiry, confirmed, Indeed. Our company is currently seeking new employees, and she falls within our scope of evaluation. Yang Shushi pressed further. Is she from Haihua City? Lin Yu nodded again, then furrowed her brow, asking, Do you know her? Yang Shushi immediately shook her head, averting her gaze. No, I don't know her, just heard of her. However, Yang Shushi's unusual demeanor did not escape Lin Yu's keen observation, and a meaningful glint appeared in her eyes. She then remarked, Qin Xinghan is a pitiful woman. She was violated at 16 and is now married to a rapist. Upon hearing this, Yang Shushi's delicate face instantly registered shock. Lin Yu noted Yang Shushi's reaction and continued, Moreover, this rapist is likely an unidentified assassin. At Lin Yu's words, Yang Shushi instinctively inquired, what do you mean? Observing the worry in Yang Shushi's eyes, Lin Yu reiterated, the person who abducted my boss is named Fengwu. He is Qin Qinghan's husband. What? How is that possible? Yang Shushi gasped, her expression morphing into one of grave concern. At that moment, Yang Shushi suddenly glanced toward the grove and said, I need to find a place to use the restroom. With that, she hurriedly dashed into the thicket. Watching Yang Shushi disappear among the trees, Lin Yu murmured, then let your words be the means for Qin Qinghan to learn of her husband's transgressions. Having spent years by Luo Yihuang's side, Lin Yu's intellect was not one to be compared with that of a mere university student like Yang Shushi. Thus, the moment Yang Shushi exhibited uncontrollable expressions upon hearing the name Qin Qinghan, Lin Yu surmised that the girl must know her well and share a close relationship. Therefore, if she could leverage Yang Shushi to inform Qin Qinghan of this matter, it would yield far more effective results. Neither Luo Yihuang nor Lin Yu had ever contemplated harming Qin Qinghan, yet they intended to use her as leverage against Fengwu, betting on his concern for Qin Qinghan, ensuring that he would refrain from acting rashly against Luo Yihuang. Upon reaching a location where Lin Yu could not see, Yang Shushi took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, cousin, are you married? She asked as soon as the call connected. Meanwhile, far away in Haihua City, Qin Qinghan had just hung up the phone when another call came in. Chapter 47. Matters in the plan. Qin Qinghan was still concerned that the Luo Huang group might have reconsidered. However, upon seeing that the caller was her cousin Yang Shushi, she felt a wave of relief and pressed the answer button. Yet, as soon as the phone was placed to her ear, Yang Shushi's anxious voice came through. This cousin had a close relationship with her, and was the only one among their relatives and friends who frequently offered her solace. Not exactly. What's wrong, Shushi? Qin Qinghan asked, somewhat puzzled. Is he named Fengwu? Yang Shushi's voice rang out urgently once more. At these words, Qin Qinghan's expression shifted slightly, a sense of foreboding washing over her. She then inquired, Shushi, how do you know him? Immediately, Yang Shushi's startled gasp echoed through the phone. Heavens! Cousin, what have you done? You know, he just killed an entire train car full of people, and it happened in a very short time. Not only that, but he also kidnapped a sister who looks as beautiful as a fairy. Qin Qinghan was aware that Fengwu was a notorious criminal, but upon hearing Yang Shushi describe him as a killer, her countenance paled significantly, and in an anxious tone, she said, How? How could this be? He said he was going on a business trip. Yang Shushi huffed on the phone. I was on the same train, in the same carriage, and he was sitting next to me. Everything he did, I witnessed with my own eyes. If I hadn't been clever, he might have killed me too. With a thud, the phone slipped from Qin Qinghan's hand, falling to the floor as she sat on the bed, stunned. Hello. Cousin, are you all right? Yang Shushi's worried voice came through the receiver. Qin Qinghan's face was ashen, her stunning features marred by despair. It was no wonder that even Jiang Hao and Shi Hu Heifeng were so wary of him. No wonder he could kill Gao He with a mere pair of scissors. Suddenly, Qin Qinghan recalled something and got up to retrieve a long box from the wardrobe. The moment she opened it, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Although she had never seen a sniper rifle, she could discern from the scattered parts, the scope, and the two long boxes of ammunition that this was indeed a sniper rifle. Upon opening the second layer of the box, 2 handguns and 2 daggers came into view once more. In an instant, Qin Qinghan covered her mouth and began to weep, the hot tears cascading down her hand. At that moment, despair enveloped her. It turned out he was not only a notorious criminal but also a killer. Originally, she wanted to give him a chance, to give herself a chance, for he truly could provide her with a sense of security. Yet, all her hopes had turned into an abyss of despair. After a long while, Qin Qinghan picked up the phone from the floor, her voice trembling as she spoke. Shushi, I beg you, please don't call the police. I want to wait for him to come back. If he truly is a killer, I will persuade him to turn himself in. Yang Shushi exclaimed excitedly, Cousin, are you crazy? He kills without blinking. How could he possibly listen to you and turn himself in? What I'm most worried about is whether he will harm you and Jingxi. Qin Qinghan shook her head, stating, he won't harm us. Yang Shushi replied anxiously, Cousin, why are you so stubborn? He is a killer. Yet Qin Qinghan responded with a calm tone, I can sense that he won't harm us mother and daughter. Please? Upon hearing this, Yang Shushi sighed, all right. You're not the only one asking me not to call the police. I will visit you in Haihua City in a few days. After hanging up the phone, Qin Qinghan collapsed back onto the bed once more. On either side of the wide highway lay a dense forest, the absence of passing vehicles rendering the area eerily silent. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed from within the woods, and soon, 2 figures sprang forth like swift predators, their movements and speed remarkably agile, akin to cinematic special effects. The duo, a man and a woman, presented a striking contrast. The man was robustly built while the woman possessed an alluring figure, her form accentuated by her tight leather attire. The woman raised her wrist, revealing a sophisticated tracking device, the red dot indicating their current location. Her enchanting eyes scanned the surroundings until they settled on a patch of grass. With a graceful stride in her thigh-high leather boots, she approached and bent down to retrieve a mobile phone from the foliage. With a snap, the phone was effortlessly crushed in her grasp. The one who kidnapped Luo Yihuang is quite skilled, far superior to those three at the airport, she remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the burly man beside her, her alluring eyes narrowing slightly. The burly man grunted. He managed to kill over 20 of us without alerting us. He is indeed formidable. He is likely a soldier, perhaps sent by the Luo family to protect Luo Yihuang from the shadows. Giggle. And he is quite a handsome fellow too. I would love to taste his heart. The woman's voice rang with a seductive, spine-chilling laughter. Her fingers painted in dark purple gripping tightly. At that moment, a peculiar green glow flickered in the air around her fingers. After nearly 2 hours of travel, the truck carrying Yi Fengwu and Luo Yihuang began to deviate from its intended route, as indicated by the navigation on Yi Fengwu's phone. Consequently, he embraced Luo Yihuang and jumped from the truck. Upon landing, Luo Yihuang, her visage aflame with anger, pulled away from Yi Fengwu's grasp, her beautiful eyes darting across the unfamiliar landscape. They found themselves at a fork in the road, surrounded by dense woods, with no sign of civilization in sight. According to the navigation, they had indeed strayed far from Haihua City, with at least 600 to 700 kilometers still separating them from their destination. Luo Yihuang turned to face Yi Fengwu, her long hair now tousled by the wind, cascading haphazardly around her. Even with her hair in disarray, her beauty remained captivating, exuding a unique charm. If you would lend me your phone to make a call, a helicopter would arrive to pick us up within 2 hours, Luo Yihuang said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her tone calm yet assertive. Yi Fengwu discreetly pocketed his phone, glancing around the area before responding. You underestimate those killers. I can assure you that your backup will not reach you in time. Having had a brush with the Reaper Guild, albeit a minor one, Yi Fengwu was acutely aware of their capabilities. They could deploy advanced weaponry in any city, he reiterated. Trust me, your backup will only serve to lead them to us faster. At his words, Luo Yihuang furrowed her brow, recognizing that this man had his own agenda, yet she could not deny the validity of his analysis. For the past month, it seemed that all her movements had been under the killer's surveillance. However, she remained uncertain of Yi Fengwu's true allegiance. Yi Fengwu approached a large tree by the roadside, lighting a cigarette and lazily leaning against the trunk. If we wait here for a moment, a vehicle will come along to take us to Haihua City, allowing us to completely evade those killers. In response, Luo Yihuang had no choice but to acquiesce. Even though she harbored doubts about Yi Fengwu's intentions, as a hostage, she had little power to dictate her fate. An hour passed, followed by another, yet the vehicles Yi Fengwu had anticipated never appeared. His expression grew increasingly grim, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. Luo Yihuang remarked dryly, "Is this part of your plan too?" Hearing the sarcasm in her tone, Yi Fengwu retorted gruffly, "Of course, I said I would let you suffer a bit. Let us go. If we walk along the road for a while, we'll surely encounter a vehicle." With that, Yi Fengwu reached for Luo Yihuang's wrist. However, she clearly detested being touched by men, lifting her wrist and striding forward. As the click of her high heels echoed against the ground, a smile crept onto Yi Fengwu's lips. He was quite pleased with her cooperation. Yet, 2 hours later, the clicking sound still resonated along the desolate highway, though its cadence had noticeably slowed. Yi Fengwu maintained a relaxed demeanor, trailing behind Luo Yihuang, while her steps grew increasingly rigid, her long, slender legs seemingly trembling, as if she were suppressing something profound. Chapter 48. Pampered and indulged. If Yi Fengwu had the opportunity to gaze upon Luo Yihuang's visage, he would discover that her snow-white skin was glistening with beads of perspiration, and her brows were furrowed in distress. Suddenly, Luo Yihuang's legs gave way, and she sank to her knees. Observing this, Yi Fengwu's brow knitted in concern as he muttered, "What a nuisance." In truth, he had anticipated that this woman would not be able to endure for long, particularly due to the 7 or 8 centimeter stilettos adorning her feet. With beads of sweat dotting her forehead, Luo Yihuang turned to glare at Yi Fengwu and inquired, "Did your plan account for the possibility that the hostage might become unable to move?" Yi Fengwu stepped forward, stating, "If we do not find a vehicle or an inn before nightfall, your struggles will not merely be fatigue, but also the gnawing pangs of hunger and the chill of the night." Luo Yihuang bit down on her pearly teeth, retorting, "I am already famished and parched." A clever woman, Luo Yihuang never allowed herself to be in a position of disadvantage. Even as a hostage, she maintained her composure and poise. Yet, it seemed this man was deliberately intent on wearing down her resolve, and the fatigue and thirst were gradually eroding her initial steadiness. Yi Fengwu wore a faint, amused smile, finding her attempt at evoking sympathy both cold and stubborn, which he found somewhat endearing. As he observed the playful grin on Yi Fengwu's face, Luo Yihuang felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate this man. Unfazed, Yi Fengwu lit a cigarette and commented, "If we don't find a car, you might very well starve." Though his demeanor remained calm, internally, Yi Fengwu was cursing the desolate surroundings, lamenting the absence of even a single vehicle. The further they ventured, the more barren the landscape appeared. Aside from a winding road, all that lay before them was the vast expanse of yellow earth. To add to his woes, his phone had run out of battery an hour ago. Luo Yihuang had been walking in her high heels for over 2 hours. She was utterly exhausted and her stomach growled with hunger. To make matters worse, her feet could no longer bear her weight. Noticing Luo Yihuang silently massaging her ankle while seated on the ground, Yi Fengwu's brow furrowed. He suddenly crouched down to grasp her right foot. Startled, Luo Yihuang quickly withdrew her leg, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Yi Fengwu replied, "Just checking." He forcefully seized her feet, and as Luo Yihuang angrily attempted to kick him away, he swiftly removed her stiletto heels. "Ah!" Luo Yihuang cried out in pain, feeling as if her feet were being pricked by needles. In an instant, Yi Fengwu's expression soured upon noticing her delicate, fair feet were covered in blisters, some of which had begun to burst and bleed. Luo Yihuang's feet were exquisite, dainty and refined, adorned with neatly painted purple toenails. This demonstrated that even the most noble of women possess an appreciation for beauty and a touch of vanity. Gritting her teeth in frustration, this was the first time a man had touched her feet, and she felt a mix of shame and indignation. As she attempted to push Yi Fengwu away, she was unexpectedly met with an unusual gentleness in his grip. However, he soon uttered a remark that ignited her fury. "Not even wearing socks, how foul," he said while delicately peeling off the burst blisters. Despite his gentle touch, Luo Yihuang winced in pain and of course, her feet were not at all foul-smelling. Instead, they emitted a subtle fragrance. Next, Yi Fengwu retrieved a lighter and heated a fine needle in the flame for several seconds. Luo Yihuang, watching his every move, realized he intended to lance her blisters. It was hard to fathom that a cold-blooded killer would take the time to assist a hostage in such a manner. However, her gaze sharpened as she recognized the needle. It was the very brooch she wore on her chest, leading her to seethe with indignation. When had this scoundrel taken it? With a gentle precision, Yi Fengwu punctured each blister, carefully squeezing out the fluid within. After several minutes, he finally lifted his face, exhaling in relief. All done. This brooch was quite helpful. He shamelessly presented the brooch to Luo Yihuang. Fuming, she gritted her teeth. Yet her pride prevented her from cursing him outright. Instead, she fixed him with a cold glare, stating, "Why not just kill me instead?" Yi Fengwu pocketed the brooch, replying with a nonchalant smile, "Dead people aren't worth much. I'm hardly able to move now." Luo Yihuang turned her face away. Yi Fengwu's expression darkened as he retorted, "Do you still not realize you're a hostage?" Yet, Luo Yihuang did not even glance back at him. Frustrated, Yi Fengwu muttered, "Pampered and spoiled." With that, he seized one of her arms, causing her to gasp in surprise. Before she could react, he had already lifted her onto his back. Feeling the strength of his broad shoulders and the essence of masculinity emanating from him, Luo Yihuang exclaimed in exasperation, "Put me down. I can walk on my own." "Now you wish to walk? It's too late. I refuse to go without a sip of water before nightfall." He bent down to carry her high heels in his hand. "Put me down. I don't need your help." Luo Yihuang struggled vehemently. Gradually, Yi Fengwu's eyes flickered with impatience, and he swung his hand back to slap her rear. The unexpected slap silenced her, and her flawless complexion flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, perhaps out of shame, but more likely out of rage. Dealing with haughty women, this tactic is always effective. You can resist all you want. I will relish teaching you a lesson. Noticing the sudden quiet, Yi Fengwu grinned mischievously. Luo Yihuang's expression was frosty as she coldly declared, "You better not allow me to leave alive." Yi Fengwu, unfazed, replied, "If I lacked confidence, then it would be wise to accept reality. I could do anything I please to you, for they seek a living person, regardless of whether you remain intact." At his words, Luo Yihuang's brow furrowed once more. As time ticked by, she found herself truly fatigued and thirsty, and without realizing it, she fell asleep on Yi Fengwu's back. Luo Yihuang was unaware of how long she had slumbered, but a cacophony of sounds gradually roused her from her slumber. When she opened her bleary eyes, she found it was completely dark, and she was still draped over Yi Fengwu's back. "I thought you would sleep all the way to Haihua City." Yi Fengwu's voice came, tinged with annoyance. Ignoring him, Luo Yihuang raised her gaze and spotted a large, dilapidated billboard not far off, advertising tire repairs, fuel, lodging, and dining. Her eyes lit up at the sight, and after glancing at her wristwatch, she realized it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. She had unknowingly slept on Yi Fengwu's back for nearly 3 hours. A complex expression flickered in her eyes. This man had astonishing stamina, carrying her for 3 hours without pause. However, the predominant sentiment in her heart was one of suspicion. This man, despite his rudeness and annoyance, had not harmed her. Yet, that thought quickly shifted into coldness. Perhaps he was merely motivated by the promise of 10 billion. As they approached the billboard, the two finally beheld a spacious junkyard filled with abandoned vehicles and worn tires scattered about. The lone silver lining was a row of illuminated buildings ahead. Upon entering the junkyard, they discovered a vehicle having its tires replaced. A man was bickering loudly, "Boss, I came for a tire repair, not a tire change. Is this some kind of scam?" Just then, an exceedingly disheveled man stood up, tossing his wrench to the ground and spitting disdainfully. We only change tires. If you don't want that, then get lost. Chapter 49. The black shop. Upon witnessing the scene, the man's face flushed crimson with rage. However, the nearest repair station was at least 400 to 500 kilometers away. Thus, no matter how furious he felt, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his indignation. I'll change. In order to get back on the road, he had no choice but to humbly plead with the disheveled giant before him. In today's world, humanity has contorted its very essence to adapt to society. Kind-hearted souls now offer assistance in times of adversity, while unscrupulous merchants revel in capitalizing on others' misfortunes. It is akin to a rare snowstorm on the highway, leaving countless drivers stranded. At such moments, there are always those who seize the opportunity to sell instant noodles for $20 a bucket, or water for $10 a bottle. One could argue that conforming to the times is the key to a better life. Yet kindness often fails to warm this indifferent world, prompting many to conceal their innate compassion. Put me down. Luo Yihuang struggled to extricate herself from Yi Fengwu's back, and the instant her delicate feet touched the ground, she winced in pain. Yi Fengwu tossed her high heels onto the ground, remarking coolly, "What a burden." Gazing at the heels, Luo Yihuang realized she had never loathed wearing them more, just as she despised Yi Fengwu. Clearly, he too had grown weary of carrying her, so she bore the pain and slipped into the high heels. As they approached a row of not overly dilapidated two-story buildings, the raucous sounds of drunken revelry grew louder. Yi Fengwu pushed the door open, revealing 6 or 7 individuals gathered around a table, indulging in drink and conversation. Their skin appeared rough and weathered, a testament to prolonged exposure to the elements, and their attire was disheveled in the extreme. Upon the door's opening, all eyes turned towards them, and in an instant, they were struck dumb by Luo Yihuang's breathtaking beauty. Feeling ravenous and parched, Luo Yihuang promptly seated herself at a dining table, awaiting Yi Fengwu's order for food. "Are we dining or seeking lodging?" A short, portly middle-aged man emerged from behind the shabby counter, his tone devoid of enthusiasm as he addressed Yi Fengwu. Upon seeing the man's appearance, Yi Fengwu's brow furrowed slightly. The fellow's visage was indeed off-putting. His balding head shone with an oily sheen, and a grimy apron hung over his protruding belly, stained and evidently unwashed for some time. Yet, driven by hunger, Yi Fengwu replied, "First, we will eat, then find lodging." The short man cast a glance at Luo Yihuang, his eyes momentarily alight with admiration before he turned and disappeared into the kitchen. Yi Fengwu's expression shifted to one of confusion. Was there no need to place an order? Just as he settled into his seat beside Luo Yihuang, the portly man returned, balancing a large tray. With a careless thud, he dropped the tray onto the table, splattering broth across the surface, some droplets even landing on Luo Yihuang herself. Her exquisite features contorted in displeasure, yet she remained silent. The short man appeared to take delight in her discomfort, grinning broadly as if it were intentional. "Bring us 2 bottles of water," Yi Fengwu said coolly. The short man lingered a moment longer on Luo Yihuang, his gaze dripping with lewdness, before he turned to leave. The meager offerings placed before them consisted of 2 bowls of pig offal and a few steamed buns. Staring at the greasy surface of the broth and the dirty buns bearing numerous fingerprints, Luo Yihuang felt no inclination to eat, her lovely countenance radiating indignation. Even Yi Fengwu's expression mirrored her disdain. Yet in an effort to chastise her pampered upbringing, he lifted his chopsticks and remarked, "What's the matter? Not to your liking?" Luo Yihuang clenched her teeth, replying coldly, "I cannot eat this." In response, Yi Fengwu smirked, pampered, "Perhaps the next meal will be worse than this." He then picked up a piece of fatty intestine and shoved it into his mouth. As he attempted to boast about its flavor, his eyes widened in shock, and he promptly expelled the chewed morsel onto the floor. Witnessing this, Luo Yihuang couldn't suppress a smirk of schadenfreude, pampered. The group of 6 or 7 at the adjacent table erupted into mocking laughter at Yi Fengwu's predicament. At that moment, the short man returned, a cigarette dangling from his lips, setting 2 bottles of mineral water before them. "Why?" Yi Fengwu snapped. "Boss, your intestines were not cleaned properly." Indeed, the bite he had taken had an unpleasant odor, and despite his hunger, he found it nearly impossible to swallow. The short man shrugged nonchalantly, "That's our specialty. If it doesn't suit you, you still have to pay." Yi Fengwu, disinterested in further antagonizing this provincial character, shifted his gaze to the bar counter above, where a variety of instant noodles and bread were displayed. He pointed and said, "Prepare us 2 buckets of noodles and 4 pieces of bread." The short man scoffed, "Not for sale." Yi Fengwu's expression darkened immediately. At that moment, 2 individuals from another table approached, one of whom leered at Luo Yihuang, "Hey, beauty, come sit with us. We have whatever you desire." As he spoke, his filthy hand reached out toward her face. Luo Yihuang furrowed her brow deeply, seizing the steaming bowl of pig offal before her and, without hesitation, splashed it onto the man's face. The scalding broth, fresh from the pot, left burn marks all over the man's visage, eliciting a wretched scream as he writhed on the ground in agony. "Why?" Yi Fengwu, slightly taken aback, had not anticipated that beneath Luo Yihuang's calm exterior lay such fiery resolve. In response, the previously lecherous onlookers surged to their feet, angrily encircling Luo Yihuang. One among them, with a lascivious grin, sneered at her. "You fiery wench, let me tell you, in this place, even if you die, it will take years to be discovered." Luo Yihuang's enchanting face remained remarkably composed as she replied, "Is that so? How unfortunate." Her calm demeanor stemmed from one reason alone: waiting for Fengwu to intervene. In the presence of a top assassin capable of eliminating 20 foes in the blink of an eye, what could these ruffians possibly achieve? Believing Luo Yihuang was intimidated, their arrogance swelled. One of them glanced at Fengwu, taunting, "You little man can't even muster a whimper. Do you expect him to rescue you?" As they advanced toward her, intent on overpowering the woman whose beauty eclipsed that of a goddess, Fengwu's expression turned peculiar. "I think I'll call the police," he stated. The group paused, then erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha. Call the police. The nearest station is 500 kilometers away. By the time they arrive, we could do whatever we want with your woman." Fengwu's lips curled into a slight smirk, his narrowed eyes glinting with a dangerous intensity. "Oh, is that so? Then I can rest easy," he replied coolly. Before the group could fully grasp the meaning behind his words, they caught sight of the icy glare emanating from Fengwu. In that fleeting moment, they collectively shuddered, for his gaze was terrifying, akin to that of a bloodthirsty wolf king. "Damn it." One of them cursed, attempting to mask his apprehension with anger. However, as his words left his lips, Fengwu suddenly sprang to his feet, and the man felt his head thrust down with tremendous force. Under such pressure, he found himself utterly incapable of reacting. With a resounding thud, his face met the table with a violent collision, creating a large hole in the surface. As he succumbed to unconsciousness, a strange thought flickered through his mind. He had never imagined his face could be this sturdy. Observing their companion's head embedded in the table, the remaining thugs gaped in shock, their mouths agape. The portly owner trembled, retreating several steps until he collided with the bar behind him. Fengwu clearly had no intention of stopping there. He seized another man's head and forcefully slammed it down onto the table once more. With another loud crash, that man's skull too penetrated the tabletop, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. Chapter 50. Can the car start? Upon witnessing the scene, the remaining few dared not remain idle. They all began to swing their fists towards Fengwu. Yet, their punches appeared to move in slow motion before him. Boom! With another dull thud, the head of the third individual was forcefully embedded into the dining table. Fengwu seized the fourth person, striding towards the table while cursing, "Damn it, after carrying a woman for 3 hours, all I wanted was a meal, and you lot can't even grant me this modest wish." Listening to Fengwu's furious tirade, the man, akin to a chick caught by its neck, wore a face that was more sorrowful than tears. "Be brother, spare me." Boom. His plea was met with the same brutal response at the table. Fengwu felt no sympathy for such individuals, nor would he show any mercy. Thus, the remaining few suffered the same fate, including the unfortunate soul whose face was marred by blisters from Luo Yihuang's scalding. Luo Yihuang observed Fengwu's violent methods throughout, sensing the latent malice within him. At the same time, she felt a tinge of apprehension. Compared to these men, he had shown her sufficient leniency. At least he had not mistreated her. Clap, clap. Once he had dealt with everyone, Fengwu nonchalantly dusted off his hands before turning to the squat, portly owner huddled in the corner of the bar, asking, "Can the car outside start?" Upon entering, Fengwu had noticed a dilapidated off-road vehicle parked at the entrance. At his words, the owner's face drained of color, his teeth clattering together in fear. Recalling his earlier deliberate provocation, he dreaded that this violent man might smash his head into the table as well. Thus, the portly man hurriedly nodded, stammering, "The car. It belongs to those poachers, I believe. They wouldn't mind." A slight smile tugged at Fengwu's lips. So they were poachers. It seemed he had been rather lenient. Fengwu harbored a deep-seated hatred for poachers, who, in their greed, had mercilessly hunted countless animals to fatten their wallets. At that moment, Luo Yihuang approached the bar, coolly instructing the owner, "For bowls of instant noodles, for loaves of bread, and 4 bottles of water, please pack them." Hearing this, the portly owner dared not refuse, trembling as he scuttled behind the bar to gather the requested items. Luo Yihuang packed everything into bags, casually stating, "Charge it to him." With that, she turned and strode towards the exit, exuding an air of dominance. Witnessing this, Fengwu was once again taken aback by Luo Yihuang. This woman truly knew how to seize the opportunity amidst chaos. He pointed to the men still embedded in the table and remarked, "Put it on their tab." Afterward, Fengwu elegantly turned and exited. Just as he reached the doorway, he paused, adding, "If you call the police to report a robbery, just say it was that woman." "And no. I won't." The portly owner was on the verge of tears, terrified at the thought of alerting the authorities. Once outside, he saw Luo Yihuang already settled into the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle, nibbling on a loaf of bread and sipping from a bottle of water, as if savoring each bite. Although Luo Yihuang was famished, She maintained an air of decorum, consuming her food delicately, prompting Yi Fengwu to scoff. What a vain young lady. He then took the driver's seat, relieved to find the fuel tank full. With a roar of the engine, the shabby off-road vehicle thundered away from the grocery lot. Inside, Yi Fengwu tore open a package of bread with his teeth, devouring it in a few bites, while Luo Yihuang had only consumed half of her loaf. With his cheeks bulging, he offered a bottle of water to Luo Yihuang, mumbling, "Open this for me." Observing this, Luo Yihuang continued to nibble on her bread, her cold gaze fixed ahead, showing no intention of assisting him. Yi Fengwu, parched and desperate, struggled to swallow the bread lodged in his throat, then reiterated, "Help me open it." The road was rough, necessitating one hand on the steering wheel, hence his request for Luo Yihuang to assist with the water bottle. Yet, rather than comply, Luo Yihuang elegantly twisted open her own bottle, raising it to her lips with grace. In response, Yi Fengwu's impatience flared, and he snatched the bottle from her, downing it greedily. As he drank vigorously, a significant splash of water sprayed onto Luo Yihuang's face, rendering her quite disheveled. She could scarcely believe that this rogue had audaciously taken her water. Watching him finish off the remaining half-bottle with an insatiable expression, she felt a surge of exasperation. After nearly 4 hours of driving, Yi Fengwu finally spotted the county town in the distance. Luo Yihuang, weary and fatigued, longed for rest, yet she could not allow herself to sleep in the vehicle. Fear gripped her heart, worrying that Yi Fengwu might take advantage of the opportunity. Consequently, her eyes waged a constant battle against drowsiness. Suddenly, she caught sight of the county town ahead and turned to Yi Fengwu, her tone icy. "I want to sleep. Find a hotel." Yi Fengwu glanced at her before abruptly slamming on the brakes. Whoosh! The vehicle executed a perilous drift, coming to a steady halt at the roadside. Luo Yihuang gasped, her complexion paling. She felt her stomach churn violently and wished to exact vengeance on Yi Fengwu. Yet she understood that any action on her part would only incite his wrath. Yi Fengwu unfastened his seatbelt and declared, "Since you wish to sleep, then let's go." With that, he flung open the car door and leaped out, recognizing that this woman had been holding on far too long. If he didn't allow her to rest, he would have to remain vigilant throughout the journey. Noticing this, Luo Yihuang frowned slightly and huffed, "Are we walking?" Yi Fengwu lit a cigarette and replied, "Of course, is this car yours?" The vehicle bore no license plate, and entering the town could easily attract the attention of the authorities, something Yi Fengwu wished to avoid. At his words, Luo Yihuang ground her teeth in frustration. She truly did not wish to walk any further, for her feet were still in excruciating pain. However, under Yi Fengwu's impatient gaze, she suppressed her discomfort and stepped out of the car. Once on the road, Luo Yihuang observed Yi Fengwu unscrewing the fuel cap. Before she could comprehend his intentions, he suddenly delivered a powerful kick to the vehicle. Boom! In a shocking turn of events, the 2-ton off-road vehicle flipped a full 180 degrees, the windows shattering under immense pressure. Following this, a rush of water sounds filled Luo Yihuang's ears, quickly followed by the pungent scent of gasoline. In that instant, she grasped Yi Fengwu's plan and, enduring the pain in her feet, hurriedly made her way away from the scene. Yi Fengwu took a deep drag from his cigarette, flicked his fingers, and a spark ignited the gasoline on the ground. As the flames roared to life, he leisurely approached Luo Yihuang. Boom! When they were about 20 meters away from the vehicle, a deafening explosion illuminated the night sky. The pair took nearly an hour to traverse a kilometer, during which every step for Luo Yihuang was a battle against the searing pain in her feet, further exacerbated by Yi Fengwu's shameless taunts and jests from behind. Chapter 51. The assassin approaches at long last. The two arrived at a modest inn, which, albeit unpretentious, offered a respite for the night. Thus, Luo Yihuang limped her way to the counter and addressed the young man engrossed in his mobile device. "2 sweets, please." Upon hearing this, the young man set aside his phone, leisurely lifted his gaze, and within that fleeting moment, he beheld a visage so exquisitely beautiful that it left him momentarily dazed, a beauty that seemed almost surreal. Yet, upon this delicate and fair countenance, fatigue was evident. Beads of sweat adorned her smooth forehead, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded in disarray, evoking a pang of sympathy. Sweet, the young man stammered, having never encountered a woman of such striking beauty, his speech faltering. At that moment, Yi Fengwu stepped forward, placing his identification on the counter, and with a charming smile, said, "Brother, my wife hails from a prestigious background and always stays in suites wherever she goes. Please, grant us a standard room, the kind with a single bed in such a small inn." Suites were hardly available, and a woman of Luo Yihuang's caliber, worth billions, likely had never set foot in such a humble establishment. Luo Yihuang seemed to grasp her blunder, yet upon hearing Yi Fengwu refer to her as his wife and request a room, her brows furrowed in discontent. 2 rooms, Luo Yihuang asserted firmly. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression faltered, and his gaze toward Yi Fengwu carried a hint of ambiguity. Yi Fengwu moved closer to Luo Yihuang, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, and smiled at the young man once more. "Apologies, I've been rather vexatious to her lately. We'll be leaving early tomorrow morning." With that, He tightened his embrace, turning to Luo Yihuang with a grin. It's simply a sports car we're discussing. I'll buy you one upon our return home. Throughout the exchange, Fengwu maintained an air of nonchalance and composure. Unless one was in the know, it would be impossible to discern that he was merely playing a role. He was truly a seasoned assassin. Luo Yihuang felt a rigidity seize her, her desire to eliminate Fengwu nearly overwhelming, yet she understood the futility of her resistance. Any hint of suspicion from the innkeeper could lead to dire consequences. At one more villa, Luo Yihuang gritted through clenched teeth, though her hand beneath the counter was firmly gripping the back of Fengwu's hand, resting on her waist. The innkeeper took Fengwu's identification to begin the registration, all the while seething with jealousy. Indeed, it seemed that beautiful women were always at the mercy of wealthy men, regardless of whether they possessed the ethereal beauty and divine grace of this one. Their rooms were situated on the second floor. After settling the payment, Fengwu ascended with the key, his wicked hand never once relinquishing its hold on Luo Yihuang's waist. Upon entering the room, Luo Yihuang quickly noted its simplicity. There was merely a single bed and a chair, though thankfully, there was a washroom. She shrugged off Fengwu's hand from her waist and made her way to the washroom, muttering, "If you're interested in signing with my film company, you would surely make a fine actor." Fengwu paid no heed to Luo Yihuang's sarcasm. Instead, with a serious demeanor, he approached the window, casting a discerning glance outside before drawing the curtains and extinguishing the overhead lights, leaving only the two bedside lamps aglow. Before long, Luo Yihuang emerged from the washroom, her stunning countenance etched with impatience. She had hoped for a refreshing hot shower, but this place lacked even a bathtub, and she had no change of clothes. Ultimately, her resolve to bathe was overshadowed by her wariness of Fengwu. She possessed a proud spirit and a queenly heart that yearned to rise above men, yet that did not mean she had never dreamed of love. However, she had never envisioned that her first encounter with a man in a private space would be with an assassin. At this moment, Fengwu sat calmly in the chair, smoking a cigarette, the peculiar black box still at his feet. Luo Yihuang felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, yet her beautiful eyes remained fixed on the single bed, with no intention of lying down. Noticing her, Fengwu glanced at Luo Yihuang and said lightly, "If I wished to do something to you, I would have had countless opportunities on our journey. Sleep soundly. I have no interest in a domineering queen like you." Luo Yihuang's eyes narrowed at his playful tone. While she was glad he was uninterested, his words still unsettled her. "Where will you sleep?" she asked flatly. Fengwu extinguished his cigarette, gazing at Luo Yihuang's enchanting visage, and teased, "If you hope for me to share a bed with you, I must advise you to abandon that notion. My wife is far more beautiful and significantly more gentle than you." Luo Yihuang cast him a cold glance, inwardly wishing for Linyu to successfully carry out her tasks the following day. Unable to resist the weight of her weariness, she burrowed into the blankets without even removing her coat. "Before you fall asleep, I would like you to confirm something for me," Fengwu said, pulling out his phone. Luo Yihuang did not even open her eyes, merely responding with a faint grunt. "Speak. Ensure you truly have no communication devices on you," he continued. At his words, Luo Yihuang turned away, dismissing him. "Do not underestimate those assassins. Unless your devices are equipped with ghost chips, they can pinpoint our location with precision," he cautioned, his experience as a seasoned warrior informing his words. "Are you finished? If so, kindly be quiet." Luo Yihuang pressed her pillow against her ears, desperate for silence, utterly exhausted. Moments later, Fengwu's next comment nearly provoked her to leap up and strangle him. "Aside from 2 specific areas on your person, I have searched everywhere else. I hope you truly possess no other communication devices." In a matter of minutes, Fengwu could hear the steady rhythm of Luo Yihuang's breathing, indicating she had succumbed to slumber. Gradually, his previously playful expression grew serious. Despite being less than 200 kilometers from Haihua City, he understood that true danger had yet to pass, especially with the 2 assassins skilled in qi still unaccounted for. Fengwu retrieved a charger from his pocket to power his phone. At 8 o'clock the following morning, in a grocery store situated hundreds of kilometers away, a group of 7 or 8 individuals gathered around a table for breakfast. These were the poachers who had been violently reprimanded by Fengwu the previous day, their faces bruised and battered, one of them sporting a head wrapped in bandages. The short, stout proprietor, cigarette dangling from his mouth, was busy tapping away at a computer, calculating the day's earnings. Suddenly, the restaurant door was flung open with a jolt, admitting 2 figures of markedly disparate sizes. One stood nearly 2 meters tall with a formidable physique, while the other was a woman clad in form-fitting leather attire that accentuated her voluptuous curves, rendering her even more alluring. The poachers, already simmering with pent-up rage from their earlier encounter, cast cold glances at the newcomers. Upon seeing the voluptuous woman, their expressions shifted to one of lewd admiration. The woman swayed her serpentine waist, exuding seduction as she approached the counter, casting a sultry glance at the stout proprietor. "Hey there, handsome, may I ask you something?" With that, she presented her phone to the proprietor, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. None other than Luo Yihuang. "This is our boss. She has been kidnapped by AMA and Do you recognize him?" She tilted her chin toward the proprietor, flashing a beguiling smile. The proprietor's eyes widened slightly upon seeing the photo, yet he quickly masked his surprise with a sleazy grin. I may have seen her, or perhaps not. Who's to say? As he spoke, his filthy hand crept closer to the woman, clearly intent on extorting her. Ha ha. You are quite the charmer, the woman chuckled, her laughter laced with a seductive allure, yet tinged with an unsettling undertone. Suddenly, with lightning speed, she drew a sharp dagger from her waist and plunged it into the back of the proprietor's hand. Ah! The proprietor shrieked, his cries echoing like a slaughtered pig. Yet, throughout it all, the woman's sultry gaze remained playful, concealing the ruthless nature within her. Chapter 52. Qinghan's interview. The short, stout boss attempted to withdraw the dagger that was pinned to the counter, but was met with a flash of steel as a second dagger appeared in the woman's hand, swiftly impaling his other hand to the counter as well. Ah! The short, stout boss cried out in agony, tears streaming down his face as he convulsed in pain. Damn! At that moment, 7 or 8 poachers surged forward, eager to intervene. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed through the room as a burly man reached out and seized the head of one of the advancing individuals, smashing it violently against the counter. With a splatter, blood erupted, and the poacher's body crumpled to the floor, leaving everyone stunned, as they beheld the deep indentation in the poacher's forehead. The remaining poachers retched in horror. With a sharp motion, the woman withdrew one of the daggers and brought it slowly to her crimson lips, delicately licking the blood off the blade. Shall we return to our previous discussion? She inquired, her gaze laced with mockery as it landed on the short, stout boss. Sweat poured from the bald crown of his head as he nodded in a pleading manner. Just yesterday, they had merely intended to tease the woman, only to be ruthlessly dealt with by the violent man. Today, however, these two had already taken a life with their first strike. Having run his establishment for decades, the short, stout boss had once committed unspeakable acts for greed, yet he had never witnessed such a scene where disagreements led to murder. Last night, a man and a woman came in. The man was very handsome, carrying a box on his shoulder, and the woman. She was strikingly beautiful. They had some conflict with us, and then they stole our vehicle and left, he recounted through gritted teeth, enduring the pain in his hands as he relayed the events to the enchanting woman. Upon hearing this, the alluring woman exchanged a glance with the burly man, both recognizing a glint of interest in each other's eyes. The former turned her attention back to the short, stout boss with a smile, asking, "What kind of vehicle? What was the license plate number?" The short, stout boss hurriedly replied, "An old-fashioned gray-green SUV, with no license plate. We only know this much because they left without even eating." The alluring woman and the burly man exchanged another glance, a strange and ruthless glimmer surfacing in their playful gazes. In an instant, the enchanting woman yanked the dagger from the back of the short, stout boss's hand, transforming it into a streak of light as she swung it, each motion resembling a bloodied blade. Within mere seconds, the restaurant was left with a floor scattered with lifeless bodies, each throat bearing a slender cut. Her strikes were not only swift but also precisely targeted, a testament to her lethal efficiency honed through countless encounters with death. The two were indeed members of the Reaper Guild, a mysterious organization that had stood the test of time for centuries. The woman was known as C-46, while the burly man was referred to as C-45. Within the Reaper Guild, members were not identified by their true names. They were assigned code names, with denoting their rank. The assassins killed by Fengwu on the train were merely F-level members. Above them were the B, A, and S-level members, who seldom revealed themselves. It was said that an S-level member's combat prowess could be likened to that of a deity, while even an A-level member could command reverence in this bustling metropolis. C-46 licked her ruby lips and remarked to C-45, "What a troublesome little wildcat. Once I capture her, I shall have my fun." C-45's expression grew serious as he replied, "We need her alive. A corpse cannot serve as the holy maiden." C-46's seductive gaze dimmed slightly, and she feigned a look of disappointment, saying, "I truly don't understand why they are seeking a woman from Huaxia as the holy maiden. I've heard that Huaxia is a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, with the 5 tiger gates and the Dragon Soul group. Decades ago, an S-level predecessor suffered greatly in Huaxia, nearly falling prey to a master from the Dragon Soul group. The 5 tiger gates govern the military authority of Huaxia, tasked with safeguarding the nation's territory. The Dragon Soul group, on the other hand, is an even more enigmatic organization, a bastion of talent that symbolizes the spirit of Huaxia, dedicated to thwarting superhumans from wreaking havoc within its borders." C-45's countenance grew grave, yet he stated, "Those are merely rumors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent C-level members like us." C-46 shook her head, cautioning, "Do not underestimate this country. The higher-ups likely wish to avoid drawing the attention of those hidden masters in Huaxia by not sending A or B-level members." C-46's words deepened C-45's seriousness. C-46 licked the blood from the dagger and smiled alluringly, asking, "Do you think the one who took Luo Yihuang is from the Dragon Soul group?" C-45 shook his head and scoffed. "His skills are impressive, and his counter-surveillance abilities are unexpectedly strong, but he lacks any aura of true power. He is likely just an exceptional soldier. I could snap his neck within 3 moves. C-46 shook her head in regret, sighing, what a pity. He was such a charming young man. Afterward, the two departed the restaurant, where a luxurious black business vehicle awaited them outside. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in a spacious office on the top floor of the Luo Huang Tower, Lin Yu sat comfortably on a plush sofa, her fitted professional attire accentuating her already stunning beauty. Across from her sat a woman clad in a white trench coat, paired with light-colored trousers. The woman's demeanor was gentle, her silky black hair tied back in a high ponytail, enhancing her captivating features with an air of innocence. This was none other than Qin Han, who had arrived as promised, yet the joy she had felt upon receiving the invitation from the Luo Huang group had vanished. Her enchanting gaze now concealed a hint of melancholy. If her cousin Yang Shushi spoke the truth, how could she face Fengwu, who had deceived her into believing he was on a business trip while he had actually kidnapped a woman? Lin Yu observed the distracted Qin Han, her lovely face betraying a hint of surprise. Although they were both women, Qin Han's beauty and grace left her feeling somewhat overshadowed. Lin Yu smiled, saying, Miss Qin, you are even more beautiful in person than in the photos. I never imagined there could be someone as stunning as you in Huaxia, aside from our chairman. In response, Qin Han smiled shyly and softly replied, Thank you. She then retrieved her resume from her bag, stating, Assistant Lin, here is my resume. No need, Lin Yu interrupted, smiling. We have already thoroughly investigated Miss Qin's qualifications. The purpose of your visit today is to discuss your position and salary, of course, depending on your interest in joining our company. Qin Han appeared surprised and flustered, quickly affirming, I would be more than willing, thank you, Assistant Lin. For this opportunity, I will certainly work diligently. These past few days, Qin Han had poured her heart and soul into her job search. She was desperate for employment. Even if it were merely a position at a small company, she would gladly accept. Seeing Qin Han's eagerness, Lin Yu smiled and asked, What are your salary expectations, Miss Qin? Qin Han hesitated once more, contemplating whether to state 8,000 or 10,000 a month. She had absolute confidence in her abilities, believing she could bring significant profits to the company even as a mere employee. However, entering such a large corporation for the first time made her hesitant to voice her salary expectations. Noticing Qin Han's bashful demeanor, Lin Yu suggested, How about we initially set your salary at 10 million a year, excluding year-end bonuses and dividends? What do you think? 10 million. Qin Han gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. Isn't that too much? Lin Yu smiled reassuringly. We have faith that Miss Qin's capabilities extend far beyond this, as the chairman has prepared the position of executive president for you at the headquarters. In a sense, you will be my superior, so I hope you will look after me in the future. In that brief moment, Qin Han was once again left speechless, her mind reeling. Initially, she had simply hoped to secure a position as a small employee, and yet, the Luo Huang Group was offering her the role of executive president, making her the highest-ranking management official aside from the chairman. Chapter 53. You are playing with fire. After a prolonged moment, Qin Han finally emerged from her state of shock. With pursed lips, she shook her head gently and said, I appreciate the chairman and Assistant Lin's faith in me, but I have never managed such a large corporation. I simply wish to apply for a regular position. Even Lin Yu was slightly taken aback by Qin Han's subtle refusal. She had never anticipated that someone could be so naive as to forsake such a promising future. After all, this was the position of executive president of the Luo Huang Group, a role coveted by countless individuals. However, Luo Yihuang had advised her to retain Qin Han at all costs, asserting that the position was meant for her alone. Thus, Lin Yu persisted, Miss Qin, we have unwavering confidence in your abilities, as the chairman has reiterated, or perhaps, Miss Qin doubts her capability to fulfill the role? Qin Han hesitated once more, unable to fathom that the chairwoman of the Luo Huang Group, a woman of legendary stature, would hold such high regard for her. She was acutely aware that if she declined this opportunity, it would likely be impossible to enter the Luo Huang Group again, even as a mere employee. After much deliberation, Qin Han finally nodded, her lips pressed together, and said, Thank you, Chairman and Assistant Lin. I will do my utmost. Lin Yu smiled in satisfaction, that's more like it. Then, she retrieved a contract from beside her, along with the company seal, placing them before Qin Han. If there are no further questions, Miss Qin, please sign this simple contract. Lin Yu pushed the document toward her. Qin Han nodded, then picked up the pen and meticulously inscribed her name and identification details. When she reached the final page, she noticed that it required the name and phone number of a family member, which caused her to furrow her brow. After a brief moment of hesitation, she resolved to fill in her father's information. Observing Qin Han's expressions and movements, Lin Yu suddenly interjected as she was about to write, Miss Qin, you are married, correct? At this, Qin Han halted her actions, her beautiful visage becoming complex. Was she really married? Fengwu, that man remained an enigma, someone she yearned to approach but dared not. After a lengthy pause, she finally nodded, yes. Is there a problem? Lin Yu smiled calmly and gestured toward the contract. Of course, there is no issue. However, if Miss Qin is married, the family information must include your husband's name and phone number. I hope you understand. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan bit her crimson lips, retrieving her phone and locating Yi Fengwu's number, which she then entered onto the document. Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed on the writing, and she noted that the name Qin Xinghan inscribed was indeed Yi Fengwu. Once the contract was duly signed, Lin Yu eagerly affixed the company seal, exclaiming, Miss Qin, we are honored to welcome you as our executive president. If convenient, please commence your duties at the company tomorrow. Qin Xinghan nodded. All right, thank you, Assistant Lin. Subsequently, Lin Yu escorted her out of the Luo Huang building. Upon returning to her office, Lin Yu's beautiful countenance shifted to a grave expression, swiftly retrieving the contract and searching for Yi Fengwu's phone number. In a small county 200 kilometers from Haihua City, a dilapidated and exuded a musty odor. Inside the room, Yi Fengwu remained seated on a humble chair, the peculiar black box resting at his feet. Exhaustion flickered in his eyes. He had not slept all night. While good physical condition was essential for tackling challenging tasks, Yi Fengwu dared not lower his guard, for he sensed two skilled pursuers hot on his trail. Checking his phone, he noted it was already 10 in the morning, yet the queen on the bed had yet to awaken. The previous night, Luo Yihuang had fallen asleep around 2, and after a long journey, 8 hours of sleep was hardly sufficient. At this moment, Yi Fengwu abruptly stood, his body emitting a series of cracking sounds. Hey, it's time to wake up, he said gruffly, nudging Luo Yihuang's shoulder. Luo Yihuang's long eyelashes fluttered, as if she were fighting to open her eyes. MMM. She let out a soft hum, lazily raising her arm. Gazing at her gradually awakening exquisite visage, particularly the smooth expanse of her midriff revealed as she stretched, inexplicably stirred something within Yi Fengwu. Despite having gone a night without sleep, he was a man, and such physiological responses were inevitable in the morning. At last, Luo Yihuang's captivating eyes slowly opened, and upon seeing the man before her, her initially hazy gaze sharpened into alertness, and she sat up warily. Why? Yi Fengwu grunted. The sun is already high. As he spoke, he cast a glance at her shapely form. Luo Yihuang shot him a frosty look before rising and heading toward the bathroom, humming as she walked. This is the first time in my life that a man has woken me up, and it's a killer. In response, Yi Fengwu teased, don't make it a habit. At that moment, Yi Fengwu's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number calling from Haihua City. His brow furrowed. Few knew his phone number, and this stranger made him uneasy. He pressed the answer button, grumbling, who is this? Mr.Ye, I am Lin Yu, the chairman's assistant at the Luohuang Group. I have some good news, and I wonder if you might be interested. A woman's voice emanated from the other end, and Yi Fengwu's sharp memory immediately recognized her as the assistant close to Luo Yihuang. How did you get my number? Yi Fengwu inquired, his expression slightly tense. Lin Yu responded with steady composure, Mr. Yi, the Luohuang Group is currently recruiting for the position of executive president, and your wife, Qin Xinghan, perfectly meets our criteria. Just moments ago, I signed an employment contract with Miss Qin, and she will commence her duties with us tomorrow. At this revelation, Yi Fengwu's expression turned icy. In his life, the greatest taboo was regarding Qin Xinghan and her mother, yet Luo Yihuang and Lin Yu had audaciously set their sights on them. Humph. Truly clever women, Yi Fengwu remarked coldly, his somber gaze drifting toward the tightly closed bathroom door. In that instant he recalled something. Yesterday, Luo Yihuang had instructed one of her subordinates to call him to confirm his safety, uttering a series of peculiar statements. It seemed she had meticulously investigated both him and Qin Xinghan from the moment he took her away. How infuriatingly astute she was, Lin Yu continued. Mr. Yi, Miss Qin will have a few days of internship, and as long as our chairman returns safely, she will soon officially assume the role of executive president. Yi Fengwu retorted coldly, try to harm a hair on her head, and you will regret it. In the face of Yi Fengwu's threat, Lin Yu merely smiled. Mr. Yi, it's clear you care deeply for Miss Qin. How about this? Allow me to speak with my boss for a moment. Her intent was unmistakable. She sought to ascertain Luo Yihuang's safety. Yi Fengwu remained silent, striding purposefully toward the bathroom. Inside, upon hearing Yi Fengwu's phone ring, Luo Yihuang pressed her ear to the door, aware that Lin Yu had orchestrated Qin Xinghan's application as planned. As Yi Fengwu's footsteps approached, a flicker of apprehension crossed her eyes, prompting her to hastily retreat to a corner of the bathroom. Bang! The bathroom door was forcefully kicked open by Yi Fengwu, who glared at Luo Yihuang, stating coldly, you are playing with fire. Though some trepidation flickered in her eyes, Luo Yihuang maintained her composure, replying, rest assured, I hold great admiration for Qin Xinghan. Whether or not you approve, I will recruit her as the executive president of the Luohuang Group. Chapter 54. Disobedience. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu cast a faint gaze upon Luo Yihuang, and then, with a playful smile, remarked, what makes you think I care about that woman? She is merely a fleeting trinket of my affections. However, Luo Yihuang merely smiled sweetly and replied, is that so? From what I gather, you have orchestrated Jiang Hao's actions against the Qin family for her sake. You have boldly offended the Western Tiger and Black Wind single-handedly. Why deduction suggests that the Qin family has little time left, all of which you have done for Qin Qinghan. You are quite enigmatic. I cannot decipher your true identity. Even now, I remain skeptical as to whether you are indeed an assassin. Nonetheless, one thing is certain. You hold great concern for Qin Qinghan, do you not? As she spoke, Luo Yihuang directed a subtle smile at Yi Fengwu, her exquisite eyes harboring an implicit threat. Listening to Luo Yihuang's analysis, Yi Fengwu felt a twinge of surprise. He had underestimated this woman's intellect. He then spread his hands and confessed, "Very well, I shall be candid, I am not an assassin. I am here to protect you. Surely, you have sensed the extent of my care for you during our journey." In response, Luo Yihuang gritted her teeth and retorted, "Well, I must extend my gratitude for that." Throughout their travels, this rogue had displayed nothing but rudeness and arrogance, and she had not perceived any genuine care from him. Indeed, he had left her feet incapable of walking normally. Clearly, Luo Yihuang could not genuinely believe that Yi Fengwu was there to safeguard her, as his every action was shrouded in mystery. "Luo Dong, what should I do?" At that moment, the call was on speakerphone, and Lin Yu's voice reached Luo Yihuang's ears. Luo Yihuang replied, "Allow Qin Qinghan to intern for half a month. I will arrange for her upon my return." "You better hope she doesn't lose a single hair," Yi Fengwu said sharply into the phone before abruptly hanging up. Throughout, Luo Yihuang maintained her composure. Her few simple words had effectively threatened Yi Fengwu. The implication was crystal clear. Qin Qinghan was awaiting her return for employment arrangements, and if anything were to happen to her, Qin Qinghan would undoubtedly be in peril as well. "Go buy me a pair of flats," Luo Yihuang said, brushing past Yi Fengwu with an air of indifference, her demeanor once again that of a domineering queen. Seeing this, Yi Fengwu gritted his teeth and scoffed. "Do you truly believe you possess the leverage to negotiate with me? The size is 38, and please bring me breakfast as well." "Thank you," Luo Yihuang said as she approached the bedside, taking a sip of mineral water before once more addressing Yi Fengwu with a nonchalant tone. "Why?" Yi Fengwu, infuriated, coldly replied, "Size 38? How fitting." Yet, he did not leave, but rather said, "For your own sake, you would do well to accompany me." Luo Yihuang elegantly seated herself on the bed, showing no intention of rising. Her feet were in considerable pain, and she was loath to walk. Observing her poised like a queen awaiting service, Yi Fengwu felt his anger morph into a sense of helplessness upon seeing her delicate feet, which were in a wretched state, now adorned with numerous blisters. Consequently, Yi Fengwu approached the window, lifted a curtain, and gazed outside before tossing an object onto the bed with a huff, saying, "I hope you have no need for this." Afterward, Yi Fengwu exited the room, locking the door behind him. Luo Yihuang glanced at the object on the bed, her beautiful eyes instantly shimmering with anger. The item was, unmistakably, her lipstick, which concealed a bullet. Though lacking the power of a firearm, it was still sufficient to pierce a person's body. Throughout their journey, she had thought it lost, only to discover it had been taken by Yi Fengwu. The lipstick, which she always kept close, had been touched by Yi Fengwu in countless ways, a thought that sent a shiver down her spine. "I hope you live long enough to spend that 10 billion, Luo Yihuang scoffed coldly, resolving not to allow a man who could threaten her life to remain alive. Following this, Luo Yihuang unbuttoned 2 buttons of her shirt, momentarily revealing a dazzling expanse of white. She then reached into her neckline, extracting an object the size of a recorder. Recalling Yi Fengwu's words from the previous day, she felt an overwhelming urge to exact revenge on him. How dare he search her body without her knowledge? Thankfully, he had not invaded her most private areas. Otherwise, this small object would have been taken as well. With a few gentle presses, the recorder-like device emitted a series of beeping sounds. "Yihuang, how could you end up in a small county like this? What has happened?" A woman's voice emanated from the device, sultry yet tinged with concern. "This is an emergency. I've been kidnapped by an assassin, and another group is pursuing me." Luo Yihuang disclosed her predicament to the woman on the line. After a brief silence, the voice responded, "Where did your captor go?" "He went to buy something. I promised him 10 billion, along with other incentives. He will take me back to Haihua City. I want you to help me eliminate him. His name is Yi Fengwu," Luo Yihuang stated matter-of-factly. "Yi Fengwu." The voice on the other end suddenly took on a peculiar tone, but quickly resumed, "Yihuang, your situation is perilous. Destroy the phone immediately. If I can locate you, so can those assassins. You should not be using this device." Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang's expression paled slightly, as she recalled Yi Fengwu's warning from the previous day. "I will leave here at once and destroy the phone," she assured. The voice on the line grew serious. "Yihuang, if you trust me, then temporarily place your faith in Yi Fengwu. With him by your side, he can certainly escort you to Haihua City, and I will also set out for Haihua City immediately." The call ended, leaving Luo Yihuang in a state of turmoil due to the woman's caution. Why should she trust an assassin? It was evident that the woman was familiar with Yi Fengwu. This feeling washed over Luo Yihuang as soon as she uttered Yi Fengwu's name. She sensed the subtle shift on the other end of the line. Without delay, Luo Yihuang strode into the bathroom and discarded the small phone into the toilet, flushing it away. Knock, Knock, knock. After Luo Yihuang had freshened up, a sudden knock on the door caused her body to tense. Who is it? She called out, gripping the lipstick in her hand. Officer, routine check, came the voice of a woman from outside. Luo Yihuang's vigilance did not wane. She replied, my boyfriend took the keys. Please come back in 5 minutes. That won't do, came a teasing voice from outside. In that instant, Luo Yihuang sensed impending danger. As she turned to flee towards the window, a loud crash resounded as the door was smashed in. Moments later, a man and a woman entered. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, his robust physique imposing, while the woman, clad in leather, though not strikingly beautiful, possessed an alluring figure. Someone has been disobedient and used a phone, the woman said with a playful smile, her tone sultry. In that moment, Luo Yihuang realized her grave error. Had she heeded Yi Fengwu's advice, she would not be in this predicament. The newcomers were C-45 and C-46, who had arrived early that morning in search of Luo Yihuang. Just as they were despairing over their inability to track her, they had caught a faint phone signal, confirming that it belonged to Luo Yihuang. Truly, they had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Come with us quietly, and you shall suffer less, C-45 declared, striding heavily toward Luo Yihuang, his iron grip reaching out toward her. Luo Yihuang stepped back hastily, drawing her gun and aiming it directly at C-45's chest. Bang! The shot rang out, and a bullet struck C-45 squarely in the chest. Thud, thud, thud. The impact caused C-45's substantial frame to stagger back 2 steps, and a flicker of pain crossed his rugged face. A soft clatter reached Luo Yihuang's ears as a small object fell from C-45's body. In an instant, her expression turned ashen. The object that had dropped was a deformed bullet. The bullet had failed to penetrate the hulking man's skin, merely sliding off his thin jacket. She could not even discern a hint of injury upon him. Chapter 55. Confrontation. Instinctively, Luo Yihuang took a few steps back, subtly retreating to the window's position. Even in the face of 2 assassins who could easily send her to the depths of despair, her demeanor remained remarkably composed. She remarked coolly, superhumans, it seems those intent on ending my life are truly going to great lengths. Although Luo Yihuang had little interest in martial arts, her background had long acquainted her with the existence of certain individuals in this world who transcended ordinary humanity. Mutants who had awakened a unique power within themselves, often referred to as superhumans. These beings possess strength and speed that far surpass that of common folk, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective against them. Rest assured, you shall not perish. You are a clever woman. If you believe resistance will be fruitful, feel free to try. C-46 slithered closer, her waist moving like a serpent. At that very moment, Yi Fengwu, clutching a pair of $30 white flats, had just exited a shop when he was startled by the sudden gunfire. Alarmed, he swiftly made his way to the inn. Upon arriving outside the establishment, he witnessed numerous guests fleeing in panic, their faces etched with fear, while a crowd began to gather, drawn by the commotion. Suddenly, a police car screeched to a halt at the roadside, and 2 young officers, a man and a woman, stepped out. What is happening? The female officer inquired of a visibly distraught guest. The guest, pointing toward the 2nd floor of the inn, stammered, Officer, there are gunshots inside. Someone is trying to kill. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 officers shifted dramatically, and they promptly drew their sidearms. The male officer took cover behind the car, retrieving his radio to call for backup. Just then, a figure dashed swiftly to the base of the inn. It was Yi Fengwu himself. Observing this, the young female officer urgently shouted, Hey, it's dangerous. Get back. The individuals inside are beyond your capability to handle. Hurry and evacuate the crowd, Yi Fengwu replied, his gaze fixed on the 2nd floor window, where he could faintly discern a shadow. The male officer, irritated, retorted, What are you doing? Step back and do not interfere with our investigation. Turning to face the officers, Yi Fengwu insisted, Your firearms will not harm them. In fact, you may endanger your lives. Evacuate the crowd, and leave the rest to me. The female officer's hands trembled slightly as she gripped her weapon, fear creeping into her heart as this was her first encounter with such peril. Yet she understood that wearing a police uniform came with a sense of responsibility. Even at the cost of her life, she could not falter. Her gaze shifted to the male officer, whose demeanor stiffened upon meeting her eyes. He straightened his posture and rose from behind the car, then sternly warned Yi Fengwu, I warn you once more, do not hinder us in our duties. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Yi Fengwu replied coolly, My friend is inside. She may not have time to wait for your backup. The female officer, conflicted, turned to her partner and declared, I must go in. What if there is real danger? The male officer, however, firmly stated, No, it's too dangerous. We should wait for backup, that is an order. Furrowing her brow, the female officer bit her lip and insisted, The people inside could very well die. With that, she took a deep breath and prepared to charge toward the inn's entrance. Wait. Yi Fengwu stepped forward, blocking her path. He placed the flats into her arms and instructed, Quickly evacuate the crowd. With that, he dashed toward the inn, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Hey, it's too dangerous. Come back. the female officer called after him in desperation. Boom! Yi Fengwu suddenly leaped onto the roof of a nearby van, propelling himself 4 to 5 meters into the air, akin to a nimble leopard, and crashed through the second-floor window of the inn. With a resounding crash, the window shattered, creating a large opening. Below, the female and male officers stood agape, astonished by the remarkable feat they had just witnessed. Is this a movie? How can a person jump so high? The male officer exclaimed, nearly dropping his radio in disbelief. The female officer, clutching the flats, wore an equally shocked expression. Inside the second-floor room, Luo Yihuang had retreated to the window, while C-45 and C-46 closed in relentlessly. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted as the window behind Luo Yihuang shattered, and a figure burst through, wrapping an arm around her waist, eliciting a startled scream from her. However, upon recognizing Yi Fengwu's familiar face, a sense of relief washed over her. Seeking death, C-45, despite his formidable size, demonstrated remarkable agility. As Yi Fengwu crashed through the window, he seized the only wooden table in the room and hurled it with all his might. With incredible force, the table flew like a cannonball. Yi Fengwu could evade it, but Luo Yihuang would surely be struck. Therefore, he pivoted and embraced her, shielding her with his back. Bang! A deafening thud resonated as the solid wooden table smashed against Yi Fengwu's back, splintering into a myriad of pieces. Luo Yihuang felt herself being lifted alongside Yi Fengwu as they tumbled out of the window, plummeting toward the ground several meters below. Just before they hit the ground, Yi Fengwu twisted his body, landing firmly on his feet. Cough! A suppressed cough escaped Yi Fengwu's lips as he furrowed his brow, clearly enduring some pain. Luo Yihuang's expression turned complex. She had almost forgotten that she was still tightly held in his embrace. This guy, he's using his body to protect me. Is he truly doing this for that billion? She mused inwardly. How did they find you so quickly? Yi Fengwu, suppressing the pain in his back, questioned Luo Yihuang, perplexed. He had left her alone in the inn for less than 20 minutes. Even if they could deduce her whereabouts, it shouldn't have been so precise. Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang averted her gaze, replying coolly, how would I know? They just found me. Nearby, the male and female officers had witnessed the astonishing scene unfold from the second-floor window. The burly man had hurled a table weighing dozens of pounds, sending the two assailants flying several meters. Was this even humanly possible? Their faces paled further. As officers in a small county, they had never encountered such a monstrous individual. The tall, handsome man had leaped 5 meters in an instant, while the brute in the inn could wield a table with the force of a cannonball. They were certain that should that table strike them, their bones would shatter into pieces. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the male and female figures from the second floor leaped down, nonchalantly approaching Yi Fengwu. Don't move. Raise your hands, the female officer suddenly commanded, aiming her firearm at them, her youthful face betraying her anxiety, eye in the face of the gun. The two assassins remained unfazed. C-46 smirked, little sister, you might find yourself in grave danger. Swish. Before she could react, C-46 drew 2 gleaming daggers from his waist. Seeing this, the female officer summoned courage from an unknown source and pulled the trigger, firing at the two. Bang, bang, bang. She fired 6 shots in quick succession, but what transpired next left her in utter terror. The lithe woman lunged forward, moving like a specter, brandishing her 2 daggers. A series of metallic clashes rang out, sparks flying as the 6 bullets fell harmlessly to the ground at the feet of the enchanting woman. The sight left both the female and male officers gaping, unable to fathom that someone could deflect bullets with mere daggers. Chapter 56, Fierce Battle. If you had an assault rifle, perhaps you could pose a threat to them, but now. The Night Wind warrior, Luo Yihuang, pushed the female officer forward and said, protect her well. Can you do that? The female officer nodded tremulously, gritting her teeth as she replied, aye, that I will do my best. With that, she grabbed Luo Yihuang and began to run towards the distance. At this moment, the Night Wind warrior again cast his gaze towards the male officer, who was trembling behind a police car. Upon noticing the Night Wind warrior's attention, the male officer hurriedly retrieved a megaphone from the vehicle and shouted loudly to the surrounding crowd, everyone, leave immediately, get away from this place. After finishing, he dashed towards the crowd without looking back, abandoning the arrogance he had displayed when reprimanding the Night Wind warrior. When the two assassins saw Luo Yihuang fleeing into the distance, they exchanged glances, and C-45 spoke nonchalantly, I'll handle this. I'll snap his neck in 3 moves. C-46 nodded and then swiftly pursued Luo Yihuang, moving with the speed of a galloping cheetah. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure appeared like a specter, blocking C-46's path. It was none other than the Night Wind warrior. You are the ones who injured my 3 brothers, he said, his gaze gleaming with icy determination. C-46 licked her red lips and taunted, oh, handsome boy, you've certainly given us quite a bit of trouble, but sister still can't bear to kill you just yet. With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at the Night Wind warrior, her demeanor exceedingly frivolous. The Night Wind warrior replied coolly, is that so? I have no such reservations. Upon hearing this, The allure in C-46's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a sharp intensity as she coldly declared, "Then you shall die." As her words fell, C-46's figure surged forward like a razor-sharp blade, her twin daggers aimed directly at the Night Wind Warrior's throat. Her speed was astonishing, arriving before him in the blink of an eye, her lips curling into a smirk as she seemingly envisioned a blood arrow erupting from his throat. Whoosh! The Night Wind Warrior stepped back half a pace, slightly leaning back as the chilling blades grazed his skin. Following this, he executed a swift turn, delivering a powerful whip kick aimed at C-46's soft waist. C-46, caught off guard, was clearly unprepared for this seemingly defenseless opponent to evade her lethal strike. As the whip kick approached, her expression shifted to one of increasing astonishment. This person's reactions were not only rapid but also remarkably fluid. He seamlessly transitioned from evading her deadly assault to entering an offensive stance. Such perfect physical prowess was something she had never encountered before. Bang! With a resounding thud, C-46's delicate form was sent sliding 4 or 5 meters to the side before she regained her balance. The Night Wind Warrior's expression grew serious. He was acutely aware of the strength behind that kick. Even Lin Chong and his companions would have been rendered immobile by such a blow. Yet, this woman appeared entirely unscathed, as if he had struck an iron plate. Chi energy, is it? So that's how it is. In a wonder Lin Chong and the others fell to your hands, the Night Wind Warrior remarked indifferently. At that moment, the playful glint in C-46's eyes had vanished, replaced by an air of solemnity. She now regarded the Night Wind Warrior as a formidable opponent, rather than the easily disposable soldier king he had seemed earlier. Beside them, C-45 frowned and said, "C-46, you can't possibly have developed an infatuation for this pretty boy, can you? If we delay any further, we will attract the attention of the entire county's police force." C-46 gracefully twirled her dagger before replying coolly, "We underestimated him. This fellow is not to be compared with the 3 soldier kings we encountered at the airport. His reactions and speed are beyond human limits." Upon hearing this, C-45's brow furrowed, dismissively scoffing, "You overestimate him. Watch me snap his neck in 3 moves." Whoosh! With that, C-45, resembling a small tank, charged towards the Night Wind Warrior, his massive fists crashing towards the warrior's head. Seeing this, C-46's expression shifted slightly as she cautioned, "Don't underestimate him." However, C-45 was unwilling to believe that a man devoid of chi energy could pose any threat to him. Thus, his fist was already upon the Night Wind Warrior. The Night Wind Warrior's countenance turned grave. As the fist capable of shattering a stone wall neared his face, he finally made his move. In a deft maneuver, he evaded the blow with a subtle shift, then executed a 360-degree spin, instantly appearing behind C-45. With another whip kick, he struck with unrelenting force against C-45's lower back. Bang! The thunderous sound echoed as C-45's mountain-like body was hurled forward, crashing into a police car 10 meters away. Boom! The vehicle crumpled under the impact of C-45's robust frame. In the distance, dozens of onlookers stood in stunned silence, astonished by the sight of the towering man, who weighed at least 200 pounds, being kicked across such a vast distance. My heavens, is this the strength of a human being? This spectacle was far more shocking than any special effects seen in films. Whoosh! The Night Wind Warrior, known for his relentless assaults, unleashed his attacks with the ferocity of a tempest, never allowing his opponents a chance to retaliate. Thus, after propelling the burly assassin away, he sank down and then leaped over 10 feet high, landing atop the police car. "Mount Tai presses down," he roared, bending one knee, and his entire body plummeted like a massive rock onto C-45's chest. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and the 2 tires on one side of the police car exploded under the weight of the Night Wind Warrior's move. A mouthful of blood erupted from C-45's lips as he felt something within him shatter. At this moment, he finally believed C-46's words. This man was a being far beyond a soldier king. How could such a monstrous individual exist in this world? He possessed unparalleled speed and strength, devoid of any visible flaws. Whoosh! Following the Mount Tai press, the Night Wind Warrior sensed that C-45 still retained fighting capability, and he immediately launched a punch towards C-45's temple. Boom! But C-45 had evidently begun to take things seriously. He tilted his head to evade the blow and retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at the Night Wind Warrior's face. Whoosh! The Night Wind Warrior dared not meet it head-on and executed a backflip, landing over 10 feet away. In the distance, the female officer and male officer stood with their mouths agape, looking as though they were watching a horror film. "Do you think they could be aliens?" After a long pause, the male officer muttered in shock. Luo Yihuang gazed at the Night Wind Warrior, thinking to herself, "This fellow can actually injure a superhuman. He truly is a peculiar individual." C-46, observing C-45 embedded in the vehicle, had no intention of rushing to assist. Instead, she teasingly remarked, "I told you not to underestimate him. If you don't exert your full strength, you might just find yourself in a dire predicament." Boom! Perhaps incensed by C-46's words or feeling humiliated by being overwhelmed by the Night Wind Warrior, C-45's eyes turned crimson, and a faint azure glow appeared on his body. Crack, crack. Following that, C-45's frame appeared to grow even more imposing. What was already a mountain-like physique became even more formidable, his terrifying muscles appearing more solid than ever. You are the first ordinary person to make me take you seriously. Even in death, you should consider yourself fortunate, C-45 stated, gazing at the Night Wind Warrior, his eyes blazing like a beast's. The Night Wind Warrior's expression grew more solemn. He could sense that this assassin's strength had intensified, at least several times more formidable than before. Without hesitation, he reached for the box behind him. Chapter 57. Ink Wind Dual Blades, Die. A coarse voice erupted from C-45's lips, and in the next moment, his mountain-like physique surged forward swiftly towards Yi Fengwu. Yi Fengwu stepped back with his right foot, his expression transforming into one of grave seriousness, for indeed, the speed of this burly man had increased beyond his previous capability. Not only that, he had laid bare all his vulnerabilities before Yi Fengwu, seemingly indifferent to any flaws, as he had forsaken defense, becoming a veritable killing machine. Whoosh! Yi Fengwu retreated just in time to evade a powerful punch, but before he could catch his breath, another colossal fist came crashing towards him. In a moment of desperation, Yi Fengwu raised his arms to shield his chest, and the next instant, an immense force struck him. Bang! With a resounding thud, Yi Fengwu's body was propelled backwards, sliding a good 10 meters across the ground before he finally regained his balance. At that moment, his arms felt numb. Though he had faced superhumans before, he was still engulfed in the thrill of this fierce clash. This was a superhuman he had long desired to encounter once more. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Fengwu's mouth, his eyes betraying not a hint of worry, but rather a subtle hint of exhilaration. What a power to be envious of. However, your choice to abandon defense in favor of reckless offense will surely lead to your demise. In response, C-45 scoffed derisively. Against an opponent of equal strength, forsaking defense is a grave mistake. As for you, while your strength and speed may nearly match that of a novice gang warrior, you remain oblivious to gang chi, and thus cannot break through my defenses. Prepare to witness my true strength. As soon as the words left his mouth, C-45 abruptly pivoted, seizing the dilapidated police car behind him. Roaring, he exerted his mighty arms, veins bulging, his muscle-bound physique instilling fear. Whoosh! To the astonishment of everyone present, C-45 heaved the police car overhead, hurtling it towards Yi Fengwu with a deafening crash. In the distance, two police officers, a man and a woman, along with the gathered crowd, gaped in disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. In that moment, the officers recalled Yi Fengwu's earlier warning. Had they charged into the hotel recklessly, they could very well have been reduced to mere pulp by that towering figure. As for Yi Fengwu, how could he possibly contend with a nearly ton-weight vehicle descending upon him, its force akin to that of an actual cannonball? Many had already envisioned the gruesome aftermath. Yet, in the face of the oncoming vehicle, Yi Fengwu remained unfazed, swiftly retrieving a black box from behind him. Bang! The black box crashed onto the ground, creating a crater in the hard surface. Crack! Following that, two inky black handles emerged from the top of the box, their shape reminiscent of sword hilts. Clang! Suddenly, Yi Fengwu grasped the handles, and with a resonant sound, two sleek, ink-black tang swords materialized before the astonished onlookers. Each blade measured 2.5 feet in length and 1 inch in width, devoid of blood grooves, yet faintly displaying mysterious patterns along the blade. Though the swords were entirely black, they emanated a chilling sharpness that sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. In an instant, the crowd felt the temperature drop several degrees, prompting involuntary shudders. Clang! A thunderous metallic slicing sound reverberated as the police car, hurtling like a cannonball, was cleaved in two, crashing down on either side of Yi Fengwu. My God! A stunned voice broke through the crowd, filled with disbelief. Everyone witnessed the impeccably clean cut where the police car had been severed, as if it had been sliced by a laser weapon. Yet, they had seen with their own eyes that a mere man had achieved this feat with his blades. Slap! In the distance, the male officer slapped his own face, his expression one of utter disbelief, murmuring, I must be dreaming. With blades in hand, Yi Fengwu cast a cold gaze upon C-45, stating with calm clarity, I warned you, forsaking defense is a surefire path to death. In that instant, the expressions of C-45 and C-46 turned grave, clearly shaken by the display of skill. What sharp blades! Who on earth are you? C-45's earlier disdain evaporated, replaced by a newfound seriousness as he regarded Yi Fengwu. Beside him, C-46, previously languid and alluring, now wore a grave expression, recognizing that although she wielded a dagger enhanced with gang chi, she could never hope to cleave through a vehicle with her current level of power. Her gaze lingered on Yi Fengwu's dual blades, the inky blackness of the blades stirring a sense of familiarity within her. Suddenly, a look of trepidation crossed C-46's face as she exclaimed, Ink Wind Dual Blades. You are that person. C-46's unexpected outburst momentarily stunned C-45, but as realization dawned, A flicker of trepidation crossed his rugged face. If the blades in this man's hands truly were the ink-wind dual blades, then the outcome of today's confrontation was anything but certain. For 2 years, the Grim Reaper Guild had been aware of a young man who, armed with 2 black tang swords, had repelled 8 gang warriors, including a mid-level one, during a mission in the Silver Triangle. While they had refrained from mass slaughter during that encounter, the man with the dual blades had compelled their retreat. If this individual was indeed that man, then they were facing a formidable challenge. C-45 snorted, "Do not forget our mission. Should we fail, it is death for us both. Why not engage him in a true contest? Though the Inkwind dual blades bear some renown, it does not necessarily mean he is as formidable as the rumors suggest." C-46 nodded, her expression resolute as she approached Fengwu, positioning herself beside C-45, and declared, "In that case, let us ascertain whether the Inkwind dual blades are merely a name or if they possess genuine prowess." It was evident that these 2 assassins had transitioned from initial disdain to a united front against Fengwu, demonstrating their apprehension towards the dual blades he wielded. Swish! Fengwu raised his dual blades, declaring, "Shall we engage together? That would suit me just fine." With that, Fengwu launched himself towards C-45's imposing figure, the black gleam of his blades flashing with an icy intent as he aimed directly for C-45's head. C-45, aware of the blade's lethal sharpness, tilted his head to narrowly evade the strike. Pust! A spray of crimson erupted from C-45's shoulder, for Fengwu's blade was too swift. Although he had evaded a fatal blow, his body had not escaped unscathed. His previously revered Gang Chi now seemed insignificant against Fengwu's dual swords. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his shoulder, C-45 unleashed his full strength in a fierce punch aimed at Fengwu's waist. Too slow. A hint of derision escaped Fengwu's lips as he deftly sidestepped the ferocious blow. Though C-45 was a novice gang warrior, he had not endured the grueling training that Fengwu had undergone over the years in combat and reflexes. Thus, in terms of both reaction and fighting technique, he could not hope to match Fengwu. Fengwu pursued the pinnacle of human capability. No one could fathom the immense dedication he had invested in his training. To build muscle strength, he had once carried a 200-kilogram weight across a 10-kilometer stretch of turbulent waters, facing life and death. To enhance his reflexes, he had braved bullets with his dual swords, leaving him with countless scars from gunfire. It could be said that there was no other like Fengwu in this world. Given another chance, he would undoubtedly lack the courage to choose this path again. Yet, with effort comes reward. Years of relentless training had honed Fengwu into a being of perfection, flawless to the point of being without any vulnerabilities. Die! Fengwu whispered sharply as he unfurled his blades in a sweeping arc. Swish! In an instant, a torrent of blood erupted from C-45's shoulder to beneath his head, and in the next moment, a colossal head rolled away. This encapsulated Fengwu's combat style. He would not overlook any enemy vulnerability in a life-and-death struggle against him. Each flaw would be inevitably fatal. As C-45 fell lifelessly, C-46's once alluring visage paled, her confidence shaken. She had anticipated that their joint efforts would suffice to contend with this man. Yet she had never imagined that he could dispatch a novice gang warrior like C-45 in a heartbeat. At this moment, she finally believed the rumors that spoke of a man who had forced 8 gang warriors to retreat. They were indeed no exaggeration. Chapter 58. If you dare, come forth yet. As an assassin of the Grim Reaper Guild, she found herself with no avenue for retreat. It was a matter of life or death, or the completion of her mission. However, she was acutely aware that she could not possibly contend with this individual. In a sudden moment of clarity, her piercing gaze fell upon Luo Yihuang, who was ensconced among the distant crowd. Whoosh! In an instant, she hurled the dagger she had been gripping, targeting none other than Luo Yihuang. The speed of the dagger was akin to that of a swift arrow, rivaling even that of a bullet fired from a handgun. In that fleeting moment, Luo Yihuang felt a heaviness in her heart. Confronted by this unforeseen attack, she knew evasion was not an option. Whoosh! A flash of darkness surged forth as a black tang sword shot through the air, accurately intercepting the dagger aimed at Luo Yihuang. Whoosh! At that very moment, as Night Wind Wu launched the tang sword, C-46 had already sent another dagger hurtling toward Night Wind Wu's face, revealing her true intent. This sudden ambush caught Night Wind Wu slightly off guard, yet his reflexes were far beyond the norm. He swiftly raised the tang sword in his left hand, effectively blocking the oncoming dagger. "I've spotted your flaw," came an excited whisper from behind Night Wind Wu. Almost immediately, he felt a sharp, tearing pain rip through his back, clearly indicating that C-46 had seized the opportunity to flank him while he was engaged in deflecting the 2 daggers. Night Wind Wu appeared to have anticipated this. His quick thinking allowed him to discern which threats were truly lethal, and thus he sacrificed his back to the enemy while neutralizing the fatal dagger. Behind him, C-46 reveled in the thrill of victory. However, as her claw, capable of rending steel, grazed Night Wind Wu's back, a look of disbelief washed over her. She had assumed that such a strike would be sufficient to extract his heart, yet she was utterly unprepared for the resilience of this seemingly unprotected body, which proved to be as formidable as C-45's. Consequently, her strike left merely 5 superficial wounds on Night Wind Wu's flesh. Swish! While C-46 was still reeling in shock, a chilling sensation swept across her neck. The blade was swift, and she could even glimpse a dizzying whirl of colors. Thud! As a headless female corpse crumpled to the ground, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, prompting the onlookers to avert their gazes in horror, with many succumbing to waves of nausea. The harrowing spectacle of battle resembled a breathtaking action film. Night Wind Wu retrieved the Tang's sword from the ground, sheathing it back into the black box before entering the luxury vehicle that the assassin had driven. With a graceful drift, he steered the car to a halt before Luo Yihuang and opened the passenger door, beckoning her, "Get in." Luo Yihuang had donned a pair of $30 flats, perhaps the most inexpensive shoes she had ever worn. Upon hearing Night Wind Wu's command, she hesitated not a moment longer and slipped into the vehicle. "You cannot leave, you have committed murder. You must come with us to the station," the female officer exclaimed as she pressed against the car door. Startled, the male officer beside her turned pale and urgently warned, "Are you out of your mind? We should wait for backup. They'll arrive in just a few minutes." The male officer was evidently shaken by Night Wind Wu's combat prowess, yet the female officer stubbornly insisted, "But he has killed someone. Even if there are justifiable reasons, he should still clarify everything at the station." Night Wind Wu found himself admiring this principled officer, for such public servants were a rarity. "Someone will come to clarify all of this," he assured her before pressing the accelerator and speeding off toward Haicheng City. Along the way, Luo Yihuang remained silent, casting a glance at Night Wind Wu's bloodied back, her thoughts a tumult of contradictions. If Night Wind Wu had initially intended to abduct her for money, it was undeniable that he was now fighting for her life. After all, he had saved her die in that moment. She recalled the words of that woman. "If you trust me, then temporarily place your faith in Night Wind Wu. With him, you shall undoubtedly reach Haicheng City." After a long pause, Luo Yihuang suddenly remarked, "You are bleeding." Night Wind Wu, taken aback, glanced at her and replied, "How unexpected. You actually care about me." Luo Yihuang retorted, "I merely wish to return safely to Haicheng City. If you perish, my situation becomes even more perilous." Night Wind Wu felt the tearing pain in his back but had no time to tend to his wounds. He feared that more assassins lurked along the way, and he must expedite Luo Yihuang's return to Haicheng City. At that moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Hui, saying, "Have someone handle the situation in Yangshan County. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will arrive in Haicheng City in 2 hours." After hanging up, he had scarcely set down the phone when another call came in. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Qin Qinghan, which filled his weary heart with a warmth he had not anticipated. "Hello, Qinghan," Night Wind Wu greeted gently upon answering. After a brief silence, Qin Qinghan's voice emerged, tinged with complexity. Where are you?" Her voice was soft and melodious. Each time he heard it, Night Wind Wu felt invigorated. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "I just returned from out of town and am on my way to take our boss back to Haicheng City. I will definitely be home before dinner." Following his words, silence enveloped the call once more. "Hello, Qinghan." Night Wind Wu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Qin Qinghan. Had Lin Yu informed her about his abduction of Luo Yihuang? He shot a sharp glare at Luo Yihuang, who sat beside him. Finally, Qin Qinghan's voice broke through the silence. "Once you return, I have something to ask you. Be careful on the road, and stay safe." Before Night Wind Wu could respond, the call ended abruptly. Qin Qinghan's concern filled Night Wind Wu with sweetness, yet his expression remained grave as he turned to Luo Yihuang, demanding, "Your assistant wouldn't be foolish enough to tell my wife about your situation, would she?" Luo Yihuang replied coolly, "Rest assured, Lin Yu knows her limits." Then, she turned her gaze toward Night Wind Wu, stating nonchalantly, "It seems that Qin Qinghan truly does not understand you." Night Wind Wu scoffed coldly, 10 billion, not a cent less. "And that $30 pair of flats on your feet." $30, Luo Yihuang shot him a glare, realizing why they felt so uncomfortable. Leaning back in her seat, she added, "Rest assured, as long as I can safely return to Haicheng City, the money will be transferred to you." Night Wind Wu retorted, "If you hadn't secretly hidden a phone, we would have already arrived in Haicheng City. Next time, I'll search you thoroughly." At his words, Luo Yihuang was momentarily taken aback. He had somehow deduced that she had made a call, yet his next statement infuriated her, vowing that there would never be a next time. Night Wind Wu drove swiftly but smoothly, and before long, Luo Yihuang found herself succumbing to sleep. After an indeterminate time, jolted awake by a sudden rough shake, she opened her eyes to find Night Wind Wu nudging her shoulder. "We're home. If you want to sleep, do it at home," he said with irritation. Luo Yihuang soon realized they were in a familiar villa community, and before her stood a grand, luxurious villa, her own home. "How did you know where I live?" she asked warily. Night Wind Wu gazed ahead, observing a throng of people approaching the villa, led by Lin Yu, who was clad in a professional skirt suit, followed closely by a cadre of well-trained bodyguards. "Do you want me to push you out of the car?" Night Wind Wu huffed impatiently. At his words, Luo Yihuang felt a tumult of emotions. He had indeed delivered her to Haicheng City, and throughout the journey, despite his rough demeanor, he had never once exhibited any intent to harm her. Was it possible that he truly meant to protect her? This question lingered in her mind. Are you getting out or not? Night Fengwu pressed, his back wound needing urgent attention, for he had promised Qin Shi Han to arrive home before dinner. Finally, Luo Yihuang opened the door to exit, yet her thoughts remained a whirlpool of complexity. After being forcibly taken from the train, she had felt as though death loomed. Yet, unexpectedly, this same person had saved her life twice from assassins and brought her safely home. Thus, Luo Yihuang resolved to call that woman, seeking clarity on Night Fengwu's true role. When will you give me the 10 billion? Night Fengwu suddenly recalled and called out to her. Luo Yihuang, having gone 2 days without a shower, appeared somewhat disheveled, her clothes in disarray and her hair tousled. Yet even in such a state, her extraordinary beauty was undeniably captivating. She approached Lin Yu and calmly stated, "For such a substantial sum, I must be in the company to transfer it. Then I'll come to your company tomorrow to collect," Night Fengwu declared before accelerating away. Luo Yihuang glanced disdainfully at his retreating vehicle, muttering, "If you dare, come forth." At that moment, her expression held a hint of a desire to evade responsibility. Chapter 59. The Spirit World Ghost Seal. After departing from the villa community, Yi Fengwu made a visit to the safe house. Lin Chong had recovered quite well and was now able to move about normally. Subsequently, Yi Fengwu instructed Lu Hui to find a place to dispose of the business vehicle he had driven, and after tending to his back injury with minimal care, he hurried back home, having promised Qin Shi Han that he would return before dinner. At 7:30 in the evening, Yi Fengwu finally opened the door to his home. The moment he stepped inside, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of a sumptuous meal. Just then, Qin Shi Han emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of dishes. Upon seeing Yi Fengwu, a complex emotion flickered in her enchanting eyes before she gently exclaimed, "You're back." Yi Fengwu nodded and replied with a smile, "Where are Jingxi and your parents?" Qin Shi Han set the dishes on the dining table before saying, "Mom and Dad went out to relax for a few days. Jingxi is in her room doing her homework." At that moment, the door to Qin Shi Han's bedroom opened, and Jingxi's petite figure immediately caught Yi Fengwu's gaze, stirring a tender warmth within his heart. He had never envisioned possessing a home, nor had he fantasized about a wife and daughter waiting for him to return for dinner. All of this was a serendipitous occurrence, perhaps a form of fate. "Uncle, you're finally back," Jingxi exclaimed, her delicate, porcelain-like face lighting up with joy as she dashed towards Yi Fengwu. He bent down to lift her into his arms and placed a gentle kiss on her small face, smiling as he asked, "Did you miss your uncle?" Jingxi obediently nodded. Her lips pursed as she replied, "Yes." Observing Jingxi's affection for Yi Fengwu, Qin Shi Han's emotions became notably intricate. Suddenly, Jingxi leaned in closer to Yi Fengwu and whispered, "Uncle, I have a secret to tell you. Mommy has been daydreaming these past few days. It seems she has been thinking about you too." At these words, Yi Fengwu looked in surprise towards Qin Shi Han at the dining table, his eyes shining with delight. Although Jingxi's voice was soft, it reached Qin Shi Han's ears, causing her face to flush deeply, extending to her neck. She lowered her bashful face and softly called out, "Jingxi, come eat." Yi Fengwu felt a surge of happiness, glad that Qin Shi Han was gradually warming up to him. Thus, he whispered to Jingxi, "Mommy is shy now. You should tell Uncle such things in secret from now on, alright?" Understood, Jingxi responded mischievously with a smile. Qin Shi Han was overwhelmed with embarrassment. Although the duo appeared to be sharing whispers, it felt as though they were speaking directly to her. Yet, one aspect provided her with solace. Yi Fengwu treated Jingxi with genuine kindness, a quality that could not be feigned. However, if he had indeed committed any grievous acts in the past few days, what would that mean for her? Just as Yi Fengwu was about to head to the dining table with Jingxi in his arms, she suddenly sniffed the air and curiously asked, "Uncle, are you hurt?" Taken aback, Yi Fengwu was momentarily surprised, while Qin Shi Han, who was dishing out rice, glanced up at him with evident concern. Yi Fengwu chuckled and shook his head, saying, "How could that be? Uncle is very strong." Jingxi appeared skeptical, pouting as she remarked, "But Uncle smells of blood and antiseptic." Yi Fengwu was again astonished. Although he had merely dealt with his back injury superficially, he had bandaged it securely enough that he could detect no odor. Yet, Jingxi had picked up on it. Qin Shi Han, her tone laden with complexity, offered, "Jingxi has a keen sense of smell. Do you want me to take a look?" Yi Fengwu, somewhat taken aback, regarded Jingxi thoughtfully, sensing that the little girl was not as simple as she appeared. Nevertheless, he smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. I just had a little fall while fishing today." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Han refrained from further questioning, yet she was aware that Yi Fengwu was not being entirely truthful. Jingxi seemed to sense something amiss as well. She declared, "Uncle, I'll give you a talisman for protection, so you won't get hurt anymore. It's very effective." With that, Jingxi pulled a red string from her collar, beneath which dangled a triangular charm. "Don't take it off," Qin Shi Han suddenly exclaimed urgently, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Hearing her warning, Jingxi pouted, "But, that I want Uncle to be safe." Qin Xinghan gently caressed Jing Si's face and softly said, Jing Si, didn't Mommy tell you that you must keep that talisman with you at all times? Qin Xinghan's heightened emotions surprised Fengwu, who chuckled, it's all right. Uncle is very capable, and doesn't he need a talisman? As he spoke, Fengwu prepared to return the talisman to Jing Si's clothing. However, upon closer inspection of the charm, his expression abruptly darkened, his eyes fixated on the slightly dimmed talisman. This is... Fengwu's voice trembled with emotion as he turned to Qin Xinghan, his gaze heavy with concern. Noticing his expression, Qin Xinghan explained, Jing Si has been frail since childhood. She used to cry incessantly at night from the age of 2 until she was 4. Then someone gifted her this talisman, and since then, she hasn't exhibited any unusual behavior. Seeing Fengwu's continued solemnity, Qin Xinghan further clarified, it's merely a protective charm. The doctor said Jing Si's emotional fluctuations were due to a fright she experienced, and she hasn't cried out in years. Fengwu fell silent, understanding that this talisman was far from a simple protective charm, for he could perceive an aura emanating from it, an aura that only the deceased would possess. Jing Si's previous distress was not merely due to fright but rather because she had witnessed things invisible to ordinary eyes. Suddenly, Fengwu lifted the collar of Jing Si's shirt to examine the back of her neck. He found her skin to be fair and delicate, devoid of any abnormalities, which relieved him somewhat. However, Qin Xinghan's unease deepened due to Fengwu's actions. Jing Si looked up at Fengwu and suddenly rolled up her sleeve, saying, Uncle, are you looking for this? How did you know I had a birthmark? Fengwu glanced down, his body jolting in shock, for on Jing Si's slender arm was a dark purple birthmark, resembling the character for Ghost. With just a fleeting glance, Fengwu felt a chill seep into his bones. The spirit world ghost seal, a medium for communicating with the supernatural, capable of traversing the realms of life and death, and passing through the bridge of sorrow and the gates of the underworld. A phrase, once imparted to him long ago, began to echo in Fengwu's mind. This physique was distinct from that of ordinary warriors. They were favored by the Creator, inherently endowed with bizarre abilities, yet such powers came at the cost of their own vitality. Judging by the dullness of the talisman, it was evident that Jing Si's life force had been significantly depleted. Shall we eat? Suddenly, Qin Xinghan's cold voice broke through Fengwu's contemplation, her once radiant face now tinged with an icy demeanor. The heightened emotions of Qin Xinghan led Fengwu to surmise something amiss. He instinctively touched the back of his neck, realizing he never would have anticipated such a phenomenon manifesting upon his daughter. The talisman she bore likely would not endure for much longer. Qin Xinghan must have known something, yet she was determined to shield Jing Si from the truth. The atmosphere at the dinner table grew heavy. Qin Xinghan barely took a few bites before setting down her utensils, her exquisite face clouded with melancholy and unease. Even Fengwu moved his chopsticks only a few times. Though merely 7 years old, Jing Si possessed remarkable intelligence. She was adept at reading the emotions of those around her. Sensing that her mother and uncle were keeping something from her, she stood up after finishing half a bowl of rice and declared, Mommy, I'm full. I am going to my room to do homework. Qin Xinghan managed a strained smile. Go ahead. Once Jing Si retreated to her room, Fengwu finally spoke, his tone grave. Who gave Jing Si that talisman? Qin Xinghan inhaled deeply, uncertain of what Fengwu had discerned, but she seemed reluctant to discuss the matter. Instead, she replied nonchalantly, it's just a protective charm. Let us not talk about that. Let us discuss you. I have questions. Fengwu abruptly stood and approached Qin Xinghan, his emotions surging as he grasped her wrist, pressing her for answers. Jing Si's condition is serious. Please tell me everything you know, all right? Qin Xinghan met his gaze, recognizing the tension in his eyes. Overcome with emotion, tears cascaded down her cheeks. What good would telling you do? The fortune teller said. Jing Si won't he live past 10. I just want her to have a beautiful childhood. Qin Xinghan's lips trembled as she spoke, her eyes filled with profound sorrow. I strive to provide her with everything she desires, yet I have failed. I cannot even give her a father who loves her. As her heartache intensified, she covered her mouth to stifle a sob, tears streaming through her fingers. Chapter 60. The tenderness of Qin Xinghan. Gazing at the sorrowful visage of Qin Xinghan, Fengwu felt a profound ache in his heart. He longed to envelop her in his embrace, yet she turned her body away. I understand your affection for Jing Si. I truly wish you were Jing Si's biological father, but you are not. You cannot fathom the burden I bear in raising a child alone, she lamented. Over the years, Qin Xinghan had not only raised Jing Si single-handedly but had also endured countless criticisms and mockeries from those around her. Despite her tireless dedication at the Qin group, she received no accolades, only further oppression. Yet, she persevered through gritted teeth, driven by the need to survive for Jing Si's sake. I'm sorry. The words, laden with guilt, escaped Fengwu's lips as he grasped Qin Xinghan's somewhat frigid hand and spoke softly. From this day forth, I shall be Jing Si's father. I will ensure her safety. I promise you, regardless of the cost. I will make you witness her blossom into a beautiful young woman. At his words, Qin Shinghan's tears seemed to cease momentarily. Her gaze, rife with complexity, was fixed upon Yi Fengwu. Regardless of who he was or whether he could fulfill his promise, the assurance he offered stirred a faint sense of emotion within her. After a prolonged silence, she wiped the tears from her face, though they remained stubbornly persistent. With misty eyes, she looked at Yi Fengwu and articulated with utmost seriousness, I genuinely hope you can be Jingxi's father. However, I have heard that you kidnapped a woman. If you continue to engage in unlawful activities, I truly cannot imagine living alongside you. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu's expression darkened, inwardly cursing the assistant of Luo Yihuang for disclosing such information to Qin Shinghan. Yet, he composed himself and replied earnestly, when did this occur? I was on a business trip for 2 days. How could I possibly do such a thing? Qin Shinghan shook her head sorrowfully. I know you harbor many secrets. I could choose not to know them. However, I implore you to refrain from lying to me. You must understand, I can sense every time you deceive me. At her words, Yi Fengwu felt a flush of shame. Did he exhibit some telltale sign when he lied? This was something he needed to rectify. Then, with a serious demeanor, he stated, Shinghan, I do have matters I am concealing from you, but they pose no harm to you. I promise that when the time is right, I will reveal everything to you. Qin Shinghan continued to shake her head, her previous apprehensions towards Yi Fengwu having dissipated, replaced by a sense of care and reliance. After a lengthy pause, she spoke bitterly, I offered you an opportunity, which was also a chance for myself. Yet, I cannot take risks, for I am increasingly dependent on you. If you cannot maintain your composure and something goes awry, I truly lack the courage to revert to my previous life. As she reached this point, Qin Shinghan's sobs returned, for since Yi Fengwu had entered her world, her heart had found a semblance of peace, and she had begun to glimpse a future beyond her prior despair. Thus, she could no longer summon the bravery to confront a life devoid of hope. If there were no guarantees, why not sever this bond before she fully fell in love with him? It was evident that Qin Shinghan wished to expel him from her home once more, and Yi Fengwu felt a pang of bitterness. He yearned to divulge everything to her, yet he too was afraid to take that risk. If Qin Shinghan truly loathed him to the core, he would have no further opportunity to engage with her and her daughter. After a prolonged silence, Yi Fengwu clenched his teeth, suddenly grasping Qin Shinghan's hands tightly, his expression resolute. I will not leave. You have cast me out once. This time, no matter what, I shall remain. You are my wife, and Jingxi is my daughter, and no one can separate us, not even you. As he concluded, Yi Fengwu abruptly pulled Qin Shinghan into his embrace, attempting to move her heart with his warmth. However, he had clearly overestimated himself and underestimated her, for she struggled vigorously, her hands striking his back repeatedly. Let go of me. Each slap landed on Yi Fengwu's injury, causing him to wince as the pain shot through him. Qin Shinghan, noticing his contorted face, recalled Jingxi's earlier words. Was he truly injured? A wave of concern and tenderness washed over her as she softly implored, You need to release me. Yet Yi Fengwu, undeterred, replied, You wish to cast me aside. How could I possibly let you go? Qin Shinghan's gaze was pained, yet her resolve softened and she sighed, Please let me go. I will help you examine your wound. At her words, Yi Fengwu carefully released her, smiling, It's nothing serious, just a minor scrape. Qin Shinghan glanced at her palm, noticing it stained with blood. It was evident that Yi Fengwu's injury had indeed reopened, the blood seeping through his shirt. A mix of worry and guilt surged within her, prompting her to exclaim, You should remove your shirt. There's a first aid kit at home. Without hesitation, she dashed to the bedroom, returning moments later with a medical box. By the time she arrived, Yi Fengwu had already shed his outer garment, revealing a white shirt now soaked in blood. In an instant, tears welled in Qin Shinghan's eyes, her heart aching. Was she truly feeling sorrow for him? In her distress, she seemed to forget how he had sustained his injury or whether he had indeed kidnapped a woman, for her worry was all-consuming. As Yi Fengwu began to unbutton his shirt, Qin Shinghan trembled as she gently peeled it away, her movements tender and cautious. Feeling her gentleness behind him, Yi Fengwu thought to himself that this injury was worth it. It seemed he should seek opportunities to sustain more injuries in the future. This thought made him realize how peculiar he had become. At this moment, Qin Shinghan was taken aback, for his entire back was wrapped in bandages, the fabric soaked with blood. Oh! I'm so sorry, she cried out, realizing that had she not struck him, his wound would not have reopened. Yi Fengwu turned to face her, meeting her gaze filled with profound concern, as warm tears streamed down her cheeks. In that moment, he felt utterly shameless for his earlier thoughts, vowing to be exceedingly cautious in the future, ensuring that Qin Shinghan would never feel such heartache again. Without thinking, he reached out to wipe away her tears, speaking softly, Wife, if you do not tend to my wounds soon, I might truly bleed to death. This time, Qin Shinghan did not shy away from Yi Fengwu's comforting touch. Instead, she nodded eagerly to as he lay on the sofa, She carefully used scissors to cut away the bandages, revealing 5 gruesome wounds before her. Although the cuts were not deep, each was approximately 20 centimeters long. Yet, her heart ached for more than just those wounds. It was the myriad scars on his broad and sturdy back that truly pained her. Some appeared to be from knives, while others looked like bullet wounds. Heaven help her, what had he endured? He had entered prison at 18 and had only recently been released. Were these scars incurred during his time in prison, or had he suffered them before that age? But now was not the time for such thoughts, as Fengwu's wounds continued to bleed. Thus, she gently urged, "You, please bear with it. It may hurt a bit." Fengwu smiled. "I don't feel any pain. I only feel happiness." Qin Han had no inclination to entertain his sweet nothings. She unscrewed a bottle of antiseptic and carefully applied it to his wounds. His expression remained calm. To him, this minor discomfort was nothing. After meticulously cleaning the wounds and finally stemming the bleeding, Qin Han proceeded to rebandage them. Suddenly, her hands trembled violently as her gaze fixated on a dark purple birthmark beneath Fengwu's neck. It emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down her spine. Its shape unmistakably resembled the character for ghost in pictographic form. Qin Han was all too familiar with this birthmark, for Jing Si bore an identical mark on her arm, and the resemblance between Fengwu's and Jing Si's marks was strikingly uncanny. How is this possible? Qin Han was utterly flabbergasted. How could two individuals possess such similar birthmarks in this world? Chapter 61. The discovery Night Windwu was still lost in the bliss of having his gentle wife tend to his wounds when he suddenly sensed something unusual about Qin Han behind him. Soon, Night Windwu seemed to have recalled something, cursing internally for his oversight. He had completely forgotten about the birthmark on his back. Thus, he hastily remarked, "You must have seen the birthmark on my body. It's almost identical to Jing Si's that in truth, such birthmarks are not rare. Many people have them, though some can be harmful while others are benign." "Is that so?" Qin Han replied, her tone laced with an unsettling quality. Was Qin Han foolish? Far from it. She was exceedingly astute, merely reluctant to expose others' lies. And Night Windwu was indeed lying. How could identical birthmarks exist in this world unless? Qin Han closed her eyes slightly, striving to refrain from entertaining such thoughts, for the coincidence was too uncanny. She harbored a deep-seated loathing for the rapist who had shattered her life. Even after 8 years, she remained unable to find closure or forgiveness for that individual. Deep down, she secretly hoped that Night Windwu was that very person. Yet another layer of hatred held her back from pursuing that line of thought. The notion that this man, who had suddenly entered her life and gradually revealed a future to her, might be the same one who had inflicted upon her endless suffering sent a shiver down her spine. After a long while, Qin Han finally wiped away the tears from her eyes and retrieved her trench coat from the side, delicately draping it over Night Windwu's back. "Is your birthmark harmless?" she asked in a tone that had grown decidedly colder, barely concealing a tremor. Night Windwu nodded earnestly. "I am a bit luckier than Jing Si. Rest assured, Jing Si will be fine. This is my promise to you." Night Windwu was oblivious to Qin Han's thoughts. He merely hoped she would not speculate in that direction, for he would be at a loss for how to respond. Yet, he was clearly lying again. His birthmark was also a mark of the spirit world, which had begun to manifest when he was merely 2 or 3 years old. During those years, he often caught glimpses of eerie figures, visible yet intangible, as if they existed in a weightless realm. Some wailed in anguish, while others seethed with resentment. Endless grievances and torment invaded his mind, driving him to the brink of madness. As he matured, he gradually acclimated to this state, eventually realizing that he was not seeing illusions, but rather perceiving what others could not. However, when he turned 10, he noticed his health deteriorating, growing weaker, and it was only later that he understood he had squandered too much of his lifespan. One day, a stunning woman arrived at his home. She fed him a blade of grass, indeed, just a blade of grass, with a sweet yet slightly bitter taste. The beautiful woman earnestly warned him, "Never attempt to awaken the power within you. It will cost you your life." Afterward, she departed, leaving him with the unforgettable warmth of her embrace. Yet she also took away his 12-year-old sister. For a long time, Night Windwu could not fathom what power lay dormant within him. It was not until he was imprisoned and subsequently brought to a military camp in secret that he learned from the wise and friendly Chen Zuoshan about the myriad extraordinary phenomena that existed beyond the realm of fairy tales. He became aware of the existence of Gang Qi, which those who wielded it were referred to as superhumans. Such beings were akin to deities in ordinary urban life. Night Windwu yearned for such power, but Chen Zuoshan cautioned him that awakening Gang Qi would be fatal. At least until he discovered a definitive solution, he could not forcibly awaken the power within him. Thus, Night Windwu chose an alternative path of cultivation, to relentlessly enhance his physical strength, striving for perfection without any flaws. While Night Windwu was lost in recollection, Qin Han returned from the bedroom with a blanket, tenderly covering him with it. Her gesture was imbued with an ineffable gentleness, yet her expression betrayed an unspoken coldness. Night Windwu looked up at her and smiled. "I'll just cover myself with a blanket when I go back to my room. I wouldn't want to dirty your trench coat and blanket. Just sleep here, Qin Shinghan interrupted him with a curt remark. Upon hearing this, Night Wind Wu's heart quivered, and he bitterly muttered, have I done something wrong again? At that moment, Qin Shinghan had already entered the bedroom, locking the door behind her. Witnessing this, Night Wind Wu's expression turned pitiable. Now, he had no place even to sleep on the floor. He greedily inhaled, savoring the faint fragrance lingering on Qin Shinghan's trench coat. In the room, Qin Shinghan changed into her nightwear, leaning wearily against the headboard eyeing her captivating gaze. There was a profound sorrow, mingled with an indescribable fear. She dreaded that her suspicions might be correct. Jingxi was unaware of the events transpiring between Qin Shinghan and Night Wind Wu, but she sensed her mother's distress. Therefore, she climbed out of her bed and nestled into Qin Shinghan's embrace, softly murmuring, Mommy, is it okay for Uncle to sleep outside since he has hurt? Qin Shinghan gently stroked Jingxi's little head, increasingly worried as Jingxi seemed to depend more on Night Wind Wu. Uncle likes to sleep outside. Let us not disturb him, all right? Jingxi, sensing that Uncle had likely angered her mother again, felt a pang of guilt and asked, is it because I wanted to give Uncle the talisman? Hearing Jingxi's self-reproach, Qin Shinghan managed a strained smile, shaking her head, no, it's not your fault. It's Mommy's reason. Now, sleep. You have school tomorrow. Only then did Jingxi leave her mother's embrace and obediently burrow back into her own blanket. Qin Shinghan remained silent for a long while before picking up her phone to send a message to Chen Nan. Chen Nan, there's something I would like to trouble you with. Ding. Soon, Chen Nan's reply came, Shinghan, just tell me what you need. I will help you in any way I can. Chen Nan's loyalty to Qin Shinghan remained unwavering. Qin Shinghan's fingers lingered on her phone screen for an extended moment, gathering the courage to type a message. I would like your help in looking into Night Wind Wu's background. When did he go to prison, and what was the name of the girl he harmed? As she finished typing, Qin Shinghan's complexion turned pale with fear, a vague sense of regret creeping in. What if he truly was that person? What should she do then? Quickly, Chen Nan's response appeared on the screen. I've checked. This guy's information is quite sparse. However, I will look into it further when I'm back at work tomorrow. I'll call you. Qin Shinghan typed 2 words. Thank you. On the living room sofa, Night Wind Wu listened quietly to the sounds coming from the bedroom, his hearing exceptionally acute, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Although he did not hear Qin Shinghan make a phone call, he did catch the sound of her phone receiving messages. Unavoidably, Night Wind Wu thought of someone, policewoman Chen Nan, a good friend of Qin Shinghan. He surmised that Qin Shinghan would likely turn to her for an investigation into him. His publicly available information was exceedingly simple. With Qin Shinghan's intelligence, she would surely notice something amiss. Thus, he took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Hui. The following morning, Night Wind Wu was awakened by the sounds of Qin Shinghan preparing breakfast in order to protect Luo Huang. Night Wind Wu had gone 2 days without sleep, yet he was still able to perceive that Qin Shinghan had checked on him at least twice the previous night, as evidenced by the extra blanket covering him. Once again, Night Wind Wu was moved by Qin Shinghan's kindness and warmth. Even though she suspected he was the one who had ruined her life, she still could not bring herself to disregard him entirely. Uncle. Just then, Jingxi, freshly washed and groomed, dashed up to Night Wind Wu, whispering in his ear, Uncle, Mommy is so gentle. Why do you always make her angry? You need to apologize to her, you know? Only then will she let you sleep in the room. Listening to Jingxi's advice, Night Wind Wu felt a surge of warmth in his heart and pinched her small nose affectionately, saying softly, Uncle will definitely do that. I'll strive to return to sleeping on the floor soon. Hee hee. Jingxi giggled mischievously. Jingxi, it's time for breakfast. Mommy will take you to school soon, Qin Shinghan called out as she brought breakfast to the table. Night Wind Wu hurriedly got up and took a seat at the dining table, shamelessly ready to eat. However, just as he reached for a piece of bread on the plate, he saw Qin Shinghan move the plate aside, silently beginning to eat her breakfast without sparing him a glance, her demeanor icy. Night Wind Wu's face turned crimson with embarrassment, his hand frozen midair, unable to withdraw or shamelessly take the bread again. Beside him, Jingxi stifled a giggle, leaning closer to Night Wind Wu and whispering, Uncle, you haven't washed your hands. Mommy doesn't tea like unclean people. Upon hearing this, Night Wind Wu finally exhaled in relief, having feared that Qin Shinghan would deny him food altogether, though he remained uncertain. Chapter 62. The twin pearls of Yin month. Thus, Yi Fengwu hastened to the restroom, splashed water on his face, and then returned to the dining table. He gazed at Qin Shinghan, who was eating with an impassive expression, and, like a thief, stealthily extended his hand towards the plate. Throughout this time, he covertly observed Qin Shinghan's demeanor, only to discover that her indifferent gaze never once fell upon him. At last, he grasped a slice of bread, exhaling a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, finally, I can eat. Beside him, Jingxi watched Yi Fengwu cower before his mother, stifling giggles behind her hand. As Yi Fengwu took a bite of the bread, he winked at Jingxi. After the meal, Qin Shinghan washed the dishes. Today, she not only had to take Jingxi to school but also needed to head to Luo Huang Group for her first day of work, where punctuality was paramount. Today, Qin Xinghan donned a new women's business suit, and the high heels accentuated her already statuesque figure, enhancing her allure. Her physique was remarkable. Although she was somewhat slender, her contours were strikingly pronounced where they needed to be, and her delicate form was insufficient to describe her exquisite beauty. Thus, standing at the side, Fengwu could clearly see her perfect S-shaped silhouette. Passers-by turned their heads in admiration, and even vehicles slowed down as they passed this scene. Understanding that Qin Xinghan would require a taxi, he said, "With the 500,000 I gave you last time, you could purchase a car. If that's insufficient, I will repay you, and I will find a way to buy back the ring," Qin Xinghan replied, her tone still cool as she fixed her gaze on the approaching taxi in the distance. Fengwu recognized her stubbornness but continued, "You need to work, and Jingxi needs to attend school. Surely you cannot rely on taxis and buses every day." Just as his words fell, a luxurious red BMW came to a halt before Qin Xinghan. The vehicle appeared to be a top-spec limited edition, worth at least 3 million, its gleaming paint dazzlingly pristine, rendering all passing cars pale in comparison. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a beautiful woman in a professional skirt suit, Linyu, assistant to Luo Yihuang. Linyu smiled at Qin Xinghan, saying, "President Qin, Director Luo asked me to bring your car." Qin Xinghan was taken aback at Linyu's arrival, but her subsequent words astonished her even further. I can take a taxi. This car is too extravagant." Linyu smiled, "President Qin, you are the executive president of Luo Huang Group. If you were to take a taxi every day, wouldn't that invite ridicule from other companies for our parsimony?" But Qin Xinghan still wished to decline, but Linyu interrupted her. "President Qin, this is a gift from Director Luo. You wouldn't want to put her in a difficult position on your first day, would you?" Being Luo Yihuang's assistant, Linyu possessed exceptional eloquence and social skills, and her words left Qin Xinghan with no room for refusal. She could only nod, "Thank you, Assistant Lin." Linyu then said with a smile, "Let us head out. First, we'll drop your daughter at school, and then I'll accompany you to the office. Director Luo has been waiting for you for quite some time. She has assigned you your first task, which is to supervise this afternoon's auction at Luo Huang Auction House." Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan nodded, and then climbed into the luxurious BMW with Jingxi. Meanwhile, Fengwu stood awkwardly aside, feeling as though he had been cast aside, treated as a mere bystander. With a thud, the car door closed up as Linyu settled into the driver's seat. She cast a glance at Fengwu. The vehicle then roared to life, merging onto the road. Inside, Jingxi waved at Fengwu, bringing a flicker of warmth to his otherwise disheartened spirit. His daughter was indeed a source of comfort. However, Fengwu was somewhat taken aback by Luo Yihuang's decision to hire Qin Xinghan as the executive president of her conglomerate. He had researched Luo Huang Group, which boasted a valuation exceeding hundreds of billions, and the position of executive president was one of immense authority. Yet, Qin Xinghan had merely emerged from the Qin family's relatively modest enterprise. What, Fengwu pondered, could Luo Yihuang's true intentions be? Subsequently, Fengwu retrieved his phone and dialed the number. "Old Chun, are you still in Haihua City?" Old Chun referred to his superior, Chen Zuoshan, a once mighty figure in both China and the world. Fengwu sought out Chen Zuoshan for guidance concerning Jingxi, believing that with his extensive experience, Chen would possess knowledge on how to restrain the ghostly marks of the spirit realm. After dropping Jingxi off at her elementary school, Qin Xinghan followed Linyu to the penthouse of Luo Huang building. They stood before the office of the chairman of Luo Huang Group. "Knock, knock, knock," Linyu rapped on the office door. "Enter," came a melodious yet commanding voice from within. Linyu ushered Qin Xinghan inside, who felt a twinge of anxiety at the prospect of meeting the legendary woman of Haihua City. This woman, of the same age as herself, had amassed a fortune worth hundreds of billions in just a few years. It was said that she was not only extraordinarily talented, but also possessed a beauty that captivated all, hailed as the most beautiful woman in China. At that moment, at the far end of the spacious office, a graceful figure clad in a silver-gray suit stood before a vast glass window, looking out over the scenery below. Even from behind, her silhouette exuded an unmatched elegance. Yet Qin Xinghan was slightly taken aback to see that the legendary woman wore a pair of white flats, footwear more befitting casual outings than her esteemed position. Unbeknownst to Qin Xinghan, Luo Yihuang's choice of flat shoes, typically reserved for exercise, was indeed a consequence of her husband Fengwu, and of course, these flats were not the inexpensive pair he had bought for her. "Director Luo, President Qin has arrived," Linyu announced to the striking figure radiating an aura of authority. "Greetings, President Qin," Qin Xinghan said nervously, offering a polite acknowledgement to Luo Yihuang's back. "Xinghan, it has been 5 years since we last met, hasn't it?" Luo Yihuang turned slowly, her previously icy demeanor softening into a warm smile. As Luo Yihuang fully faced her, Qin Xinghan's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. In fact, when Luo Yihuang had turned halfway, Qin Xinghan had already recognized a familiar trace in her exquisite profile. "You." "Bingyan," a voice tinged with shock and excitement escaped Qin Xinghan's lips. Luo Bingyan, her dear friend with whom she had once shared meals and studies, and who had applied for the same major. Though their time together had been brief, less than a year, they had developed an unspoken bond. Qin Shinghan had never inquired about Luo Bingyan's family background, nor had Luo Bingyan ever pried into Qin Shinghan's circumstances, yet their friendship was akin to that of sisters. That year, Beijing University rose to prominence as the most prestigious institution in all of China, not solely due to its academic excellence, but because it was home to two remarkable women of unparalleled beauty and talent. They were dubbed the twin pearls of Yin Month. Yin represented Luo Bingyan, whose beauty was reminiscent of a falling goose, while Month symbolized Qin Shinghan, who embodied the beauty of a moon hidden behind clouds. Her delicate charm and the chill that often flickered in her eyes earned her the title of the Moon Palace Fairy, leading to the enchanting moniker of the twin pearls of Yin Month. That year was also a time of fervent pursuit by many wealthy youths, who declared they would exhaust their fortunes to win the affection of one of the twin pearls. However, the two women had shown little interest in such attention, focusing their energies solely on their studies. Once, Luo Bingyan had envisioned that after graduation, she would invite Qin Shinghan to join her in building a groundbreaking business empire. Yet, soon after, Qin Shinghan received a phone call that left her in distress, an event she still vividly recalled. Leading her to graduate early, Luo Bingyan desired to assist Qin Shinghan but found herself merely a student at that time. Although she possessed family connections, a significant rift had developed between her and her family. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as her only friend departed. Not long after, she too graduated early, rejecting countless offers from publicly listed companies to board a plane to Haihua City alone. It was there that she finally learned why Qin Shinghan had left in such haste. She had a 2-year-old daughter who suffered from a rare illness. Qin Shinghan, who should have had a bright future, found herself relegated to a small family business. As Luo Yihuang's company flourished, she often contemplated inviting Qin Shinghan to join her, but she understood her friend's gentle yet resolute nature. Thus, she waited, biding her time for an opportunity, and now, having been cast out by the Qin family, that opportunity had finally arrived. After 5 years of separation, the two women locked eyes, both glistening with unshed tears, tears born from their enduring friendship. Meanwhile, Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor, but her heart was racing with astonishment. Initially, she had merely assumed that Director Luo knew Qin Shinghan. However, observing their expressions, it was clear that their relationship was far more profound than mere acquaintances. Chapter 63. Adopting a goddaughter, Qin Shinghan could never have anticipated that this legendary woman, who had forged a commercial empire in just a few short years, was none other than her former close friend, Luo Bingyan. However, although they had once shared an unparalleled bond, times had changed. She was no longer the illustrious figure known as Yin Yueming, but rather a struggling worker desperately seeking a livelihood. Thus, the surprise and excitement in Qin Shinghan's eyes gradually transformed into a more subdued expression. With a polite smile, she remarked, "Director Luo." As soon as she uttered the title, Luo Yihuang had already approached Qin Shinghan, and to her astonishment, Luo Yihuang warmly embraced her. In that moment, Qin Shinghan felt as though the friendship they had shared years ago had returned. Luo Bingyan was still the icy figure of her memories, the one who enjoyed exploring the intricacies of life alongside her. Qin Shinghan faintly recalled a statement made by Luo Bingyan long ago, in which she expressed her ambition to construct a commercial empire that would influence all of China, to rise above all men and to demonstrate to the world that women are not mere pawns in familial alliances, but rather capable of surpassing any man. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained in a state of shock, having never witnessed Director Luo display such intimacy with anyone, even another woman. It was unexpected that this woman, radiating an imperial aura, could also cherish a friend so dearly. Thus, it was evident that even if Fengwu had not returned Luo Yihuang, she would never allow harm to come to Qin Shinghan. "I'm sorry, I should have helped you sooner," Luo Yihuang said, releasing her hands from Qin Shinghan's shoulders, her face filled with regret. Qin Shinghan, however, could only offer a wry smile and shake her head. She understood that Luo Yihuang's absence stemmed from her understanding of Qin Shinghan's predicament. She knew that at that time, Qin Shinghan could not abandon the Qin family. Then, with a look of satisfaction, Luo Yihuang turned to Qin Shinghan and said, "From now on, you shall assist me. With you by my side, my confidence is greatly bolstered." In response, Qin Shinghan smiled ruefully. "I have never managed such a large company. I fear I might." Luo Yihuang interrupted her, saying, "I have no such concerns because I know you will excel. This is not a burden I impose upon you, but rather an acknowledgement of your capabilities." Qin Shinghan's expression grew even more pained as she shook her head with a smile. "You remain unwavering in your confidence about everything you believe in." Luo Yihuang smiled warmly and then guided Qin Shinghan to a nearby sofa, their every gesture reminiscent of two affectionate sisters. Lin Yu silently poured tea for the two, still reeling from the shock. She had never seen Director Luo so joyful, her smiles today outnumbering those of the past several years. "Bring your daughter along next time." "I wish to adopt a goddaughter," Luo Yihuang said to Qin Shinghan with a smile. These words, a fleeting sadness washed over Qin Shinghan's eyes. Jingxi was the greatest pain of her life. Ever since Jingxi had become erratic 5 years ago, Qin Shinghan had scarcely enjoyed a good night's sleep. Each night, she would awaken in a panic, instinctively checking for her daughter's breath, terrified that she would wake to find her daughter transformed into a cold corpse. After a long moment, Qin Qinghan finally nodded with a smile. All right. Luo Yihuang detected the sorrow in Qin Qinghan's eyes but refrained from pressing her for details, as she would never force Qin Qinghan to divulge what she wished to keep private. Then, Luo Yihuang turned to Lin Yu and instructed, arrange for 2 seats at the auction this afternoon. I want Qinghan to accompany me. Lin Yu nodded. It is already arranged. The auction begins at 2 in the afternoon, and a celebration banquet for President Qin is scheduled for 7 at Fengwu Hotel. All branch company presidents have been informed. Luo Yihuang nodded, confident that Lin Yu would manage everything perfectly. Upon hearing about the banquet, Qin Qinghan felt both flattered and overwhelmed. Surely we need not have a banquet. I am not prepared. Luo Yihuang chuckled. If you do not face those cunning company presidents, you will never be ready. Lin Yu continued, President Qin's gown will arrive at the headquarters by 5 o'clock. Is there anything else you require? At this, Qin Qinghan hurriedly shook her head. She had never held the position of executive president in such a large corporation, and everything felt so overwhelming. Luo Yihuang took a sip of fragrant tea and gazed at Qin Qinghan, saying, Qinghan, there is something of immense value at today's auction, which was sent to our company for bidding by the Western Tiger's Black Wind, Chun Yuanzhong, just a few days ago. You should be familiar with it. Let us go and witness it together. Upon hearing the name Chun Yuanzhong, Qin Qinghan immediately thought of the ring, though she hesitated, still uncertain of its authenticity. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was reviewing the schedule on her phone when she suddenly interjected, Director Luo, should we schedule the recruitment of bodyguards for tomorrow? Luo Yihuang nodded, saying, this time, it would be best to hire retired Special Forces soldiers. Arrange for them to interview on the 50th floor's gym, and let Paying assess their capabilities. After experiencing assassination attempts over the past month, Luo Yihuang became increasingly vigilant about the strength and adaptability of her bodyguards. For some unknown reason, she suddenly thought of Yi Fengwu. If every bodyguard were as formidable as he, she could travel the world without a care. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in the high-ranking official compound of Haihua City, Yi Fengwu arrived effortlessly at the entrance of the Chen family's villa. Who goes there? At that moment, a figure emerged seemingly from nowhere, with dark skin and a robust physique, exuding an air of explosive strength, none other than Chen Zhuoshan's security guard, Li Hu. Upon catching sight of Yi Fengwu's face, Li Hu's stern gaze immediately softened into one of respect, his eyes brimming with admiration. The last time, he had been unaware that Yi Fengwu was the legendary Blood Wolf King, revered by countless soldiers, and had even displayed disdain in front of him. For this, Li Hu had spent many sleepless nights, burdened by regret, hoping for another chance to apologize in person. With a sharp salute filled with respect, Li Hu addressed Yi Fengwu, instructor. The word, instructor, was only half uttered when he recalled his superior's instructions to keep the Blood Wolf King's identity confidential, prompting him to quickly amend, Yi. Brother Yi, you have arrived. Yi Fengwu smiled and nodded. Is old Chen in? Hearing this, Li Hu quickly replied, the commander has been waiting for you. As he spoke, Li Hu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In this world, only the Blood Wolf King would dare to refer to the commander as Old Chun. Yi Fengwu nodded, just as he was about to step toward the villa when he heard Li Hu suddenly say, Yi. Brother Yi, last time I failed to recognize your stature. If I caused any offense, I hope you. Yi Fengwu turned and interrupted Li Hu, grinning, you, of all people, are a soldier king. Have you ever seen our military men so concerned with trifles? At these words, Li Hu's previously tense expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of astonished delight as he finally felt at ease enough to sleep soundly again. Yi Fengwu could not fathom Li Hu's anxious state. He had long admired the military god, the Blood Wolf King, and had recently been plagued by the feeling of having left a poor impression on him. This burden weighed heavily on his conscience, leaving him restless and unable to eat properly. With a resigned shake of his head, Yi Fengwu turned and entered the villa in the villa's grand hall. Chen Zhuoshan was enjoying his tea as he had during Yi Fengwu's last visit. Upon seeing Yi Fengwu, Chen Zhuoshan's piercing eyes sparkled with a hint of a smile, and then he scolded, you rascal, you always act recklessly. Quite a few people have lodged complaints with me. Yi Fengwu understood that Chen Zhuoshan was referring to the incident where he had dispatched 20 assassins on the train and killed 2 in broad daylight in a small county. For this, Yi Fengwu felt justified. He had to act decisively in such situations. Chen Zhuoshan poured a cup of tea for Yi Fengwu, remaining silent, as if waiting for him, for he had noticed the seriousness in Yi Fengwu's demeanor, which was rarely displayed. Yi Fengwu did not sip the tea but instead took a deep breath and, with utmost seriousness, said, Commander, I wish to request something from you. At this, Chen Zhuoshan halted his cup mid-air, his profound gaze locking onto Yi Fengwu. After a long pause, he finally spoke gravely, go on. Then, Chen Zhuoshan set down his cup and quietly regarded Yi Fengwu. Chapter 64. The kneel of Yi Fengwu. For the past 8 years, he had treated Yi Fengwu as his own child, possessing a profound understanding of his temperament. Yi Fengwu was proud by nature, with an indomitable spirit that never conceded defeat. Therefore, he had never asked anything of himself, nor had he ever displayed such abject reverence before him. He was deeply curious about what could possibly compel the bloodthirsty Wolf King, who looked down upon the world, To show signs of pleading, Fengwu lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Before he spoke, my daughter has inherited my constitution. Upon hearing this, Chan Zhuoshan, who had always been as steady as a mountain, felt a tremor run through his frail back, and his withered face reflected profound astonishment. After a long pause, he sighed, the spirit communication body. Who would have thought? Such a thing exists. Alas, this constitution is both a blessing and a curse. It grants you powers that ordinary people can only dream of, yet this very power could also cost you your life. Truly, the whims of fate are cruel. Fengwu's eyes were clouded with regret. He had never anticipated that his unique constitution would be passed on to Jingxi. If given the choice, he would rather exchange his own life for hers. If only the woman who had once cared for him would reappear, she could surely save Jingxi. Yet, as the years slipped by, he had not laid eyes on that gentle visage again. Observing the guilt in Fengwu's eyes, Chan Zhuoshan spoke gravely. How much time does she have left? Fengwu clenched his teeth and replied, less than 2 years. If it weren't for someone providing Jingxi with a suppression talisman, given her fragile constitution, she might have perished 5 years ago. The suppression talisman? Chan Zhuoshan expressed mild astonishment, then sighed. The one capable of creating a suppression talisman is undoubtedly extraordinary. However, it seems unlikely they could provide a complete cure. Otherwise, with their willingness to help the young girl, they would not have left merely a talisman behind. Fengwu nodded, having considered this as well. He owed that person a significant favor. After a lengthy silence, Chan Zhuoshan appeared to have made a decision in his heart, addressing Fengwu, focus on your mission. Leave this matter to me. Even if I must humiliate myself and plead with those ancient monsters, I will find a solution for you. Upon hearing this, Fengwu felt as if his heartstrings had been touched, and his nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. For 8 years, he had been openly serving Chan Zhuoshan, yet Chan Zhuoshan had always regarded him as a junior, as if he were his own grandson. He understood the immense reputation Chan Zhuoshan held throughout Huaxia, yet he was willing to lower himself to seek help. For this alone, Fengwu felt a sincere need to pay his respects. Suddenly, Fengwu rose and knelt before Chan Zhuoshan, unwaveringly declaring, Commander, regardless of how this unfolds, my life belongs to you, and this bow should have been offered to you 8 years ago. Bang! In the next moment, Fengwu's forehead struck the floor with force, this kneel bearing the weight of a promise and loyalty. Chan Zhuoshan had not anticipated such an action from Fengwu, and even his aged face displayed a moment of astonishment. Yet, he did not stop him. He could sense that Fengwu had also set aside everything for his daughter. He might not be able to be an obedient husband, but he was undoubtedly a devoted father. He recalled the time he had insisted Fengwu kneel to become his disciple, yet he had stubbornly refused. Today, he willingly bent his knees for his daughter. Good lad. I shall depart tomorrow. If I cannot provide you with a solution, I will have no face to meet you again, Chan Zhuoshan said, his heart touched, his words laced with a promise. Once Fengwu stood, he no longer dwelled on Jingxi's condition, for he trusted Chan Zhuoshan's capability. He then conveyed his upcoming plans to Chan Zhuoshan, stating, I intend to apply for a bodyguard position at the Luohuang group tomorrow. The Death God Guild has lost 2 assassins with formidable skills. They will likely take this seriously. Chan Zhuoshan nodded. The Death God Guild is known for their relentless pursuit. They will surely dispatch higher-level assassins. If my calculations are correct, the 2 you killed were likely C-level assassins, primarily comprised of beginner-level martial artists. If you encounter intermediate-level martial artists, you must exercise caution. They are far more adept in their utilization of energy, and their combat prowess vastly surpasses that of beginner-level martial artists. Fengwu nodded solemnly. He had faced intermediate-level martial artists before in that battle. He had contended against 8 martial artists simultaneously. Though none had fought with full force, he understood how troublesome intermediate-level martial artists could be. Then, as if struck by a thought, Fengwu furrowed his brow and said, I sense that the assassins from the Death God Guild are not after Luo Yihuang's life, but rather intend to capture her alive. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing this, Chan Zhuoshan also furrowed his brow, falling into contemplation. After a considerable time, he seemed to arrive at a conclusion, his gaze turning colder as he scoffed, if I am not mistaken, they likely wish to make that girl from the Luo family their saintess. Saintess? Fengwu expressed mild surprise. Chan Zhuoshan's expression grew serious as he explained, it is said that a saintess serves as the bridge to the underworld for the Death God Guild. Each generation of saintess possesses the ability to communicate with the hellish emissaries of the West, thus conveying orders to the guild. For centuries, the Death God Guild has been pursuing an enigmatic plan, though no one knows its details. However, I can sense that once this plan is executed, the entire world will be plunged into peril. Listening to Chan Zhuoshan's grave tone, Fengwu also knitted his brows in concern, yet he remained intrigued by the prospect of a saintess possessing the power of spirit communication. Involuntarily, he questioned, so, Luo Yihuang possesses the power of spirit communication, yet I have not sensed any extraordinary aura from her. Chan Zhuoshan shook his head, stating, the power within you is suppressed. Thus, you cannot perceive anything. However, should the day come when your spirit mark is unsealed, you will discover the wonders of this world. Nonetheless, until you find a perfect method to counteract your spirit mark, you must not recklessly utilize your energy, for it could very well provoke the suppressed power within you. At that point, even the deities would be unable to save you. Fengwu nodded, his heart heavy with bitterness. Energy, something he had longed for, remained an untouchable aspiration. At that moment, Qian Zuishan's brow tightened as he remarked, over 20 years ago, the previous saintess of the Death God Guild abruptly betrayed them and has since vanished. It is rumored that she fell in love with a Huaxia, and it is likely for this reason that the guild is so eager to find the next saintess. Hearing this, Fengwu was taken aback. The saintess had indeed fallen for a Huaxia man. The world was vast, and anything was possible. He couldn't help but secretly admire that Huaxia man for managing to win the heart of the saintess of the Death God Guild. After leisurely chatting with Qian Zuishan for a while, Fengwu took his leave. By nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Luohuang auction house, under the Luohuang group, was bustling with people. The Luohuang auction house held great prestige throughout Huaxia, dealing in all manner of valuable items, including antiques and jewelry, with commissions that were equally exorbitant. Nevertheless, people flocked from all corners of the country to participate in the auctions. Today, every item slated for auction was renowned worldwide, with the most valuable being a ring known as the Heart of the Azure Sea, adorned with one of only 2 existing Azure Sea gemstones. Even several billionaires from Western nations had traveled great distances to secure this unique treasure. At that moment, the crowd stirred as a group of bodyguards entered through the main door. Surrounded by over a dozen bodyguards were Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan. Both women were clad in professional women's suits, showcasing their exquisite figures to perfection. Yet, what captivated the attention of all was their breathtakingly beautiful faces. Oh my, it's Luo Yihuang, the chairwoman of the Luohuang group. She is simply stunning, like a celestial being. And who is that enchanting beauty beside her? Such a gentle aura. My goodness. I thought there was only one Luo Yihuang in this world, but today I see another woman who can rival her beauty. In an instant, many turned their gaze toward Qin Xinghan, curiosity piqued by the beauty whose visage was nearly on par with Luo Yihuang's. Luo Yihuang exuded an air of haughty nobility, akin to an imperial empress, radiating a commanding presence. In contrast, Qin Xinghan embodied a gentle and captivating charm that seemed to enchant the hearts of those around her. In that fleeting moment, a throng of reporters hurriedly surrounded them, all cameras focused on Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan. Chapter 65. The two titans blocked the way were it not for the throng of bodyguards obstructing their path. The cameras would eagerly fixate on the faces of Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the rear of the crowd, followed by a dozen or so bodyguards who forcefully pushed aside the media and television reporters. How rude! Do you have no manners? A male journalist exclaimed, his temper flaring as he was shoved. However, upon turning to see the middle-aged man surrounded by bodyguards behind him, his previously furious expression drained to a pallid hue. I'm sorry, he stammered before hastily retreating into the crowd, akin to a mouse fleeing from a cat. Soon, the other reporters, also jostled aside, caught sight of the imposing figure and instinctively recoiled, their faces paling as they stepped back, no longer daring to press forward. Luo Dong, we finally meet. The middle-aged man approached, a genial smile gracing his features as he addressed Luo Yihuang, while none dared to advance. Meanwhile, Luo Yihuang's bodyguards formed a protective barrier around her and Qin Xinghan. This middle-aged man was Chun Yuanzhong, known as the Black Wind of the West Tiger, a formidable figure dominating half of the underground realm in Haijia City. Not only did the reporters refrain from approaching, but even the gathering crowd, eager to witness Luo Yihuang's unparalleled beauty, kept their distance in trepidation. Chun Yuanzhong, a ruthless individual who had stirred up trouble in Haijia City over a decade ago, was a name known and feared by all. Gazing at the obstruction posed by Chun Yuanzhong, Luo Yihuang spoke coolly, "Step aside." The two frigid words, though dismissive, conveyed her indifference towards Chun Yuanzhong, for it was she and her Luo Huang group who truly propelled the economy of Haijia City. In response to Luo Yihuang's unyielding demeanor, Chun Yuanzhong showed no signs of anger. He had conducted thorough investigations into her background but found nothing, which only indicated that her connections were formidable enough to warrant his caution. Thus, he smiled again, "Luo Dong, regarding the project at Dong and Strait, I still believe my Baojian Real Estate is the most suitable partner for the Luo Huang group. To that end, I am willing to relinquish 5% of the profits. What say you?" A hint of derision flickered in Luo Yihuang's eyes. The Dong and Strait was a tourist destination her group intended to develop, with investments amounting to at least 10 billion, and the potential profits were astronomical. Developers from across the nation yearned for a slice of the pie, and as the local overlord, Qin Yuanzhong was determined to seize this opportunity. He had made multiple visits to court her, only to be rebuffed each time. Indeed, Luo Yihuang was in need of partners, but she would never consider one from a predatory underground organization like Chun Yuanzhong's. I said, "Step aside," she reiterated, her countenance remaining frosty, her tone chilling further. Her repeated coldness caused Chen Yuanzhong to furrow his brows slightly, yet he maintained his facade of geniality. Luo Dong, if you were to collaborate with my Baotian real estate, it would mitigate a plethora of unnecessary troubles. Surely, you are aware of my influence in Haijia City, thus making Baotian an ideal candidate for this project? Chen Yuanzhong's words were clearly a veiled threat. For someone who ruled half of the underground world, creating difficulties for the Luo Huang group would be child's play. Luo Yihuang had lost all patience with his brazen audacity, yet she was reluctant to offend such a figure unless absolutely necessary, for provoking a local tyrant could spell disaster for her project's development. Just as Luo Yihuang hesitated over whether to instruct her bodyguards to remove Chen Yuanzhong, another stir arose from the crowd, followed by a group of youths approaching, led by one particularly prominent figure who caused Luo Yihuang's brow to furrow deeply. The most suitable partner should be my Fenghao real estate. Luo Dong, I am willing to concede 10% of the profits. The leader, with a scar marring his face, smiled at Luo Yihuang. He was Jiang Hao, known as the Dragon Overlord, the only individual daring enough to confront Chen Yuanzhong in Haijia City. Luo Yihuang's frown deepened. Dealing with Chen Yuanzhong was already troublesome, and now another rival of equal renown had appeared. Reluctantly, she wished to avoid antagonizing these two figures, not out of fear, but simply to evade complications. Jiang Hao's presence caused the surrounding onlookers to inch back once again, as the two most ruthless figures of Haijia City's underground world converged at the Luo Huang auction house. Beside Jiang Hao stood his formidable subordinate, Hyena, whose calm gaze belied an undercurrent of menace that sent a chill down one's spine. Jiang Hao had likewise schemed to partner with the Luo Huang group for the Dong'an Strait project, harboring animosity towards Chen Yuanzhong, and as competitors, he was unwilling to concede. Upon spotting Jiang Hao, Chen Yuanzhong's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. However, having matured beyond youthful impetuosity, he was not easily provoked by Jiang Hao's taunts. Jiang Hao, he replied with a measured smile, is one Qin family not enough for you? Have you become so greedy as to extend your reach to the Dong'an Strait? Hearing this, Qin Han, standing beside Luo Yihuang, changed color. What did this mean? Was Jiang Hao plotting against the Qin family? Could it be he was instigated by Yi Fengwu? Though the Qin family had treated him unjustly, they remained his kin. Jiang Hao regarded Chen Yuanzhong with a cold stare, disdainfully retorting, "It seems your information is quite astute. Some individuals are oblivious to their own mortality. If they are not taught a lesson, they might genuinely believe I, Jiang Hao, am merely a paper tiger." While ostensibly referring to the Qin family, the implication was unmistakably a threat directed at Chen Yuanzhong. Being from the older generation, Chen Yuanzhong possessed a composed shrewdness. He remained unperturbed, responding coolly, "Young man, if you seek a contest, I shall oblige. But to single-handedly devour a family as power, I fear you may lack the capability." Jiang Hao's eyes glinted with icy determination, just as he was about to speak when he felt a nudge from Hyena, who gestured for him to look ahead. Confused, Jiang Hao scanned the crowd, but when his gaze landed on Qin Han standing beside Luo Yihuang, his expression soured with bitterness. Only then did he realize he had spoken out of turn. Yi Fengwu had repeatedly warned him not to disclose his intentions towards the Qin family. At that moment, Lin Yu, standing behind Luo Yihuang, quietly remarked, "Luo Dong, the auction is about to commence." Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang's expression turned slightly frigid. If these two did not move aside soon, she would be compelled to employ more forceful measures. "Could you please step aside?" At that moment, Qin Han suddenly lifted his gaze, softly addressing Jiang Hao. Chapter 66. The intimidation of Qin Han's sudden utterance not only left Luo Yihuang momentarily taken aback, but also drew the curious gazes of the surrounding crowd, many of whom found the situation somewhat amusing. After all, they were obstructed by the two formidable titans of Haijia City. Even Luo Yihuang was at a loss, so what could a subordinate of the Luo group accomplish? "Step aside, anyone who dares to block our path shall be thrown out," came Jiang Hao's commanding voice, followed by an astonishing scene that left everyone in shock. With a wave of his hand, he instructed his entourage of burly subordinates, who promptly dispersed the throng, creating a clear passage. The hyena stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Chen Yuanzhong and his companions, emanating a fierce aura that instilled palpable trepidation in Chen Yuanzhong's bodyguards. At that moment, a robust figure beside Chen Yuanzhong also advanced, facing the hyena with unwavering resolve. This man was Cheng Xiong, the foremost powerhouse under Chen Yuanzhong, his prominent temples a testament to his strength. Cheng Xiong had once thrived in underground boxing arenas, remaining undefeated for a decade, while the hyena had served as a mercenary in the Silver Triangle, his hands stained with blood. Both men exuded a palpable tension, each sizing the other up. However, Chen Yuanzhong placed a reassuring hand on Cheng Xiong's shoulder, saying, "Since Director Luo is eager to attend the auction, we certainly cannot continue to obstruct her. Otherwise, we would be at odds with Director Luo." Chen Yuanzhong remained composed. Engaging Jiang Hao in a brawl at this juncture would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications, and he had no desire to antagonize Luo Yihuang. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiong retreated behind Chen Yuanzhong, yet his cold, piercing gaze remained fixed on the hyena. Both were the foremost experts among the two giants of Haijia City, each contemplating a test of strength, but today was evidently not the optimal moment. In response to a single remark from Qin Han, Jiang Hao unhesitatingly cleared a path, astonishing everyone present, including Luo Yihuang, who was equally bewildered. She turned to glance at Qin Han, quickly grasping the underlying dynamics. Though she could not ascertain the full extent of Fengwu's background, she was aware that Jiang Hao held him in high regard, to the point of idolization. Thus, she realized she could leverage Qin Han's influence to sidestep considerable trouble. Yet, Luo Yihuang refrained from immediately discussing this matter with Qin Han, instead stating, "Let us proceed." Qin Han nodded and followed Luo Yihuang towards the auction venue. As they passed by Jiang Hao, she softly expressed her gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." Qin Han's words caught Jiang Hao off guard, and he hastily waved his hand, eager to engage in pleasantries, only to find that Qin Han had already turned away, her expression impassive, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Nevertheless, he chuckled to himself, knowing that she was his sister-in-law. Even if she demanded his life, he would dare not protest. Jiang Hao then turned to the hyena, saying, "Tonight, the Luo group will host a celebration banquet at the Fengwu Hotel. If I am not mistaken, the guest of honor will be my sister-in-law. You must make arrangements immediately. We cannot afford to lose face. Ensure that all security personnel are replaced with our own. If my sister-in-law is displeased, we will all face Brother Wu's wrath." The hyena nodded solemnly in response. Meanwhile, Chen Yuanzhong observed Luo Yihuang and Qin Han in the distance, then cast a shrewd glance at Jiang Hao before addressing Cheng Xiong. "Haven't you always been eager to test the capabilities of the legendary night madman?" Cheng Xiong appeared momentarily startled, interest flickering in his eyes. "Well then, you shall soon have that opportunity," Chen Yuanzhong replied with a faint smile before making his way toward the auction hall. If the ring up for bid truly was the fabled heart of the Azure Sea, it would be a lucrative acquisition. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the auction commenced in earnest, the expansive venue brimming with attendees, numerous media outlets setting up cameras. Luo Yihuang and Qin Han occupied the front row, flanked by Lin Yu and a cadre of bodyguards. The subsequent rows were filled with the affluent and elite, including several foreign dignitaries. As the two women became the focal point of discussion, their exquisite beauty was undeniable. Luo Yihuang resembled an imperial sovereign, while Qin Han exuded the ethereal grace of a celestial being, rendering the heart of the Azure Sea seemingly dull in their presence. Suddenly, a blonde foreigner in his 30s approached, smiling as he addressed Luo Yihuang and Qin Han in English. "Beautiful ladies, you are the most stunning women I have ever encountered. I wish to bid on the heart of the Azure Sea today, using it as an invitation for dinner with you." Luo Yihuang and Qin Han exchanged glances, their expressions remarkably unfazed. It was evident that this foreigner was a wealthy scion. Had his words been directed at any other woman present, they would have been met with eager enthusiasm, perhaps even prompting an immediate embrace. However, Luo Yihuang remained icy and aloof, akin to an empress. Not even the prospect of the heart of the Azure Sea, or a palace for that matter, would sway her DS for Qin Han. Though her demeanor was gentler, her heart held a similar pride, refusing to compromise her principles for wealth. Noting their indifferent reactions, the foreigner assumed they did not comprehend English. He was incredulous that any woman could spurn his proposal, especially for the heart of the Azure Sea. Just as the foreigner prepared to speak again, Qin Han interjected fluently in English, "I'm sorry, but I am married." The foreigner's expression fell, yet he was not willing to concede. In the face of wealth, nothing was insurmountable. As he prepared to amplify his enticements, he suddenly felt a constriction in his chest, followed by his feet leaving the ground. The one who had seized him by the collar was none other than Jiang Hao, his face marred by a fearsome scar, his gaze menacing. "Who is this blind lamb? Will you leave on your own, or shall I have my men chop you into pieces and feed you to the fish?" Jiang Hao growled with a fierce countenance. The foreigner, towering at over 6 feet and weighing at least 180 pounds, found himself effortlessly lifted by Jiang Hao. The sight of Jiang Hao's intimidating entourage sent chills down his spine, nearly causing him to soil himself. However, he did not understand Mandarin, and though terrified, he was oblivious to Jiang Hao's words. At that moment, Luo Yihuang translated with equal fluency. He said, "If you do not leave immediately, he will chop you into pieces and feed you to the fish." Upon hearing this, the foreigner paled in fear, hastily uttering several apologies to Jiang Hao. Only then did Jiang Hao release him, and the foreigner scurried away into the crowd, too frightened to rejoin the auction. Others who had contemplated approaching Luo Yihuang and Qin Han swiftly abandoned their intentions. They had no desire to end up as fish food at the hands of that fearsome Chinese man. Jiang Hao straightened his coat and flashed a goofy smile at Qin Han before turning to leave. Luo Yihuang regarded Qin Han with interest, remarking, "Qin Han, you certainly have a formidable ally." In response, Qin Han's expression turned pained as she replied, "Yihuang, please do not tease me. I fear they may return." Luo Yihuang shook her head. "How could that be? Fengwu entrusted you with the rare heart of the Azure Sea, which speaks volumes of his regard for you. As Jiang Hao is his friend, he will undoubtedly treat you as a beloved sister-in-law." Qin Han's expression grew complex. She was surprised that Luo Yihuang was aware of her situation, yet she shook her head, saying, I am still uncertain if this ring is indeed the one he gifted me. Luo Yihuang chuckled softly, choosing not to press the matter, for she knew that Qin Shinghan had already discerned that the ring at the auction was indeed the one from Fengwu, though her heart was in turmoil, uncertain about the misunderstandings between them. At that moment, a middle-aged man donned in a tailored suit ascended the auction stage. He was the chief auctioneer of the Luo group. Welcome, friends from across the nation and around the globe. I am the chief auctioneer of Luo Huang Auction. I trust you are all eager to behold today's offerings, so I shall refrain from further ado. Let the auction commence. As the auctioneer's voice resonated, a clear image of a rare artifact appeared on the large screen behind him, revealing an extraordinary piece of history. Chapter 67. The woman in the red dress. Regarding this artifact, while some individuals exhibited genuine interest, a greater number were drawn by the allure of the heart of the Azure Sea. Nevertheless, as the auctioneer's sharp presentation unfolded, this relic gradually fetched an astronomical price. Amidst the proceedings of the auction, few noticed the figure seated in the last row of the auction hall. Clad in a black Zhongshan suit and sporting a pair of sunglasses, he gazed with keen interest at the delicate silhouette in the front row. This individual was none other than Yi Fengwu, who had arrived well before and had witnessed the intense confrontation between Jiang Hao and Chen Yuan. After an hour of bidding, the event was nearing its conclusion, and the eagerly anticipated heart of the Azure Sea was finally about to be auctioned. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the most coveted item at today's auction. Indeed, it is the one-of-a-kind heart of the Azure Sea, the auctioneer proclaimed with fervor. Instinctively, all eyes turned to the large screen behind him. In a moment, an extraordinarily clear live recording was displayed, revealing a ring that shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. My goodness, it truly is the heart of the Azure Sea. To behold such a treasure, my life shall have no regrets. Many attendees gazed at the unique, resplendent ring, their hearts racing with excitement. The camera slowly rotated, allowing a detailed view of every contour of the ring. The luster of the azure gemstone was both breathtaking and brilliant, especially the two Chinese characters engraved on the inner band, Wind and Sparrow, which drew the attention of all present. Upon seeing those familiar characters again, Qin Shinghan's expression became unbearably complex, her hands, resting on her thighs, clenched tightly together. Luo Yihuang noticed Qin Shinghan's unusual demeanor and realized she had recognized the ring. The chief auctioneer continued his eloquent introduction. This ring was appraised at a market value of $100 million, yet I firmly believe it is worth far more, for it is priceless. Its gemstone is as blue as the Azure Sea. It symbolizes status and eternal love. The two characters inscribed upon it may have been deliberately chosen by its previous owner, representing a testament to their love. To possess it is to receive everlasting blessings for your romance. As Yi Fengwu listened to the auctioneer's remarkable eloquence, he felt a sense of quiet admiration. Many in the front row were already breathless, eager to wear it immediately. However, Yi Fengwu's expression soon darkened, for this ring had been a gift from that enchanting woman. If she were to discover that it was sold for a mere $20,000, given her temperament, she might very well strangle him. To make matters worse, the ring had been sold by Qin Shinghan. Qin Shinghan gripped the hem of her garment tightly, her eyes filled with an indescribable turmoil and embarrassment. She was now convinced that this was indeed the ring Yi Fengwu had given her. Sensing Qin Shinghan's escalating discomfort, Luo Yihuang inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Qin Shinghan shook her head, biting her crimson lip, and asked, "Yihuang, is this ring truly the heart of the Azure Sea?" Luo Yihuang nodded without hesitation and then remarked, "Without a doubt, it is certain to fetch no less than $150 million at auction." Qin Shinghan's expression grew increasingly pained. $150 million was a sum she could never repay in several lifetimes. Suddenly, she recalled her parents had ridiculed her on more than one occasion for the fake ring that Yi Fengwu had given her. She had never truly believed that the ring could be the genuine heart of the ocean, yet he had never uttered a single word of complaint, nor had he ever blamed her even once. Why was he so kind to her? At that moment, the auctioneer finally proclaimed loudly, "The starting bid for the heart of the ocean is $80 million, with increments of $1 million. Let us witness who shall become the owner of such a magnificent treasure today." As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, a flurry of paddles began to rise in rapid succession, and within a mere minute, the bidding for the heart of the ocean had escalated to $100 million. With each successive bid that reached her ears, Qin Shinghan felt her heart tremble anew. Luo Yihuang looked at Qin Shinghan with a hint of amusement and said, "Your aunt sold that ring for 20,000. Yi Fengwu must have gone mad." Qin Shinghan, astonished, replied, "How do you know everything?" Luo Yihuang smiled, "I am aware of many things surrounding you. I am quite curious. How spectacular was Yi Fengwu's reaction at the time? He didn't hit you or scold you, did he?" At last, with a touch of concern, Luo Yihuang inquired. Qin Shinghan bitterly shook her head and said, "He didn't even utter a single word of reproach." Qin Shinghan refrained from telling Luo Yihuang that, in fact, Yi Fengwu had always believed she was the one who sold the ring. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Luo Yihuang's calm gaze, and she chuckled, "What a strange fellow. It seems he truly cares for you. However, he is far too enigmatic. At this moment, Luo Yihuang's interest in Yi Fengwu grew, though it was solely regarding his identity. He had sold himself back to Haihua City for 1 billion Huaxia coins, yet he casually tossed away the heart of the ocean worth $100 million without a second thought. Thus, it could be inferred that his return to Haihua City was not motivated by the billion Huaxia coins. Rather, it was a deliberate act. Yet she could not fathom why Yi Fengwu would masquerade as a kidnapper, subjecting her to such torment. If Luo Yihuang were to learn that Yi Fengwu had acted out of vengeance for his 3 brothers, she could only wonder how she would react. Unbeknownst to her, a tear slipped from Qin Qinghan's eye, perhaps stemming from her emotions, but more so from the guilt that weighed heavily in her heart. She could never repay him. Minutes later, the auction price for the heart of the ocean had soared to 150 million, surpassing Luo Yihuang's estimated figure. Nevertheless, observing the current trend, paddles continued to rise. In the last row, as the price of the heart of the ocean climbed higher, Yi Fengwu's expression darkened. Unable to help himself, he took out his phone, his face marred by indecision. With a single call, he could borrow the funds needed to secure the heart of the ocean, yet he hesitated to make that call at that moment. A waft of fragrance suddenly enveloped him, followed by the appearance of a striking figure in a flowing red dress who gracefully positioned herself beside him. Her alluring curves drew the gazes of many behind her, and Yi Fengwu could even hear the sound of several people swallowing hard. The red dress, which extended to her calves, clung to her exquisite form, presenting a perfect silhouette that was neither too slender nor too plump. A single glance was enough to ignite desire in any man. Shortly thereafter, the woman in the red dress sat down beside Yi Fengwu, her side nearly touching him. Yi Fengwu lowered his gaze to his phone, yet his expression was already frozen in shock, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety, to the point where he could scarcely breathe. "Hey there, are you alone?" A sultry voice tinged with playful curiosity whispered in his ear, sending a rush of fragrant air that rendered him breathless. Yi Fengwu's eyes reflected not wariness, but rather a deep-seated tension, akin to a guilty conscience, making him feel utterly restless. Thus, he remained silent, merely glancing at the woman beside him. She wore a large-brimmed red hat that obscured much of her face, yet even the small portion of her profile that was visible was captivating, evoking a desire to lift her hat and unveil her true visage. The woman delicately raised her slender arm, slightly tilting the brim of her hat, and flashed Yi Fengwu a coy smile. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of her breathtaking beauty, an allure imbued with an undertone of fierceness. The woman in the red dress turned her gaze toward the auction screen, and with a hint of melancholy, sighed, "What a pity. I once possessed an identical ring, inscribed with the names of my beloved and myself." She then turned her gaze back to Yi Fengwu, her previous sorrow gradually morphing into a teasing smile as she asked, "Handsome, do you think such coincidences truly exist in this world?" Chapter 68. The enchantress Luo Bingke, the teasing voice of the woman in the red dress, whispered softly into Yi Fengwu's ear like the fragrance of orchids, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Subsequently, Yi Fengwu mumbled in an oddly peculiar tone, "Perhaps, such coincidences do exist." "Ha ha ha ha." The woman in the red dress couldn't help but cover her mouth as she laughed, her laughter enchanting and vibrant, akin to a blooming flower. She possessed a beauty that rivaled Qin Qinghan, and combined with her captivating allure, her laughter seemed as if it could ensnare the very souls of all men. Yet, as Yi Fengwu listened to her laughter, an increasing sense of unease washed over him. Once her laughter subsided, the woman's demeanor shifted, her breath growing noticeably colder, evoking a sense of unpredictability. She then spoke softly, "The 2 characters on the ring were inscribed by my own hand, symbolizing my unwavering loyalty to him, and proving that this ring belongs solely to him and me. 2 years ago, I gifted him the ring as a token of our love." Heh. The woman in red chuckled lightly, seemingly lost in a reverie of the past, and continued, "Though he was reluctant, he accepted it." Her gaze, filled with seduction, turned towards Yi Fengwu's profile, as she playfully remarked, "He told me that if one day he placed the ring on my finger, I would be his woman. But alas, I have waited for him for 2 years. What a faithless man he is." By the end of her statement, her tone grew increasingly melancholic, and her eyes bore a pitiful gaze directed at Yi Fengwu. He scarcely dared to lift his gaze to meet hers. The woman in red slightly lowered her head, attempting to catch a glimpse of Yi Fengwu's expression, and then laughed again. "Handsome, what do you think I should do? Should that faithless man be punished, or should I eliminate the beautiful woman who has caused my jealousy?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Fengwu's expression turned frigid, and he turned to face her, coldly stating, "Bingke, the ring was a gift from me to her. If you dare to harm even a single hair on her head, I will never forgive you." Feigning surprise, the woman responded with a tone of sorrow. Who would have thought that the once formidable Blood Wolf King has transformed into a maniacal protector of his wife? "Do you truly think you are worthy of me?" Her voice remained alluring, yet Yi Fengwu could detect a trace of coldness within. This woman's temperament was capricious. He could never predict whether she would laugh or cry, rejoice or rage in the next moment. Luo Bingke, a woman of unique status and formidable strength, was someone Yi Fengwu felt uncertain he could defeat. His acquaintance with Luo Bingke traced back to a mission 3 years prior, a multinational collaboration that summoned the finest warriors and mercenaries from over a dozen countries. The objective was to thwart a mysterious organization from encroaching upon foreign dominion. This organization was the Death God Guild. It was Yi Fengwu's first encounter with the Death God Guild, during which they deployed dozens of operatives, including 2 advanced martial artists, 1 intermediate, and 7 beginners. The battle was harrowing, with foreign warriors and mercenaries suffering heavy casualties. Yet, Luo Bingke stood alone against 10 martial artists, managing to slay 2 advanced ones. On that day, clad in crimson battle attire and red knee-high boots, her fighting style was both elegant and fierce, like a red-clad angel descending to reap demons. However, despite her might, she could not withstand the onslaught, and as she felled 2 advanced martial artists, her strength began to wane. Yi Fengwu later learned that she had expended too much of her energy, teetering on the brink of death. After repelling an intermediate martial artist, Luo Bingke finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed forward. At that moment, Yi Fengwu, wielding his twin black blades, rushed forward and caught her before she hit the ground. As he lifted her, he was faced with 8 martial artists, including 1 intermediate. Feeling the solid strength of his back, Luo Bingke weakly murmured, "If you carry me, you won't escape either." Without hesitation, Yi Fengwu replied, "I will not abandon any comrade." As he swung his dual blades, he transformed into a true bloodthirsty wolf king, and despite being devoid of energy, he forced the 8 martial artists to keep their distance. Of course, this was partly due to the injuries they had already sustained from Luo Bingke. A smile graced Luo Bing's lips, and she whispered, "In this lifetime, no man has ever fought for me. What if I end up falling for you?" Yi Fengwu grunted as he fought, "There must be many men willing to risk their lives for you, but I merely do not wish to abandon my comrades. Besides, falling for someone so easily makes me suspect you are merely a sentimental woman of the world." Ha 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 ha. His words elicited laughter from Luo Bingke, who laughed as vibrantly as before. However, once she recovered from her injuries, she used his words as a pretext to give Yi Fengwu a thorough lesson, but that is a tale for another time. Once her laughter faded, her tone grew serious. "You may abandon me and flee. I will not hold it against you. But if you intend to kill me, I refuse to fall into their hands." Yi Fengwu remained silent, focusing intently on the assault before him. Luo Bingke reiterated, "Carrying me means you cannot escape. We will both perish." Yi Fengwu scoffed, "I apologize, but while I may not harbor feelings for you, I will not abandon any comrade. Compared to forsaking my comrades, death is merely a triviality." Though Yi Fengwu's words made Luo Bingke wish to bite his shoulder in frustration, for some reason, she felt a twinge of emotion at his declaration. In that battle, Yi Fengwu, bearing Luo Bingke on his back, faced 8 martial artists alone, sustaining over 20 wounds and several bullet holes. Yet, he ensured that not a single hair on Luo Bingke was harmed. It was at that moment that Luo Bingke realized her profound interest in this man. Even the proudest of women, once captivated by a man, find it impossible to extricate themselves. Although Yi Fengwu lacked energy, he seemed to possess an inexhaustible reserve of stamina. Bloodied and battered, he fought with increasing ferocity, instilling fear in the hearts of the 8 martial artists. Ultimately, their apprehension compelled them to retreat temporarily, knowing that once they recovered, they could pursue and eliminate Yi Fengwu and Luo Bingke. Yi Fengwu, aware of their intentions, sprinted away with Luo Bingke on his back. For 7 days and nights, he scarcely closed his eyes, driven by a singular goal: to safely return his comrade to Huaxia. Throughout this ordeal, Luo Bingke realized her recovery would be difficult, and with the relentless pursuit of the Death God Guild behind them, she sought to relieve Yi Fengwu of her burden, attempting to leave stealthily on several occasions, only to be caught and brought back by him as if she were a mere chick. After numerous attempts, she ultimately resigned herself to fate, deciding that if death awaited her, she would face it alongside him, for he was the only man she had ever loved. After 7 days and nights of fleeing, they finally returned to Huaxia. Upon confirming their safety, Yi Fengwu collapsed. The final vestige of his determination dissipated completely. In that moment, Luo Bing's eyes blurred with tears. It was the first time she wept, and the first time she cried for a man. When Yi Fengwu awoke, he found Luo Bingke seated beside him, holding a radiant ring adorned with a brilliant blue gem. Luo Bingke declared, "Accept this. You are now my man, Luo Bingke. Should you refuse, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Even if you hide in the military camp, I will storm in." In response, Yi Fengwu coldly huffed, "A forcibly coerced fruit is never sweet." Luo Bingke teased, "Are you implying that I am pressuring you? Isn't it abundantly clear?" Yi Fengwu retorted, his face set in a stern expression. Luo Bing's countenance darkened, filled with chill, as she demanded, "Will you accept it or not?" Yi Fengwu furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth. "I will accept it. Why wouldn't I?" As a man of iron will within the military, though his words conveyed indifference towards Luo Bingke, his heart and body could not withstand the onslaught of such an extraordinary beauty. Maintaining a facade would inevitably lead to consequences. Once Yi Fengwu carefully stowed the heart of the Azure Sea in his possession, The coldness in Luo Bing's eyes transformed into warmth. However, she then spoke with a hint of bitterness. You are my man, but I will not marry you. At her words, Yi Fengwu's expression darkened as he scolded. Are you toying with me? Chapter 69. Jealousy upon witnessing the flustered demeanor of Yi Fengwu, Luo Bingke erupted into a fit of laughter, her mirth ringing like a melodious chime. With a gentle demeanor, she bestowed upon him her first kiss, her voice tinged with a feigned vulnerability. After all, my identity is rather special. Yi Fengwu discreetly licked his lips, attempting to savor the fleeting sweetness of that ephemeral encounter, before retorting with a scoff. Are you implying that I must stand by and watch as you marry and bear children with another man? With a look of innocent mischief, Luo Bingke replied, Isn't an affair thrilling? Get lost. Yi Fengwu's expression darkened considerably. Seemingly reveling in the jealousy she had provoked, Luo Bingke laughed again, her exuberance akin to a blooming flower, before declaring, Fool, the only man worthy of me, Luo Bingke, is you, Yi Fengwu. However, I truly cannot marry in this lifetime, unless I sever ties with that organization. Then sever them. Yi Fengwu stated matter-of-factly. Feigning a delicate demeanor, Luo Bingke adopted a pitiful expression and replied, I cannot do that. I have sworn allegiance to my country and organization. At the very least, when you indulge in infidelity, do not let me catch you, and certainly do not place the ring I gave you on another woman's hand, or else. Luo Bing's once flirtatious gaze gradually descended, landing between Yi Fengwu's legs as she concluded, Otherwise, I might just become quite angry. Despite her alluring tone, her gaze sent a shiver down Yi Fengwu's spine, tightening a certain part of him involuntarily, as if a chill had enveloped him. Yi Fengwu recognized that while Luo Bingke appeared to be a captivating enchantress on the surface, deep down, she was extraordinarily proud and unyielding, capable of extreme cruelty. Her temperament was unpredictable. One moment she was as gentle as a dove, and the next, she could wield a sword with lethal intent. Why Yi Fengwu once believed he would end up with Luo Bingke. However, upon learning that a woman in a bustling metropolis had borne him a daughter and was enduring a life rife with ridicule and hardship, he resolutely chose to return to the city to provide them with eternal protection. This was both a responsibility and a form of penance for Yi Fengwu. Consequently, he had never dared to face Luo Bingke, nor did he muster the courage to call her, for she had taken possession of his salary card. At that time, she had merely left him with a singular piece of advice. Once a man acquires wealth, he invariably becomes corrupt. Thus, she deprived Yi Fengwu of his financial authority. Luo Bing's words plunged Yi Fengwu into a sea of reminiscences concerning their past. Meanwhile, Luo Bingke seemed lost in her own silence, deepening Yi Fengwu's sense of uncertainty. He silently vowed to keep a vigilant eye on this enchantress, ensuring she did not draw near to Qin Han. At that moment, the bidding for the heart of the Azure Sea had reached an astonishing $70 million, a figure that clearly surpassed the expectations of many, leading to a dwindling number of bidders. The auctioneer's face radiated with sheer joy, for as the auctioneer, the higher the bids, the greater his commission. The bidding for the heart of the Azure Sea had far exceeded his anticipated figures. Seated in the third row, Chen Yuanzhong's expression mirrored his excitement. $70 million meant that after deducting Luo Huang's commission, he would still pocket over $50 million. Who would have thought that a ring acquired for $20,000 could fetch such an astronomical price? This would undoubtedly double his wealth. If he could secure the Luo Huang Group's development project on the East Coast, he would be even more assured of eliminating Zhang Hao, the thorn in his side. Suddenly, Chen Yuanzhong's previously joyful expression hardened into one of unease, as he felt an ominous chill prickling his back, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Unable to resist, he glanced backward. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of Yi Fengwu, clad in sunglasses, and his brow furrowed deeply in surprise. Why did being scrutinized by him evoke such a sense of impending doom? How terrifying did in contrast to the reckless youth he had been 8 years prior. The Yi Fengwu of today exuded a calm yet defiant aura, his temperament and intellect more formidable than ever. Chen Yuanzhong surmised that Yi Fengwu must know he had deceived Qin Han regarding the ring, but what of it? 8 years ago, he had effortlessly orchestrated Yi Fengwu's imprisonment. 8 years hence, he could just as easily stir up no trouble whatsoever. 70 million once. 70 million twice. At that moment, the auctioneer raised his gavel, poised to bring down the final price. The individual bidding 70 million was a silver-haired foreigner, whose limit had been reached, thus he fixated on the gavel, hoping for a conclusive strike. 78 million. Just then, a particularly melodious voice rang out from the front row, drawing the attention of all present. The speaker was none other than Luo Huang's chairwoman, Luo Yihuang. She raised her bid by $10 million, clearly intending to intimidate, and her timing was deliberate to avoid the impression of inflating the price. In an instant, no further bids were made, not even the auctioneer, who appeared momentarily flummoxed. But soon, he resumed, 78 million once. 78 million twice. 200 million. As the auctioneer lifted his gavel once more, a voice, tinged with a hint of seduction, reverberated throughout the hall, captivating every gaze. With a mere glance, the room was filled with sounds of swallowing, for the owner of that voice was stunningly beautiful. Her figure, ensconced in a flowing red dress, seemed to enchant the very souls of those who beheld her, resembling a bewitching fairy. Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan turned to look, their expressions reflecting a myriad of emotions, for they too noticed the proximity of Yi Fengwu to the woman in red. Moreover, the woman seemed to deliberately lean against Yi Fengwu's shoulder, their mannerisms strikingly intimate. Luo Yihuang thought to herself, she has arrived. It seems she indeed knows Yi Fengwu. Conversely, Qin Xinghan's expression grew increasingly complex, a faint pang of jealousy blossoming within her heart. That woman, so beautiful. What was her relationship with him? Amidst the multitude of gazes, the woman in red maintained her composure, casting a charming smile at the auctioneer, her lips curving slightly as she inquired, if no one is going to raise the bid, can we finalize the sale? Listening to her alluring voice, the auctioneer appeared entranced, almost mechanically bringing down his gavel. Ultimately, the Heart of the Azure Sea was sold for $200 million, falling into Luo Bing's possession. Yi Fengwu's expression darkened further. He had certainly noticed the change in Qin Xinghan's demeanor. Compared to before, her eyes now held a colder indifference. However, that disappointment soon dissipated, and he chuckled bitterly within. She has evidently resolved to cast me aside. Perhaps she has never truly cared for me, so why would she be angry? Thank you to everyone from around the world. This auction has concluded successfully. Our staff will arrange for the bidders to proceed to the VIP room for transactions, the auctioneer stated politely from his podium. Only then did Luo Bingke slowly rise, her delicate hand gliding across Yi Fengwu's chest in an intimate gesture. Yi Fengwu's expression grew increasingly grim. He could hardly bring himself to look forward, for he sensed a pair of eyes fixed upon him in the front row. Qin Xinghan felt a profound sense of loss as she struggled to avert her gaze from Yi Fengwu, internally lamenting. What is wrong with me? I have resolved to push him away, yet, what am I hoping for? But soon after, a bold thought began to blossom in her heart. Perhaps it was due to her pride and stubbornness. She seemed unwilling to concede, reluctant to allow the man who had burrowed into her heart to slip away so easily. Thus, she began to hope that her suspicions were unfounded, so that she might keep him by her side. At that moment, Qin Xinghan's phone suddenly rang. She looked down to see a file sent by Qiannan. Chapter 70 It rightfully belongs to me. Gazing at the documents on her phone, Qin Xinghan hesitated for a considerable time before finally tremblingly tapping to open the folder. Inside the folder were several images. Upon opening the first, the text immediately captured her attention. It detailed the profile of Yi Fengwu, including the year he was incarcerated and the year of his release, stating that he had been imprisoned for the crime of raping a 16-year-old girl. The information was not particularly extensive, yet upon confirming that Yi Fengwu had indeed assaulted a 16-year-old girl, Qin Xinghan's heart began to race uncontrollably. This was because she had also been 16 when she was raped. She could not forget the painful memories, yet she had been unable to discern the assailant's appearance. With a sense of trepidation, she clicked to view the next image, which clearly contained the identity details of a girl. The Yingying, female, at approximately 9 o'clock one evening in a certain year, was dragged into an alley and assaulted on her way home from work, with the suspect. Yi Fengwu. Upon reading this, Qin Xinghan covered her reddened lips, and hot tears cascaded down her cheeks. Although she had long known that Yi Fengwu was a rapist, seeing the factual evidence of his crime still left her heart aching. The final image was He Yingying's home address, located in a remote village southwest of Haihua City, 200 kilometers away, named Hezhuang Village. Ding, at that moment, Qiannan sent a message. Xinghan, for all these years, I have been pursuing that bastard who harmed you back then, but it seems as if he has vanished into thin air. Despite leveraging numerous connections, I have been unable to uncover a single clue, which only goes to show that his background is exceedingly powerful. Qin Xinghan replied, thank you, but there's no need to investigate further. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison and has already faced punishment. I no longer care. Yet, did Qin Xinghan truly not care? The answer was undoubtedly no. She simply wished to avoid reopening the painful memories of the past. She feared that upon discovering the true identity of that person, her heart would never find peace again. Additionally, if that individual indeed possessed the formidable background as Qiannan suggested, it would likewise implicate him. Before long, another message from Qiannan arrived. Xinghan, I must uncover the truth and personally ensure his demise. Qiannan had always been exceedingly caring and loyal towards Qin Xinghan, and for this, she had always cherished their friendship. Soon after, Qiannan sent another message. Xinghan, what is your intention behind asking me to investigate Yi Fengwu's profile? Qin Xinghan replied, I merely wish to ascertain one matter. If time permits, I may visit Hezhuang Village. Qiannan responded, all right, I will accompany you. Qiannan did not even bother to inquire about Qin Xinghan's intentions in detail before directly offering to accompany her. Upon receiving this message, Qin Xinghan did not refuse but instead replied, thank you, Qiannan. At that moment, Luo Yihuang noticed that Qin Xinghan was engaged in sending messages and asked curiously, Xinghan, is something the matter? Qin Xinghan tucked her phone away and shook her head. Luo Yihuang said, let's go. The dress should have arrived. The celebration banquet for you is at Fenghao Hotel at 7 o'clock. After the auction concluded, Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan returned to the company, during which Fengwu had been following them discreetly. His concerns now extended beyond the assassins of the Grim Reaper Guild. He was also wary of the unpredictable enchantress, Luo Bingke. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan returned to the company, both of their expressions subtly shifted upon pushing open the door to Luo Yihuang's spacious office. For there, lounging on the sofa, was an alluring figure. None other than the woman in the red dress who had bid $200 million for the Heart of the Azure Sea at the auction. Luo Bingke cast a flirtatious smile towards Luo Yihuang and said, "Surprised?" Luo Yihuang responded with a blank expression. "What are you doing here?" Luo Bingke lit a lady's cigarette, took a puff, and replied with a charming smile, "Did I not tell you I would come? Besides, you need protection now more than ever." Luo Bingke did not directly inform Luo Yihuang that she had been targeted by the Grim Reaper Guild, as revealing this would only instill more fear in her. Standing silently to the side, Qin Qinghan's face bore a complex expression, her enchanting visage filled with uncertainty. What was the true relationship between this woman and Yi Fengwu? Luo Bing's gaze subtly flicked over Qin Qinghan before she cheerfully announced, "Your dresses have arrived." Only then did Luo Yihuang glance towards the desk, where indeed 3 gift boxes were placed. She had instructed Lin Yu to prepare 2 sets, and without needing to ask, it was apparent that the extra set was for the woman accompanying them to the celebration banquet. Thus, Luo Yihuang replied expressionlessly, "You won't cause any trouble, will you?" In response, Luo Bingke shot Luo Yihuang a glare, pouting, "Do you think so little of me that you believe I would act recklessly?" "Yes," Luo Yihuang answered without hesitation. Beside them, Qin Qinghan's eyes brimmed with confusion. Who exactly was this woman? She seemed to share a close familiarity with Yihuang. Luo Bingke chuckled, her allure heightened, and said, "My dear sister, we haven't seen each other in years, can't you say something nice?" Indeed, Luo Yihuang and Luo Bingke were biological sisters, 2 years apart, yet with utterly contrasting personalities. Luo Yihuang was proud and aloof, resembling an iceberg beauty that kept others at bay, while Luo Bingke was enchanting and captivating, her nature equally haughty yet unpredictable. Any man who dared to pursue her would likely meet a grim fate. Suddenly, Luo Yihuang's gaze caught a glimpse of an exquisite jewelry box on the coffee table. She suspected it contained the Heart of the Azure Sea. Curiously, she inquired, "You are not one to indulge in jewelry. Why spend $200 million on a ring?" At her words, even Qin Qinghan turned her gaze towards Luo Bingke with curiosity. Luo Bingke extinguished the remaining half of her cigarette and regarded Qin Qinghan with an amused expression before saying, "Because it rightfully belongs to me." Both Qin Qinghan and Luo Yihuang were momentarily taken aback, fully aware that the ring originated from Yi Fengwu. Luo Bingke opened the jewelry box and retrieved the ring, instantly illuminating the entire office with its radiant brilliance. Gazing at the 2 characters inscribed within the ring, Luo Bingke softly remarked, "My name contains K, and his name contains Feng, so can you not guess?" In that instant, the expressions of both Qin Qinghan and Luo Yihuang grew even more captivating. Luo Yihuang furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you implying that this ring was a gift from you to Yi Fengwu?" Luo Bingke feigned a bitter expression and lamented, "Indeed, but that heartless man chose to gift it to another woman. What do you think I should do to punish him and that interloper in our relationship?" Upon hearing this, Qin Qinghan's complexion paled, her eyes reflecting profound guilt. I'm sorry, I didn't know he already had you," she stammered, tears welling in her eyes, her tone saturated with remorse, yet the statement felt like a dagger to her own heart. She could not comprehend why she felt such anguish. Luo Yihuang, observing Qin Qinghan's demeanor, interjected, "Stop this. What man could possibly catch your eye?" However, Luo Bingke pitifully replied, "Nothing is absolute. Yi Fengwu just happens to be the man I desire." With that, Luo Bingke disregarded Qin Qinghan's tearful expression and grabbed a gift box, heading towards the dressing room. As she walked away, she chuckled, "I hope I haven't taken the wrong dress. I wouldn't fit into your clothes anyway." Only then did Luo Yihuang approach Qin Qinghan, offering comfort, "Qinghan, even though I do not like Yi Fengwu either, this woman is nothing but a temptress. It is best you do not believe her words." Yet, Qin Qinghan bitterly replied, "I know. What she said is the truth. I will sever all ties with him." At the moment she spoke those words, it felt as though something within her had shattered. Luo Yihuang's dressing room was spacious, spanning over 10 square meters, with 3 walls lined with wardrobes. However, Luo Yihuang's taste appeared quite monotonous. Aside from professional suits, there were only casual clothing items, and not a single fashionable dress in sight. Luo Bingke unwrapped the gift box, revealing a striking red gown, and without a hint of hesitation, she gracefully disrobed, her movements exuding elegance and seduction as if deliberately performed. Once the vibrant red dress enveloped her figure, capable of driving countless men to madness, Luo Bingke approached the mirror, elegantly turning to admire her flawless silhouette. "In comparison to your wife, whose figure is superior?" Suddenly, Luo Bingke addressed the mirror, her gaze fixed on the reflection of the wardrobe across the room. However, aside from a row of garments, the area was shrouded in darkness, rendering her words more like a self-reflection. Chapter 71. How shameless you are. Luo Bingke continued to turn gracefully before the mirror, admiring her figure, and then once again inquired, "Do you want me to drag you out?" As soon as the words left her lips, a rustling sound emerged from the wardrobe opposite the mirror, followed by the sudden appearance of a figure, clearly embarrassed. It was none other than Yi Fengwu, who had stealthily entered the office before Luo Bingke. One of the most exceptional warriors in Huaxia. Evading numerous surveillance cameras to enter the 75th floor chairman's office was a trivial matter for Yi Fengwu. However, he never anticipated that Luo Bingke would come in to change. The moment that thought crossed his mind, his face flushed with embarrassment. This was undoubtedly an accident. He had no lascivious intentions. Luo Bingke seemed to have known all along that Yi Fengwu was hiding inside. After ensuring her reflection was flawless, she slowly turned and approached him, exhaling softly, "You still haven't answered my question." As she spoke, she pressed her alluring figure against him. Feeling guilty, Yi Fengwu could only respond honestly, "Your figure is more impressive." Giggling, Luo Bingke laughed charmingly, then brought her crimson lips close to his, tugging gently at his collar as she retreated. The sweetness of her lips made Yi Fengwu feel as though he were a man caught in an illicit affair, yet this situation was far from straightforward. In a sense, he had established his relationship with Luo Bingke earlier, but from another perspective, his entanglement with Qin Han preceded his connection with Luo Bingke. Thus, he found himself in a dilemma, reflecting on the troubles of being an exceptional man. As Luo Bingke pressed her enchanting body ever closer, Yi Fengwu found himself retreating until he was near the dressing room door. At that moment, he sensed an ominous presence and inwardly cursed his misfortune. However, it was too late for Yi Fengwu to react as he saw a glint of mischief in Luo Bing's eyes. She promptly opened the dressing room door and pushed him against the chest. "I've caught a peeping Tom. You may handle him as you see fit," Luo Bingke declared as she gracefully stepped out of the dressing room, a sly smile directed towards Luo Yihuang and Qin Han. At that moment, Yi Fengwu stood exposed in the middle of the office, akin to a man caught in an act of infidelity, feeling the urge to disappear into the ground. He even hesitated to turn and face Qin Han. Qin Han and Luo Yihuang were engaged in conversation when they suddenly witnessed a man stumbling out of the dressing room. Their eyes widened in shock. Almost instantly, Luo Yihuang's expression turned icy as she approached the man. Upon realizing it was Yi Fengwu, a surge of murderous intent welled up within her. If she had been the one to enter and change, that scoundrel would have seen everything. With that thought, Luo Yihuang's fury intensified. She moved to the desk and retrieved a handgun, leveling it directly at Yi Fengwu. Qin Han, recognizing the man from his silhouette, felt a wave of anger wash over her. How could he hide in the dressing room and spy on someone changing? Yet, when Luo Yihuang drew the gun, all her anger dissipated, replaced by a singular instinct. She must protect him. Without hesitation, she stepped in front of Yi Fengwu. This surprised not only the observing Luo Bingke but also caused Luo Yihuang to furrow her brow. "Qin Han, step aside. I intend to kill this scoundrel," Luo Yihuang said angrily. Qin Han gazed at the barrel of the gun without a trace of fear, instead pleading with her bitten lip, "Please, Yihuang, I beg you." Yi Fengwu, feeling immensely awkward, was at a loss for how to explain himself, wishing he could deal with Luo Bingke right then and there. However, upon witnessing Qin Han standing resolutely in front of him, he felt both astonished and touched. Yet soon after, a chill coursed through him. He swiftly moved to face Luo Yihuang's gun once more. "Do you truly dare to pull the trigger?" Yi Fengwu's tone was icy as he addressed Luo Yihuang. Holding the gun with both hands, Luo Yihuang's eyes reflected her internal struggle and fury. "I will." Yi Fengwu scoffed coldly, "Is that so? If you truly intend to shoot someone, you should at least disengage the safety first." At his words, Luo Yihuang's expression faltered, her gaze wavering as she contemplated disengaging the safety on her weapon. "Yihuang." At that moment, Luo Bingke spoke earnestly, "Put the gun down. The instant you disengage the safety, he will truly harbor murderous intent towards you." This was Luo Bing's insight into Yi Fengwu's character. She could see how much he cared for Qin Han. The gun would pose no threat to him, yet he would be fearful for Qin Han's safety. Noticing Luo Yihuang's lingering hesitation, Luo Bing's tone grew more serious. "Yihuang, trust me. He could disarm you before you even disengage the safety." Although Luo Yihuang was reluctant, she hesitated, having witnessed Yi Fengwu's terrifying prowess firsthand. Just 2 days prior, in that small county, a police officer had fired 6 shots and failed to harm 2 assassins, while Yi Fengwu had single-handedly dispatched them. Thus, she understood that her gun posed no real threat to him. With a loud clatter, Luo Yihuang finally slammed the handgun onto the desk. Luo Bingke sighed, "It seems I've played with fire." Though she expressed remorse, her expression and demeanor belied any hint of guilt, revealing a glimmer of schadenfreude instead. Only then did Yi Fengwu turn to face Qin Han, who was already in tears. She looked up at him and, after a lengthy silence, bitterly remarked, "How could you be so shameless?" At her words, Yi Fengwu's face flushed with embarrassment. He wanted to explain, but the more he tried, the more convoluted the situation seemed. He could only glare fiercely at Luo Bingke. At that moment, Luo Bingke realized she had indeed gone too far. She approached the coffee table, picked up the heart of the deep sea, and walked over to Qin Han, scrutinizing her exquisite beauty with a feigned air of jealousy. You are truly stunning. You know, when I learned your mother sold this ring for 20,000, I was genuinely furious. The moment the words left her mouth, Qin Han's expression shifted drastically. She had allowed Fengwu to believe she was the one who sold the ring, fearing he might blame her mother. Consequently, she cast a furtive glance at Fengwu, her gaze evasive. Indeed, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Yet, to her surprise, he did not appear angry. Rather, he seemed relieved that Fengwu was certainly not angry. He had long believed that Qin Han had sold the ring for money. Her kindness and innocence were what attracted him, and he had grappled with the idea that such a perfect individual could harbor a blemish. He had even doubted her character, but now, with the truth revealed, she remained flawless in his eyes. Fengwu felt a pang of guilt for having misunderstood Qin Han in the past. Chapter 72. Why don't you hurry up and leave? Luo Bingke seized Qin Han's left hand, attempting to place the heart of the Azure Sea upon her finger. She laughed, saying, Sister, I was merely teasing you. In truth, I have no such relationship with him. The tale of the ring was entirely fabricated by me. Did it seem quite authentic? Luo Bingke spoke with nonchalance, leading anyone to believe she was merely jesting. However, a flicker of complexity danced in Qin Han's eyes, as she sensed the unpredictable nature of this woman, unable to discern which of her words held truth and which were mere fabrications. Yet, one thing was certain to her. There existed a connection between her and Fengwu. Withdrawing her hand from Luo Bing's grasp, she murmured, that I can withdraw. At these words, Fengwu, who stood nearby, trembled visibly. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a warning glance from Luo Bingke, signaling him to remain silent. Subsequently, Luo Bingke turned once more to Qin Han, stating, The person who knows me best is Yi Huang. You may inquire with her whether I am the sort to easily fall for a man, especially one like this scoundrel, who once dabbled in the underworld. Although he has turned over a new leaf, he has yet to completely sever ties with those past associations. Listening to Luo Bing's explanation, the complexity in Qin Han's eyes morphed into confusion. She thought to herself, she was not wrong. Fengwu had indeed been a rogue in the past. But could it be true that they shared no connection? Silently observing, Luo Huang remained mute, yet she understood Luo Bingke well enough to be certain that her sister must have some relation with Fengwu. For although her sister projected the image of a bewitching sprite, she was, at heart, exceedingly reserved. The mere thought of being spied upon in a changing room would elicit a most dreadful fate for anyone daring to touch her hand. Thus, her suspicions regarding Fengwu's identity grew deeper. He was certainly no ordinary rogue, nor could he simply be a killer, for all of Luo Bing's words seemed to serve as a cover for him. What unsettled Luo Huang the most was the fact that her sister would entangle herself with such an insufferable character as Fengwu. Qin Han's expression remained complex as she declined to accept the heart of the Azure Sea, deeming it too precious. Observing her refusal, Luo Bingke casually tossed the heart of the Azure Sea to Fengwu, treating the $200 million treasure as though it were a trivial plaything. Don't lose it again, she teased with a knowing smile directed at Fengwu. Catching it deftly, Fengwu felt a similar complexity within himself. Though Luo Bingke was a capricious sprite, her nature was also marked by pride and stubbornness. She was not the type to yield before any woman. Yet today, in an effort to dispel the misunderstanding with Qin Han, she willingly made concessions. As Fengwu wrestled with his conflicting thoughts, Luo Bingke abruptly snapped at him. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Do you intend to undress my sister with your gaze? At her words, Luo Huang's expression turned even colder, while Qin Han shot him a look of reproach. Fengwu felt an acute sense of embarrassment, chuckling awkwardly before making a hasty exit. Upon reaching the elevator, the doors opened just as Lin Yu emerged, nearly colliding with Fengwu. Her large, beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she took in the sight of him. What a coincidence! You work here too, Fengwu greeted casually, stepping into the elevator with an air of composure. Lin Yu's astonished gaze remained fixed on him, as if she had encountered a ghost. How could this man be present in the company? It was not until the elevator doors began to close that she suddenly recalled something and hurriedly dashed toward Luo Huang's office. At 7 o'clock in the evening, at Fengwu Hotel, a super 5-star establishment, boasted opulent decor, with the expansive lobby bustling with activity. Yet, even amidst the grandeur, it was nearing full capacity, with servers delivering trays laden with fine red wine and champagne to each guest. The attendees, clad in tailored suits and a dazzling array of evening gowns, comprised the executives and key personnel of the Luo Huang Group's headquarters and its branches, along with the CEOs of various businesses that had flourished thanks to their association with the group. It is said that the newly appointed executive president is a young woman in her 20s. One wonders what merit she possesses to have caught the eye of Director Luo. A group of 4 men and 1 woman gathered, discussing animatedly. The heavily made-up woman, dressed in a gray-blue gown that accentuated her curves, cast a disdainful glance at a man in his 50s standing nearby, remarking, "President Liang, everyone knows that you are the most qualified to assume the role of executive president. We are all quite unconvinced by Director Luo's decision." At her words, the other three men nodded in agreement, one adding, "President Liang, if you have any grievances, we will all stand by your side." The man referred to as President Liang was Liang Xinghua, the vice president of the headquarters. Before Qin Shinghan's appointment, he was unequivocally the most prominent figure beneath the chairman. Liang Xinghua, a middle-aged man with a slight paunch and a receding hairline, listened to the flattery of his subordinates but could not suppress a disdainful snort. Director Luo must have her own reasons for this arrangement. "Perhaps our new president truly possesses the capability," he replied, though his eyes betrayed a deep-seated contempt and bitterness. As a veteran of the Luo Huang Group, he had contributed significantly to the company and believed that the position of executive president rightfully belonged to him. To his dismay, a mere girl had usurped his place. The woman, undeterred, retorted, "President Liang, you are highly esteemed within the company. You must not resign yourself to this oversight by Director Luo. With just a word from you, we would all cast our votes in your favor." The others nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of smugness emerged in Liang Xinghua's otherwise indifferent gaze. He possessed connections and capabilities. How could he possibly be outdone by a young girl? Just then, a tall figure passed by, causing Liang Xinghua to tense up before hastily approaching with a glass of wine in hand. "Hao Gu," he called out politely to the imposing figure. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow and glanced over, responding coolly, "President Liang." Jiang Hao seemed rather indifferent towards Liang Xinghua, though he acknowledged him as the vice president of the Luo Huang Group, with whom he had previously collaborated, having also helped him out of various predicaments. Liang Xinghua smiled obsequiously. "Hao Gu, just call me old Liang. I wouldn't dare to assume the title of President Liang." Today marked the celebration banquet for his sister-in-law, so Jiang Hao had personally arranged the event at Fengwu Hotel. With numerous matters demanding his attention, he had no desire to engage in lengthy conversation with Liang Xinghua. Just as he was about to leave, Liang Xinghua called out to him. Seemingly seeking a favor, Liang Xinghua wore a smile and said, "Hao Gu, a few days ago my son encountered some trouble at a bar, and there are threats to cripple his legs. I hope you could intervene on my behalf. I would be sure to prepare a grand gift for you." Jiang Hao replied nonchalantly, "I will make arrangements later." With that, he turned and walked away. Liang Xinghua's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude in Jiang Hao's wake. Upon returning to the group of four, he was met with envious glances. The woman remarked, "President Liang, you are quite close to the Eastern Dragon Overlord, aren't you?" In the entire Haihua city, who did not recognize the name of the Eastern Dragon Overlord? To have even a hint of connection with him would grant one considerable influence. What the four observed was not merely a friendly acquaintance. It appeared that Liang Xinghua and the Eastern Dragon Overlord shared a friendship. With a hint of pride in his eyes, Liang Xinghua replied, "I have collaborated with Hao Gu a few times. He has also assisted me greatly." At this, the envy in the eyes of the four intensified. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance, and soon after, a group of bodyguards escorted three striking figures into the venue. The newcomers were none other than Luo Yihuang, Qin Shinghan, and Luo Bingke. Luo Yihuang, clad in a sky-blue gown, accentuated her already statuesque figure, exuding an air of regal grace that commanded attention with each step. Qin Shinghan, in a white evening dress that rivaled Luo Yihuang's elegance, matched her in poise. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, elegantly pinned up, enhancing her gentle and refined demeanor with a touch of nobility. Chapter 73. The overbearing female CEO. If Luo Yihuang resembles a resplendent empress gracing the scene, then Qin Shinghan embodies a celestial angel descended upon the earthly realm. Her aura of purity and elegance is something Luo Yihuang lacks. Lastly, there is Luo Bingke, adorned in a stunning red gown. Her figure is equally statuesque, yet she possesses a more delicate allure than either Qin Shinghan or Luo Yihuang, her every smile and frown seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. If one were to encapsulate her essence in a single term, it would undoubtedly be that of a fairy. The gowns worn by the trio are modest, yet they do little to conceal their unparalleled grace. Thus, in but an instant, hundreds of eyes within the hotel are irrevocably drawn to the three enchanting figures. At that moment, a woman clad in a professional skirt suit, her curves captivating, weaves through the crowd to stand before Qin Shinghan and her companions, bearing a tray with 3 glasses of red wine. "Ms. Luo, welcome to our Fengwu Hotel. I am Lin Ling, the lobby manager," the newcomer announces, revealing herself to be Lin Ling, who once dared to flirt with Yi Fengwu and had famously danced provocatively in a private room. Luo Yihuang nods in acknowledgement and takes a glass of wine from the tray. Luo Bingke follows suit, lifting a glass as well. Lin Ling then approaches Qin Shinghan, offering a polite smile as she speaks, "Sister-in-law, we met last time. I hope you will kindly look after my little sister moving forward." Lin Ling is acutely aware of Qin Shinghan's status and has witnessed the lengths to which Hao Gu went to atone for his past mistakes in front of Wu Gu. Thus she understands the significant weight of the title, sister-in-law. Qin Shinghan, taken aback by the unexpected attention, raises her glass and nods at Lin Ling, murmuring, "Thank you." Though she does not know Lin Ling personally, she recalls her from the time she was threatened by Gao He, having seen her perform in that private room. "Congratulations on your promotion to the position of CEO of the Luo Huang Group," Lin Ling smiles. "Thank you." Qin Qinghan, not particularly loquacious, can only repeat her gratitude. Lin Ling adds, "If you need anything, just call upon me, and I shall be at your service." With that, she departs. Once more, Qin Qinghan finds herself flustered, aware that this is all due to Yi Fengwu. Luo Yihuang observes the unfolding scene with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Her investigation has evidently not been thorough enough. From the way Jiang Hao reacted upon seeing Qin Qinghan to the words of the lobby manager just now, she can surmise that the relationship between Yi Fengwu and Jiang Hao is likely quite close. Meanwhile, Luo Bingke scans the lobby with a pair of enchanting eyes, as her gaze sweeps across a corner of the room. A slight smile graces her crimson lips, and she saunters over. Luo Yihuang guides Qin Qinghan to the staircase on the second floor, while the eyes of everyone in the lobby remain fixated on the two goddesses. Liang Xinghua wears a subtle smile as he steps forward. Luo Yihuang surveys the crowd and states with a calm demeanor, "From today onward, Qin Qinghan will serve as the executive CEO of the Luo Huang Group." Luo Yihuang offers no further elaboration, for that is simply her nature. Once she makes a decision, she provides no explanations. She is aware of the murmurs and whispers circulating among the employees, yet she seeks not their opinions but their unwavering obedience. Then, her gaze shifts to Qin Qinghan. The latter appears slightly anxious, biting her lip before finally addressing the assembly with a gentle voice, "I'm Qin Qinghan. I hope you will kindly bear with me." Her words are met with silence, not even a single clap reverberating through the air, which only exacerbates Qin Qinghan's nervousness. In a distant corner, seated upon a spacious sofa, are Yi Fengwu and Luo Bingke. Luo Bingke, glass of red wine in hand, observes the delicate woman at the forefront of the gathering, her angelic demeanor prompting a light chuckle. "Crazy, it seems your wife is struggling a bit." Crazy is the affectionate moniker Luo Bingke has long used for Yi Fengwu. He takes a drag from his cigarette and scoffs. Though her demeanor may seem gentle, she possesses a fierce determination within. "You should trust your sister's judgment." Yi Fengwu knows Qin Qinghan well. Her kindness toward others does not equate to weakness. She is a woman who has dared to bite herself and has even cast herself out of her own home. At the front, Luo Yihuang appears to have anticipated this situation, remaining silent as she watches Qin Qinghan. The latter clenches her lips tightly, then raises her gaze once more to address the crowd. "Everyone, I understand that I cannot earn the trust of each and every one of you, but I assure you, I will make the company better." Still, the silence persists, and Liang Xinghua's expression grows increasingly mocking, reveling in Qin Qinghan's discomfort. Then, he solemnly declares, "Ms. Qin, if I recall correctly, you were merely a department manager in a small family-run group, not even a senior executive. I believe I am not the only one here who questions your capabilities." As his words linger in the air, another voice chimes in, "We are veterans of the Luo Huang Group. While we cannot claim sole credit for its current glory, your credentials, Ms. Qin, are rather unremarkable, making it difficult for us to entrust such a significant company to someone so ordinary and youthful." One by one, more voices join in, echoing skepticism and derision towards Qin Qinghan. Her countenance grows increasingly troubled, the delicate features of her face nearly on the verge of tears. Naturally shy, the sharp barbs of their words leave her feeling increasingly insecure. A woman who was forced at just 16, what qualifications does she have to be our CEO? At that moment, a voice rings out from the crowd, and Qin Qinghan's complexion pales, her gentle gaze tinged with pain, mingled with a faint hint of defiance and indignation. This remark sends ripples through the crowd, and suddenly, all gazes turn to Qin Qinghan with renewed malice, for now they recognize her as the infamous Qin Qinghan of the Qin family. The mocking glances intensify, and Luo Yihuang's brows furrow deeply, yet she remains silent. Eye in the corner, Yi Fengwu's expression hardens, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Luo Bingke senses his agitation and frowns slightly, shaking her head in dismay. Truly, some people do not know their limits. Liang Xinghua, having researched Qin Qinghan's past, revels in her barely contained anger, his expression growing increasingly smug. If he can diminish her spirit, she will lack the courage to stand her ground. After all, that position of executive CEO is not suited for a mere girl. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Xinghua adds, "Ms. Qin, we sympathize with your unfortunate experiences, but sympathy does not equate to our willingness to hand over control of such a large company to you." He emphasizes the word unfortunate, clearly intending to provoke her. This only deepens Qin Qinghan's anguish, bringing her to the brink of despair. Although accustomed to the cold remarks of others, being publicly shamed in such a manner is a wound that cuts deeply. The onlookers revel in her discomfort, eagerly awaiting her retreat, anticipating the moment the new female CEO might flee in disgrace. Is it truly so gratifying to salt someone else's wounds? Suddenly, a voice, cold and resolute, emerges from Qin Qinghan's lips. The sorrow in her eyes has vanished, replaced by a steely resolve. She surveys the crowd before her and continues, how about a wager? If I cannot increase the company's profits by 20% within 6 months, I will resign voluntarily. Otherwise, her gaze sharpens, exuding confidence as she proclaims, then all of you shall owe me an apology for today's humiliation. In this moment, Qin Xinghan transforms from the fragile woman in need of protection into a formidable, assertive CEO, her spirit ignited. The air thickens with astonishment as Liang Xinghua and the other executives stare wide-eyed. Meanwhile, Luo Yihuang observes this familiar pride in Qin Xinghan, her lips curling into a subtle smile. The gentle yet fiercely proud friend she once knew has returned. In the corner, Luo Bingke is taken aback, a faint smile flickering in her alluring eyes as she turns to Yi Fengwu, impressive. I genuinely thought she would flee. Yi Fengwu's expression is calm, yet his heart races with admiration for her resilience. Yet soon, the amusement fades from his eyes, replaced by a chilling demeanor as he mutters, I hope Xiao Hao will not disappoint me. Otherwise, I will seek retribution for my wife's honor. His tone is icy, a glimmer of lethal intent evident in his gaze. He may tolerate many things, but he will not stand idly by while Qin Xinghan suffers even the slightest indignity. Chapter 74. A shock to all. The audacious proclamation that within 6 months, the revenue of the Luo Huang Group would rise by 20% seemed to every ear present a preposterous jest. President Qin truly lives up to the reputation of emerging from a humble company. The audacity of youth indeed knows no fear. Do you have any notion of the annual revenue of Luo Huang Group? A 20% increase. Should I commend your spirited ambition or deride your arrogance? Liang Xinghua remarked mockingly, swirling the red wine in his glass. Qin Xinghan regarded Liang Xinghua with a calm demeanor and replied, 3 years ago, Luo Huang Group's total profit was 105 of the previous year. 2 years ago, it was 106 of the prior year. Yet last year, the profit plummeted to 92, a decline of nearly 10 percentage points from the previous 2 years. As far as I am aware, the decline in profits last year was fundamentally due to 2 misjudgments made by you, General Manager Liang, resulting in significant losses for the company. I speak only the truth. Though it was her first day at work, Qin Xinghan had taken the time to review numerous company documents, with particular focus on the 2 ventures that had led to last year's losses. Had the original managers exercised greater caution, these unfortunate outcomes could have been avoided. Despite her lack of experience managing such a large enterprise, Qin Xinghan could discern that the previous leaders had not applied themselves diligently, a grave error in the realm of business. She was neither one to hold others accountable in hindsight, nor one to humiliate others by highlighting their mistakes. However, Liang Xinghua and his associates had crossed her threshold of tolerance. They could question her abilities, but they should not belittle her using their past misfortunes. In an instant, Liang Xinghua's countenance turned ghastly pale, almost as if he could not bear to meet Luo Huang's gaze. Last year, had it not been for Luodong's mercy, he would have been dismissed. Unexpectedly, Qin Xinghan had unearthed such information from the company records. A chilling resolve flickered in Liang Xinghua's eyes. If she wished to play a game, he would match her step for step. Thus, Liang Xinghua glared at Qin Xinghan and coldly declared, since President Qin has pledged to raise the company's profits by 20% within 6 months, let all senior executives bear witness, and I hope President Qin will not go back on her word. Everyone cast their derisive glances at Qin Xinghan. Yet her confidence and pride remained unshaken as she affirmed, it's a promise. Clap, clap, clap. Luo Huang slowly began to applaud, seemingly in encouragement of Qin Xinghan's bold assertion. Nevertheless, the audience remained silent. Not a single hand joined in applause, intensifying Liang Xinghua's mockery. After all, the entire executive team was under his influence. With only Luodong's trust, how much impact could she truly have? Suddenly, a wave of applause erupted from the back of the crowd, followed by an unceasing surge of clapping. Everyone turned to look, their eyes widening in astonishment. There, standing amidst the throng, were over 20 figures, led by the notorious Jiang Hao, the Dragon King of the East. Beside him stood a slender individual, whose piercing gaze concealed an unsettling ferocity, sending chills down spines with just a glance. Without hesitation, the crowd parted to make way. Jiang Hao, flanked by his followers, approached Qin Xinghan with deliberate strides. The onlookers were consumed by curiosity, puzzled by the unfolding scene. Liang Xinghua, spotting Jiang Hao, quickly chimed in, Brother Hao, this is our new president. A young girl fresh from a small company, and she carries quite the blemish on her record. His casual words seemed to be a deliberate taunt towards both Qin Xinghan and Luo Huang, as if to assert his connection with Jiang Hao, believing that with such backing, he could speak freely, even in Luo Huang's presence. Yet, before he could finish, a chilling aura radiated from Jiang Hao, his murderous gaze fixating on Liang Xinghua. In that moment, Liang Xinghua felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his complexion draining of color, filled with confusion over Jiang Hao's sudden outburst. You dare seek death, Jiang Hao spat, delivering a resounding slap that sent Liang Xinghua careening 3 meters away. Before he even hit the ground, blood mixed with several of his teeth erupted from his mouth. Liang Xinghua cried out in agony, clutching his instantly swollen face, rendered speechless by the shock of the blow. He was utterly bewildered as to why Jiang Hao had erupted in violence. The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how the supposed friends, Liang and the Dragon King, could suddenly turn hostile. This evoked a chilling realization. To associate with such underworld figures was akin to walking with tigers. One misstep could cost one's very life. Liang Xinghua attempted to rise and explain himself, but he was met with the cold stare of Jiang Hao's henchman, who growled, "Stay down and don't move." The menacing glare from the henchman was enough to send Liang Xinghua back to the ground. Now resembling a dog, his earlier bravado completely extinguished. He had yet to grasp how he had offended Jiang Hao at that moment. Jiang Hao and his entourage finally halted before Qin Xinghan. "Congratulations, sister-in-law, on your promotion to president. May your work be smooth sailing." Led by Jiang Hao, the 20-odd individuals chorused in unison, their voices resonating with an imposing force. "May you live as long as the southern mountains." Just as Jiang Hao's felicitations concluded, another voice interjected, causing Jiang Hao's expression to darken. He turned to his subordinates, only to find one at the center with his head bowed, appearing to have made a mistake. Jiang Hao scolded, "You can't even memorize a simple phrase of just a few words? Get lost." The reprimanded subordinate felt an acute sense of embarrassment, realizing he had miscounted the words while attempting to feign fluency. What should have been a moment of comedic relief turned into an awkward silence, as no one dared to laugh, their shock palpable. "Sister-in-law? Who is sister-in-law? Is it President Qin Xinghan?" The revelation struck like lightning. They had unwittingly aligned themselves with someone of such stature that even the formidable Jiang Hao referred to her with reverence. Among the crowd, a rather disheveled, bespectacled man trembled, his eyes darting, as if contemplating escape. This was the individual who had earlier exposed Qin Xinghan's traumatic past. On the ground, Liang Xinghua felt a sense of despair wash over him. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Jiang Hao's slap had landed so squarely upon his face. He was oblivious to the identity of the terrifying figure whom even Jiang Hao addressed as brother. But one truth crystallized in his mind. Qin Xinghan was an entity to be reckoned with, someone worthy of respect even from the likes of Jiang Hao. "It's over, utterly over," Liang Xinghua lamented internally, filled with regret as he wished he could slap himself. Offending Qin Xinghan meant incurring Jiang Hao's wrath. With a single word from her, he could easily find himself as mere fish food in the waters of Haichuan. Even his plea for Jiang Hao's assistance to save his son would likely be in vain. Before Jiang Hao, Qin Xinghan was equally taken aback by his sudden display of aggression. She cast a bewildered glance at Luo Huang, only to find her seemingly unperturbed, watching the scene with an air of calmness. At that moment, Luo Huang was equally surprised. She had initially harbored concerns about hosting the celebration on Jiang Hao's turf, knowing his hot-headed nature could lead to trouble. However, with Qin Xinghan's presence and the looming authority of Fengwu, Jiang Hao was now obliged to behave. Consequently, Luo Huang began to contemplate how to leverage this Dragon King to alleviate some of the burdens facing Luo Huang group. "What are you doing?" Qin Xinghan asked, her heart heavy with bitterness, addressing Jiang Hao with a sense of helplessness. Despite Fengwu's presence, she remained wary of someone like Jiang Hao in a corner of the hall. Fengwu scowled, muttering, "This kid is truly out of control." Yet Luo Bingke shot him a scornful glance and retorted, "He has lifted your wife to the heavens. Who would dare bully her now? I suspect you're secretly overjoyed." A smile that he could not conceal flickered in Fengwu's eyes. Indeed, he had not anticipated Jiang Hao's antics, but it was beneficial, as it would facilitate Qin Xinghan's integration into Luo Huang group. Then, Fengwu slowly rose and declared, "The intimidation has been established. Now it's time for punishment." Chapter 75. Suppression in front of the crowd. Jiang Hao abruptly turned to face them, coldly huffing, "Bring him out." As soon as his words fell, two of his subordinates pushed through the throng, dragging forth a bespectacled man who was hiding in the midst of the crowd. In an instant, the man was so frightened that he began to weep, an unpleasant odor emanating from beneath him, prompting many nearby to recoil in disgust. This bespectacled man was a department manager at a branch of the Luo Huang group, known for his caustic demeanor. He had taken pleasure in disparaging others, particularly towards the goddess-like Qin Xinghan, whose ethereal beauty he could not possess. In his spite, he had cruelly sought to expose her vulnerabilities and humiliate her. Such a cowardly individual had never fathomed that he would one day be seized by the denizens of the underworld. Thus, his body weakened, and before Jiang Hao's subordinates could present him before Qin Xinghan, he had already lost control of his bladder, collapsing to his knees. In the underworld, retribution was the law. Grievances were avenged without hesitation, and they would not tolerate any slight against their own. Qin Xinghan was their sister-in-law, and even Jiang Hao had once harmed himself out of remorse for offending her. The fate of this bespectacled man for insulting their sister-in-law was all too predictable. "My wife is kind-hearted. Has she ever wronged any of you? Why do this?" At that moment, a voice laced with icy undertones and a hint of murderous intent resonated from the back of the crowd. Following the sound, a tall and strikingly handsome man approached. Fengwu's voice was low, his expression notably calm, yet upon his arrival, all eyes quaked with trepidation. He exuded an aura that sent shivers down their spines, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty wolf king. The sharp glint in his tranquil gaze felt like a dagger at their backs. Qin Shi Huang was momentarily taken aback by Yi Fengwu's appearance, but soon, a bitter sensation gripped her heart. Her worst fears had materialized. She knew Yi Fengwu well and understood that beneath his gentle facade lay a profoundly violent nature. Could it be? He was indeed Qin Shi Huang's husband, the terrifying figure whom even the Eastern Dragon Overlord Jiang Hao called brother? In terms of appearance, the two were a match made in heaven. Yet while Qin Shi Huang was gentle and enchanting, this man radiated an overwhelming aura of menace. Wogu, I can handle this. Jiang Hao stepped forward, his tone filled with shame. He had painstakingly organized this celebration with the intent of surprising his sister-in-law. However, he never anticipated that these individuals would dare to provoke her. The handling Jiang Hao referred to was undeniably tinged with bloodshed, instilling sheer terror in the faces of the bespectacled man and Liang Xinghua. Even those who had previously whispered among the crowd began to tremble, their eyes shifting nervously, fearful that they might be next. They harbored no doubt that if Jiang Hao wished to dispose of them in the Sea of Huajiang, the next day's news would not dare to report it. Yi Fengwu waved his hand and, with a dark expression, approached the kneeling bespectacled man. The man, pale as a ghost, resembled a corpse, too terrified to even meet Yi Fengwu's gaze. Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me, he stammered, his lips quivering a ghastly shade of purple. Why? Yi Fengwu replied coldly. Spare you? Did you ever consider sparing my wife when you twisted the knife in her wounds? Did you find joy in it? Those words plunged the bespectacled man into despair. Slap. Yi Fengwu struck him across the face, shattering his glasses into shards of glass. The man coughed up blood and was flung several feet away, losing consciousness upon impact. Despite having served in the military for 8 years, Yi Fengwu's former ferocity had not only persisted but intensified, augmented by a palpable aura of menace. Men in the military vow to protect their homeland. Yet if every citizen harbored such narrow-mindedness, then they ought to be the first to be eliminated. In that moment, the malevolence emanating from Yi Fengwu enveloped the entire hall in a chilling atmosphere. Nearby, Liang Xinghua trembled, prostrated on the ground, too terrified to raise his face, utterly intimidated by Yi Fengwu's presence. Had he known that Qin Shi Huang possessed such a formidable husband, even 100-fold courage would not have led him to question her. Why? Yi Fengwu's icy gaze swept across the assembly, each face instinctively lowering as his eyes passed. The room fell into an oppressive silence. No one dared to look up at him. Why? Yi Fengwu coldly remarked. If you merely questioned my wife, while I might be displeased, I would not have taken issue. However, you crossed a line by exposing her scars. Who among you has endured her suffering? Suddenly, Yi Fengwu pointed to a woman in the crowd, his voice chilling. You. Tell me, does her past have any bearing on her abilities? The woman was the same who had mocked Qin Shi Huang alongside Liang Xinghua. Upon being singled out, she nearly crumbled to her knees. I'm sorry, President Qin. That I shouldn't have questioned you, that I was wrong. Please forgive me, she implored, tears streaming down her face as she bowed repeatedly, nearly bowing down entirely. Qin Shi Huang felt a pang of sympathy. From the moment Yi Fengwu appeared, she had anticipated such a scenario. She wished to intervene, yet she knew that doing so would only embarrass him. This was the way of the underworld. She may be kind-hearted, but that did not mean she was oblivious. Jiang Hao was his brother, surrounded by loyal subordinates, and any plea from her would only place Yi Fengwu in a difficult position, perhaps even causing him to resent her. Thus, she turned her face away, remaining silent and refraining from interceding. Seeing this, Yi Fengwu felt a moment of surprise. He had expected Qin Shi Huang to plead for mercy, but it appeared she had matured. Nearby, Luo Yihuang observed silently. These individuals were her employees. While the punishment meted out by Yi Fengwu and Jiang Hao stirred discontent within her, she ultimately desired for them to face consequences for their humiliation of Qin Shi Huang. Therefore, she too remained silent, hoping that Yi Fengwu would not overstep. Why? Yi Fengwu nodded at Jiang Hao, saying, I'll leave it to you. In response, Jiang Hao nodded, then turned a fierce countenance toward everyone present. Qin Shi Huang is my sister-in-law, and you all have the audacity to kneel and apologize. If anyone dares to do so half-heartedly, I swear I'll personally draw blood, he bellowed. Kneel down, kneel down. Immediately, over 20 subordinates echoed the command. In an instant, the crowd's faces drained of color. In this era, bowing in apology was a profound humiliation for anyone. Yet, this was the underworld's modus operandi. It was precisely because of this shame that they were compelled to act. Only by grappling with true humiliation could they comprehend the gravity of their transgressions. Luo Yihuang's expression darkened, her brows furrowing tightly. Qin Shi Huang's face was a portrait of anxiety. She could not have anticipated that Yi Fengwu would go to such extremes. Initially, she believed he would merely reprimand a couple of individuals, but it was evident he intended to suppress the entire company. If that were the case, everyone would be left with no choice but to submit unconditionally to her. Enough. Suddenly, a firm voice emerged from Qin Shi Huang. She was unaware of where her courage had come from, yet she had spoken. With this declaration, Jiang Hao's subordinates instinctively stepped back, all eyes turning toward Jiang Hao and Yi Fengwu. Those on the verge of kneeling also felt a flicker of hope, anticipating that Qin Shi Han would intercede on their behalf. Yi Fengwu turned to Qin Shi Han, having assumed she would remain silent, yet she spoke up. Clenching her red lips, she addressed him, I understand. That I know you act for my sake, but I just want you to realize that fear does not equate to respect. If you truly care for me, grant them a chance, and allow me the opportunity to prove my worth, I implore you. Her voice took on a pleading tone by the end. Chapter 76. The conspiracy of Qin Guangnan. Qin Shi Han's plea for mercy fell within Yi Fengwu's expectations. He was well aware that she would surely make such a request at the last moment. This was precisely what Yi Fengwu desired. Although he revered martial prowess, he understood the importance of winning people's hearts. While he harbored a desire to eliminate all of them, he recognized that such an action would undoubtedly be detrimental to Qin Shi Han, for she needed their obedience. Qin Shi Han was correct in her assertion that respect does not equate to fear. If today she allowed Jiang Hao to ruthlessly suppress these individuals, even if it compelled them to regard Qin Shi Han with utmost deference, it would never engender genuine allegiance from the depths of their hearts. Jiang Hao cast a glance at Yi Fengwu, seemingly inquiring whether he should heed his sister-in-law's words. Yi Fengwu straightened his attire, which was not disheveled, and then replied with an air of nonchalance, I apologize for disrupting your celebration. Should we not proceed with the ball now? Everyone was astonished by Yi Fengwu's sudden shift in demeanor. Jiang Hao, realizing the gravity of the situation, gestured for his subordinates to withdraw. In an instant, the sound of collective sighs resonated through the crowd. They understood they had narrowly escaped the calamity, all thanks to the newly appointed president, Qin Shi Han, whom they had mercilessly mocked. At that moment, the employees of Luohuang Group felt a complex mix of emotions, their eyes reflecting profound guilt. They had treated their new president poorly, questioning her capabilities and callously discussing her most painful experiences. Such behavior was indeed ignoble. Consequently, they found themselves admiring Qin Shi Han's magnanimity and kindness. Meanwhile, Liang Xinghua, who remained prostrate on the ground, felt a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He sighed, realizing that offending Qin Shi Han was tantamount to offending Brother Hao. His son was already in deep trouble, and he himself was likely beyond saving, and if possible, he wished to apologize to Qin Shi Han in person tomorrow, hoping she would accept his contrition. Qin Shi Han visibly exhaled in relief. She had not anticipated Yi Fengwu's indulgence. Initially, she had braced herself for a public reprimand, as for the ball Yi Fengwu mentioned. At that moment, who had the heart to dance? With a face full of remorse, Qin Shi Han turned to Luo Yihuang and said, Yihuang, I am truly sorry that I did not foresee that it would escalate to this point. I am sincerely sorry. Luo Yihuang simply smiled and shook her head, replying, You handled it admirably. Be on time for work tomorrow. I have a task for you. At her words, Qin Shi Han nodded, knowing that Luo Yihuang would not hold this against her, yet guilt still gnawed at her. Subsequently, she faced all the employees of Luohuang Group and bowed deeply, saying, Everyone, I apologize for the fright I caused you today. I truly hope this incident will not affect our future work. I am sorry. Upon hearing this, the employees of Luohuang Group shook their heads in unison, fearing to accept Qin Shi Han's apology. Liang Xinghua, still on the ground, felt even more remorseful due to Qin Shi Han's gracious demeanor. Afterward, Qin Shi Han lifted her long skirt and hurried towards the entrance of Fenghao Hotel. She no longer possessed the courage to confront the impending challenges. Luo Yihuang refrained from stopping her. After all, Qin Shi Han had performed exceptionally well. In a corner, Luo Bingke, with her red lips pressed together, harbored a hint of admiration, softly remarking, What a pure and kind-hearted woman. No wonder she has captivated him so completely. Watching Qin Shi Han leave in a flurry, Yi Fengwu promptly chased after her. Only then did Luo Yihuang finally speak, pointing to the bespectacled man who had been struck unconscious by Yi Fengwu, and asked coolly, Which company does he belong to? A middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly replied, Director Luo. He is a department manager from the Jinhai branch, named, Compensate him for 3 months' salary. By tomorrow morning, his resignation letter must be placed on his superior's desk. Luo Yihuang, showing no interest in learning the man's name, decisively declared the dismissal of the bespectacled man. She anticipated that many would question Qin Shi Han, yet she had not expected that among them would be an individual who would shame her by invoking Qin Shi Han's tragic past. For such narrow-minded employees, Luo Yihuang would not show mercy. Ultimately, the ball did not transpire as planned, and the celebration hastily came to an end with Qin Shi Han's departure. At this moment, within the dimly lit hall of the Qin family villa sat an elderly figure, Qin Shi Han's grandfather, Qin Guangnan. Across from him sat Qin Shi Han's uncle, Qin Fei. The expressions on their faces were both grim and dispirited, the oppressive atmosphere intensified by the shadows cast by the dim lights. After a prolonged silence, Qin Fei finally spoke, Father, the president of Zhongxia Bank has once again rejected our loan application. Qin Guangnan appeared to have anticipated this outcome, his face darkening as he remarked, Who is targeting our Qin family? Do they intend to drive us to extinction? Qin Fei, with a pained expression, replied, "Father, can you not deduce it by now? It must be Jiang Hao's doing. He has allocated all the projects to our Qin family, leading us to invest substantial funds. To this day, our company has completely depleted its resources and can no longer sustain the operations on the construction sites." Upon hearing this, Qin Guangnan's expression remained grim. How could he not harbor suspicions? Yet, he was unwilling to believe that the ever-loyal Donglong overlord would turn against his Qin family. Now, he faced not only the bank's demands for repayment, but also Jiang Hao's oppression. Should the construction projects fail to proceed, Jiang Hao would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to oust the Qin family. In such a scenario, the hundreds of millions he had invested would go down the drain. With a sense of resentment, Qin Guangnan scoffed. Our Qin family has had no grievances with Jiang Hao. Why would he act in such a manner? Qin Fei, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "Father, I advised you to exercise caution, but you refused to heed my warnings and insisted on trusting Jiang Hao. Now, our Qin group has become a mere shell company, vulnerable to acquisition at any moment." Silence. Qin Guangnan, incensed by Qin Fei's complaints, slammed his hand on the sofa and scolded, "If it were not for your incompetence, would I need to worry so much about the company? If Qin Xinghan were still here, the company would not be in this state." In that moment, Qin Guangnan finally recalled his granddaughter, Qin Xinghan. Though he had never held her in high regard, it did not negate the fact that he recognized her capabilities. In recent years, the Qin group had faced bankruptcy twice, both times salvaged by Qin Xinghan's efforts, yet now, it was too late for regrets. Then, Qin Guangnan abruptly stated, "Tomorrow, you will go to the Qin Ji family and bring Qin Xinghan back to the company. Restore her position, perhaps. She may have a solution." Qin Fei, feeling disheartened, replied, "Qin Xinghan has already secured a position at Luohuang Group. She is unlikely to return." Upon hearing this, Qin Guangnan furrowed his brows and said, "She managed to get hired by Luohuang Group? She is probably just a lowly employee." After a brief silence, Qin Guangnan's expression darkened as he declared, "The Qin family cannot be allowed to perish under my watch, no matter the means." Following that, it seemed Qin Guangnan had made a decision, stating, "There is only one way left. To forge a marriage alliance with the Zhang family, I will contact the chairman of the Zhang family shortly, and you must bring Qin Xinghan before young Master Zhang. Even if I have to force her, she must be brought to him." Qin Fei nodded, his expression one of intrigue. This was likely the only path to salvation for the Qin family. However, he soon added, "What about that wild girl from Qin Xinghan's family?" Qin Guangnan's demeanor turned ominous as he replied, "Find a few individuals from the underworld to take her away when she finishes school. As long as we have that little girl as leverage, we need not fear that Qin Xinghan will not obediently marry young Master Zhang." Meanwhile, neither Yi Fengwu nor Qin Xinghan had any inkling that Qin Guangnan and his son were plotting a conspiracy. Exhausted from the day's events, Qin Xinghan drove her luxurious BMW, picking up Yi Fengwu as they went to collect Jing Si, who had been entrusted to an after-school program. Chapter 77. An unforgettable scene upon returning home. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and Qin Xinghan had not even taken a shower before retreating to her room. Throughout this time, she had not exchanged a single word with Yi Fengwu. In the living room, Yi Fengwu gazed at the narrow sofa, feeling a strange relief that he could still sleep there tonight. At the doorway, Jing Si flashed a sweet smile at Yi Fengwu and softly remarked, "Uncle, Mommy looks so beautiful today." Yi Fengwu replied with a smile, "Indeed, she does." Then Jing Si turned her gaze toward the sofa beside Yi Fengwu, expressing a hint of sympathy. "Are you still sleeping on the sofa tonight, Uncle?" Yi Fengwu feigned a pitiful expression inside. Uncle has done something wrong, and Mommy is punishing him. Jing Si shrugged her shoulders, conveying an air of helplessness, before entering her room. However, earlier that morning, Qin Xinghan had already removed the bedding from the sofa, leaving Yi Fengwu with no choice but to enter Qin Xinghan's bedroom in search of a blanket. As he pushed open the door, he began to speak, "I just need to take a..." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. At that moment, Qin Xinghan stood by the wardrobe in nothing but a white undergarment, her exquisite figure fully revealed to Yi Fengwu's gaze. He realized that this image would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Although Qin Xinghan had borne a child, her abdomen remained flat without an ounce of excess flesh, and her skin was as smooth as snow, a picture of perfection. Faced with the sudden intrusion of Yi Fengwu, Qin Xinghan was momentarily stunned before exclaiming in surprise. Instinctively, she grabbed the elegant dress from the bed to cover herself, her face a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Why didn't you knock before coming in?" she reproached Yi Fengwu at that moment. Yi Fengwu remained transfixed, his bright eyes locked onto Qin Xinghan as he awkwardly explained, "The door wasn't locked, so I just came in." Meanwhile, Jing Si, nestled under the covers, observed the two with amusement. Qin Xinghan turned to Jing Si, scolding, "Did I not tell you to lock the door?" To this, Jing Si appeared remorseful, replying, "I'm sorry, Mommy, I forgot." Although Qin Xinghan felt frustrated with Jing Si, she had no intention of truly reprimanding her. However, when she turned back to Yi Fengwu, she found him still standing there, his gaze unwavering. The intensity of his stare made her feel increasingly uneasy, prompting her to urge, "Could you please wait outside until I change?" Yi Fengwu pointed to the bedding on the floor and said, "I'll just grab a blanket and leave." As he bent down to pick it up, Qin Qinghan's expression grew complicated. After a moment's hesitation, she finally said, You can just sleep here." At her words, Yi Fengwu's heart soared with joy, and he promptly spread out the bedding. Yet, just as he was about to happily lie down in his little corner, a slightly impatient voice interrupted him. "Could you please step outside?" "Oh." Yi Fengwu sprang up, his face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly exited the room. In the living room, the unforgettable scene from moments ago lingered vividly in Yi Fengwu's mind. A smile crept onto his lips just as his phone rang. It was Jiang Hao calling. "Xiao, what's up?" Yi Fengwu answered, placing the phone to his ear. "Brother Wu, we can move in on the Qin family now," Jiang Hao informed him. Yi Fengwu nodded and then inquired, "Are you certain there are no chances for a comeback?" After a brief silence, Jiang Hao replied, "I've cut off their funding from the bank. The Qin family is now completely financially crippled. As long as I use the excuse of delaying the project to force them off the site, the Qin family will have nothing left. At that point, I can rightfully acquire the Qin group." Yi Fengwu nodded, saying, "Proceed, but be cautious of Chen Yuanzhong and the Luohuang group." Jiang Hao sounded perplexed. "Brother Wu, Chen Yuanzhong is my arch-rival. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to snatch the Qin group from me. However, a large company like the Luohuang group shouldn't be interested in the Qin group." Yi Fengwu scoffed. "A woman like Luo Yihuang won't let any profitable fish slip through her fingers. Moreover, with her capabilities, if she has set her sights on the Qin group, she will act before you do, so be wary." After hanging up, Yi Fengwu's expression grew slightly serious, and he proceeded to dial Lu Hui's number. The following day, after breakfast, Qin Qinghan prepared to take Jingxi to school before heading to the office. However, when she saw Yi Fengwu getting into the car as well, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. Yi Fengwu replied with a smile, "Just drop me off at your company's entrance. I have some matters to attend to." He refrained from telling Qin Qinghan that he intended to apply for a bodyguard position at the Luohuang company, fearing she would dismiss him. After all, he had caused quite a stir at the Luohuang Group's celebration banquet the day before. At 8:15, Qin Qinghan arrived at the 75th floor of the Luohuang building. Inside the office, Luo Yihuang was seated at her desk, reviewing a folder. Upon seeing Qin Qinghan, she said, "Qinghan, I have a task for you." Qin Qinghan walked over and opened the folder that Luo Yihuang handed her. After only a few glances, her expression turned complex. She looked up at Luo Yihuang and asked bitterly, "Yihuang, are you sure you want to do this?" Luo Yihuang nodded, stating, "Qinghan, I know you have a kind heart, but you are well aware of what the Qin family has done to you. They never treated you as family. Therefore, I'm giving you this opportunity to personally orchestrate the acquisition of the Qin group." Indeed, the document in Qin Qinghan's hands outlined the plan for acquiring the Qin group. Now, the Qin group had become a mere shell company. Once the timing was right, it could be directly acquired. With a little financial infusion, the Qin group could be revived. Luo Yihuang was astute. After the Qin family signed the contract with Jiang Hao for the construction site, she had already discerned Jiang Hao's intention to bring the Qin family to ruin. As a former manager of the Qin group, Qin Qinghan understood all its inner workings. With a slight maneuver, she could ensure a successful acquisition of the Qin group. Yet, her heart was heavy. It wasn't that she held any lingering affection for the Qin family. Rather, it was a matter of her moral boundaries. "I'll give you a day to think it over, but I must warn you, it's not just our Luohuang group that has its sights set on the Qin group. The other two are far more ruthless," Luo Yihuang cautioned Qin Qinghan. The complexity in Qin Qinghan's eyes deepened as she bitterly remarked, "It must be Fenghao Real Estate and Chen Yuanzhong's Baojian Real Estate, right?" Qin Qinghan's business acumen was on par with Luo Yihuang's, and having reviewed the document in her hands, she quickly grasped the current situation of the Qin group and deduced how many others were eyeing it. Sighing softly, Qin Qinghan lamented that if her grandfather and uncle learned she was the one acquiring the Qin group, they might very well wish to kill her. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and Lin Yu entered with an unusual expression on her face. Luo Yihuang asked curiously, "What happened?" Lin Yu should have been recruiting bodyguards at the gym on the 50th floor, but her demeanor suggested something unexpected had occurred. "Director Luo, President Qin, you should come take a look," Lin Yu urged. At her words, both Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan exchanged puzzled glances, each seeing confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. Chapter 78. Applying for the bodyguard position. The gym at the Luohuang building has been lavishly renovated at great expense by Luo Yihuang, rivaling even the most prestigious fitness centers. The facility is equipped with an extensive array of exercise apparatus, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters, with a boxing ring occupying a central space of approximately 20 square meters. Half of the gym is dedicated to training the company's bodyguards, while the other half serves as a more luxurious training area exclusively for Luo Yihuang. At this moment, a man clad in a fitted t-shirt and loose black trousers stands above the boxing ring. The snug garment accentuates his impressive musculature, instilling in him an undeniable sense of confidence. This man is Pei, the chief bodyguard of the Luohuang group. Once a national champion in martial arts, Pei faded from the competitive scene after suffering a defeat, but his past accolades paved the way for his lucrative position at the Luo Huang Group, where he earns a substantial monthly salary of 200,000. With his hands clasped behind his back, Pei Ying gazes sternly at the 10 applicants standing below him, a faint air of arrogance mingling with the unremarkable features of his face. He has been tasked by Chairman Luo to evaluate the candidates vying for the bodyguard position. The role of a bodyguard is not easily attained. Since you have the audacity to apply at the Luo Huang Group, your singular aim must be to earn my favor, Pei Ying declares, adopting the demeanor of a superior officer addressing new recruits. At that moment, Lin Yu enters the gym alongside Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan. Pei Ying turns his head, and his eyes widen in astonishment. As the foremost bodyguard of the Luo Huang Group, he frequently encounters Luo Yihuang. Yet each time he beholds her breathtaking beauty, akin to a blooming snow lotus, his heart races with excitement. However, his gaze is soon drawn to another woman standing beside Luo Yihuang. In contrast to Luo Yihuang's icy allure, this woman exudes a soft elegance that elicits sympathy from any man. Both possess extraordinary beauty, but while Luo Yihuang resembles a snow lotus on a mountain peak, this woman appears as an angelic figure descended from the heavens. Is this the new president, Qin Xinghan? Indeed, she is as stunning as rumored. Pei Ying's gaze lingers on Qin Xinghan, his heart yearning for the day he might serve as her personal bodyguard, believing that perhaps his exceptional skills could win her affection. Greetings, Chairman Luo, President Qin. Pei Ying mentally acknowledges them, though his eyes remain fixated on their figures. Qin Xinghan nods in acknowledgement, while Luo Yihuang merely glances at Pei Ying before leading Qin Xinghan toward the 10 applicants. A mere glance causes their expressions to shift dramatically. Among the 10, a tall figure stands out notably, clad in a black Zhongshan suit. One wonders whether he possesses multiple identical outfits or simply never changes. This man is none other than Fengwu. His towering stature and robust build, complemented by a chiseled, handsome face, make him appear like a crane among chickens. Unlike the nervousness and awkwardness exhibited by his peers, Fengwu exudes a calm and reserved demeanor, radiating a unique aura that instills a sense of safety. Qin Xinghan gasps in surprise, covering her mouth. She had not anticipated Fengwu would apply for a bodyguard position at the Luo Huang Group. Given his relationship with Jiang Hao, he hardly needs such a job, unless he harbors some ulterior motive. From her recent observations, it seems every action Fengwu takes is driven by purpose. Luo Yihuang, too, is taken aback by Fengwu's audacity in applying to her company. Although Luo Bingke had assured her of Fengwu's trustworthiness, she finds it difficult to lower her guard around him. After all, this was the man who had once kidnapped her, and his demeanor during that ordeal had been all too convincing. Fengwu casts a sidelong glance at Qin Xinghan, offering a suggestive smile. This scene does not escape Pei Ying's attention. Inwardly, he scoffs at the audacity of an applicant daring to flirt with President Qin. Just wait and see how I deal with you. At that moment, Luo Yihuang looks toward Pei Ying and calmly states, Pei Ying, select a few individuals from among them whom you deem capable. The method is yours to determine. Pei Ying nods in response, then directs his serious gaze toward the 10 individuals below. Upon his eyes landing on Fengwu, a hint of coldness creeps into his expression. I am Pei Ying, and I may become your team leader. However, if you lack genuine skill, you have no right to expect me to lead you, he announces loudly, his tone laced with arrogance. If you wish to work under me, it's quite simple. Pei Ying snorts, gesturing toward the ring below. Step up. Whoever can withstand 10 rounds against me will have the privilege to remain. Otherwise, you might as well go back where you came from. As his words hang in the air, the faces of several applicants grow increasingly tense. Fengwu remains unperturbed, his gaze fixed on Qin Xinghan, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. This doesn't escape Pei Ying's notice, further fueling his anger. If he doesn't make this brat suffer a little, he is unworthy of being the Luo Huang Group's top bodyguard. Pei Ying continues, we aim to hire 5 individuals, but it's entirely possible that none will be chosen. As he finishes, his eyes narrow as they rest on Fengwu. Who will step forward first? Silence pervades the room, as none of the 10 dare to take the initiative, caught in hesitation and anxiety. Pei Ying's disdain intensifies. I will. Finally, a burly man on the far left steps forward and climbs into the ring. Commendable courage. Let us hope you possess real skill, Pei Ying remarks coolly, his hands still clasped behind his back. The hefty man grits his teeth and charges at Pei Ying with his 200 pounds of weight. With a swift motion, the man throws a punch aimed squarely at Pei Ying's face, seemingly without holding back. Pei Ying, however, effortlessly sidesteps, a smirk gracing his lips as he scoffs. You have strength, but your speed is lacking. Having missed his initial strike, the man attempts an uppercut aimed at Pei Ying's chin. Pei Ying shakes his head dismissively, finally bringing his hands into play. He swiftly darts to the man's left side, delivering a precise hook to the man's ribcage. The blow causes the man to double over in pain, and before he can recover, Pei Ying delivers a powerful strike to the back of his neck, sending him crashing to the ground. Next, Pei Ying effortlessly eliminates the first candidate, casting a proud glance at Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan. Yet, the 2 women seem wholly uninterested, their eyes not straying toward him, nor do they exhibit any inclination to applaud. The second candidate steps forward, but similarly fails to last against Pei Ying's prowess. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth candidates, each falling short and unable to withstand 5 strikes. At this juncture, only Yi Fengwu and another slender, sharp-eyed young man in black remain. Yi Fengwu glances at the black-clad youth, noting his unremarkable appearance, yet sensing an unsettling aura that prompts him to furrow his brow. As the young man steps into the ring, Pei Ying's disdain deepens. He seems to look down upon someone of such slight build. Without uttering a word, the youth launches a sudden attack, aiming for Pei Ying's throat, one of the body's most vulnerable areas. A strike here, regardless of the opponent's strength, would render any fighter at a disadvantage in subsequent exchanges. Clearly, this black-clad youth possesses considerable combat experience. Pei Ying, taken aback by the speed of the assault, barely manages to evade the blow, his form twisting in a hurried attempt to counterattack. Yet, the black-clad youth proves even more agile, deftly dodging Pei Ying's strikes, each of his own counterattacks causing Pei Ying to falter, as though he might be toppled at any moment. Chapter 79. This caused Pei Ying to feel a growing anxiety within. If he were to lose to this individual, he would undoubtedly lose face in front of Director Luo and General Qin, which was clearly not his desire. Consequently, Pei Ying exerted every ounce of his strength, intent on swiftly defeating the person before him. However, it seemed as though his opponent could anticipate the trajectory of his attacks, not only evading them with ease, but also delivering counterattacks that caught him off guard. The 8th move, the 9th move, the 10th move, the 11th move. Pei Ying had already met his recruitment criteria, yet his impatience grew, and he increasingly felt helpless against his adversary. Suddenly, when the young man in black missed a strike, Pei Ying's eyes lit up. He finally spotted a flaw. Without hesitation, Pei Ying crouched down and wrapped his arms around the young man's waist. Then with a sudden exertion of strength, he hurled him off the stage. Bang! The young man in black landed gracefully outside the ring, his sharp gaze devoid of any sense of defeat, instead shimmering with a faint smile. On the stage, Pei Ying let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking that had he not discovered the opponent's weakness at the last moment, he might have faced a disastrous fall. Below the stage, Yi Fengwu squinted slightly, contemplating. Interesting, he could easily discern that the young man in black had deliberately exposed a vulnerability. Had he been earnest, Pei Ying would undoubtedly have crumbled within 3 exchanges. At that moment, Pei Ying smiled at the young man in black and said, "You are quite impressive. It has been a long time since anyone has made me fight with such fervor, hence you have been selected." "Thank you," the young man in black replied with a faint smile. Yet Pei Ying maintained a serious demeanor, saying, "However, to be a competent bodyguard, one must possess not only exceptional skill but also the ability to perceive all that transpires around them. I believe that through my training, you will evolve into an excellent bodyguard." Finally, Pei Ying turned his gaze toward the last remaining Yi Fengwu, a moment he had awaited for quite some time. "You, come up," Pei Ying commanded, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. Yi Fengwu smiled and shook his head, replying, "Perhaps not. You have already exhausted considerable stamina." At this, Pei Ying furrowed his brow, retorting, "Enough with the nonsense. I am more than capable of dealing with you." Reluctantly, Yi Fengwu stepped onto the stage. Qin Xinghan watched him ascend, her delicate gaze betraying a flicker of concern. Luo Yihuang turned to Qin Xinghan, thinking. Xinghan seems unaware of just how formidable Yi Fengwu truly is. Whoosh! On the stage, Yi Fengwu was taken aback as he had barely settled when Pei Ying's fist came barreling towards him, as if he were eager to teach him a lesson. Faced with this sudden assault, Yi Fengwu swiftly raised his left palm, seizing Pei Ying's fist directly. Pei Ying's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that Yi Fengwu would be able to block his strike. As he attempted to withdraw his hand, his expression shifted dramatically. He felt as if his fist were caught in an iron vice, rendering it impossible to retract in a moment of panic. Pei Ying unleashed a fierce punch aimed at Yi Fengwu's cheek. Yi Fengwu shook his head in amusement, then released Pei Ying's fist, lowering his stance and delivering a brutal shoulder charge that struck directly at Pei Ying's chest. Bang! In an instant, Pei Ying was propelled backward, his nearly 200-pound frame crashing against the ropes of the ring, then rebounding off the elasticity of the ropes before landing heavily on the ground. At that moment, Pei Ying felt as if his internal organs had been rearranged, leaving him in a state of excruciating agony and unable to rise. Yet what tortured him most was the humiliation of having failed to withstand even a single blow. He pondered how he had so confidently proclaimed his prowess to the onlookers, yet now he could not endure even one attack from his opponent. How would Director Luo perceive him? How would General Qin judge him? It was over. He could never hold his head high before the goddess again, wishing only to faint on the stage from shame. Below the stage, Luo Yihuang maintained a stoic expression, as though she had anticipated this outcome. Conversely, Qin Xinghan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Though she was no expert in combat, it was evident from Pei Ying's earlier encounters that he was indeed a formidable individual. Initially, she had worried that Yi Fengwu might struggle, but now she realized that Yi Fengwu was vastly superior to Pei Ying. What had he done in the past? Cough, cough. At that moment, Pei Ying suddenly staggered to his feet, his face flushed crimson, perhaps from pain or from the humiliation of losing to a candidate in front of Director Luo and General Qin. It was my stamina that depleted too much, and of course, I was somewhat careless. Let us have another go. Pei Ying gritted his teeth and declared to Yi Fengwu. Why Yi Fengwu paused, surprised, and asked, Are you certain? Pei Ying hesitated for a brief moment, but in a bid to salvage his reputation before Director Luo and General Qin, he steeled himself and replied, Absolutely. No need to compete further, Luo Yihuang interjected. Hearing this, Pei Ying visibly relaxed, yet he feigned composure as he replied, Director Luo, while this individual possesses some skill, he is certainly no match for me. Had I not exhausted my stamina, I could have defeated him within 10 moves. You cannot achieve that, and that is sufficient, Luo Yihuang retorted without offering Pei Ying any face. Instantly, Pei Ying's face reddened once more, his sense of shame intensifying as he cast a resentful glance at Yi Fengwu. Luo Yihuang pointed to the young man in black, whom Pei Ying had previously thrown off the stage, and said, You have been selected. The rest of you may disperse. As soon as she spoke, Yi Fengwu's expression darkened, and he huffed at Luo Yihuang, I won. Qin Qinghan looked at Luo Yihuang with a complex expression, aware of her disdain for Yi Fengwu. Luo Yihuang replied coldly, As the employer, I alone determine who will be hired as a bodyguard. Observing the icy demeanor of Luo Yihuang, Yi Fengwu felt a surge of irritation. He found her sharpness to be particularly grating and gritted his teeth, saying, As a company director, your words lack integrity. Luo Yihuang responded with composure. The hiring of a bodyguard is for the safety of both the company and myself. Thus, I require not only a skilled protector but one of impeccable character, honest, loyal, and forthright. You possess none of these qualities. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu felt an overwhelming desire to confront Luo Yihuang physically. Meanwhile, Qin Qinghan felt a pang of bitterness. She cast a helpless glance at Yi Fengwu, knowing that he truly lacked those qualities. Pei Ying, feeling triumphant, taunted Yi Fengwu. To be a bodyguard, one must possess an essential quality. The ability to discern any potential danger in the vicinity at a moment's notice. That is what a competent bodyguard should embody. And I have already resolved several crises for Director Luo. At this, not only did Yi Fengwu feel disdain, but even Luo Yihuang shook her head. She was acutely aware of the several assassination attempts she had faced over the past month, each fraught with peril, and knew that her survival was due to someone protecting her covertly, with Pei Ying having little to do with it. Nonetheless, to this day, Luo Yihuang considered Yi Fengwu to be the one who provided her with the utmost sense of security. Yet, she still could not fully trust him. Why? Yi Fengwu's mockery deepened as he laughed. Are you implying that you can sense the potential dangers surrounding you? Pei Ying puffed out his chest and replied with arrogance. Naturally. Yi Fengwu's lips curled into a slight smirk as he pointed at the young man in black below the stage and casually remarked, Then, did you notice that this person could kill you with just one move? Upon hearing this, Pei Ying's anger flared, and he retorted through gritted teeth. I have already defeated him. Everyone witnessed it. However, Yi Fengwu's words caused Luo Yihuang's expression to grow serious, her icy gaze shifting toward the young man in black. She understood that Yi Fengwu would not make such claims without reason. Was it possible that the individual had deliberately conceded to Pei Ying? In response to Pei Ying's defiance, Yi Fengwu reiterated, Is that so? Then did you perceive that this person poses a threat to your employer's life? As soon as he spoke, Luo Yihuang's expression turned grave, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of wariness. Though she harbored disdain for Yi Fengwu, she had first-hand experience of his capabilities. He would not make baseless statements. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Yihuang's gaze towards the young man in black grew increasingly serious. Even Qin Qinghan found herself bewildered, pondering what he was implying and why he was involving that individual. Meanwhile, as Yi Fengwu continued to target him, the young man in black's expression gradually turned colder, his piercing gaze emanating an unusual chill. Pei Ying scoffed mockingly. What nonsense are you spouting? Aside from a degree of admiration for the young man's skills, Pei Ying felt no real concern. Thus his gaze towards Yi Fengwu became increasingly contemptuous. He is not jesting. A voice suddenly emerged from the young man in black, cold and laden with an unsettling intensity that permeated the entire gym. Chapter 80. The assassin in the gym. The chilling aura emanating from the young man in black finally confirmed Luo Yihuang's suspicions. In the next moment, his figure shot toward her like a swift arrow. With a flash of cold light, two oddly shaped fist swords appeared in his hands, intensifying the frigid atmosphere surrounding them. This sudden turn of events left everyone, except Yi Fengwu, in sheer horror. The target of the young man in black was evidently Luo Yihuang, while Lin Yu stood behind her and Qin Qinghan to her left, both women utterly defenseless. The closest person to Luo Yihuang was Pei Ying on the arena. Pei Ying was equally panicked, never having anticipated the presence of an assassin in their midst. The thought of losing face before Director Luo and President Qin gnawed at him, yet he realized that a heroic rescue could redeem his earlier humiliation. Thus, he leaped from the platform, his tall figure charging towards the young man in black without hesitation. Boom. Just then, a tremendous sound erupted as Yi Fengwu kicked the pillar at the edge of the arena. The pillar shattered instantly, crashing down toward the young man in black. His expression turned icy, Yet he did not pause in his advance toward Luo Yihuang. Instead, he used one of his fist swords to slice through the descending pillar. With a swift sound, the nearly 30-centimeter wide pillar was effortlessly cleaved in two, its cut smooth as a mirror, instilling an indescribable sense of terror in that fleeting moment. Pei Ying, who had intended to heroically save the damsel, froze in fear, the determination to rescue her evaporating in the face of the young man's formidable strike. He recalled Yi Fengwu's earlier warning. Given the power of that sword, he knew he could not survive even a single move against the assassin. Instinctively, Pei Ying halted, a primal survival instinct screaming that stepping forward would surely lead to his demise. The young man in black was merely a few meters away from Luo Yihuang, and in just an instant, her life could be extinguished. Yet, instead of seizing the chance to buy her some time, Pei Ying chose to retreat. In this critical moment, a delicate figure suddenly stepped in front of Luo Yihuang. "Qing Han, you?" Luo Yihuang gasped in shock, unable to fathom why Qing Han would suddenly interpose herself. Though pale, there was no hesitation in Qing Han's gentle eyes. She forgot about her daughter, her parents, for she could not bear to watch her closest friend perish before her. The young man in black hesitated for a fleeting moment as he beheld the delicate woman obstructing his path. This brief pause cost him the perfect opportunity to strike, as a towering shadow arrived before him, none other than the man who had seen through his every intention. Boom! With a powerful kick, Yi Fengwu unleashed a force that seemed to carry the weight of the world, compelling the young man to retract his fist swords and shield his chest with his arms. The force of the kick sent him staggering back several meters before he regained his footing. Yi Fengwu's expression was chillingly fierce as he shot a glare at Qing Han, as if reproaching her for disregarding her own safety. He then turned his gaze to the young man in black, coldly uttering, "You dare to harm my wife?" Yi Fengwu's voice was frigid, evoking a sense of icy desolation. The young man in black's demeanor shifted, realizing that the power behind that kick was no ordinary soldier's. This man had discerned his identity as an assassin, and his combat prowess was akin to that of a seasoned warrior, prompting him to reconsider the simplicity of his opponent's identity. "You are impressive," the young man in black replied coolly. "With your combat strength, you may stand out among ordinary mortals, but there are those beyond your reach. Some you will never be able to conquer." Yi Fengwu scoffed, "Is that so?" The last two who boasted similarly are now nothing but dust. At his words, the young man's expression shifted to one of disbelief. How could this ordinary person, here merely seeking a bodyguard position, know of the existence of formidable warriors? Not only did he possess the strength of a soldier, but he could also identify the young man as a practitioner of advanced martial arts. A deepening gravity settled on the young man's features as he fixed his gaze on Yi Fengwu. "Who exactly are you?" "The man who will kill you," Yi Fengwu replied coldly, and in an instant, he surged forward toward the young man in black. In the blink of an eye, he closed the 10-meter gap, his speed surpassing that of the assassin. Swish! The young man in black did not underestimate Yi Fengwu merely because he lacked the aura of an advanced warrior. He swung his fist sword, aiming for Yi Fengwu's throat. Yi Fengwu leaned back slightly, evading the strike, but the young man's speed was relentless, quickly thrusting toward Yi Fengwu's heart. Yi Fengwu pressed down with both fists, forcing the young man's shoulders apart, then bent his knees and thrust upward into the young man's chest. A flicker of surprise crossed the young man's icy visage. He recognized the perfection of Yi Fengwu's combat technique, each attack flowing seamlessly without a hint of vulnerability. The young man retreated swiftly, executing a side kick aimed at Yi Fengwu's face. Boom! Yi Fengwu raised his arms to shield his chest, sliding backward over 10 meters, his back crashing against the weightlifting rack. A tinge of pain flickered in his eyes. Through their exchange, he discerned that the young man was a novice master of advanced martial arts, yet possessed extensive combat experience. In a life-and-death struggle, he believed he could defeat the two assassins from the Death God Society he had vanquished days prior, provided it was one-on-one. Below the arena, Qing Han's eyes brimmed with concern, tears threatening to spill. Luo Yihuang furrowed her brow tightly, pondering. His speed has decreased, and his reactions are not as sharp as before. Though Luo Yihuang was only familiar with superficial techniques, she could still perceive Yi Fengwu's movements had noticeably slowed since a few days ago. Qing Han, filled with anxiety, remarked, He must be injured. His wounds have likely reopened. The thought nearly drove her to tears. Her relationship with Yi Fengwu was complicated, yet witnessing him in battle stirred an overwhelming sense of pain within her. Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang recalled that Yi Fengwu had indeed been wounded when that alluring woman had slashed his back. Though she had never seen his injury, the vivid image of his bloodied back remained etched in her memory, a sacrifice made for her sake. In that moment, Luo Yihuang's perception of Yi Fengwu began to shift. Though he was brash, domineering, and often irksome, he had genuinely saved her twice. Nearby, Pei Ying observed the intense battle, a scene beyond the capabilities of even the finest cinematic effects. He questioned himself, realizing he could never achieve such feats, and his feelings of shame deepened. The young man in black regarded Yi Fengwu from 10 meters away, a hint of admiration glimmering in his eyes. A man devoid of the advanced aura could engage him in such a fierce contest. He then spoke coolly, "You are formidable. Beneath the advanced warriors, you have no equals. If I am not mistaken, you are a soldier of great renown, but alas, you are not him." Yi Fengwu shifted his shoulder, feeling the sticky sensation of fresh blood. He knew his wound had reopened. With a swift motion, he shed his outer garment and tossed it aside. In an instant, Qin Qinghan and Luo Yihuang caught sight of the blood-soaked shirt clinging to his back. Ugh! Qin Qinghan stifled a gasp, struggling to contain her tears. Luo Yihuang's expression grew increasingly complex, her gaze toward Yi Fengwu shifting in ways she did not fully comprehend. Perhaps she no longer viewed him with the same disdain. The young man in black seemed to notice the old wound on Yi Fengwu's back, his surprise deepening. This man fought while injured and still posed a threat. Yet, despite this, he did not rush to attack. Instead, he continued, "He is the only one I truly respect. He is the god of war in the military of Huaxia, equally lacking the advanced aura, yet able to battle against 8 advanced warriors and emerge unscathed. I can candidly say that he granted me a second chance at life, and he is the one who changed me." As he spoke, memories of the past flickered in the young man's eyes. Chapter 81. The Fist and Sword of the Azure Edge. 2 years prior, he received a mission to assassinate a general of a small nation, accompanied by several other assassins from different organizations. He would never forget the sudden emergence of a figure clad in black, whose hands wielded 2 dark tang swords, each strike as frigid as ice, each blow capable of leaving a corpse in its wake. Lacking any internal energy, he was nonetheless defeated, barely enduring less than 5 exchanges in combat. On that day, he knelt on the ground, pleading for a swift end, yet the chilling blade did not descend upon him. The figure spoke, "You are different. A flicker of kindness still resides within your heart." Bitterly, he confessed to himself that he had taken many lives, countless innocent souls, his hands stained with blood. He reminded himself that a killer could be devoid of principles, yet must retain humanity. His presence in that resource-scarce nation was because its people were suffering, and the only one providing aid to the impoverished was the very general he was tasked to eliminate. Should that general fall, the nation would forever be under the control of armed factions, plunging its citizens into despair. The figure departed, showing no interest in his masked visage, and he, too, failed to glimpse the true face of his enigmatic opponent. That day marked a permanent transformation. He ceased to accept missions from the organization, even at the risk of being hunted down. Later, he learned that the man bore a formidable title, Blood Wolf King, a martial deity of Huaxia, known for having fought 8 formidable warriors in a single encounter. Listening to the black-clad youth's words, coupled with a hint of hesitation in his gaze, Yi Fengwu furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, his attention fixated on the fist sword held by the black-clad youth, a sense of familiarity washing over him. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he remarked, "Ah, it appears to be you. If my assumptions are correct, you must be the Fist and Sword of the Azure Edge, ranked 123rd in the Assassin's realm." Upon hearing this, the black-clad man's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his demeanor turning grave as he regarded Yi Fengwu, asking, "How do you know me? Who exactly are you?" Indeed, the black-clad youth was the one known as the Fist and Sword of the Azure Edge, his rank not a reflection of strength, but of the sheer number of assassinations he had accomplished. In the world of assassins, anyone who held a rank bore hands stained with blood. Yi Fengwu replied coolly, "The Fist and Sword of the Azure Edge, also referred to as an anomaly in the assassin community, once slaughtered hundreds of armed men in the Silver Triangle region for a mere 1 yuan. Yet I cannot fathom why you would appear here. To kill 100 for a single yuan defied the conventions of the assassin world, marking him as an enemy of all, yet he proceeded regardless, for that single yuan was the last remnant left to a girl by her parents, slain by armed factions." A complex expression flickered in Qingfeng's eyes, as if he wrestled with some internal conflict. This nuance did not escape Yi Fengwu's notice as he spoke again, "Regardless of your reasons, I shall permit you to leave today. Should we cross paths again, I will not hesitate to take your life." For reasons unknown, Qingfeng did not perceive this as mere bravado but shook his head, his tone laden with complexity. "I once vowed to refrain from senselessly taking innocent lives, yet I have broken that vow. If you seek to impede me, I can only claim one more innocent life." With that, Qingfeng lunged once more at Yi Fengwu, his fist sword even sharper and swifter than before. Yi Fengwu remained still, his right hand resting upon the clasp of his belt, calmly stating, "Since you insist, I shall be compelled to end your life this time." This time, no one comprehended the true meaning behind Yi Fengwu's words, yet Qingfeng's expression subtly shifted, though his steps did not falter. Moreover, the fist sword in his grip shimmered with a faint azure radiance, rendering the scene eerily surreal. In the distance, Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan could distinctly sense an intensely sharp aura emanating from the azure glow, causing them to involuntarily tense. Qin Qinghan's worry intensified, her hands trembling as she clutched her clothing, fervently hoping for his safety. Suddenly, a sound as clear as a bell resonated throughout the gym, accompanied by a dazzling burst of white light, revealing a soft sword now in Yi Fengwu's grasp. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, the quivering, curved body resembling a serpentine viper, creating a rustling sound in the air. As the sword emerged, the temperature around them plummeted, sending shivers down the spines of Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan. From that gleaming soft sword, they sensed an overwhelming, bloody chill. Qin Xinghan, caught off guard by the revelation that Yi Fengwu had concealed a soft sword at his waist, felt an even deeper pang of bitterness upon recalling the box of firearms hidden in his home. This sword was named Blood Frost. Once drawn, it would not return without having tasted blood. With the sword in hand, Yi Fengwu's aura transformed into an icy chill, as if he and the sword were one. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike, the cold light radiating outward, the blade slicing through the air with unstoppable sharpness. Upon witnessing the soft sword in Yi Fengwu's hand, Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock, a difficult bitterness surfacing within him, yet he pressed on with his assault. The clash of the soft sword against Qingfeng's fist sword erupted in a flash of sparks, causing his hands to tingle and his body to involuntarily retreat several steps. The soft sword was the most challenging of all cold weapons to wield. While ordinary blades could be handled even by the untrained, the soft sword required mastery beyond that of even the most skilled fighters. Yet Yi Fengwu wielded it with such finesse that the seemingly weightless blade could deliver a force akin to 1,000 pounds. The weight of the blade dictated the wielder's speed, and the soft sword's attacks relied not only on unpredictable maneuvers, but also on its unparalleled swiftness. In the instant that Qingfeng staggered backward, Yi Fengwu's second strike was already upon him. The thin blade shot toward Qingfeng's chest like a venomous serpent. In a moment of desperation, Qingfeng hastily raised his fist sword to defend. Yet, the soft sword's serpentine assault was impossible to counter. The rapidly vibrating blade deftly evaded his defenses. With the agility of a viper, the soft sword pierced through Qingfeng's right chest as he attempted to retreat. Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock, feeling no pain, only an all-encompassing chill, as if encased in ice. Yi Fengwu spoke softly, "I have no desire to wield it, for its intent to kill is too profound. Once the blade is drawn, blood must be shed." Qingfeng's hands slowly fell, a faint, peculiar smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Yi Fengwu, studying his face intently. He dared not make a single move, for he knew this sword could effortlessly cleave him in two. In the distance, Qin Xinghan covered her mouth in shock, her expression one of astonishment. She knew Yi Fengwu was violent, yet she had never witnessed such prowess. His combat skills eclipsed even the most dazzling effects of the silver screen. However, she wished for him to refrain from taking lives, for she did not want him to become so bloodthirsty. Beside her, Pei Ying was even more astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. "A master," he stammered, having never encountered someone so formidable. Their battle unfolded in mere flashes, and he was convinced that in their hands, he would appear as powerless as an infant. Even if the world's champions of combat were to converge upon them, they would pose no threat to these two. At that moment, Pei Ying's face flushed crimson, realizing he had boasted of teaching this man a lesson. With a swift motion, Yi Fengwu drew the soft sword from Qingfeng's chest, the blade emerging without a trace of blood. In the blink of an eye, the blade was sheathed. So rapid was the action that Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan could hardly catch a glimpse of the soft sword in its entirety. With their expressions still frozen in astonishment, Qingfeng suddenly knelt before Yi Fengwu. If one were not to scrutinize closely, they would scarcely notice the slender incision on his chest. "Why? Do you choose to spare me once more?" Qingfeng asked, his head bowed like a defeated man. "Once more." The phrase, "once more," immediately aroused curiosity in Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan. The moment Yi Fengwu unsheathed his soft sword, Qingfeng recognized him, having never witnessed Yi Fengwu wielding a soft sword before. Yet, the imposing aura he exuded was unmatched, save for that of the Blood Wolf King. "If you had harbored even a hint of murderous intent toward that woman," Yi Fengwu stated coolly, "the blade would have pierced your heart." The woman he referred to was evidently Qin Xinghan. When she stood protectively before Luo Yihuang, he distinctly sensed a moment of hesitation from Qingfeng. His target was Luo Yihuang, not any innocent soul. It was precisely this hesitation that had granted him his life. Chapter 82. Please don't make a scene. Qingfeng never anticipated that the fleeting hesitation he felt in the presence of that woman would ultimately save his life. He remained as formidable as ever, radiating an aura of invincibility that he knew he could never attain. Suddenly, with his head bowed in shame, Qingfeng murmured, "I apologize. I have disappointed you." Yi Fengwu, with an expression of calmness, replied, "I will grant you 3 days to resolve this matter. Meet me again in 3 days. Can you manage that?" Upon hearing this, Qingfeng raised his gaze to meet Yi Fengwu's, his expression grave as he responded, "Thank you. I will bring this matter to a conclusion and will certainly come to see you then." The exchange between the two men seemed perplexing to an outsider, yet both were acutely aware of the gravity of their conversation. Although Yi Fengwu had only met Qingfeng once, he could discern the remnants of justice that lingered within him. Qingfeng was capable of slaughtering hundreds for a mere coin, and for the past 2 years, Yi Fengwu had not heard of him emerging from his seclusion. Thus, the assassination of Luo Yihuang must have been driven by unavoidable circumstances, perhaps coerced by threats or obligations. Yi Fengwu was willing to extend an opportunity to him, yet such an opportunity would come at a cost. his life in service to Fengwu. Initially, upon receiving the assignment to protect Luo Yihuang, Fengwu believed it would be a straightforward task. However, the emergence of the Grim Reaper Guild complicated matters significantly, necessitating the assistance of several skilled individuals. Among the novice martial artists, Qingfeng stood out, which is why Fengwu spared his life. Fengwu's intuition proved correct. Qingfeng indeed had pressing reasons for his actions, as he owed a debt of gratitude to someone that he could not disregard. Thus, he consented to lend his hand one final time, never expecting to encounter the person he held in the highest regard. Perhaps this was fate's design, compelling him to cease engaging in actions that went against his conscience. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted their conversation as Luo Yihuang rushed onto the scene. What followed prompted a frown from Fengwu. Luo Yihuang brandished a petite handgun, aiming it directly at the kneeling Qingfeng. Clang! A flash of cold light erupted, and Luo Yihuang felt an icy chill envelop her as she witnessed her handgun severed in two. The abruptness of this spectacle ignited a wave of fury within her. Though she had only caught a glimpse of white light, she was well aware that it was Fengwu's sword that had dismantled her weapon. With a frigid demeanor, she chastised, "Have you lost your mind? He intends to kill me, and you wish to let him go?" Qingfeng remained unflinching, his composure untouched by the threat of the firearm. He understood that if that person had chosen to spare him, his life was not in jeopardy. Fengwu replied nonchalantly, "You are still alive, are you not?" Luo Yihuang seethed with anger, yet she recognized the futility of opposing this madman, causing the fleeting fondness she had begun to feel for Fengwu to evaporate. Nevertheless, being a wise woman, she realized that since she could not alter the situation, her only recourse was to seek a peaceful resolution. Qingfeng gradually rose to his feet, clutching his wound as he exited the gym. Luo Yihuang watched helplessly as the assassin who had sought her life departed, then turned to Pei Ying, saying coolly, "Have the finance department settle his pay." At her words, Lin Yu hastily retrieved her phone, without a moment's hesitation dialing the finance department. Pei Ying wore a despondent expression, yet he refrained from voicing any objections, as if he had already steeled himself for this outcome. As a bodyguard, his duty was to protect his employer in times of peril, yet he had faltered. If he could not even bear the risks associated with his profession, how could he claim to safeguard anyone? The other 8 bodyguards who had come to apply for the position gradually departed, having received a lesson they would not soon forget. There are always greater powers beyond their own, and the life of a bodyguard is indeed fraught with challenges. Finally, only Fengwu, Qin Xinghan, Luo Yihuang, and Lin Yu remained in the gym. Fengwu turned to Luo Yihuang and inquired, "So, have I been hired?" Luo Yihuang glanced at Lin Yu beside her and responded coolly, "Lin Yu, can we afford to keep someone like him?" Lin Yu hesitated briefly before analyzing, "I must admit, he possesses remarkable skills and an unparalleled ability to sense danger." Listening to Lin Yu's endorsement, Fengwu felt a swell of pride. Lin Yu continued, "However, his background is dubious. He is undisciplined and lacks the necessary restraint to instill complete trust. I recommend against retaining him." Her words darkened Fengwu's expression. Observing his displeasure, Luo Yihuang's eyes glimmered with mischief as she turned to Qin Xinghan, saying, "Xinghan, what is your opinion?" At this, Qin Xinghan felt a pang of bitterness. She pursed her lips and replied, "Yihuang, may I abstain from making a decision regarding this matter?" Luo Yihuang shook her head, saying, "As the company's president, your consent is required for all matters, large and small. Thus, the decision rests with you." Qin Xinghan felt a sense of helplessness. Yihuang was well aware of her relationship with Fengwu, and by placing the decision in her hands, she was clearly putting her in a difficult position. Stealing a glance at Fengwu, she found him gazing at her with eager anticipation. "Dear, you have always wished for me to find a legitimate job, and today I have finally come close to that. Surely, you would not abandon me now." Although Qin Xinghan was averse to Fengwu referring to her as wife in front of Yihuang, she felt a sense of resignation. She shook her head and sighed, "I know you would never harm me or Jingxi." Hearing this, Fengwu's eyes brightened with hope. Yet, Qin Xinghan continued, "However, I do not understand why you wish to become a bodyguard when you are not in need of money. I cannot fathom your intentions, and thus I cannot provide you with an answer." Fengwu's expression soured immediately. This girl was clearly rejecting him, albeit in a gentle manner. Nevertheless, he still found her charming. Even in her refusal, she maintained a softness that endeared her to him. Meanwhile, Luo Yihuang watched with a cold smile, igniting a flicker of anger within Fengwu. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Luo Yihuang, you still owe me 10 billion. When will you repay it?" At this, both Qin Xinghan and Lin Yu were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. "Is that true? When did this happen?" Luo Yihuang feigned surprise. Qin Xinghan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could he be resorting to such tactics? Was this a result of her rejection? The thought made her too ashamed to meet Luo Yihuang's gaze, for he was, after all, her partner in the open. Watching Luo Yihuang's act of ignorance, Fengwu's ire surged. He scoffed, "Are you trying to renege on your debt?" Luo Yihuang, unperturbed, looked at Fengwu with a hint of cunning in her eyes and replied, "I have a poor memory. Perhaps you could remind me why I owe you 10 billion. At her words, Ye Fengwu found himself at a loss for words. If he revealed that it was during the kidnapping of Luo Yihuang that he had extorted that amount, then Qin Xinghan would know everything, and her opinion of him would undoubtedly suffer. Seeing Ye Fengwu fall silent, Qin Xinghan grew anxious. She gently implored, "Please, let us not make a scene." Qin Xinghan felt utterly humiliated. After all, he was still her husband, and to act so childishly in front of her friend and superior was truly mortifying. Luo Yihuang patted Qin Xinghan's shoulder and said, "Let me clarify. A few days ago, while traveling to Jinhai City, I was kidnapped by a man who put me through considerable distress. Although he promised to return me to Haihua City, the condition was that I pay him 10 billion. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan's eyes widened in shock, and her heart trembled as realization dawned upon her. A few days prior, her cousin, Yang Shushi, had called to inform her that a man named Ye Fengwu had abducted a strikingly beautiful woman. The thought made Qin Xinghan's heart ache. She could scarcely fathom that the person Ye Fengwu had kidnapped was, in fact, Yihuang. Luo Yihuang observed the complex emotions flitting across Qin Xinghan's face and then cast a teasing glance at Ye Fengwu, reiterating, "And that man was none other than your husband, Ye Fengwu. Xinghan, tell me, can I trust him as my bodyguard?" Chapter 83. Coercion. Qin Xinghan felt an overwhelming sense of shame and humiliation wash over her as she contemplated the fact that Ye Fengwu had truly resorted to kidnapping someone, threatening them with a sum of 1 billion. A pang of heartache echoed within her. She was perilously close to falling in love with him, yet he relentlessly shattered her moral boundaries time and again. A soft plop echoed as 2 crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks. With her head bowed in silence, she appeared to be grappling with her thoughts. Upon witnessing this, Ye Fengwu shot a fierce glare at Luo Yihuang. The latter, realizing her actions might have crossed a line, was taken aback to discover that Qin Xinghan had developed genuine feelings for this rogue. Through gritted teeth, Ye Fengwu declared, "You are well aware that I saved your life from the hands of over 20 assassins." Luo Yihuang retorted, "Yet you have also subjected me to numerous intolerable actions." At these words, Qin Xinghan lifted her gaze towards Ye Fengwu, her tear-filled eyes shimmering with a hint of righteous indignation. With trembling lips, she questioned, "What have you done to Yihuang?" Just as Ye Fengwu was about to explain, Luo Yihuang interjected, embellishing the narrative, "Xinghan, he is nothing but a rogue, a lecher." The memory of this man searching her entire being, forcing her to traverse several hours in high heels, ignited her fury anew. This accusation intensified the blaze of anger in Qin Xinghan's eyes. She glared at Ye Fengwu, yearning to chastise him, but found herself at a loss for words, as if her vocabulary lacked any suitable insults. Ye Fengwu, his expression darkening, retorted coldly to Luo Yihuang, "After all my efforts to rescue you, this is how you repay me." Luo Yihuang scoffed, "But your methods of rescue leave much to be desired." With that, she seized Qin Xinghan's hand and turned to leave. Fuming, Ye Fengwu clenched his teeth and called after them, "Am I even employed?" Without glancing back, Luo Yihuang replied, "You start tomorrow, with a monthly salary of 8,000. 1,000 will be deducted for tardiness, 2,000 for absence, and your phone must be on at all times, ready for any summons." Ye Fengwu's face darkened, wishing he could hurl Luo Yihuang into the ring and give her a thorough thrashing. With a face that could bring nations to ruin, her disposition is akin to that of a malevolent witch. "I cannot fathom which man would choose to spend his life with her," he cursed silently in the solitude of the gym. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a call from Lu Hui. Upon answering, Lu Hui's voice resonated through, "Instructor, you were right. Someone truly intends to kidnap your daughter." In an instant, Ye Fengwu's demeanor darkened, a chilling aura emanating from him, causing the temperature of the gym to plummet. He endeavored to keep his voice steady as he inquired, "Have they captured her?" "Not a single one escaped," Lu Hui confirmed, providing him with the location. After hanging up, Ye Fengwu's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered coldly, "The Qin family has indeed taken action. Prepare for their impending ruin." The previous day, after receiving a call from Jiang Hao, Ye Fengwu had sensed that the Qin family might act recklessly, potentially attempting to coerce Qin Xinghan back into their fold. They might even force her into a marriage with the Zhang family to secure their assistance, and the only leverage they had over her was Jingxi. Thus, Ye Fengwu instructed Lu Hui to protect Jingxi discreetly, and today, his suspicions had proven correct. In Qin Xinghan's office, a folder lay on her desk containing the proposal for acquiring the Qin group. However, her mind was solely occupied with thoughts of Ye Fengwu. Suddenly, realization struck her, and a flicker of concern crossed her complex expression. In haste, she grabbed her phone and dialed Ye Fengwu at that moment. Ye Fengwu had just exited Luo Huang building, and no sooner had he stepped outside than his phone rang again. Upon seeing it was Qin Xinghan, he quickly answered, forcing a smile, "Darling, do not heed that woman's twisted words, for, are you still at the company?" Qin Xinghan's gentle voice came through. Hearing that she did not seem angry, Ye Fengwu exhaled in relief and replied, "I just arrived downstairs. I have some matters to attend to." Qin Xinghan urged, I just saw that your wound has reopened. You should go to the hospital for a bandage." At her words, warmth filled Ye Fengwu's heart. and he felt a surge of emotion, though he doubted he could shed tears. Thank you for your concern, my dear. I will go to the hospital right away. Tonight he began to express his affection, but before he could finish, Qin Xinghan had already hung up. Half an hour later, in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Haihua City, a towering SUV was parked inside, flanked by two robust men, Lu Hui and Yang Lu. Kneeling before them were three men, trembling and clutching their ears, their faces battered and bruised. At that moment, a tall figure appeared at the entrance of the warehouse. Slowly approaching the 3M and IT was Yi Fengwu, his eyes narrowing as he cast a cold, sweeping glance over them. He then turned to Lu Hui and inquired, "Where is Jingxi?" "She is in a safe house, being watched over by Lin Chong. Rest assured, the little girl is unharmed. She is quite brave," Lu Hui replied. Upon hearing this, a wave of murderous intent surged within Yi Fengwu in an instant. The three kneeling men felt an icy chill envelop them, sending shivers down their spines. Yang Lu stepped forward, offering a silenced pistol to Yi Fengwu, stating, "This is what they brought." Yi Fengwu, his expression impassive, took the gun, chambered around, and coldly stated, "Two questions. Who do you work for, and who hired you? You have but one chance. Speak or remain silent." With a swift pull of the trigger, he shot the man on the far left. A gruesome spray of blood and a piece of scalp erupted from the back of his head. The remaining two men were paralyzed with terror. One was about to speak when Yi Fengwu fired again, the right side man's brains splattering as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The last man, now utterly terrified, wet himself and cried out, "I'm under Chan Yuanzhong. It was Qin Guangnan who ordered us to capture a little girl. I'll tell you everything, just don't kill me." In that moment, his psychological defenses shattered completely. "Why not say so earlier?" Yi Fengwu replied flatly. The last man wore a wretched expression, feeling as if death would be less agonizing than this. How could they expect him to divulge information when he had never encountered such a ruthless interrogator? Yi Fengwu's method was brutal, giving them no opportunity to confess. Why Yi Fengwu coldly instructed, "Call Qin Guangnan and inform him that the hostage is being kept in a safe place." Lu Hui discarded the man's phone onto the ground. The man, fearing for his life, hastily dialed Qin Guangnan's number. He understood that to survive, he must execute the task flawlessly, thus maintaining a natural tone throughout the call. Surprisingly, Qin Guangnan did not instruct him to bring Jingxi to the Qin family villa, but rather to keep her hidden and await his further instructions. With another pull of the trigger, Yi Fengwu executed the man without a second thought. The man could hardly fathom that after following all the instructions, he would still be silenced. "Chen Yuanzhong, Qin family, you are truly digging your own graves." Yi Fengwu's expression turned frighteningly cold. He pocketed the man's phone and dialed another number with his own device. "I need a favor. Please watch over my daughter for the next 2 days." Chapter 84. Helpless Qin Xinghan. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Fengwu returned home. He sat quietly on the sofa, the living room enveloped in swirling smoke, and the ashtray on the coffee table was already overflowing with cigarette. Yi Fengwu's expression was tumultuous as he waiting for a phone call, specifically from Qin Xinghan. If she had not received any news of Jingxi after work, she must be in a state of frantic anxiety. He could scarcely bear to envision the heart-wrenching scene of Qin Xinghan, helpless and despondent, wandering the streets. "Forgive me, but this is the only way to compel you to confront the Qin family. This is the punishment they rightfully deserve," Yi Fengwu murmured to himself. Moments later, his phone finally rang, and it was indeed Qin Xinghan on the line. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button, striving to keep his voice as natural as possible. Just as he was about to speak, he was met with the sound of Qin Xinghan's desperate sobs on the other end. "Jingxi is missing. You must help me, please. Help me find her." "I will do anything." Sob. A pang of anguish pierced Yi Fengwu's heart. He hurriedly reassured her, "Xinghan, calm down. Perhaps she is just playing with her classmates. Jingxi would never do that. She always waits for me to pick her up and someone saw 2 men take her away. Has she been kidnapped? Please, you must come quickly and help me find her." Qin Xinghan's voice was choked with tears, laced with an urgency that spoke of utter despair. Yi Fengwu could empathize with the helplessness and anxiety of a mother who had lost her child. For a brief moment, he contemplated revealing the truth to Qin Xinghan, but to fortify her resolve, he knew he had to maintain this course of action, even if it meant incurring her wrath later. "Xinghan, please try to remain calm. Go home first. I will think of a way to ensure Jingxi's safe return to you," he said softly. I can't calm down. Jingxi has never left my side. I need to call the police," Qin Xinghan cried in distress. "Do not call the police," Yi Fengwu urged urgently, his tone turning grave. "Xinghan, we do not yet know who has taken Jingxi. If it is indeed a kidnapping, we cannot involve the authorities. That might provoke the kidnappers. For Jingxi's safety, please return home, and allow me to devise a plan." After a brief silence, punctuated only by Qin Xinghan's sobs, she finally replied, I will go back now." Half an hour later, when Qin Xinghan opened the door to her home, her eyes were swollen and tear-streaked. Yi Fengwu rose hastily to comfort her, but before he could reach her, She flung herself into his arms, weeping like a lost child. Holding her fragile form, Yi Fengwu felt a mix of heartache and guilt. Qin Qinghan buried her face in his chest, then raised her tear-stained visage, pleading, I'm so scared. I've never been this afraid before. I know you have connections. Can you ask Jiang how to help find Jingxi? I will do anything. I know you care for me, and I could truly marry you, as long as we find Jingxi. A bitter pang swept through Yi Fengwu's heart. Was she truly using herself as leverage? It was a thought that made him uneasy. Please try to calm down, he urged gently. Qin Qinghan shook her head vehemently, tears streaming down her cheeks. I cannot calm down. Jingxi is only 7 years old. She has never left my side. Who could be so cruel as to kidnap a child? Yi Fengwu sighed. Qinghan, deep down, you already know the answer, do you not? At his words, Qin Qinghan's weeping ceased momentarily. She looked up into his face, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Yes, she had indeed guessed the truth, but she was too terrified to confront it. The Qin family was on the brink of collapse, facing imminent ruin. Even if she returned to the Qin group, she could not salvage it. The only hope for its revival lay with the Zhang family, and their sole condition was her marriage to Zhang Gu, the son of the chairman. The Qin family knew she would never agree to such a union, which is why they sought to coerce her, and abducting Jingxi was the most logical method. They understood that Jingxi was her Achilles heel. As long as they held her, Qin Qinghan would become a puppet, subject to their whims. How could they do this? Even now, Qin Qinghan refused to believe that her grandfather and uncle had plotted Jingxi's abduction. After all, they were her relatives. Yi Fengwu seemed to perceive her thoughts and replied, You know very well that the Qin family has never regarded you as one of their own. Which family member would resort to such tactics to threaten their granddaughter? Tears streamed down Qin Qinghan's face, her heart heavy with endless sorrow. Her family had not only failed to treat her as kin, they had stripped her of her humanity. Yi Fengwu enveloped her in his embrace, whispering, Perhaps the Qin family will act soon. Before that, Jingxi will be safe. Suddenly, a series of loud, forceful knocks echoed through the room. Qin Qinghan's body tensed, a flicker of hope crossing her features before she hurried to open the door. As the door swung open, 4 or 5 men surged inside, led by Qin Qinghan's uncle, Qin Fei. Qin Qinghan instinctively recoiled until she collided with Yi Fengwu. At that moment, she fully grasped the grim reality that Jingxi had indeed been kidnapped by them. Qinghan, the Qin family is at its wit's end. You are the only one who can save us. Come with us, Qin Fei said with a sinister glint in his eyes, addressing her coolly. Fury ignited within Qin Qinghan. It was you. You are the ones who kidnapped Jingxi. She is just a child. How could you do this? Qin Fei scoffed. If you obediently go to young Master Zhang and finalize the marriage, Jingxi will be returned safely and will have a good home. You are shameless. You lack humanity. Qin Qinghan's emotions surged, and she lunged at Qin Fei in a fit of rage. Yi Fengwu quickly restrained her, his expression dark but refraining from taking action. Though Qin Fei considered having his bodyguards forcibly take Qin Qinghan, he understood Yi Fengwu's formidable prowess. During the old man's birthday celebration, he had single-handedly incapacitated a dozen bodyguards. Thus, he refrained from acting rashly. Qin Qinghan bit her lip, her gaze filled with hatred as she glared at Qin Fei. I have sacrificed everything for the Qin family, yet you have never regarded me as family. Now, for the sake of your own interests, you reduce me to a mere pawn in a marriage alliance, even resorting to the abduction of your own great-granddaughter to coerce me. Do you possess even the slightest shred of conscience? As a member of the Qin family, I feel an immense shame. This might have been the first time in her life that Qin Qinghan had spoken such cutting words. Qin Fei remained unperturbed, merely responding with a dismissive scoff. Your grandfather is acting for the good of the entire Qin family. As a member of the Qin family, it is now your turn to repay that debt. Tomorrow afternoon, at the Qin family villa, you will come personally. Young Master Zhang will prepare generous gifts to take you away, and you will also have the chance to see the little girl one last time. Otherwise, for the survival of the Qin family, your grandfather is capable of anything. With that, Qin Fei gestured for his bodyguards and departed. Come back. Return my daughter to me. Qin Qinghan cried out, her voice hoarse, desperate to chase after them. Yi Fengwu held her tightly, guilt gnawing at him, but he knew he had to remain steadfast. Qin Qinghan needed to be strong. This was an opportunity. Facing Yi Fengwu, Qin Qinghan shouted in indignation, Why are you doing nothing? I need you. Why did you let them go? Sob. Qin Qinghan unleashed her pent-up frustration, never before having been so impulsive or so furious with anyone. After venting her emotions, she collapsed into Yi Fengwu's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Yi Fengwu held her tenderly, and once her tears subsided, he spoke softly, I promise you, Jingxi will be safe. Qin Qinghan lifted her pale, tear-streaked face, gazing into Yi Fengwu's eyes with determination. For Jingxi, I am willing to do anything. Yi Fengwu's brow furrowed. Does that include agreeing to your grandfather's conditions? Without hesitation, Qin Qinghan nodded, yes. A wave of bitterness washed over Yi Fengwu. He cradled her delicate face, his expression grave. I know I have lied to you before, but I have never gone back on my word. At his declaration, Qin Shinghan hesitated. Why? Yi Fengwu continued. I stake my life on it. Jingxi will not come to harm, and you will not have to pay any price for her safety. I will never force you to marry me, nor should you ever agree to your grandfather's terms. Never. The last few words were spoken through clenched teeth. Even though Qin Shinghan's willingness to abandon all principles for Jingxi's sake pained him, he could not ignore the truth. She was, and always would be, his woman. Chapter 85. Unable to restrain herself, Qin Shinghan bit her crimson lip, her gaze fixed upon Yi Fengwu's eyes, quivering as she spoke. I truly wish to believe you more than ever. You can ensure Jingxi's safety, can't you? I need you to assure me once more. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Fengwu had become the sole person she trusted in this world. It was only in his presence that she felt a semblance of security. Even her anxious and helpless heart seemed to find a slight alleviation. Yi Fengwu nodded gravely, his demeanor serious as he replied, Yes, I can do that, but you must do something as well. Upon hearing this, a flicker of conflict crossed Qin Shinghan's delicate features, her tearful eyes shimmering with difficulty. Gradually, she bit her lip and nodded. Then, under Yi Fengwu's astonished gaze, Qin Shinghan unexpectedly rose on her tiptoes, gently pressing her lips against his. This caught Yi Fengwu off guard, a rush of happiness engulfing him, as he felt her inexperienced and clumsy kiss. Was this a sweet reward for him? He pondered. Suddenly, Qin Shinghan's hands moved to the buttons of her blouse, and Yi Fengwu could distinctly see her tense and trembling form. With a soft pop, all the buttons came undone, revealing a white bra underneath, its snowy brilliance seemingly more immaculate than fresh snow. In that instant, Yi Fengwu felt a surge of blood rush to his head, a certain part of him responding in an uncontainable manner. Cursing inwardly, he thought, damn it, why am I always so defenseless in front of Qin Shinghan? Gradually, Qin Shinghan withdrew her awkward lips from his, her eyes fluttering shut as two hot tears cascaded down her cheeks. She grasped the hem of her top, slowly peeling it away, revealing her snow-like shoulders. Yi Fengwu firmly held her hands, draping her blouse back over her, struggling to conceal the overwhelming desire threatening to unravel his composure. Seeing this, a pang of anxiety gripped Qin Shinghan's heart. Did he have a change of heart? As her tears fell, Yi Fengwu realized she had misunderstood him, believing he intended to make her body a form of payment. This revelation left him both bitter and somewhat angry, and he could not help but exclaim, You, foolish woman, would you react the same way if another man proposed such a condition? The moment the question left his lips, regret washed over him. If she answered affirmatively, he feared the implications would be unbearable. However, Qin Shinghan hesitated, her face aflame with embarrassment. Only now did she comprehend her misunderstanding of Yi Fengwu. Her head bowed, she pondered, would she truly seek solace in another man because of Jingxi? The answer was uncertain. Her willingness to surrender herself to Yi Fengwu stemmed from her deepening feelings for him. Had it been any other man, she might have chosen death. Yi Fengwu gazed intently at Qin Shinghan's downcast eyes, longing for her to offer him a satisfactory answer. After a long pause, she slowly shook her head and said, I'm sorry. A sigh of relief escaped Yi Fengwu. He reproached himself for posing such a harsh question. Forcing her to choose between him and her daughter was undeniably cruel. Trust me, you will see Jingxi soon, and she will be as safe as ever, he assured, embracing Qin Shinghan and placing a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, his tone earnest. Qin Shinghan did not resist. Her previously tense form finally relaxed as she pressed her face against his chest. What should I do? She inquired, choosing to fully trust Yi Fengwu in that moment, for he genuinely made her feel secure. Yi Fengwu replied, With your abilities, it should be quite easy for you to take control of the Qin group. At his words, Qin Shinghan was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly expect her to confront the Qin family? But soon, she felt a sense of resolution. She had chosen to trust him, and thus, there was no reason to doubt further. As long as you can ensure Jingxi's safety, I can have the Qin group under the Luo Phoenix group by tomorrow morning, she declared, her tone both gentle and commanding. Hearing her assertive yet tactful words, Yi Fengwu was taken aback, sensing a shift in Qin Shinghan. She was no longer the indecisive woman he once knew. But you must guarantee Jingxi's safety. She gazed up at him earnestly, her expression serious. Yi Fengwu nodded, equally solemn as he replied, Jingxi is my daughter. Dio, you remember my promise? I will ensure you see her grow into a beautiful young lady. This vow will never waver. Qin Shinghan locked eyes with Yi Fengwu, and in that moment, they both saw sincerity reflected in each other's gaze. Thank you, she said softly. Yi Fengwu smiled slightly, captivated by the exquisite beauty before him, unable to resist leaning closer in response. Qin Shinghan's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace, retreating to the bedroom in a flurry. Yi Fengwu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, murmuring, I should have comforted her at that moment. How could I have acted so beastly? He wondered, I wonder if Jingxi misses her mother. Meanwhile, Luo Yihuang, after a long day, finally returned home. As she opened the door to her villa and set her keys down, her gaze fell upon Luo Bingke seated on the sofa. However, her brow furrowed at the sight of a petite figure beside Luo Bingke, engrossed in an anime. The little girl appeared to be no more than 6 or 7 years old, her face delicately crafted like a porcelain doll, prompting admiration for the beauty she would undoubtedly become in the future. "Who is this child?" Luo Yihuang inquired, walking towards the refrigerator, her tone indifferent. Luo Bingke affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, her enchanting eyes glimmering with tenderness as she replied, "My daughter, is that a problem?" Luo Yihuang retrieved 2 bottles of yogurt from the fridge and approached the sofa, her expression as frosty as ever, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. She would never believe that Luo Bingke had a daughter. The little girl turned to Luo Bingke, her lips pursed. "Sister, I want to go home. Mommy will be worried." Luo Bingke smiled gently. "Your mother asked you to stay here for a few days, didn't she? Do you want to be captured by bad people? That would only make your mother more heartbroken." Upon hearing this, the little girl's expression wavered. Luo Bingke pulled the girl into her embrace, her voice softening further. "Don't you trust that big bad uncle?" The little girl pouted. "Uncle isn't bad at all. I believe in him. Jingxi is such a good girl. Can you stay here for a couple of days?" Luo Bing's fondness for the little one grew by the moment. Jingxi. Luo Yihuang furrowed her brow, the name stirring a vague recollection, though she could not pinpoint where she had heard it before. Indeed, this little girl was Jingxi, whom Yi Fengwu had asked Luo Bingke to look after for a few days. However, Yi Fengwu had not anticipated that Luo Bingke would bring her to Luo Yihuang's villa. At that moment, Luo Yihuang sat beside Jingxi, placing a cup of yogurt with a straw in front of her. Though it was their first meeting, she instantly felt a fondness for the sweet and charming girl. "Here, drink this. I will prepare dinner for you shortly," Luo Yihuang said warmly, her demeanor notably softened compared to her usual icy disposition, as if she had melted into warmth. She did not even inquire about Jingxi's identity. "Thank you, sister. You are so beautiful, even more so than my mother, but just a tiny bit," Jingxi said, turning to Luo Yihuang with a bright smile, pinching her fingers to demonstrate a minuscule gap. Luo Yihuang felt a wave of warmth in her heart. Once, she had been as innocent as this little girl. Yet, she had not been as fortunate. She would have preferred to lead a simple life as an ordinary citizen, where she could have genuine love from her family, instead of being treated as a mere tool for marriage by her indifferent relatives. Chapter 86. The Debt of Human Affection. Early the next morning, after preparing breakfast for Yi Fengwu, Qin Qinghan hurriedly drove to the company. Her demeanor was resolute and swift, and in her delicate gaze, alongside the concern for Jingxi, there seemed to linger another hue, one of unwavering determination. Meanwhile, within the opulent hall of a lavishly decorated villa, a middle-aged man clad in a tiger-patterned robe descended the staircase with a deliberate pace. Following closely behind him was a burly man, the first expert under his command, Cheng Xiong. Cheng Xiong inquired, "Boss, shall we make a move against the Qin family?" Chen Yuanzhong, a man of considerable cunning, replied with a calculated smile, "There's no rush. Today we merely observed, as of now. Qin Qinghan holds full responsibility for the Luo Huang group, but she is hardly in the right mindset to acquire the Qin group." Cheng Xiong questioned, "Is it truly possible that Qin Qinghan would allow herself to be manipulated for the sake of her daughter?" A peculiar smile curled at the corners of Chen Yuanzhong's mouth as he responded, "She is a kind-hearted woman. She would never forsake her daughter." Suddenly, Chen Yuanzhong's gaze flickered, landing on a slender figure seated on the sofa in the hall. His expression was unremarkable, yet there seemed to be a sharp edge concealed within his eyes, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who beheld him. Cheng Xiong also caught sight of the unfamiliar figure, and in an instant, his countenance darkened, preparing himself for confrontation. "Who are you?" Cheng Xiong asked in a low voice, though he felt a twinge of surprise within. Outside, there were at least a dozen bodyguards on alert. It was inconceivable that a stranger could breach their defenses. A smile flickered in Chen Yuanzhong's eyes as he gestured for Cheng Xiong to refrain from acting. "Qingfeng, I hope you bring me good news," Chen Yuanzhong said as he descended the staircase, addressing the slender stranger with a smile. Indeed, the visitor was none other than the formidable Qingfeng. Without the intention of standing, Qingfeng replied coolly, "I have repaid the debt of human affection. From this moment forth, we owe each other nothing." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanzhong's expression darkened. He understood Qingfeng's character, cold yet deeply principled. Years ago, when he was pursued by assassins, he had inadvertently sought refuge in Chen Yuanzhong's domain. Recognizing Qingfeng's extraordinary skills, he extended a gesture of goodwill, hoping to forge a friendship. To his surprise, although Qingfeng remained aloof, he had promised to owe Chen Yuanzhong a favor, to be repaid should the need arise. Yet, for reasons unknown, Qingfeng's tone today suggested an ominous turn of events. "Is Luo Yihuang already dead?" Chen Yuanzhong asked uncertainly, for he had not encountered any major news regarding the Luo Huang group. Qingfeng responded indifferently, "I promised to intervene. I did my utmost, but the individual to whom you are indebted is deceased." With that, Qingfeng rose and began to make his way toward the villa's entrance, his words steeped in cold detachment. Realizing the implications, Qin Yuanzhong could not help but understand that Qing Feng had indeed failed. Anger and humiliation surged within him as he exclaimed, "You have betrayed my trust. How could you fail?" Based on Chen Yuanzhong's understanding of Qing Feng, he was akin to a specter, possessing unmatched speed and strength. Even with skilled allies at Luo Yihuang's side, it should have been impossible for Qing Feng to falter. Thus, he was consumed by disbelief, desperate to uncover the reason behind Qing Feng's failure. Qing Feng paused briefly at the villa's entrance and advised, "I offer you a word of caution. Do not provoke that woman again, or it will cost you your life." With that, Qing Feng departed the villa without a backward glance. Chen Yuanzhong, filled with resentment, could not fathom why Qing Feng had faltered. Yet, he dared not detain him, for he was acutely aware of Qing Feng's formidable nature. Watching Qing Feng's retreating figure, Chang Xiong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Boss, he is injured." Being an expert himself, Chang Xiong had discerned a hint of weakness in Qing Feng's otherwise light-footed stride. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanzhong's expression grew grave as he inquired, "Are you certain?" Chang Xiong nodded, stating, "Though not severe, he indeed bears wounds." Chen Yuanzhong inhaled sharply, contemplating the implications of Luo Yihuang's background and how someone in her proximity could inflict harm upon Qing Feng. He was reminded of Qing Feng's earlier warning, "Do not provoke that woman, you will die." Chang Xiong suggested, "Boss, should I eliminate him?" Chen Yuanzhong shook his head gravely, even in his injured state. He is not someone you can contend with. Though Chang Xiong felt unconvinced, he held his tongue. After a lengthy silence, Chen Yuanzhong muttered darkly, "Luo Yihuang, consider yourself fortunate." In recent years, Chen Yuanzhong had focused on developing his company, with only the Luo Huang group capable of challenging him in Haihua City. Thus, he had contemplated eliminating Luo Yihuang on more than one occasion. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Cheng Xiong, asking, "What is the situation with Zhang Cheng?" Cheng Xiong replied, "Rest assured, boss. The three of them handling a mere girl poses no risk of failure. Moreover, Qin Guangnan has already called to express his gratitude, stating that Zhang Cheng has hidden the girl and is merely awaiting further instructions." Chen Yuanzhong nodded thoughtfully, then smirked, "That old fox, Qin Guangnan, truly believes I would assist him? His company will soon be mine. Let us go and observe the spectacle at the Qin residence this afternoon." At 8:30 in the morning, within Luo Yihuang's office, she sat at her desk while Qin Qinghan stood resolutely before her. "Qinghan, I do not wish to pressure you. Have you truly decided to take matters into your own hands?" Luo Yihuang inquired, a hint of surprise glimmering in her eyes. Just days prior, when she had resolved to entrust the acquisition of the Qin family to Qin Qinghan, she had harbored some reservations, pondering whether it might be too harsh on her. To her astonishment, today, Qinghan had taken the initiative. What perplexed Luo Yihuang even more was the newfound glimmer of strength that seemed to radiate from Qin Qinghan's gaze. Qin Qinghan nodded, asserting, "However, I require full control over the company's authority, including the financial flows of the Luo Huang group." Without hesitation, Luo Yihuang smiled and replied, "You are the CEO of the company. You certainly possess that right." Qin Qinghan nodded once more, stating, "Before noon, I will present you with a transfer document for the Qin group." Faced with Qin Qinghan's sudden transformation, Luo Yihuang displayed no signs of joy, instead knitting her brows in concern. "Qinghan, have you encountered some trouble?" she asked, her worry palpable. Qin Qinghan shook her head and replied, "I have matters to attend to." With that, she turned and exited the office. At 10 o'clock that morning, Qin Qinghan arrived at the Zhongxiao Bank in Haihua City. Seated like a regal queen in the bank's VIP room, she awaited her appointment. That moment, a somewhat portly middle-aged man entered, his face adorned with obsequious smiles. "President Qin, my sincerest apologies for the delay," he said, bowing and scraping before her. This middle-aged man was Li Fugua, the president of Zhongxiao Bank in Haihua City. Asa bank president. He was privy to information far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Thus he was well aware of Qin Qinghan's past and her current position as the executive president of the Luo Huang Group. Given that the Luo Huang Group deposited astronomical sums with Zhongxiao Bank monthly, Li Fugua felt compelled to show deference in the presence of its CEO. Qin Qinghan cut to the chase, "Director Li, how much does the Qin Group owe you?" Li Fugua paused momentarily, then exclaimed in astonishment, "President Qin, you cannot possibly be considering paying off the Qin Group's debts, can you?" Recognizing her as a member of the Qin family, he posed the question. Chapter 87. Key personnel. Qin Qinghan remained silent, merely sitting there in quiet contemplation. Li Fugua smiled and said, "President Qin, the situation is as follows. A week ago, the Qin Group pledged the entire company to Zhongxiao Bank, promising to repay the interest as soon as they received the rebate from the Fenghao real estate project. However, Li Fugua, fearing that Qin Qinghan might be seeking to rectify matters for the Qin family, spoke hesitantly, continuing, "However, the interest alone that the Qin family owes has become unbearable for us, so." Qin Qinghan pushed the documents before her towards Li Fugua and stated, "Bank President Li, this is the purpose of my visit." At this, Li Fugua appeared puzzled and hurriedly opened the folder. After merely skimming through the contents, he couldn't help but gaze at Qin Qinghan in astonishment. "President Qin, you intend to acquire the Qin Group?" It was difficult for him to fathom that this granddaughter, once suppressed by the Qin family, was finally rising to seek vengeance. Of course, she had the entire Luo Huang group backing her, making her nearly unassailable in Haihua City. After a long pause, a look of reluctance flickered in Li Fuguo's eyes as he remarked, President Qin, this might be somewhat inappropriate. While the Qin group is indeed under my control, I lack the authority to transfer it. Qin Qinghan's breathtakingly beautiful visage betrayed no emotion, her delicate gaze unwaveringly resolute. Then she spoke, Bank President Li, you must be well aware of the power I wield. The Luo Huang group is determined to claim the Qin family. Should you fail to assist us, we will be compelled to seek cooperation elsewhere. With that, she prepared to rise and depart. Seeing this, Li Fuguo's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly exclaimed, President Qin, please wait, just a moment. What a joke. If this queen truly left, the Luo Huang group would likely withdraw all its funds from Zhongxia Bank by the following day, plunging the bank into a dire financial crisis. Qin Qinghan then slowly sat back down, while Li Fuguo's expression was one of palpable distress. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, President Qin, I will bring you the transfer documents for the Qin group. However, there is a procedure to follow. Shortly, I will issue a final ultimatum to Qin Guangnan, compelling him to sign the transfer contract. Otherwise, he will face imprisonment. Qin Qinghan nodded with an expression of indifference, as though she had expected Li Fuguo to act in such a manner. Yet, her heart was tumultuous. The Qin family had ultimately brought about their own downfall, all due to their heinous act of abducting her daughter. She then instructed, at 3 this afternoon, bring the documents and a lawyer to the Qin residence. Li Fuguo dared not refuse, nodding eagerly. Today was supposed to be Yi Fengwu's first day at Luo Huang Group, yet he found himself at Luo Yihuang's villa instead. The door was opened by Luo Bingke, who, upon seeing Yi Fengwu at the threshold, cast a fleeting glance at him and lightly huffed, You're here. Just wait for dinner. Yi Fengwu looked at Luo Bingke in surprise. At that moment, she was adorned in an apron, her slender waist accentuating her exquisite figure, which compelled him to steal a few more glances. Luo Bingke shot him an exasperated look and retorted, Your daughter is here, so it would be wise to tone it down. With that, she swayed her captivating waist as she retreated into the kitchen. Uncle. A cheerful voice suddenly rang out, and before long, the little girl Jing Si dashed towards Yi Fengwu, her delicate porcelain-like face brimming with excitement. Yi Fengwu lifted Jing Si into his arms and planted a kiss on her cheek, smiling indulgently as he asked, Jing Si, has this auntie been bullying you? Jing Si shook her head and replied, She is my sister. She treats me well, and the other sister is nice too. Yi Fengwu smiled, realizing that the other sister must be Luo Yihuang. Jing Si then pouted and said, Uncle, when can I go home? I miss Mommy. Yi Fengwu gently replied, You can return tomorrow. Mommy is quite busy these days, but before you go home, you must promise Uncle one condition. What condition? Jing Si's little face wore a look of confusion. Yi Fengwu took her to the sofa, placing her on his lap before saying, Don't let your mother know that Uncle is the one who left you here. Upon hearing this, a mischievous glint appeared in Jing Si's bright eyes, and she said, So Mommy doesn't know where Jing Si is. Uncle, you're so naughty. Mommy will be angry. Yi Fengwu feigned a pitiful expression and replied, You wouldn't want Uncle to have nowhere to sleep, would you? Jing Si blinked her big eyes and with a playful smile, whispered in his ear, Uncle, I haven't been to the zoo in a long time. Without hesitation, Yi Fengwu agreed, Deal. He never expected to be threatened by the little girl. With a gleeful expression, Jing Si gave him a quick kiss on the cheek just as Luo Bingke emerged with 2 plates of food, placing them on the dining table. From several meters away, Yi Fengwu could already smell the delectable aroma of the dishes. All right, come and eat, Luo Bingke called to Yi Fengwu and Jing Si, her demeanor reminiscent of a gentle and refined housewife. This surprised Yi Fengwu. Could this really be the formidable red-clad enchantress? He had once witnessed Luo Bingke wielding 2 daggers, fighting against hundreds of lawless individuals along the borders of Huaxia, her red attire completely drenched in blood. It was hard to imagine that such a fearsome figure could also cook. Luo Bingke served the food to Yi Fengwu and Jing Si, and upon sitting down, she first filled Jing Si's plate with several dishes. The affection on her face was genuine. She truly cherished Jing Si. Yi Fengwu was once again taken aback. Noticing his astonished gaze, Luo Bing's previously gentle demeanor cooled slightly as she huffed. What are you staring at? Do you want to lose your eyes? In response, Yi Fengwu pouted and mumbled, I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. This prompted Luo Bingke to glare at him fiercely once more. Meanwhile, Jing Si observed their interaction, stifling a giggle. After dinner, Luo Bingke washed the dishes while Yi Fengwu called Lu Hui, saying, At 3 this afternoon, the Qin residence requires additional personnel. He then pondered for a moment before dialing Zhang Hao's number, Xiao Hao, at 3 this afternoon. Bring some people to the Qin villa. After hanging up, Luo Bingke suddenly sat beside Yi Fengwu, her alluring figure pressing closely against him. Is such a grand occasion really necessary? Luo Bingke asked, amusement lacing her tone. Yi Fengwu replied with a grunt, I need some manpower. Do you think Qin Yuanzhong will remain idle? And as for the Qin family, do you believe they will willingly relinquish control of the company? Luo Bingke wrapped her arm around Yi Fengwu's, laughing. It seems you're planning to build momentum for your wife. Yi Fengwu chuckled. Building momentum is an exaggeration. I merely want certain individuals to understand that Qinghan is no longer the fragile woman she once was. You truly are good to her, Luo Bingke remarked, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. Yi Fengwu felt awkward, intending to say something sweet, but noticed Jingxi watching them with a slightly displeased expression in her bright eyes. Realizing this, Yi Fengwu quickly cleared his throat and straightened up, while Luo Bingke seemed to notice Jingxi's gaze and calmly distanced herself from him. Chapter 88. The Command of Parents and the Matchmaker's Words at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Within the office of Luo Yihuang on the 75th floor of the Luo Huang building, she sat quietly, gazing down at the towering skyscrapers beyond the glass walls. Behind her stood Lin Yu, silent as a statue. Luo Yihuang broke the silence, her tone indifferent. Has Yi Fengwu not come to work? Lin Yu replied, No. Would you like me to call him? Luo Yihuang turned to shake her head, her voice devoid of emotion. Let him be. That man is too enigmatic, and I can never see through him. Lin Yu frowned slightly, sharing a similar distaste for Yi Fengwu's character, and added, Although he is unruly and shrouded in mystery, he does not seem to bear any ill will towards you, Ms. Luo. Yesterday, Lin Yu had witnessed the terrifying capabilities of Yi Fengwu firsthand. Had he truly been an assassin, Ms. Luo would surely have met her demise at his hands long ago. Luo Yihuang was equally perplexed, yet one thing was certain. He was definitely not a killer, for her sister, Luo Bingke, would never allow a murderer to draw near. What was even more incredulous to her was the fact that her sister had become entangled with that man. Perhaps the naive Qin Qinghan would not suspect too much, but Luo Yihuang understood Luo Bingke all too well. The mere fact that she had allowed Yi Fengwu to hide in the changing room while she changed clothes was enough for Luo Yihuang to ascertain that there was something clandestine between him and her sister. After a prolonged silence, Luo Yihuang suddenly addressed Lin Yu. Let us go to the Shishan villa. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu expressed her confusion. Ms. Luo, the Shishan villa has not been cleaned in a long time. Should I arrange for someone to tidy it up first? The Shishan villa area was an established residential district in Haihua City, boasting picturesque scenery. 2 years prior, Luo Yihuang had purchased a property there but had vacated it shortly thereafter. Thus, Lin Yu found it hard to fathom why Ms. Luo would wish to visit the villa. However, Luo Yihuang responded, No need. We shall go enjoy the view and observe how CEO Qin is acquiring the Qin group. Realizing the implication, Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of understanding, yet she soon furrowed her brow again, saying, Ms. Luo, CEO Qin is accompanied by only 4 bodyguards. Could this not pose a danger? Luo Yihuang had already donned her trench coat and, while walking, remarked, Yi Fengwu will ensure her safety. In truth, earlier that morning, Luo Yihuang had contemplated whether Qin Qinghan might encounter peril at the Qin family estate. However, with Yi Fengwu present, she believed no one in Haihua City could harm Qin Qinghan. Thus, she was curious to witness how Yi Fengwu would handle the situation. The Shishan villa area sprawled across thousands of acres and had once been the most luxurious residential enclave in Haihua City 2 decades ago. Among its opulent residences stood the villa of the Qin family, who had risen to prominence in the city. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, within the grand hall of the Qin villa, Qin Guangnan, appearing frail with age, sat on the sofa. Opposite him was a middle-aged couple and a bespectacled young man, whose demeanor was refined. This young man was Zhang Gu, the heir of the Zhang group, who had long been infatuated with Qin Qinghan. The middle-aged couple were Zhang Ji's parents, Zhang Yulin, the chairman of the Zhang group, and his wife, Lu Mei. Zhang Yulin's company, valued at over $1 billion, ranked among the few major corporations in Haihua City. Thus, even in the presence of Qin Guangnan, his demeanor remained cool and detached, with an undercurrent of impatience visible in his eyes. Standing beside them were Qin Qinghan's parents, Qin Ji and Yang Yu, who had been summoned by a phone call from Qin Guangnan. They stood like subordinates, their expressions rife with bitterness. They had initially intended to enjoy a carefree life with the several hundred thousand they possessed, only to be abruptly called back by the old man, who insisted on marrying their daughter to the son of the Zhang group, Zhang Go. Noticing Zhang Yulin's impatience, Qin Guangnan incessantly poured tea for him and his wife at that moment. Zhang Gu politely inquired, Old Mr. Qin, are you certain that Qinghan has consented to this marriage? Qin Guangnan chuckled, Rest assured, young Master Zhang. Today's union is arranged by our parents' commands. That girl has no choice but to accept. Upon hearing this, Zhang Gu felt a wave of relief wash over him and smiled. Old Mr. Qin, soon we shall be family, so please refrain from calling me young Master Zhang. Simply refer to me as Xiao Go. Qin Guangnan's face lit up with joy, and he laughed heartily. Very well, Xiao Gu. You ought to start calling me Grandpa. Grandpa. Zhang Gu hastily responded, his tone filled with deference. However, while Qin Guangnan and Zhang Gu exchanged pleasantries, the expressions of Zhang Yulin and Lu Mei darkened. Zhang Yulin's stern face grew more somber as he remarked, Xiao Gu, given our family's stature, there are countless suitable women. Why must you fixate on one who has been sullied? Lu Mei, her heavily made-up face now slightly frosty, cast a scornful glance at Qin Ji and Yang Yu standing aside, scoffing, Indeed. I have heard that this woman is already living with another man. I cannot bear the thought of a tarnished woman entering our Zhang family. Listening to the derision and humiliation from Zhang Yulin and his wife, Qin Ji and Yang Yu felt a surge of anger but dared not utter a word, standing there in humiliation. Zhang Gu interjected, Mom, Dad, I truly care for Qing Han. I do not mind her past. I only wish to be with her. Zhang Yulin sighed. If you are so infatuated, I have nothing further to say. That woman may enter the Zhang family, but the child born of a rapist must never cross our threshold. Hearing Zhang Yulin's vehement words, Qin Guangnan showed no signs of offense. Instead, he assured, rest easy, Brother Zhang. Only Qing Han will enter the Zhang family. Finally, Zhang Yulin reluctantly nodded in agreement, and while Lu Mei was still displeased, she fell silent, seeing her son's fervent affection. Thank you, Grandpa, Zhang Gu said hurriedly, his demeanor full of respect. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a fleeting glint of malice crossed Zhang Ji's eyes, hidden beneath his smile. For 3 years, since the first time he laid eyes on Qing Han, he had been utterly captivated by her beauty. Thus, he was determined to possess her at any cost. Initially, he had attempted to woo her with wealth, luxury cars, and lavish houses, but Qing Han remained unmoved. This only intensified his interest, prompting him to pursue her relentlessly, yet she consistently evaded him. He had considered using force, but that contradicted his principles in courting women. Therefore, he sought to curry favor with the patriarch of the Qin family, securing his approval for this union. However, just as he thought he had the woman within his grasp, an imposing figure named Fengwu had completely derailed his plans. Thus, he grew impatient. If he could only marry her, he would be able to dominate her, teaching her how foolish it was to reject him. He yearned to strip away her pride and aloofness, leaving her utterly broken. Moments later, Zhang Yulin's impatience escalated. He glanced at his watch, noting that it was already 2:15, and voiced his frustration. Why haven't they arrived yet? I cannot afford to wait any longer. I have a meeting scheduled with the new CEO of Luo Huang Group at 4 o'clock. If I am late, I stand to lose billions. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei gasped, urging, then you must hurry. If you jeopardize our business dealings, not even 10 Qing Hans could compensate for the loss. Qin Guangnan, growing anxious, interjected, Brother Zhang, she will arrive shortly. Surely we can spare a moment. Qin Guangnan's primary concern was the funding from the Zhang Group, and he was determined to keep Zhang Yulin present. Zhang Yulin frowned. My Zhang Group owes its success to the Luo Huang Group. If I were to miss this first meeting with their new executive, it would spell disaster for my company. As he spoke, Zhang Yulin rose to leave. Seeing this, Qin Guangnan's face turned ashen with worry, and he cast a pleading glance toward Zhang Gu. Chapter 89. A convoy. Zhang Gu was certainly reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Qin Fei suddenly dashing from the entrance of the villa. Upon seeing this, Qin Guangnan hastily inquired, has Qing Han arrived? Quickly, let her come in to meet Brother Zhang and his sister-in-law. With a complex expression, Qin Fei replied, a stretched Lincoln has arrived at the entrance. It appears to belong to the Luo Huang Group. At these words, perplexity washed over everyone's faces. Could it be that a prominent figure was visiting? Contemplating this, Qin Guangnan, Zhang Yulin, and the others exchanged glances before hastily exiting the villa. Upon reaching the small courtyard outside, they indeed beheld a luxurious stretched Lincoln parked at the entrance. Just then, the car door swung open, and 4 bodyguards clad in black emerged, one of whom stationed himself at the entrance, seemingly awaiting the emergence of an important individual from within. Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin fixated their gaze on the car door. Soon after, a tall, graceful figure clad in a light-colored trench coat appeared before their eyes. Her long hair was elegantly styled, exuding an indescribable air of nobility, while her delicate gaze subtly shimmered with a hint of resolve. Her figure was extraordinarily tall and exquisitely graceful, but what truly captivated onlookers was her breathtakingly beautiful visage, one that could leave one utterly enthralled with just a fleeting glance. The person was none other than Qing Han. In an instant, Zhang Gu found himself utterly enchanted, as today he beheld once more the face he had longed for in his dreams. Beside him, Lu Mei's expression mirrored that of astonishment, and she remarked to Zhang Yulin, could it be that this is Luo Huang Group's chairwoman Luo Yihuang? I have heard she possesses a face that countless stars envy. Zhang Yulin, his expression complex, responded, she is not chairwoman Luo. Having encountered Luo Yihuang before, he could never forget her unparalleled grace. He lamented that such an extraordinary beauty might never grace the world again, yet the arrival of this woman shattered his previous musings, for this woman, in terms of both demeanor and appearance, was indeed not far behind Luo Yihuang, perhaps even negligible in comparison. Thus, he found himself curious about her identity. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Gu said, Mom and Dad, this is Qing Han. At this revelation, astonishment flickered in the eyes of Zhang Yulin and his wife. The former suddenly realized, exclaiming, no wonder you are so smitten by her. Lu Mei's eyes glimmered with a hint of regret as she remarked, a woman of such beauty would certainly be a worthy daughter-in-law, but alas, it is a pity that such a stunning woman is but a withered flower. What puzzled everyone was the presence of bodyguards beside Qing Han, and the fact that she arrived in a stretched Lincoln from the Luohuang group. Qing Han, you certainly know how to make an entrance. I am genuinely curious how a mere employee of the Luohuang group has managed to procure such a vehicle. Qin Fei scoffed derisively at Qing Han. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yulin was momentarily taken aback, stating, she is an employee of the Luohuang group? Qin Guangnan explained, Brother Zhang, it's nothing significant. She is merely a small employee. She was dismissed by the Qin family, and no company dared to employ her. However, I never anticipated that she would be fortunate enough to catch the attention of the Luohuang group. Lu Mei interjected with disdain, just a small employee. Zhang Yulin nodded in understanding. Qin Guangnan turned his gaze towards Qin Han, his expression serious, stating, Qin Han, should you not come to greet your future in-laws? At that moment, Qin Fei and Yang Yu stood at the back of the crowd, almost too ashamed to look at their daughter, for they felt unworthy to face her. Qin Han was anxious, her thoughts consumed with worry for Jing Si. As her gaze swept across the crowd, her brow furrowed in concern. Where is Jing Si? Qin Guangnan replied in a grave tone. Jing Si is safe. As long as you marry young Master Zhang, Jing Si will naturally return home unharmed. At that time, I will personally select a good family for her. A hint of sorrow flickered in Qin Han's gentle gaze as she implored, Grandfather, I have dedicated myself tirelessly to the company, enduring constant oppression from you all without a word of complaint. How could you commit such a cruel act? Qin Guangnan coldly retorted, I do this for your own good. Marrying young Master Zhang is far better than living with a rapist. Zhang Yulin, growing impatient, said, now that she is here, let us take her with us. I have no time to waste here. Qin Guangnan coldly addressed Qin Han, Qin Han, you know what you must do. It was evident that Qin Guangnan was using Jing Si as leverage to coerce Qin Han. Qin Han pressed her lips together, her tone icy as she declared, I will not do anything until I see Jing Si. At her words, Qin Guangnan's brow furrowed in irritation. Qin Fei stepped forward, stating brusquely, I can let you hear her voice. With that, Qin Fei dialed Zhang Cheng's number. The call connected swiftly, and Qin Fei stated, let the little girl speak. He then handed the phone to Qin Han. Qin Han hurriedly took the phone and pressed it to her ear, her voice urgent, Jing Si, it's Mom. However, her expression shifted to one of surprise, and her anxious demeanor gradually relaxed. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Western Mountain Villa, a Porsche contained Fengwu, who was conversing on his phone. Jing Si is safe. Do what you must without fear, he instructed before hanging up. The phone he held belonged to the three individuals who had kidnapped Jing Si, which was why he received Qin Fei's call promptly. Turning to Jiang Hao, who was driving, Fengwu grumbled, I told you to bring a few people. Instead, you brought a whole convoy. Are you trying to scare my wife to death? Jiang Hao chuckled, Brother Wu, this is our brotherhood's aura. With this, who would dare to bully my sister-in-law again? Fengwu shot him a glare, retorting, get lost. With that, Fengwu exited the vehicle, while Jiang Hao drove his Porsche towards the Qin family villa. Following closely behind was a lengthy procession of 30 or so black 7-seat vans, causing the other residents to steer clear in alarm. Fengwu shook his head in exasperation. He had merely intended for Jiang Hao to bring a dozen people to ensure Qin Han's safety, yet this fellow had assembled such a large entourage. He then recalled Lu Hui and the others and quickly dialed Lu Hui's number. Commander, the people are almost there. Lu Hui's voice resonated as soon as the call connected. Fengwu asked, you didn't bring too many people, did you? Lu Hui replied, not too many. That's good. Fengwu nodded. He was concerned that this fellow might act recklessly, which could easily expose their identities. Just as Fengwu finished speaking, a string of curses erupted on the line, presumably from Yang Lu's outburst. Captain Fan, get your men in line. How do you lead your troops? If this were a battle, you wouldn't even be able to hold your position. In an instant, Fengwu's expression darkened. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard of the Qin family villa, Qin Han returned Qin Fei's phone. Her previous worries now evaporated. For the voice on the phone reassured her. With him there, she felt there was nothing she could not face. However, she was curious as to how Qin Fei's call had reached Fengwu. Qin Guangnan's expression was stern as he declared, Qin Han, if it were not for desperation, your grandfather would not resort to such measures. However, you must understand that it is all for the sake of the Qin family, so please, go with young Master Zhang. Qin Han shook her head resolutely, stating, my purpose for coming today is not this. At her words, Qin Guangnan's brow furrowed deeply, and even Zhang Yulin and Zhang Ji's expressions shifted. Qin Guangnan thundered, what do you mean? Do you not wish to see that little girl? At this moment, Yang Yu stepped forward, urging Qin Han, your mother understands your predicament, but young Master Zhang is a talented individual, deeply infatuated with you. He will treat you well in the future. For your own sake, do not hold out any longer. Fengwu, that rapist, will not provide you with a good life. I will take good care of Jing Si. Chapter 90. Feudal Qin Ji stood silently in place, his face suffused with an intense sense of shame. As a father, he lacked even the ability to protect his own daughter. In response to Yang Yu's words, Qin Han remarked, you do not understand him. Tou. He is merely a penniless rapist, Yet he has done so much for me. At the very least, he regards Jing Si as his own flesh and blood. This was a candid confession from Qin Xinghan. In this moment, she had gradually begun to embrace Yi Fengwu, yet one matter lingered in her heart, preventing her from finding peace. The birthmark on Yi Fengwu's body, identical to the one on Jing Si's arm. Thus, she would continue her investigation. Qin Xinghan's words ignited a flicker of malice in Zhang Ji's eyes, strengthening his resolve. He believed that once Qin Xinghan married him, it would signal the beginning of her nightmare. Yang Yu, filled with exasperation, exclaimed, "Xinghan, what merits does that rapist possess? He is nothing but a fraud. Even the ring he gifted you is a mere imitation. What else could he possibly offer you?" Qin Xinghan shook her head once more and replied, "Mother, he did not deceive me. The ring is genuine. At the Luohuang auction, it was sold for $200 million. Upon hearing this, both Yang Yu and Qin Ji's expressions shifted dramatically. Zhang Yulin, too, furrowed his brow tightly. He had heard of this event. Just 2 days prior, the unique heart of the Azure Sea had successfully sold at the Luohuang Group auction for that astonishing sum, capable of purchasing the entirety of the Zhang Group. Not only Zhang Yulin had heard of this, but even Qin Guangnan had seen the news. A sudden unease gripped his heart. If that ring truly was the one Yi Fengwu had given to Qin Xinghan, what manner of individual was this Yi Fengwu? A rapist who casually possessed a treasure worth $200 million. The mere thought sent shivers down Qin Guangnan's spine, yet he quickly dismissed it. He could not fathom that a rapist could wield such power and wealth. Zhang Ge questioned, "Xinghan, you cannot truly believe that the heart of the Azure Sea at the Luohuang auction was the same ring that rapist gave you, can you?" Yang Yu added, "Indeed, Xinghan, perhaps that one is the genuine article." With a bittersweet shake of her head, Qin Xinghan extended her left hand, which she had kept concealed. In an instant, a dazzling azure radiance emerged before their eyes. Under the sunlight, the sapphire reflected blinding beams of brilliance, resplendent and vibrant. Just one glance left everyone dumbfounded. Such luster, such vibrant hues, to claim it was false would be laughable. This was the ring that Yi Fengwu had placed back on her finger just the day before. She had initially intended to refuse it, yet Yi Fengwu had insisted, "You cannot appear diminished tomorrow. With this, you shall be an unyielding queen." All eyes remained transfixed on the radiant gem, unable to regain their composure. Qin Xinghan addressed Yang Yu, "Mother, he not only did not chastise you for selling the heart of the Azure Sea for 20,000, but he also gifted it back to me. Now, do you still believe it is a fake?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's countenance fell, her eyes filled with a profound shame. Yet within her heart, shock reverberated. Could it be that the ring gifted to Xinghan was indeed invaluable? Was he not a rapist? How could he so generously bestow such a precious object upon her? Qin Guangnan's face turned a shade of deep anger, and he coldly huffed, "Enough! The will of parents and the matchmaker's words must be honored. Regardless of who that rapist may be, as a member of the Qin family, you ought to consider the family's interests." With that, Qin Guangnan gestured toward the security personnel behind him. In an instant, 15 or 16 guards advanced toward Qin Xinghan. Seeing this, Qin Xinghan took a few steps back, while the 4 bodyguards by her side hurriedly shielded her. "Do not compel me to take action," Qin Guangnan warned, his expression dark and foreboding. At that moment, Zhang Yulin also signaled to his own bodyguards, impatience etched on his face as he instructed, "Take her away. My time is limited." The actions of both Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin were undeniably tyrannical. In a world that appeared harmonious, such coercive behavior regarding marriage was undoubtedly repugnant and detestable. Yet, the vastness of the world ensures that some individuals will, for selfish gain, force the vulnerable to undertake actions against their will. Such behavior is no different from compelling the innocent into a life of despair. Surrounded by more than 20 individuals, Qin Xinghan and her 4 bodyguards found themselves in a perilous situation. In the past, such circumstances would have left her pale with fear, yet today, not a trace of worry marred her gaze. Instead, she appeared remarkably composed, for she had been assured that everything would be all right. Suddenly, as the 20 or so individuals prepared to overwhelm Qin Xinghan's bodyguards and seize her, a cacophony of screeching brakes erupted at the entrance of the villa. In an instant, a red Porsche came to a halt, followed by a long procession of over 30 vehicles. This imposing display caught everyone off guard, including both Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin, who furrowed their brows in concern. Bang bang. At that moment, all the car doors swung open, and a throng of young men clad in black, their faces fierce and menacing, descended from the vehicles, numbering over 200. Among them, stepping out of the Porsche, was a man draped in a black trench coat, his robust frame complemented by a menacing scar across his face. Beside him stood a slender youth, whose gaze was as savage as that of a beast. "Brother Hao." After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, Zhang Yulin murmured in astonishment, while Qin Guangnan beside him widened his eyes in disbelief. As one of the few wealthy businessmen in Haihua City, Zhang Yulin could hardly fail to recognize the infamous dragon overlord, Jiang Hao.as for Qin Guangnan. His current collaboration with Fengwu Real Estate on a significant project had nearly driven the Qin family to bankruptcy. Jiang Hao strode forward, flanked by his pack of hounds, each step exuding an oppressive force. As he advanced, his entourage of hundreds followed closely behind, encircling the entire Qin family villa in a dark mass. Lu Mei, Zhang Yulin's wife, a woman of delicate stature, had never witnessed such a terrifying display. She felt as if a storm cloud loomed overhead, paling at the sight and instinctively leaning towards Zhang Yulin. Sensing his wife's fear, Zhang Yulin feigned calmness, patting Lu Mei's hand in reassurance. "It's all right. Brother Hao and I are friends." Having collaborated on several projects, Zhang Yulin had previously received Jiang Hao's assistance in less than reputable dealings. "Brother Hao, what brings you to the Xishan villa today?" Zhang Yulin inquired, adopting a familiar tone. Meanwhile, Qin Guangnan forced a smile, albeit insincerely, as he nodded towards Jiang Hao. Though he suspected that Jiang Hao was deliberately undermining the Qin family through the Fengwu project, he lacked the evidence to confront him and was too intimidated to speak openly. However, he was curious about Jiang Hao's intentions in bringing such a formidable entourage. Jiang Hao positioned himself in front of Zhang Yulin and Qin Guangnan before casting a glance at the 20 or so bodyguards encircling Qin Qinghan and her companions. "Your men," he remarked coolly. Zhang Yulin could not fathom Jiang Hao's motives, yet he managed to muster a strained smile. "It's merely a family matter. No need for you to concern yourself, Brother Hao. Feudal." Before Zhang Yulin could complete his sentence, one of Jiang Hao's hounds spoke slowly, his tone devoid of warmth yet laced with an unmistakable air of dominance. Chapter 91. A group. As soon as the words fell, dozens of underlings surged forward, showing no mercy as they descended upon the 20 or so security guards. Within less than half a minute, all the bodyguards lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Over a dozen had their legs broken, and some had their arms twisted out of joint, a scene too harrowing to behold. Although these bodyguards possessed some skills, they were utterly overwhelmed by the sheer number of Jiang Hao's subordinates, each one a seasoned veteran of countless battles. The 4 bodyguards, who had sworn to protect Qin Qinghan at all costs, stood frozen in shock, their backs drenched in cold sweat as they witnessed the ruthless display. Qin Qinghan turned her face away, her heart too kind and innocent to bear such a sight. In an instant, Zhang Yulin and Qin Guangnan were left pale with astonishment. What on earth is happening? After a long while, Zhang Gu, standing behind Zhang Yulin, murmured with a ghostly pallor. Why had these people resorted to violence before even exchanging a word? At the back, Qin Qinghan's parents were equally bewildered and shocked, standing rooted to the spot. Being honest and simple folk, they had never witnessed a scene of underground gang violence. Terrified, they clung to each other, their greatest confusion lying in the fact that this legendary Eastern dragon overlord, Jiang Hao, seemed to be assisting their daughter. Heavens, what were they witnessing? Qinghan had always been kind. How could she possibly be connected to such individuals? Confusion and disbelief etched on Qin Guangnan's aged visage. He struggled to speak. "Hao Gu, why? Why is this happening? What has my Qin family done to offend you?" Jiang Hao cast a cold glance at Qin Guangnan before turning to face Qin Qinghan. All eyes were curiously fixed upon him, eager to see how he would treat her. Qin Ji and Yang Yu were particularly tense, their bodies rigid with apprehension. Would Jiang Hao harm their daughter? "Sister-in-law, I have arrived late. I apologize." Jiang Hao spoke respectfully to Qin Qinghan, sister-in-law. Though Jiang Hao's words consisted of merely a single phrase, all who heard it could only focus on the 2 words, sister-in-law. Heavens, why did Jiang Hao refer to Qin Qinghan in such a manner? In that moment, Qin Ji and Yang Yu turned pale, at a loss. Could it be that the rapist they had scorned and ridiculed was a terrifying figure that even Jiang Hao called brother? Qin Guangnan's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. In that instant, he finally grasped why Jiang Hao had brought a throng of underlings to the Qin residence. His goal was Qin Qinghan. It made sense now. No wonder Qin Qinghan had so effortlessly signed the Fengwu real estate project, and no wonder Jiang Hao had been targeting him. It turned out all of this was orchestrated by Qin Qinghan, or perhaps that individual named Yi Fengwu. How could a recently released rapist possibly know Jiang Hao, let alone have him call him brother? A sense of despair began to creep into Qin Guangnan's heart as he regretted his past decisions, regretted having driven Qin Qinghan from the Qin family, regretted never having valued her. Had Qin Qinghan remained in the Qin family, perhaps the Qin group would have ascended to even greater heights by now. At that moment, the most terrified were undoubtedly Zhang Yulin and his son. They had colluded with Qin Guangnan, resorting to using their daughter to threaten Qin Qinghan. Wasn't this tantamount to courting death? Zhang Gu was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that he had long harbored designs on a woman whom even Jiang Hao referred to as sister-in-law. Surely he was tempting fate. Qin Qinghan seemed to have grown accustomed to Jiang Hao's address of her as sister-in-law, yet it did not mean she was unperturbed by him. She nodded gently, saying, "Thank you, I hope you do not escalate this situation too much." Clearly, Qin Qinghan feared that Jiang Hao might unleash violence upon her family. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Xishan Villa district, a long line of vehicles, over 20 in total, was parked, with a black Mercedes at the center. This Mercedes was the chariot of Chen Yuanzhong, the formidable Black Wind of the West Tiger. At that moment, Chen Yuanzhong sat in the back seat of the Mercedes when a subordinate hurried over to report, "Boss, Jiang Hao has taken his men to the Qin residence." Upon hearing this, Chun Yuanzhong's cunning gaze darkened slightly as he scoffed. As expected, he not only intends to protect Qin Shi Han, but also to claim the Qin family for himself. Jiang Hao, do you truly believe I will continue to tolerate your actions? Then, a cold glint flickered in Chan Yuanzhong's eyes as he coolly commanded, to the Qin family. Just as the driver was about to start the car, another subordinate rushed over, his expression decidedly off. Boss, a military convoy is approaching. At this, Qin Yuanzhong frowned and turned to look, and indeed, he saw a military convoy slowly progressing down the road. 7 or 8 tanks led the way, followed by a line of armored vehicles and an endless procession of trucks, each brimming with fully armed soldiers. Judging by the scale, it appeared to be an entire regiment of troops, something even Chen Yuanzhong had never witnessed before. Confused, Chen Yuanzhong then remarked, "Pay them no mind. Perhaps they are merely conducting exercises." Suddenly, Cheng Shtong, seated in the passenger seat, turned and said, "Boss, they have entered the Shishan Villa." Hearing this, Chen Yuanzhong's expression shifted dramatically as he saw the leading tanks all roll through the gates of the Shishan Villa. In an instant, a grave look crossed his features. He dared not entertain the implications of this. It was simply inconceivable, something no one would dare to consider. Cheng Xiong furrowed his brow, saying, "Boss, the military cannot possibly be here for the Qin family, can they?" Chen Yuanzhong's face paled to an extreme. He was grappling with a difficult decision, reluctant to take risks. If the military truly was here for the Qin family, then his presence would undoubtedly render him a lamb to the slaughter. At that moment, a subordinate rushed over, urgency etched across his face. "Boss, their target is the Qin villa. Should we still go?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanzhong immediately closed his eyes in despair, pondering who possessed such power to mobilize an army. Regardless of which faction the military belonged to, that individual was far too terrifying. "Turn around, we're going back," Chen Yuanzhong said wearily, fully aware that in this confrontation with Jiang Hao, he had lost. At this very moment, at the entrance of the Qin villa, the ground trembled slightly amidst a series of thunderous roars. All present, including Jiang Hao and the hyena, turned in astonishment. In an instant, the shocking sight unfolded before them. 7 or 8 tanks were steadily approaching the Qin villa, and even more terrifying was the line of armored vehicles and an endless string of trucks trailing behind. This spectacle not only left Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin feeling uncertain, but even Jiang Hao furrowed his brow in concern. How could the military possibly be here? It seems like a full regiment, Jiang Hao remarked, perplexed, to the hyena. The hyena, equally serious, replied, "Could this be related to the Qin family? If so, we're in serious trouble." Regardless of Jiang Hao's prowess and his formidable reputation in Haihua City, he had no means to resist the military. Even Qin Shi Han, protected by Jiang Hao's subordinates, was rendered speechless upon seeing the armored vehicles, her mind unable to process the unfolding chaos. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the tanks and armored vehicles came to a halt, and then, rows of fully armed soldiers began to line up, forming a disciplined column of 2,000 troops that nearly reached the entrance of the Shishan villa. Bang! At that moment, a young man clad in combat attire, bearing the rank of colonel, leaped down from one of the armored vehicles. Accompanying him was a colonel in his 40s, named Fanlong, who had been urgently summoned by Lu Hui. Hundreds of soldiers flanked them, and the two advanced with a commanding presence, their target unmistakably Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin. The newcomer was Lu Hui, and the colonel by his side was Fanlong, who had been brought in by Lu Hui's urgent orders. When Fanlong had inquired about the mission's purpose, Lu Hui had succinctly responded with a few words. "Protect the Blood Wolf King's woman." In that moment, Fanlong was nearly stunned, filled with immense pride. As a colonel, how could he be unaware of the Blood Wolf King's reputation? He was a war god within the military, a paragon for all soldiers. Chapter 92. Those who cannot be offended. Jiang Hao and the hyena slowly retreated a few steps, shielding Qin Shi Han behind them. Perhaps they feared the military presence, but should anyone dare to harm Qin Shi Han, they would fight with their lives. This exemplified the brotherly bond between him and Fengwu. He could perish, but he would certainly fall before Qin Shi Han. Qin Shi Han was equally taken aback by the formidable scene before her. Why was there a military presence here? With a resounding thud, Lu Hui and Fan Long halted before Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin, their heavy military boots crashing onto the tiled floor, causing the sturdy tiles to slightly buckle, indicating that the newcomers were not to be trifled with. As the king of the Blood Wolf Special Forces and a senior colonel, Lu Hui had undertaken countless perilous missions. Thus, his mere silence and imposing presence sent cold sweat trickling down the backs of Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin. "Sir, may I inquire about your purpose here?" Qin Guangnan stammered, his courage faltering. What was happening today? First, the East Dragon Overlord Jiang Hao lashed out in anger, and now an entire regiment had appeared. What kind of terrifying individuals had the Qin family offended? Beside him, Zhang Yulin was equally bewildered. He had merely paid to bring home his daughter-in-law, and not only had he incurred the wrath of the East Dragon Overlord, but he also summoned an army. Meanwhile, the timid Qin Ji and Yang Yu trembled in the background, exchanging anxious glances, as if questioning whether these individuals were here to assist Qin Han or had ulterior motives. If they were indeed allies of Qing Han, who exactly was backing them? Lu Hui's chiseled visage was an icy mask as he looked down at Qin Guangnan. I have heard you are coercing a marriage. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Qin Guangnan dared not admit it, hastily shaking his head. Sir, you must be mistaken. Mistaken? Lu Hui chuckled coldly, then turned to Jiang Hao, who stood protectively beside Qin Han. Brother, is there any truth to this? Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. The colonel's tone seemed surprisingly friendly. He then nodded and replied, Sir, my sister-in-law is already married. This scoundrel kidnapped her daughter, attempting to coerce her into marrying a man she does not love. Therefore, I believe this is a classic case of forced marriage. As Jiang Hao spoke, Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin's faces turned pale with fright, and even Zhang Gu, hiding behind Zhang Yulin, trembled in fear at the sight of the fully armed soldiers. A glint of coldness flickered in Lu Hui's eyes as he turned to Zhang Yulin. Who is Zhang Gu? In an instant, Zhang Ji's body quivered with trepidation, nearly collapsing under the weight of Lu Hui's booming voice. Without needing Zhang Ji's response, Lu Hui could already discern his identity from the boy's ashen face. Does she harbor feelings for you? Lu Hui's question was evidently directed at Qin Han. At this moment, the intentions of the soldiers remained a mystery to everyone present, causing a palpable tension as they feared that a single misstep might provoke the wrath of this formidable officer. Zhang Gu stuttered, I love her, and I will ensure her happiness. Damn it, I am asking you, does she like you? Lu Hui's expression soured, and he barked in anger. The force of his shout sent a shiver down Zhang Ji's spine. Meanwhile, Zhang Yulin and Lu Mei exchanged worried glances, their son's distress igniting their anxiety. Zhang Gu, a wealthy heir accustomed to wielding power in Haihua City, had toyed with countless virtuous women, basking in the attention that his enviable father brought him. Yet now, facing these imposing soldiers, all his previous arrogance had evaporated, leaving him resembling a frightened chick seeking shelter under its mother's wing. Concerned for his son, Zhang Yulin quickly plastered a smile on his face and said, Sir, I am Zhang Yulin, chairman of the Zhang Group. If there has been any breach of decorum, I hope you will show leniency. Zhang Yulin attempted to leverage his status as a corporate chairman to instill a sense of pressure upon Lu Hui. After all, soldiers were meant to protect the homeland, not bully civilians. Get lost. Lu Hui's tone was icy as he spat a single word at Zhang Yulin. This. Zhang Yulin's expression darkened, and he retorted, Sir, you are soldiers, not police officers. Even if we are indeed arranging a marriage, it is not within your jurisdiction. Zhang Yulin's argument held merit, and even Qin Guangnan could not help but straighten his back in agreement. Lu Hui scoffed, then suddenly shouted, Fanlong, what is the purpose of your service in the military? To protect our homeland, Fanlong answered without hesitation. And you all? Lu Hui turned to the youthful yet resolute faces behind him. To protect our homeland and ensure the well-being of the people, the 2,000 soldiers roared in unison, their thunderous voices reverberating above the West Mountain Villa. Everyone gazed at the young officer, uncertain of his intentions. A cold smirk crept across Lu Hui's face as he once again addressed the soldiers. We expend our youth, shed blood, and pour out sweat merely to strengthen and secure this nation. If the individuals we are sworn to protect turn out to be those who harm virtuous women, what should we do? Execute them on the spot. The chorus of voices erupted from the 2,000 soldiers, each face ablaze with righteous fury. The overwhelming display of spirit left Qin Guangnan, Zhang Yulin, and Zhang Gu utterly dumbfounded. However, Zhang Yulin, a seasoned player in the business world, gritted his teeth and declared, I refuse to believe that you soldiers would dare harm ordinary citizens without cause. If you lay a finger on us, I, Zhang Yulin, will ensure you face a military tribunal. With a sudden flourish, a soldier wielding a rifle approached and smashed the butt of his weapon into Zhang Yulin's face. Ah! Zhang Yulin screeched as he crumpled to the ground, blood streaming from the corner of his eye. Lu Mei and Zhang Gu stood frozen in shock, rushing to help Zhang Yulin. At that moment, Zhang Hao bellowed, Damn it! I have always admired soldiers, and how dare you threaten them? Beat them to a pulp. With Zhang Hao's furious command, his entourage surged forward, raining blows upon Zhang Yulin, Lu Mei, and Zhang Ji. In an instant, the air was filled with the pitiful cries of the trio begging for mercy. While soldiers might disdain to engage in such violence, Zhang Hao had no such reservations. Even if it led to fatal consequences, he had a means to escape. Once Zhang Hao's followers dispersed, the sight of the battered Zhang Yulin family became apparent to all, their faces a mosaic of bruises and injuries. How could Zhang Yulin, who once commanded a formidable corporation, ever have imagined he would suffer such a humiliating fate? Lu Hui and Fanlong stood by, offering no resistance to Zhang Hao's actions, for this was precisely the outcome they desired. Were it not for their desire to conceal their identities as instructors, they would have unleashed a barrage of fire upon these individuals. In their eyes, the role of a soldier was to protect the homeland, and engaging in conflict with civilians was a grave transgression. Yet they remained oblivious to the true nature of an instructor. Those who dared to threaten the woman of the Blood Wolf King would face only one fate, even before a military tribunal. Execution. Qin Guangnan was now utterly despondent, witnessing the situation unfold where Jiang Hao and this fearsome military force were all there to safeguard Qin Qinghan. In that moment, he appeared to age further, his already stooped back bending even lower. He gazed at Jiang Hao and Lu Hui, despair etched across his face. What kind of person have I offended? Lu Hui remained silent, but Jiang Hao coldly retorted. Someone you cannot afford to offend. Qin Guangnan laughed bitterly. So, from the moment the Qin family signed a contract with you for Fenghao real estate, you were already prepared to bring about our ruin? This was a question Qin Guangnan had long been too afraid to voice. Jiang Hao, however, merely scoffed. Wrong. It was the day you dismissed my sister-in-law from her position that your Qin family sealed its fate. As his words hung in the air, the self-mockery in Qin Guangnan's eyes deepened. His frail body swayed as if on the brink of collapse. After a long pause, he finally lamented, So, the one I could least afford to offend was the granddaughter I never believed in, that Yi Fengwu. Who on earth is he? In that moment, Qin Guangnan sensed an unsettling connection between these soldiers and Yi Fengwu.